Chapter 1. The Cycle of Time Travel. Qin Xiao awoke in a cold sweat, sitting upright in bed. Where am I? He gazed around, bewildered by the unfamiliar surroundings. Wasn't he at home, watching a movie and dozing off? Qin Xiao had a rather unfortunate habit of clutching his phone while watching films until slumber overtook him. Not only did he fall asleep while watching, but he was also anxious about his phone running out of battery, so he often kept it plugged in as he watched. Perhaps it was the sweltering summer heat, or maybe there was an issue with his phone's cooling system. Just as Qin Xiao was lost in a haze of drowsiness, his phone exploded. Indeed, it exploded. Did this mean he had transcended into another realm? As he struggled to fathom the whirlwind of events, a torrent of memories surged through Qin Xiao's mind. After a while, he finally grasped his current predicament. There was no doubt he had traversed into a parallel world, remarkably similar to Earth. The person whose life he now inhabited shared his name, yet his fate was far more tragic. His parents had met with an untimely demise, and relatives had deceitfully siphoned away the family fortune. Mustering all his courage, he had staked everything by mortgaging his house to embark on a business venture with a friend. However, he was betrayed by both his friend and girlfriend, resulting in a complete financial ruin and an overwhelming burden of debt. Then, Qin Xiao cast a glance at the poison on the bedside table, commonly known as paraquat. In this cramped, dilapidated rental, converted from garage on the first floor, the atmosphere was damp and stifling. With a debt exceeding 3 million, he possessed a mere 500 yuan in total assets. He had been betrayed by both his closest friend and his lover. How unfortunate could one be? Even Qin Xiao, having crossed over, felt a surge of despair. What a dismal beginning. Should he consider testing fate once more to see if he could transcend again by dying? He eyed the paraquat on the bedside table. Perhaps not. It's better to endure than to perish. After all, dying would be a tremendous loss. He only owed money and could devise a plan over time. This body was merely 23 years old. A long life lay ahead. Qin Xiao reassured himself. As he pondered his next course of action, a voice echoed in his mind. World entrance detected. System binding in progress. A surprise? Qin Xiao's spirits lifted, and he sat upright, igniting a cigarette. After approximately 20 seconds, a sound resonated in his mind. Binding successful. System activated. Host Qin Xiao, a world entrance has been discovered. Will you traverse immediately? Wait, don't rush into traveling. Explain your functions first. What does world entrance mean? Qin Xiao interjected hastily in his mind. This system offers traversal services to the host. By completing tasks, the host can earn points, which can be exchanged for various items in the system's marketplace. Show me the marketplace. What can I exchange? Host privileges insufficient. The marketplace will unlock once the host completes tasks and earns points. The system's voice was devoid of emotion. Least let me know what items are available. Skills, genetic enhancements, currency, etc. for detailed information. Please unlock the marketplace as soon as possible. Although the system's explanation was somewhat lacking in detail, Qin Xiao understood that his golden opportunity had arrived. Then what about the world entrance? What does it mean? Qin Xiao posed a different question. Traversing to other worlds requires coordinates. It has been detected that you possess residual world coordinates. This time, the system was quite considerate, not only answering the question, but also presenting an image in Qin Xiao's mind. It was a scene he was immensely familiar with: a massive, cumbersome steel battlesuit raising its right arm at the mouth of a cave, spewing flames outward against an endless desert. Backdrop: Iron Man. Qin Xiao realized that this was the very film he had been watching just before his phone had exploded. Was the entrance to the world the realm of Iron Man? The Marvel Cinematic Universe? That was a world brimming with superheroes. What tasks could he possibly accomplish with his current physique? System: this world seems rather perilous. Could you perhaps grant me some advantages before I enter? Otherwise, I fear I may be unable to fulfill my mission. Qin Xiao bargained within his mind. One must invest to reap rewards. Surely, you understand this principle. Besides, considering your current predicament, what more do you have to lose? Damn it. Qin Xiao discerned a tone of disdain in the system's utterly emotionless voice. Yet the system's words rang true given his dismal state. What was there to fear? This rare chance to traverse worlds, coupled with a system, was an opportunity not to be squandered. Let's do this. I'm ready to traverse immediately. Qin Xiao hesitated not a moment longer. This was a dire situation, and without the system, he would be burdened by debt, forced to seek employment merely to survive. The thought of reclaiming justice for the deceased Qin Xiao felt like a distant dream. Congratulations, host. Your courage is commendable. Before you traverse, please be informed that time and reality will halt during the process. You may traverse with peace of mind, and upon completing the designated tasks, you may choose to return to your original world. The traversal is about to commence. 3, 2, 1. As the system began its countdown, the moment the last word left its metaphorical lips, darkness enveloped Qin Xiao, and he lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself on a dilapidated street. There were few people around, and the ground was littered with trash and fallen leaves. The two-story buildings appeared quite worn down, clearly indicating a very impoverished neighborhood. System, can you tell me where this place is? Qin Xiao inquired within his mind. Identity has been uploaded, and relevant memories have been generated. Please review them at your leisure. The memories provided by the system were peculiar. They seamlessly merged with the memories of the deceased Qin Xiao in his mind. However, the identity memories of this world felt like a book, requiring Qin Xiao to peruse them rather than offering the sensation of personal experience. Qin Xiao, 22 years old, a graduate of the University of California, Los Angeles, had excelled academically and received a scholarship from Stark Industries. This opportunity had afforded him an internship at Stark Industries. It appears that the system is quite commendable, at least granting a role that is relatively close to the protagonist. Although it is rather unrealistic for an intern to meet Tony Stark, there remains a sliver of opportunity, does there not? Muttering a few words, Qin Xiao continued to sift through his memories. What followed was rather intriguing. When Qin Xiao was 13, a multitude of Hydra terrorists invaded the neighboring black family's home, and the ensuing battle spilled over into his own residence. Tragically, his parents perished in that conflict. Perhaps out of guilt, the black man from next door generously supported Qin Xiao's education and livelihood. Over the years, they maintained a strong bond. This time, Qin Xiao traveled to Baltimore, the capital of Maryland, to seek out that very man, to share the delightful news of his internship opportunity at Stark Industries. As for the identity of that man, he is none other than Isaiah, the original super soldier who preceded Steve Rogers. For context, Isaiah, the first super soldier, appeared in The Falcon and the Winter Soldier. He enlisted during World War II and underwent a transformation before ultimately being imprisoned for 30 years, subjected to government experiments. Even after his release, he frequently faced persecution from Hydra, including encounters with the Winter Soldier. Chapter 2. The original super soldier Isaiah Qin Xiao was perplexed by the identity the system had assigned to him and bewildered as to why he was cast into this realm. When he inquired of the system, it merely suggested that he should explore on his own. However, given the current circumstances surrounding his identity and experiences, it was evident that the system's efforts were not in vain. In order to better assimilate into this role, Qin Xiao diligently perused the memories associated with Isaiah throughout his journey. After traversing what seemed to be a street, he arrived at the front of an old house. After a moment's hesitation, he pressed the doorbell. Who is it? An elderly man with a head of grizzled hair and a beard, possessing dark skin, emerged from the abode. Yet, at first glance, one could hardly discern that he was already 88 years of age. He appeared to be no more than 60. To mention, Qin Xiao had arrived in the year 2008, prior to Tony Stark's abduction. Oh, Qin Xiao, my child, how have you been? Upon seeing Qin Xiao, Isaiah warmly opened the door and enveloped him in an embrace. After a brief moment of uncertainty, Qin Xiao placed his hand on Isaiah's back, returning the elder's embrace. What troubles you, child? Has something occurred? Isaiah sensed a hint of unfamiliarity in Qin Xiao and inquired with concern. Oh, it is nothing. I merely reflect upon how you have remained unchanged since my childhood. Now that I have graduated from university, it is somewhat poignant. Qin Xiao replied cleverly. You know, my aging process is somewhat slower than that of an average person, and my physique is notably stronger. Thus, Isaiah spread his arms, expressing a touch of resignation. The abilities bestowed upon him by the super serum had only brought him torment. The 30 years of being confined and subjected to human experimentation incessantly plagued him. Come, let us not dwell on those unhappy matters, Isaiah urged as he ushered Qin Xiao inside. According to the narrative orchestrated by the system, Qin Xiao had encountered Isaiah's superhuman side during his childhood. Following the death of Qin Xiao's parents, he had lived with Isaiah for an extended period, sharing an unbroken bond devoid of secrets. Later, fearing the return of Hydra, Isaiah had sent Qin Xiao to a social welfare institution for his safety, providing him with clandestine financial support. Weren't you supposed to be seeking employment in Los Angeles? Why have you suddenly traveled all the way to the east to find me? It was evident that Isaiah was delighted to see Qin Xiao, yet he disapproved of his abrupt visit due to safety concerns. I have obtained an internship opportunity with Stark Industries, and I felt it imperative to inform you. Qin Xiao endeavored to maintain a proud expression. Oh my God, Stark Industries. That is absolutely marvelous. I knew you could do it. We must go out and purchase some provisions. Let us celebrate with a drink tonight. Isaiah exclaimed joyously as he rose to his feet. With that, as they sat facing one another, Qin Xiao's declaration prompted Isaiah to suddenly spring to his feet and stride 2 paces aside. At that moment, a gunshot echoed, and a bullet whizzed past Isaiah's previous position, piercing through the space between Qin Xiao's chest and abdomen from above. Caught entirely off guard, Qin Xiao felt a sudden numbness in his chest, followed by the gradual seepage of blood through the fibers of his clothing. What a stroke of misfortune, he muttered before tilting his head and succumbing to unconsciousness. In the depths of darkness, Qin Xiao sensed his entire being, every cell and drop of blood, boiling with an unbearable itch, a deep, marrow-penetrating sensation, akin to countless ants scuttling within him. This was swiftly followed by a pain reminiscent of being crushed into pulp by an immense hydraulic press. His consciousness seemed ensnared in an endless void, oscillating between acute agony and relentless itchiness, devoid of any means to struggle. Time became an abstract concept until Qin Xiao slowly reopened his eyes. The first sight to greet him was Isaiah's tear-streaked face. "You finally awakened, my child. God bless." "Damn it, I told you not to return to me." Isaiah's expression was a tumultuous blend of joy, guilt, and remorse. "What happened? Did I get shot?" Qin Xiao struggled to prop himself up. The room was dimly lit, resembling a basement. On the bedside table stood a heart rate monitor, alongside a tray filled with surgical instruments, tweezers, and some bloodied gauze and cotton. Among them lay a bullet head stained with blood. "It seems I am all right." Qin Xiao exerted himself to fully sit up. Strangely, his body did not respond with the anticipated pain. Qin Xiao glanced down at himself, astonished to find that the wound had already healed and scabbed over. There was no sensation of pain, only a mild itch, indicating that the wound was nearing complete recovery. "How long was I unconscious?" he asked, bewildered. "Not more than 3 hours," Isaiah replied, glancing at his watch. "And my wound?" Qin Xiao inquired, pointing at his chest. "You lost a significant amount of blood. After dealing with the assassin, I barely had time to take you to the hospital. I had no choice but to risk treating you myself, but fortunately, I had some essential medical supplies. As for your wound, I mentioned there was no time for a hospital visit. I remembered that your blood type is the same as mine. I knew this was perilous, yet thankfully, you managed to survive the serum's transformation." Isaiah spoke with a tinge of guilt. A wave of joy surged within Qin Xiao, realizing that he had inadvertently injected himself with a super serum. A swell of emotions coursed through him, causing him to exert a bit more force. To his astonishment, he accidentally crumpled the metal railing beside the makeshift bed. "Have I become a super soldier?" Qin Xiao gazed incredulously at his hands. "I came here unprepared. Got shot, and awakened to find myself transformed into a figure akin to Captain America? I shall fetch you a glass of water." In stark contrast to Qin Xiao's exuberance, Isaiah merely sighed, rising silently to pour the water. "System, oh system? What on earth is happening here? Do not claim that this bears no relevance to you." Qin Xiao called upon the system within his mind. A novice gift package. This world is fraught with peril, and thus, the system must provide the host with some means of survival. Is this not a delightful surprise? Qin Xiao nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. While becoming a super soldier is indeed advantageous, could you not have informed me beforehand? Moreover, must it be conveyed in such a manner? Qin Xiao openly expressed his grievances, challenging the system. This is intended to facilitate the host's seamless integration into this world and to better elucidate the origins of his abilities. I hope the host can appreciate my earnest intentions and refrain from mistaking kindness for malice. I dare you to show yourself. Let us see if I can slay you. Chapter 3: An unconventional acquisition of super serum. Did the super soldier truly transfuse blood into an ordinary individual, thereby successfully birthing another super soldier? Qin Xiao found this notion rather absurd. Yet, this was the Marvel universe, where one might just as easily transform after a spider bite, particularly considering he possessed a system of his own. Regardless, he had at least acquired a modicum of self-defense capability, hadn't he? Earlier, while strolling along the road, Qin Xiao casually tested his strength, effortlessly lifting one side of a pickup truck with a single hand, although the angle limited his lift to just one side. The sensation of bearing the weight of an automobile felt as though it posed no challenge to him. In the aftermath of these events, Isaiah felt an immense sense of guilt. After cautioning Qin Xiao vehemently against revealing his newfound abilities and confirming that Qin Xiao's injuries were no longer severe, the poor old man, with tears welling in his eyes, urged Qin Xiao to leave his concealed underground sanctuary. Qin Xiao understood that upon his departure, this elderly gentleman would likely relocate, making it exceedingly difficult for him to be found again. Despite their relationship being a product of the system's modifications, the affection Isaiah held for him was undeniably genuine. He would seek an opportunity to repay this kindness in the future. According to the narrative, Isaiah was still alive and well after the events of Avengers Endgame. For now, however, Qin Xiao needed to focus on his own affairs, as the system had issued its first task to approach Tony Stark, successfully garner his attention, and ensure that he remembered Qin Xiao's name for future endeavors. This task was indeed formidable. Tony Stark was a genius scientist, the CEO of Stark Industries, and a prominent billionaire both in America and globally, particularly given Stark's current demeanor. He was notoriously difficult to engage with. Qin Xiao could not simply rely on the powers derived from Isaiah's blood to approach him. Setting aside the question of whether Stark would alert the authorities, considering Isaiah's past experiences, Qin Xiao had no desire to become the subject of government or military experimentation. He would devise a plan gradually, but in just a few days, he was expected to report to Stark Industries. Qin Xiao purchased a plane ticket and traversed the entirety of the United States, flying from the East Coast to Los Angeles. Stark Industries was vast, with offices in both New York and Los Angeles. This time, Qin Xiao's internship would take place at the headquarters of Stark Industries in Los Angeles, where he would serve as a laboratory assistant. The role of a laboratory assistant essentially entailed being a subordinate, performing menial tasks. He would assist at Stark Industries, handling photocopying, serving tea, and running errands. Thus, Qin Xiao found himself in the Marvel Cinematic Universe as a typical 9-to-5 employee, shuttling between Stark Industries and his modest apartment. Fortunately, Stark Industries offered a generous salary, and the laboratory duties were sufficiently light. Life was relatively pleasant, yet the mission still loomed dauntingly ahead. After more than 2 months of work, not only had he failed to approach Tony Stark, but he had not even laid eyes on him once. Instead, the villain Obadiah Stane from the first Iron Man film had visited the laboratory several times, though Qin Xiao had only caught a distant glimpse of him. Continuing this way is not a solution. When shall the task be completed? It is now April 2008, and who knows when Tony Stark might venture to Afghanistan. Once he becomes Iron Man, approaching him will undoubtedly become even more challenging. Qin Xiao was lost in thought, cradling a cup of coffee in the break room when a middle-aged man, clad in a white lab coat and sporting a Mediterranean hairstyle, entered. Qin, why do you appear so glum? Have you been jilted by your girlfriend or encountered some trouble? Do share with me. You know, at my age, I can always offer young people some sage advice. Oh, Dr. Rex, I appreciate your concern, but I merely feel that this job is somewhat different from what I had envisioned, Qin Xiao casually replied, concealing his true thoughts. Ah, young man, do not be so pessimistic. Every newcomer starts as an assistant here. You must maintain a calm mindset. I recall you have been here nearly 3 months, correct? Congratulations. Your internship period is nearing its end. After glancing around to ensure no one else was present, Dr. Rex leaned closer and whispered to Qin Xiao. I have heard that during the transition to full-time employment, the big boss himself will conduct interviews and assign suitable positions. This is a rare opportunity, so you must stay alert, young man. The big boss? Qin Xiao inquired, perplexed. Tony Stark. My goodness, what is the name of our company? Stark Industries. Who else could it be? I have given you an A-grade rating, so prepare yourself. According to the traditions of Stark Industries, every newcomer must intern in various departments for 3 months, after which their performance is evaluated by department heads before the Human Resources Department conducts interviews to reassign their roles. The supervisor of Qin Xiao's lab is none other than Dr. Rex himself. The information he revealed is of utmost importance to Qin Xiao. If it is indeed Tony Stark who conducts the interviews, Qin Xiao must contemplate how to capture Stark's attention. The 3-month deadline approached swiftly, and upon arriving at the lab this morning, Qin Xiao was informed that he need not work there today but should report directly to the top floor for an interview. A thrill surged within him. After several months at Stark Industries, he was well aware that the top floor was Tony Stark's personal domain, featuring not only a small laboratory and an office, but also various rooms for fitness and recreation. Aside from a select few, such as Obadiah and Pepper Potts, no one else had access to that area. Being summoned to the top floor for an interview indicated that Tony Stark was indeed present today. With renewed enthusiasm, Qin Xiao ascended to the top floor, where he was first taken to a small conference room. Tony Stark's personal bodyguard, Happy, made his entrance, conducting a thorough security check on everyone. Subsequently, he arranged the order for the group of over 10 interns, and regrettably, Qin Xiao was assigned to be the last. After sitting in the conference room for approximately 10 minutes, he finally saw Pepper Potts enter, clutching a folder as she began to call out names one by one. Perhaps due to differing aesthetic preferences, Pepper Potts appears younger in reality than she does in the film. However, she does not quite align with Qin Xiao's taste in the female characters from Marvel movies. Qin Xiao has a distinct fondness for the earlier portrayals of Black Widow and Scarlet Witch. It seems there is a chance for him to meet both of them. A sense of inexplicable excitement began to swell within him. The interviews with Tony Stark progressed swiftly, each candidate taking no more than 3 to 5 minutes. Soon, individuals in the conference room exited one after another. Finally, Pepper Potts entered, calling out Qin Xiao's name. Xiao Qin? She inquired with mild confusion, before smiling at him and saying, you may come with me. Mr. Stark is waiting for you. Chapter 4. Tony Stark in the interview room. There stood a ring, evidently a place where Tony Stark usually engaged in his fitness regimen. The scene appeared remarkably familiar to Qin Xiao, who pondered for a moment before recalling that this was indeed the location where Tony Stark auditioned Black Widow in Iron Man 2. This arrangement perfectly aligned with Stark's character. It was not his style to sit in an office with a stern expression, Korean? Tony Stark inquired as Qin Xiao entered the room. Me? I am of Huaxia descent. Qin Xiao replied, gesturing to himself. Yes. Tony Stark exclaimed, pumping his fist in a gesture of triumph. Nearby, Happy, with a glum expression, pulled out a $10 bill and placed it on the table. The two appeared to have wagered on Qin Xiao's nationality, which made him internally scoff as he approached Stark. To be honest, I am not particularly fond of facing others. It's not personal. I just prefer not to confront strangers, especially men. If it weren't for my commitment to the board this year, I wouldn't have come here to review your internship reports, Qin Xiao stated. Now, let us not waste time. First, congratulations, Mr. Qin. Your internship report is remarkably impressive. Your lab supervisor awarded you an A grade, noting that you were quite helpful to everyone in the lab. Now, there remains one question. Do you wish to continue in the lab or transition to the legal department, where your expertise lies? Qin Xiao's records indicated that he was a law graduate, prompting Stark's inquiry. To be honest, I am indifferent. I will leave it to your arrangements. Additionally, Mr. Stark, I must clarify that law is not my forte. Qin Xiao spread his hands in a gesture of openness. Oh? Tony Stark glanced at Qin Xiao's records to ensure he was not mistaken before jokingly asking, could it be Chinese martial arts? Indeed, I possess some skills in Huaxia martial arts, though I am not particularly formidable. For instance, I could manage against, well, around 10 individuals like your imposing bodyguard here. But that is not the point. Wait, I must interrupt you. You just claimed you could handle 10 of me? Happy interjected, unable to contain himself. Apologies, boss. I must interrupt your conversation, as this concerns my dignity. Happy had been by Tony Stark's side for over a decade, and was one of his most trusted allies, thus speaking more freely. Their exchange piqued Tony Stark's interest. Ignoring Happy's comment, he turned with keen curiosity to Qin Xiao. Yu Haven T had answered his question. Are you certain you could contend with 10 men like him? Tony Stark appreciated Qin Xiao's confidence, though he found the notion of one person taking on 10 hard to believe. However, he acknowledged that it was typical for youth to speak with a touch of exaggeration. Yet, Qin Xiao nodded earnestly. Approximately, yes, at most 12. After all, he does appear quite robust, and it would require some physical exertion. Given Qin Xiao's current physical prowess, he could easily dispatch not just 10, but even 100 ordinary individuals like Happy with a single punch. However, this did not concern him, as he had garnered the attention of Tony Stark, fulfilling his mission. Yet, it was evident that Happy was becoming increasingly irate. As Tony Stark's personal bodyguard, being questioned about his combat abilities was one thing, but facing such doubts from someone who appeared to be a fragile youth was intolerable. Kid, I don't know if your martial arts from China are as formidable as you boast, but I can offer you a chance to retract your words. Otherwise, Happy stepped forward, cracking his knuckles menacingly at Qin Xiao. With a subtle smile, Qin Xiao chose not to directly engage with Happy. Instead, he approached a punching bag, twisting his waist, inhaling deeply, and then launched a powerful kick followed by a devastating punch aimed at the bag. Bang! The bag exploded upon impact. Oh my god! Oh my god! Tony Stark and Pepper Potts exclaimed in unison, astonished. I'm not particularly skilled at sparring. I struggle to control my power. Are you sure you wish to continue? Just to clarify, I want to be covering any medical expenses, Qin Xiao remarked, observing how Happy's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. All right, come back, Happy. That punch was more powerful than a world champion's. You need to worry about being dismissed over this, Tony Stark said, rising to his feet and patting Happy's shoulder, attempting to diffuse the tension. He then turned to Qin Xiao and inquired, how did you achieve that? I mean, that last move clearly exceeded the realm of, well, it appeared quite unscientific. Do you grasp my meaning? Tony Stark was evidently intrigued. Qin Xiao finally exhaled in relief, as the system notification chimed in his mind. Congratulations, host. Your recent display has left a profound impression on Tony Stark. Your name will linger in his memory. Mission accomplished. Reward, 500 points. The system shop is now accessible. Having completed his task, Qin Xiao felt a sense of relief, yet he had no time to explore the shop's offerings. He smiled at Tony Stark and explained, it is merely a technique of instantaneous explosive power, requiring years of dedicated practice. Years of practice, you say? Tony Stark murmured thoughtfully. If I were to learn this fighting technique from you, could I possibly reach your level? He gestured, mimicking the action of shattering the punching bag with a fist. I'm afraid, Mr. Stark, to be candid, these techniques necessitate monotonous and grueling practice day in and day out. I do not believe you could endure it. Qin Xiao shrugged. Tony Stark's interest was piqued, leaving Qin Xiao at a loss, as he had no remarkable skills to offer. After all, he had only become this way due to some haphazard blood transfusions from Isaiah. Without the system, he doubted he could have even survived the mutations. However, this demeanor, in the eyes of Tony Stark, transformed into a form of disdain. Do you doubt me? Do you believe I am incapable? Tony Stark remarked with a hint of defiance. Initially, his inquiry was merely born out of curiosity. Although he possessed a self-centered, proud, and somewhat arrogant disposition, he was by no means devoid of self-awareness. He was acutely aware of his strengths. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Qin Xiao's words instilled in him a rare sense of discontent. It was reminiscent of his childhood when his father often extolled Captain America, Steve Rogers, while deriding him as utterly lacking. Chapter 5. A chance encounter at the bar. Pepper. Do you think I can learn his martial arts? Tony Stark inquired, turning to the ever-gracious Pepper Potts. A look of consternation crossed her face. Tony, today you were tasked with assigning positions to those who have completed their internships. Perhaps we should prioritize our responsibilities before delving into the matter of martial arts. She replied diplomatically. No. I have already secured a promising position for Mr. Qin, my personal combat instructor. You are responsible for scheduling the meetings and discussing the salary. Tony Stark declared with unwavering conviction. I must return to my laboratory now. I have a set of missile data that requires my attention. You handle the arrangements, Pepper. Goodbye. Coach. With that, Tony Stark, without seeking Qin's consent, donned his coat and departed with an air of self-assurance. This was quintessential Iron Man. Even in a previous life, Qin Xiao had found himself enamored with the character, especially Iron Man. Yet, an impulse to deliver a punch to his arrogant face lingered. After all, did he even consider consulting me before making such decisions? Nevertheless, in order to cultivate a closer rapport with the character, Qin Xiao chose to self-deprecate with a smile. Opting for silence, Pepper stepped forward, offering an understanding tone. I apologize. Tony has always been this way. I hope you won't take offense. Qin Xiao shrugged nonchalantly. It's all right. At the very least, I know he won't disappoint me when it comes to salary. Will he? Pepper chuckled in agreement, as you wish. He certainly won't let you down. Basic super serum, the kind injected into Captain America, initially breaking human limits, altering genetic sequences, and significantly enhancing strength, speed, and metabolic rates, while also providing a degree of anti-aging effects. Cost, 1,000 points. Monetary conversion, real-world 1 million for 1 point, which can be directly transferred to the host's bank account post-exchange, ensuring security. Elementary combat skills, equivalent to the level of elite special forces, integrating various martial arts techniques, swift, precise, and lethal, emphasizing a one-strike kill. Cost, 200 points. Basic weapon mastery, proficient in the use of most cold weapons, with a foundational understanding of every weapon's techniques. Cost, 200 points. E-class combat suit. Capable of disguising itself as any everyday attire, it can withstand any known ballistic ammunition, excluding specialized projectiles such as vibranium and URU metal, offering some damage mitigation against small firearms. In addition to being bulletproof, it also provides protection against standard cold weaponry. Cost, 300 points. E-class cold weapon customization. A tailored weapon that can significantly enhance your combat prowess, especially against formidable opponents. E-class power can be likened to the E-class combat suit. Cost, 300 points. Qin Xiao had anticipated that the system's marketplace would unveil an array of options, only to discover it was merely at the first level. With just 500 points at hand, he felt it was insufficient. However, he had already acquired the effects of the basic super serum, thus sparing himself the expense of the most costly item. After much contemplation, Qin Xiao resolved to select the elementary combat skills in the E-class combat suit. Firstly, the acquisition of 500 points was fortuitously sufficient. Secondly, the basic combat skills he could now employ served as a vital enhancement to his combat prowess. As for the combat attire, it was deemed necessary due to the coinciding points and the initial need for defense against firearms. Furthermore, considering the narrative trajectory, whether facing Iron Tyrant or engaging in battle in Afghanistan, this combat suit alleviated many of Qin Xiao's concerns. At least he had not yet reached an invulnerable state. The secondary shop required the accumulation of 5,000 points for full access. Thus, Qin Xiao could only exchange for these two items to elevate his standing. Currently, the system had not assigned any tasks, but Pepper Potts had presented Qin Xiao with a weekly salary of $100,000, which rendered his existence in this world considerably more comfortable. However, since their last encounter, Tony Stark seemed to have immersed himself in his laboratory, completely neglecting to invite Qin Xiao for lessons, leaving him in a state of idleness. In his discontent, Qin Xiao resorted to frequenting bars each evening, indulging in a vibrant nightlife. Los Angeles, with Hollywood's presence, boasted bars of world-class caliber, attracting numerous celebrities and affluent individuals. Recently, Qin Xiao discovered a bar that resonated with his preferences, the Roger Room. This establishment was predominantly frequented by youthful patrons, including many young couples, single individuals, and aspiring actors yet to achieve fame in Hollywood. Compared to other bars, the atmosphere here was relatively innocent. Although Qin Xiao initially sought romantic conquests, he was not inclined to encounter overly seasoned individuals or those drawn solely by the allure of his wallet. Most importantly, he preferred to avoid women with an overtly worldly demeanor. After several days of observation, Qin Xiao finally identified a target, a young girl harboring dreams of stardom. Possessing a remarkably delicate appearance. Having discreetly watched her for days, he resolved to make his move today, just as he was about to rise. A slightly hoarse yet enticing voice interrupted him. "Hey, are you leaving? Why not stay a little longer and share a drink with me?" Instinctively, Qin Xiao turned around, nearly exclaiming in surprise. Standing before him was none other than the Black Widow, famously known as Natasha Romanoff, much like Pepper Potts and Tony Stark. It seemed that her arrival in this reality had undergone some form of transformation. The Black Widow appeared more youthful than in the films. Today adorned in a strikingly elegant red dress rather than the provocative black catsuit. Her angelic visage bore none of the ruggedness often associated with Western features. Her alabaster skin glimmered subtly under the lights, while her alluring curves were accentuated by her attire, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Qin Xiao found himself at a loss for words. Utterly captivated. If one finds the current appearance of the Black Widow less appealing, they should revisit Scarlett Johansson's earlier films, where her angelic visage shines through. Serving as a reminder of her youthful beauty, as one of the original heroes of the Avengers, her entrance left Qin Xiao utterly astounded. Yet, despite the astonishment, Qin Xiao remained composed, reflecting in his mind whether any actions he had taken since arriving in this world had attracted the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra. The only connection seemed to be the assassination involving Isaiah, likely orchestrated by Hydra. However, it appeared that the assassin had been dealt with by Isaiah, and the system's arrangements had ensured he remained out of their sight. He should be safe. Chapter 6. Teasing the Black Widow. The Black Widow, a premier agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., had appeared in this bar for a reason that eluded Qin Xiao. However, as long as her intentions were not directed at him, he had no fear of complications. Setting aside her significance as a pivotal character, one could hardly overlook the divine visage and alluring figure before him. In an instant, Qin Xiao's thoughts danced through various scenarios. Noticing Qin Xiao's prolonged silence, the Black Widow parted her crimson lips once more. "What seems to be the matter? Are you struggling with English, or are you simply reluctant to engage with me?" "My apologies," he replied. "I was contemplating how to coax such a captivating lady into my apartment for a delightful evening." With the weight of hesitation lifted, Qin Xiao offered a faint smile and turned to take a seat. "That will depend on your skills," the Black Widow responded with a playful smile. "Waitstaff, a drink befitting this enchanting lady's essence," Qin Xiao called, snapping his fingers and casually handing the server a $100 bill, instructing him to keep the change as a tip. "Thank you, sir." The server, taken aback by such generosity, bowed slightly in gratitude. "There's no need for thanks. Should your concoction fail to match this lady's charm, I may just have to turn your manhood into a taco." Having frequented this establishment recently, Qin Xiao had grown familiar with the bartender. The young man chuckled nervously and hurried to prepare a cocktail for the Black Widow. "Taco. Quite humorous, young man. Points for that," the Black Widow remarked with a smile. Qin Xiao noticed her gaze frequently darting toward a table at the far end, occupied by 3 burly men. He paid it no mind, instead focusing on her enchanting eyes. "I possess many more redeeming qualities. You have ample time to discover them. Most Asians I know are rather reserved, unlike yourself. Perhaps you simply have not encountered enough of us." Their conversation meandered effortlessly for over 10 minutes until Qin Xiao observed the group of men rising to leave. Feigning nonchalance, the Black Widow cast a glance in their direction. "I need to use the restroom," she declared, excusing herself from the bar. Qin Xiao understood her true destination was to confront the trio of men, but he chose not to reveal his awareness. Instead, he smiled and gestured for her to proceed at her leisure. System task: a true gentleman must never permit a lady to engage in a brawl. Assist the Black Widow in subduing those 3 men, ensuring she remembers you as one of the original heroes of the Avengers. Knowing her could facilitate subsequent missions in this realm. Well then, what began as a leisurely endeavor to charm a lady had unexpectedly entangled him in trouble. Yet since it was a task, rewards were to be anticipated, leaving him no choice but to intervene. Silently, he followed the Black Widow out the back door of the bar, discovering that the 3 men were nearing the alley's entrance. The Black Widow stood in the alley's center, addressing the trio with a few words in a language that Qin Xiao could only discern as Russian, though the content remained a mystery. Yet, it was likely not a cordial exchange, for as she concluded her statement, one of the men reached for a gun tucked within his coat, only to be thwarted by another who blocked his hand. The pistol lacked a silencer. They sought to avoid trouble. It was evident that they did not regard Black Widow, a woman, with any seriousness. As for Qin Xiao, who had just emerged from the bar's rear entrance, he was merely perceived as a mere backdrop. A seemingly frail Asian man. The trio remained silent, sneering as they charged towards Black Widow, who was Black Widow that they would consider themselves her equals. With a slight smile, she performed her signature head tilt before preparing to accelerate towards the 3 burly men. However, before she could even take a step, a shadow zipped past her. At that moment, Qin Xiao possessed not only the super soldier serum coursing through his veins, but also donned an E-class combat suit that enhanced his abilities. His combat skills rivaled those of the world's elite soldiers. In a matter of moments, he was upon the trio, his right hand gripping the face of the foremost man. Without breaking stride, he utilized the momentum of his body to slam the man's face backward with a forceful thrust. Bang! The back of the man's head collided precisely with the nose of the individual behind him. Releasing his hold, Qin Xiao executed an elbow strike to the side, catching the last man unprepared as his elbow struck the temple with precision. In less than 2 seconds, he effortlessly incapacitated all 3 men, flowing past Black Widow as if in a dance. After completing his task, he wore a faint smile, turning to strike a pose. Unexpectedly, upon turning, he nearly collided with the dark muzzle of a gun. "What the hell are you doing?" Qin Xiao exclaimed, startled by the sudden turn of events. "Who are you?" Black Widow's expression grew serious. The trio was no ordinary adversaries. Even she would require several rounds to bring them down. Yet here was Qin Xiao, having dispatched them before fully grasping the situation. "Man," Qin Xiao raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Look, I mean no harm. I merely observed you engaged in a scuffle and thought I should exhibit a touch of chivalry, right? It's one thing not to offer me a drink, but quite another to point a gun at my head," he said with a cheerful grin, disregarding any potential malice from Black Widow. He was confident he could evade gunfire at such close range, not to mention his attire rendered him impervious to blades and bullets. Although Black Widow sensed no hostility from him, she cautiously took 2 steps back, keeping her gun trained on his forehead. "Step back. I intend to take these 3 with me." "Very well," Qin Xiao replied, slowly retreating a step, just as Black Widow sighed in relief. He pushed off with his right leg, executing a Z-shaped maneuver to evade her aim. Before she could react, he had already closed the distance, seizing the mini handgun from her grasp. In the film, the character of Black Widow is portrayed as an ordinary individual endowed with exceptional combat skills and physical prowess, unlike her comic book counterpart, who possesses genetically enhanced abilities. Qin Xiao, equipped with a super serum, has surpassed the limits of human speed and reflexes, rendering him almost instinctual in his actions, which naturally catches the Widow off guard. He pressed a gun directly against her head, pinning her against the wall. "What do you intend to do?" Black Widow inquired, her expression inscrutable as her right hand stealthily moved toward her thigh. "Your betrayal shall be your punishment." Qin Xiao replied with a slight smile, swiftly disassembling her small firearm into fragments. His basic combat training included a fundamental understanding of firearm operation, while his accuracy remained uncertain. Comprehension and usage were not issues. He discarded the pieces onto the floor, holding aloft the bullet that had been ejected from the gun, tossing it gently towards the center of her attire, which was perfectly ensnared between her curves. "Do you know? Cupid wields not only bows and arrows but occasionally indulges in handguns as well?" He chuckled, casually brushing his hand against her waist. With a sudden retreat, Qin Xiao laughed heartily as he turned to leave the bar. That insufferable scoundrel. It wasn't until Qin Xiao returned to the bar that Black Widow's right hand slowly emerged from beneath her skirt, holding a compact stun gun. She had been on the verge of launching an attack moments earlier, uncertain whether Qin Xiao had orchestrated the encounter or if it had merely been serendipitous, ultimately allowing him to depart. Though she was curious about Qin Xiao's true identity, the urgency of her mission took precedence. She could investigate him at a later time. With a mixture of annoyance and an indescribable sentiment, Black Widow retrieved her phone to summon her colleagues to clean up the aftermath. Unbeknownst to Qin Xiao, Black Widow's thoughts were her own. He, however, felt satisfied having completed his task. From a personal perspective, he had undoubtedly made a lasting impression on her. Leaving other matters for another day, it was prudent to call it a night. Lingering further would likely lead to an encounter with S.H.I.E.L.D. While he held a keen interest in Black Widow, it was wise to maintain a distance from S.H.I.E.L.D. At the memory of that bullet slipping into Black Widow's attire, Qin Xiao felt a surge of excitement. Upon entering the bar, he eagerly sought the girl he had been observing for several days, only to discover she had already departed. Alas, time to return and rest. Chapter 7. The combat coach assumes his role after visiting Stark Industries twice and receiving 2 checks of $100,000 each. Qin Xiao finally received a call from Pepper Potts. Tony Stark had finally remembered his combat coach. In truth, while Tony Stark possessed an immense ego, he showed considerable respect for others when it came to learning new skills. He had sent Happy to escort Qin Xiao to his residence, possibly due to the profound impact Qin Xiao had made on Happy during their last encounter, where a single punch had obliterated a punching bag. As Tony Stark's personal bodyguard, Happy felt the need to enhance his own professional standards and requested to learn martial arts from Qin Xiao during their journey. Upon arriving at Stark's residence, the grandeur of the mansion was even more astonishing in person than in the films. It was almost the size of a small shopping mall. What was more infuriating was that such an expansive house had no servants. Aside from his bedroom, Tony spent most of his time sequestered in the basement working on inventions. One might wonder what the purpose of such a large house was. In contrast to the mansion, the nascent artificial intelligence known as JARVIS did not leave Qin Xiao as awestruck as he had anticipated, for the experience of viewing it in a film bore little difference from reality. With a sense of retribution against the capitalist and Tony's previous arrogance, Qin Xiao commenced his first lesson with Tony. The fundamental exercise known to all Chinese martial artists, the horse stance. Lower your thighs and calves to form a right angle, and drop your hips a bit. Do not arch your back. Goodness. Happy, are you attempting to entice me with that ample backside? Lower it a bit more. As Tony Stark and Qin Xiao are not yet well acquainted, Qin Xiao is not permitted access to the underground laboratory. Instead, Tony led him to the expansive balcony outside. I came here to learn martial arts, not to practice these ridiculous postures, Happy complained, struggling to maintain his stance. This is a basic exercise in Chinese martial arts. Qin Xiao explained. I've practiced something similar. It will strengthen your lower body, making it more difficult for an adversary to topple you. To Qin Xiao's surprise, Tony had indeed practiced Wing Chun for a period and had even sought out a Wing Chun master. In fact, it was actor Robert Downey Jr., who had trained in Wing Chun, not the character Tony Stark, but this detail is being repurposed here. At that moment, Tony, exhibiting a sense of ease despite Happy's confusion, took the opportunity to explain the exercise to him. With the boss's directive, Happy had no choice but to squat down again, struggling to adjust his posture until he finally achieved the correct position. However, I have a question, Tony mused. He appeared quite comfortable in the horse stance and was still able to engage in conversation with Qin Xiao. You mentioned that the master of Wing Chun I studied under is a renowned martial arts figure in your homeland. Why do I sense he does not possess your level of prowess? Qin Xiao reclined in a chair he had somehow acquired, casually posing the question. True martial arts encompass lethal techniques, yet the genuine essence is seldom propagated outside. The majority of contemporary Chinese martial arts are merely ostentatious displays, akin to the distinction between Hogwarts and ordinary magicians. Qin Xiao's assertions are not unfounded. Even within the Marvel universe, authentic martial artists like Shang-Chi have emerged. In the context of the past, true martial disciplines have indeed languished, rendering the search for authentic masters nearly futile. Renowned martial schools and masters today are predominantly characterized by superficiality and performance. Recently, it appears that Tony Stark has been rather idle, as he has summoned Happy to escort Qin Xiao for training nearly every day. This compels Qin Xiao to adopt a more serious approach to the endeavor. While he may not possess genuine mastery of traditional Chinese boxing, he finds it feasible to entertain Tony and Happy, both of whom are novices. Daily, he instructs them to assume stances and engage in an hour of physical conditioning, culminating in bouts where Qin Xiao offers guidance. Remarkably, after nearly a month of training, their combat skills have indeed shown rapid improvement. The most significant development for Qin Xiao, however, is the burgeoning camaraderie with Tony Stark. Over the month, he has unexpectedly discovered numerous commonalities between them, a disdain for all forms of formalism, an aversion to overly serious individuals, and a shared perception of their hypocrisy. Such traits are prevalent among the majority, yet most individuals are dulled by the harsh realities of life, as was Qin Xiao in his previous existence. Tony Stark is fortunate. His identity and innate talents afford him the privilege of maintaining his convictions and demeanor within the world. However, after traversing into this realm and acquiring a system, Qin Xiao's own carefree spirit slowly began to emerge. Moreover, they share a penchant for dark humor. Recently, Happy has been burdened with several amusing nicknames, such as Fat But Butter and the Elegant But Dance Man, which has rendered him hesitant to train alongside them. Tony Stark's innate talent, coupled with the rigorous physical training and Qin Xiao's guidance, has led Happy to gradually become less of a match for Tony. This scenario is undoubtedly a considerable affront for a bodyguard. Rumor has it that he is contemplating a transfer to the security department at Stark Industries. While Qin Xiao is engrossed in training Tony and nurturing their friendship at the SHIELD headquarters in Washington, director Nick Fury stands by the window, maintaining his usual demeanor as he gazes coldly at the outside world. Behind him stands the Black Widow, clad in a sleek black bodysuit, appearing even more formidable than when Qin Xiao last encountered her at the bar. Almost all the agents have taken their own lives, with only 2 remaining, who stubbornly refuse to divulge any information during interrogation. The Black Widow spoke calmly. It matters not. All covert operations within the United States have been dismantled by us. Whatever they wish to do is futile. Whether they know anything is of no consequence. How does it feel to confront former colleagues with your own hands, Agent Romanoff? Nick Fury turned to her and inquired, in my previous life, I made numerous mistakes. I am more than willing to utilize my knowledge of them to thwart their activities. For me, it serves as a means of atonement for past errors. The Black Widow's expression was serene, as if she had completely emerged from her former shadows. Oh, if that is truly how you feel, then that is splendid. This matter is concluded, and we need not deliberate further. Let us grant those two agents a peaceful departure. I am quite intrigued by your last encounter with that Asian individual, Nick Fury remarked, gesturing towards a document on his desk. The first page of that document bore the name and photograph of Qin Xiao, and beneath it lay the substantial file regarding the Avengers Initiative. Chapter 8 Under the Watchful Eye of S.H.I.E.L.D. Hawkeye and Black Widow epitomized the pinnacle of hand-to-hand combat on this planet, excelling in speed, physicality, and strength. Yet, according to Black Widow's description, there exists an entity that could effortlessly overpower her. It is this incongruity that compelled her to draw her weapon against Qin Xiao, even in the absence of any overt hostility. Such an overwhelming sense of pressure, derived from raw power, had only been experienced by her once in her illustrious career, courtesy of the legendary Winter Soldier. The matter of super serum is no trifling concern. Thus, Black Widow relayed the entire situation, along with her insights and conjectures, to Nick Fury. He was aware that the military still possessed incomplete samples of the super serum, rendering the creation of a genuine super soldier impossible. Consequently, he speculated whether Qin Xiao had inadvertently undergone a form of mutation. This led him to investigate Qin Xiao's life trajectory and the individuals surrounding him. Nick Fury's resources are unparalleled, far exceeding those of ordinary intelligence agencies. It wasn't long before the system had thoroughly scrutinized Qin Xiao's history. In over 20 years spent here, the only two extraordinary events were the tragic shooting incident that claimed his parents during his childhood and the recent gunfire that transpired shortly after his arrival in Isaiah's residence. However, both incidents featured a figure deliberately erased from records, Isaiah. Isaiah is a presence that the American government refuses to acknowledge. Once drained of all utility by the government, he had been granted a pardon by a president and has since lived in hiding. Upon learning his name, Nick Fury had all pertinent classified documents on his desk within mere hours. Equipped with this information, he could begin to piece together the larger puzzle. A super soldier predating Captain America, the first successful test subject? Black Widow exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, there are always some scoundrels within the government who indulge in sordid affairs. Here was a man who had served his country, valiantly opposing Hydra, only to be imprisoned in a laboratory for 30 years. Nick Fury seethed with indignation. Isaiah's plight was indeed profoundly tragic. However, he understood that, given Isaiah's strength, it was impossible for him to extract the super serum independently and successfully create a super soldier. Thus, the only plausible explanation was that an accident had occurred, perhaps linked to that very shooting incident, enabling Qin Xiao to assimilate the super serum. Nick Fury's analysis was nearly conclusive. Regardless of its accuracy, one certainty remained. Qin Xiao was undoubtedly a super soldier who had transcended the limits of human capability. Coincidentally, he had a plan that necessitated a super soldier. Romanoff agent, in the upcoming period, your task is to approach Qin Xiao. I require a comprehensive psychological assessment and character analysis report as detailed as possible. Understood. The Black Widow responded, turning to exit Nick Fury's office. Nick Fury sighed, his gaze settling upon the Avengers blueprint. It is worth noting that this plan has lingered in his mind for over a decade. Few in the world are aware that extraterrestrial beings truly exist, possessing both individual prowess and technology that far surpasses Earth's capabilities. The planet is in dire need of super warriors, extraordinary individuals, a coalition of superheroes capable of resisting foreign civilizations when the time comes. During this period, Qin Xiao expended the 500 points earned from his previous mission with great enthusiasm. He mastered the use of E-grade cold weapons and even commissioned a customized tank sword. The system, ever considerate, designed it for easy transport, with the initial state consisting solely of a hilt. The blade was cleverly concealed in segments within the hilt. To utilize it, one merely needed to open the hilt, and with a vigorous flick, the blade would instantly manifest. Each joint was elegantly obscured by dragon-shaped engravings on the blade. The weapon's overall hue was black, with only the blade exuding a faint gleam of metallic coldness. Qin Xiao tested it and found that ordinary metal could be effortlessly cleaved in two. Only certain specialized alloys could withstand the onslaught of this tank sword. With such a formidable weapon in hand, Qin Xiao's combat prowess soared to new heights. Qin, if you have time tonight, accompany me to a charity gala. In Tony Stark's basement, he lay on the ring after being soundly defeated by Qin Xiao, gazing at the ceiling, panting as he spoke. Tony, I am not your date. Why should I accompany you to a charity gala? I lack the funds to engage in philanthropy. Qin Xiao replied, retrieving a bottle of mineral water from the fridge. I am Tony Stark, my friend. I never require a date for parties. The moment I appear, all the women flock to me. However, you won't have the chance to experience that. So, are you going or not? There will be plenty of beautiful women, including several Hollywood starlets. The mention of numerous beauties piqued Qin Xiao's interest. Tony Stark continued, you are merely 22 years old, for heaven's sake. When I was your age, I attended parties every night. You should take this opportunity to meet more friends. Come on, let's unwind a bit. I am heading to Afghanistan in a few days to sign a contract with the military, Consider this a pre-departure celebration. Afghanistan? Qin Xiao silently repeated the name of the country in his mind. It seems the plot is about to unfold. I wonder what kind of tasks the system will assign me and how many points I will earn. The journey to Afghanistan marks a pivotal turning point in Tony's life, as well as the metamorphosis of Iron Man. Thus, during this time, Qin Xiao and Tony have been getting along quite well. Ultimately, Qin Xiao refrained from cautioning Tony to be more careful and instead agreed to accompany him to the soiree that evening. At such gatherings, individuals typically form their own small circles, engaging in conversation in groups of 2 or 3. Tony, surrounded by beautiful women, seldom interacted with others. This time, he decided to bring Qin Xiao along. Tony, I've just realized you were quite the deceiver. You told me this was a charity gala. Yet it's evidently a celebration for the military presenting you with a patriotic award. Look around. It's filled with old men in uniforms. Where are the Hollywood stars you promised me, you scoundrel? Qin Xiao recognized he had been misled. This was clearly the award ceremony depicted at the beginning of the Iron Man film. Relax, perhaps I misremembered. I merely agreed to attend. I never claimed I would patiently wait for an award. Follow me, and I shall introduce you to the lovely ladies. In a scene reminiscent of the film, Tony dashed into the hotel's casino. However, unlike the movie where he was accompanied by a throng of bodyguards, now only Happy trailed behind Tony and Qin Xiao. Come on, lighten up. Let's have some fun with a few chips, and soon enough, a continuous stream of beautiful women will surround us. I can promise you the first pick, provided they are willing to forsake me. Tony handed Qin Xiao a hefty stack of chips. Qin Xiao rolled his eyes, thinking, with your wealth, the women here must be quite mad to follow me. Regardless, he resigned himself to the notion that the evening's beauties were beyond his reach and aimed to assist Tony in losing some money instead. He boldly placed the entire heap of chips on the number 1 betting spot on the roulette table. Oh, for heaven's sake, have you never gambled before? Indeed. Betting on number 1 is hardly a wise choice. One can feel quite lonely, can't they? If it were me, I would choose number 2. Tony Stark's words were interrupted by the familiar voice of a woman known to Qin Xiao, who, while speaking, pushed his chips over to the number 2 position. Chapter 9. The plot commences. The Black Widow. Today, Natasha donned a delightful ensemble, a white base adorned with a light blue faux 2-piece dress, gracefully complemented by a knee-length sheer overlay. Her shapely, straight thighs were tantalizingly visible beneath the fabric, in comparison to the attire worn during their previous encounter at the bar. This outfit exuded a more innocent and playful charm. However, in the casino, where beauty was commonplace and revelers donned tank tops and shorts, her outfit radiated an allure that was hard to ignore. The mesmerizing effect was evident, particularly on Tony Stark, who became utterly entranced upon her arrival. Hello. While I am certain you are well acquainted with my identity, allow me to introduce myself. I am Tony Stark. Of course, in this nation, who could possibly be unaware of Tony Stark? And you must be Natasha Romanoff. The Black Widow did not shy away from revealing her true name, perhaps considering it unnecessary or confident in the secrecy surrounding her identity. With a polite nod towards Tony, she turned to Qin Xiao, saying, I apologize for leaving abruptly last time at the bar. Today, I am here to make amends. I shall accompany you in your gambling endeavors. Excellent. Qin Xiao unabashedly extended his arm, inviting the Black Widow to link hers with his. The roulette wheel began to spin. The small iron ball danced around the wheel several times before, astonishingly, it gradually settled on the number 2. Tony, witnessing the rare beauty rushing to Qin Xiao's side, initially contemplated a snarky remark, but upon seeing the wheel land on number 2, he could not help but exclaim, yes. While Tony cared little for the monetary stakes, the thrill of hitting a single number on an American roulette wheel, which featured 38 digits, was undeniably exhilarating. It was evident that the alluring woman was indeed focused on Qin Xiao. Tony, not one to cling desperately, turned to Happy with a nonchalant inquiry. How many chips did I give him earlier? Ah, yes, it was 18,000, right? He just won 6 million. Damn it, Qin. You ought to express your gratitude to this lovely lady. She deserves a portion of the winnings. The initial stake was mine, so it's half and half. You can give your share to her. Happy, take half of these chips and follow me. Though Tony was captivated by the beauty approaching Qin Xiao, he recognized the futility of pursuing her further. Instead, he opted to seek amusement elsewhere, but not before leaning in to whisper to Qin Xiao. Do let me know the name of that bar you frequent, and I shall seek you out upon my return from Afghanistan. Tony, be careful. Qin Xiao couldn't help but offer a word of caution. Yet, Tony appeared to brush it off without a second thought. Once Tony departed, Qin Xiao turned to the Black Widow. Do not dare claim that tonight's encounter was mere coincidence. I refuse to believe it, Miss Romanoff. Very well. I admit I came specifically to seek you out. However, we shall discuss the matter later. For now, let us enjoy ourselves. These chips belong to me as well. As Tony mentioned, at this moment, the Black Widow radiated the exuberance of a spirited young girl. Leading Qin Xiao through the bustling casino, they wandered from table to table, placing casual bets at each one. Interestingly, the character of Black Widow in the film is merely 24 years old, just 2 years older than Qin Xiao in this realm. To be candid, she could indeed be considered rather youthful. One wonders whether Black Widow's luck is genuine, or if their combined fortunes have simply aligned. As they continued to wager at various tables, they astonishingly amassed a total of $4 million in chips. When it came time to exchange their chips, Black Widow declared that the money held no value for her. Refusing to take a single cent unperturbed, Qin Xiao deposited the entire sum into his own account. Just before their departure, they chanced upon Tony Stark at the hotel entrance, entering his vehicle with a female journalist. Before leaving, he cheekily winked at Qin Xiao. It seems you share a good rapport with him. From what I gather, befriending Tony Stark is no trivial feat, Black Widow remarked as they stood outside the hotel. Is that so? Perhaps we simply connect well. However, I can't help but think that having a seasoned agent like you leaning on me seems rather more challenging. Qin Xiao replied. How did you deduce that? Black Widow inquired, tilting her head with a playful smile, seemingly unfazed. Is it really that difficult to guess? Sneaking into a bar at midnight to confront 3 burly men, either a killer or an agent, and yet you refrained from taking their lives, he noted, acknowledging her formidable reputation. Despite knowing that Black Widow was a renowned international operative, he felt an urge to ruffle her hair. All right, you've got it. I am indeed an agent. Now, it's my turn to pose a question, she said, as they meandered down the street. Go ahead. Qin Xiao replied with a slight pout, indicating his indifference. How did you acquire the super serum? Was it because of Isaiah? Black Widow inquired directly, showing no intent to beat around the bush. This time, Qin Xiao was taken aback. The efficiency of S.H.I.E.L.D. was astonishing. With just a single incident, they had traced so much information. Nonetheless, given her forthrightness, he chose to be candid as well, recounting the events in detail. Ultimately, I was merely fortunate. Are you approaching me for the super serum? He asked, a hint of wariness creeping in. Although his connection with Isaiah was merely a construct of the system, Isaiah genuinely regarded him as a child. He was reluctant to allow Isaiah to be subjected to experimentation due to his own actions. No, we have no interest in the serum. It is far too unstable. Moreover, we would never disturb Isaiah. On the contrary, we are quietly eliminating some individuals with ulterior motives around him. My focus is solely on you. As they unknowingly wandered into a park, Black Widow released Qin Xiao and seated herself on a bench. Oh, Qin Xiao took a seat beside her. Me? Is it safe to say that the last bullet pierced your heart? Black Widow exclaimed, her tone laced with irritation. If you bring up that matter again, I shall turn your head into a sandwich. All right. I promise never to mention the bullet lodged in your chest again. Now, do elucidate what you mean by saying I am the target, Agent Romanoff. Qin Xiao feigned surrender, raising his hands in mock defeat. Allow me to formally introduce myself, Natasha Romanoff, Senior Agent of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. Our responsibility lies in monitoring all threats to global security. She replied, Do you truly believe I pose a threat to this world? Qin Xiao reciprocated with an introduction of his own. You possess strength, speed, and reflexes that transcend human limits. With a modicum of training, you could become the most formidable assassin on the planet, capable of eliminating significant figures, even a nation's president. I assure you, none would stand in your way. Do you think we would simply ignore you? What is your intention then? To imprison me? Qin Xiao inquired, gazing at Black Widow. Certainly not. My role is merely to observe and provide a risk assessment report. If you exhibit no signs of antisocial or inhumane behavior, we have no reason to detain you. Black Widow refrained from disclosing the Avengers initiative orchestrated by Nick Fury, opting instead for a more circumspect approach. Well, I must confess, I am quite the lecherous individual. I become dizzy at the sight of beautiful women, particularly someone as stunning as you. Would that be deemed a threat? Black Widow, astute as ever, acknowledged her own vulnerability before Qin Xiao. As if engaging with a new acquaintance, she conversed with him casually. Every word, every gesture he made, she meticulously analyzed, intending to relay her findings to Nick Fury later. Thus, the two sat in the park, conversing until the late hours of the night before parting ways. The following day, just before dinner, Qin Xiao received a call from Happy. Tony Stark had gone missing following an attack by terrorists in Afghanistan. At long last, the plot began to unfold. Qin Xiao inquired of the system why he had yet to return despite completing 2 missions. The system responded that he must await Tony Stark's transformation into Iron Man and assist him in defeating Ironmonger before he could return to the real world. While for Qin Xiao, both the real world and the Marvel Universe felt like mere realms of existence, the real world provided a sense of groundedness. Furthermore, he had assimilated the memories of his former self, and a myriad of matters awaited his attention in reality. The prerequisite remained. He needed to accrue points to exchange for substantial wealth upon his return. Chapter 10. Commencing the Rescue as a Premier Agent. The Black Widow possesses a remarkable ability to assess individuals accurately. Although their conversation meandered, she discerned that Qin Xiao exhibited no interest whatsoever in joining the Avengers Initiative or The wisdom of moderation is universally acknowledged, for now. Black Widow and Qin Xiao could be considered friends, prompting Nick Fury to redirect his focus elsewhere. However, the extent of surveillance he covertly maintained remained known only to him. Meanwhile, Tony Stark had been missing for nearly half a month. The U.S. military and the FBI frantically scoured Afghanistan, yet their efforts yielded no information. Agent Romanoff. Have you missed me? On the 14th day of Stark's disappearance, Qin Xiao received a mission from the system to rescue Tony Stark. He had assumed he would wait for Stark's return to commence the narrative and defeat the antagonist. He never anticipated such a sudden assignment. Though Qin Xiao had watched the film, he was not omniscient, particularly regarding the specific location of the cave. The military and FBI had combed through Afghanistan like locusts. Failing to locate it, there was no chance he could find it alone. Thus, he dialed Black Widow's number. In contrast to the current circumstances, he mused, "Yes, I miss you. Working by your side feels akin to a vacation." Black Widow's voice rang out robustly, interspersed with the sounds of gunfire. "Are you on a mission? Perhaps we should converse later?" "Wait a moment," Black Widow replied calmly. Qin Xiao listened as a cacophony of noises erupted from the phone, including gunshots, muffled groans, and the sounds of bodies collapsing. Ultimately, a man's prolonged, anguished scream resonated. Then Black Widow answered the call. "Did you need something?" The earlier scream was rather jarring, and Qin Xiao could not resist inquiring, "What did you do to that man?" "I crushed his testicles into a Mexican burrito." Though Qin Xiao initially uttered the words, Black Widow's half-joking delivery prompted him to inhale sharply. From that man's scream, it seemed she was likely not jesting. A sudden pang of discomfort coursed through him, compelling him to adjust his seating position before broaching the serious matter at hand. Obadiah Stane, the second shareholder of Stark Industries. "You are aware of him, I trust? I require some information about him. Are you in Los Angeles? It would be best if we could meet in person. Do you suspect that Stark's disappearance is connected to him?" Black Widow responded swiftly, momentarily hesitating before countering with a question. "Indeed. Are you in Los Angeles? I believe we should meet. Also, do not divulge this to anyone just yet. Wait for me. I will arrive in 2 hours." Black Widow abruptly terminated the call. In reality, she arrived at Qin Xiao's doorstep in just an hour and a half. Evidently, SHIELD is quite invested in the affairs concerning Tony Stark. The Black Widow, adorned in her sleek black combat suit, arrived without even changing her attire. "Humph," Qin Xiao whistled. "Wandering the streets at this hour in that outfit is nothing short of an affront to the profession of thuggery. If they are indifferent to their manhood becoming a burrito, I welcome them." The Black Widow gently pushed Qin Xiao aside and made her way to the sofa, sitting down. "Let us get to the point. Why do you suspect that fellow?" she asked directly. "Firstly, very few are privy to Tony's plans and routes to Afghanistan, aside from those close to him. Only the military is aware. I trust the military has already conducted an internal vetting. Secondly, who stands to gain the most from Stark's disappearance? He is the sole individual who fits both criteria. It's not rocket science, is it? A mere glance at any mystery film would reveal that," Qin Xiao exaggeratedly remarked. In truth, skepticism regarding this matter was not unfounded. When Tony Stark's father passed away, it was Obadiah who, against the odds, aided Tony in taking the reins of the entire company. Had he harbored intentions to usurp the company, that would have been the prime opportunity. Thus, to everyone's eyes, Obadiah appeared as a benevolent uncle, assisting Tony in managing the company, handling public relations during crises, and cleaning up the messes that ensued. This partner seemed like the greatest legacy Howard Stark had bequeathed to his son. Everyone was aware of this, and Qin Xiao, who had mingled with Tony for so long, certainly knew it too. He continued, "Everyone believes Obadiah helped Tony seize control of Stark Industries. In reality, only Obadiah understands that Tony is merely a golden goose. Unlike Tony and his father, he is a businessman, highly skilled in investment, whether in Howard or Stark. Now, it is his time to reap the rewards." Qin Xiao's assertions carried substantial weight. Once motive was established, the only one who fit all conditions was that bald-headed Obadiah. "I concede that your reasoning is quite compelling, but it is still insufficient. We cannot arrest him based solely on conjecture. I am not the Secretary of Defense." The Black Widow gestured helplessly. "I certainly grasp your intent, but I never suggested we arrest him. I merely wish to ascertain Stark's whereabouts. I seek to rescue my friend. If he truly is the perpetrator, he must have been in contact with those who kidnapped Tony, and he will inevitably leave behind some clues. Do you understand my point? You are undoubtedly an expert in this field. Let us give it a try. If it leads nowhere, no harm will be done. A discreet look into his private records, such as emails and phone calls, should not pose a challenge for you." For the renowned Black Widow, covertly investigating an individual was indeed trivial. However, the internal network of Stark Industries proved to be quite the headache for her. Stark Industries possesses its own communication satellites and maintains a self-sufficient internal network. While external intrusions may be executed with relative ease, any unauthorized data leakage triggers immediate alerts and results in a swift network shutdown. This approach, though simplistic and somewhat ruthless, proves remarkably effective. Just as Qin Xiao contemplated whether to enlist the assistance of Happy or Pepper, Black Widow stepped outside to make a phone call. All set. We simply await the outcome. Is it resolved? Did you not just mention that the only way in is from the inside? Qin Xiao inquired, astonished. It's not just me, it's us. I have mobilized our agents within Stark Industries through the director. We should receive news shortly, Black Widow replied with notable confidence. However, Qin Xiao found himself unsettled. What? You informed your director? Damn. Did I not explicitly instruct you not to disclose anything to anyone? I'm on a mission. I cannot simply vanish and travel thousands of kilometers to meet you without reporting in. Do you understand? Rest assured, we are the largest intelligence agency in the world. Our operatives are meticulously selected, not only for their expertise, but also for their dependability. Black Widow asserted with conviction. Qin Xiao rolled his eyes, pondering that one day she would truly comprehend the essence of S-H-I-E-L-D. However, for the moment, he could only hope that the individual Nick Fury had on hand was not one of Hydra. Otherwise, who knew what unforeseen troubles might arise? Chapter 11. Entering Afghanistan, Nick Fury acted swiftly. Within an hour, Black Widow received a dossier in her inbox. It contained not only evidence of Obadiah secretly trafficking weapons to terrorists, but also a video sent by the terrorists showing Tony Stark bound to a chair. It seems your suspicion was correct. It indeed ties back to Obadiah. However, locating Tony Stark will require a bit more time. Once we ascertain his whereabouts, we will rescue him at the earliest opportunity. Await my good news, Black Widow declared, appearing ready to depart. Qin Xiao hastily seized her arm. I wish to accompany you. He understood that with S-H-I-E-L-D's prowess, rescuing someone should not pose a significant challenge. Yet, he had a task at hand. Accumulating points was of utmost importance. No, this is not your responsibility. Trust us. Black Widow firmly rejected Qin Xiao's request. Tony is my friend, and the lead is mine. From every angle, I have a compelling reason to join this mission, and I am far from an ordinary civilian. Qin Xiao gazed unwaveringly at Black Widow. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was Nick Fury calling, and naturally, Black Widow opted to report the situation. To her surprise, Nick Fury accepted Qin Xiao's proposal to accompany them. However, there was a condition. Qin Xiao must join S-H-I-E-L-D. As Qin Xiao hesitated, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Task, join S-H-I-E-L-D, and become an agent. The task offered point rewards, which Qin Xiao could hardly ignore. Yet, he could not resist inquiring system. Why must I join S-H-I-E-L-D? Wouldn't I be freer outside? The system replied, to enable the host to better accomplish subsequent tasks. Rest assured, you will not be bound to work for S-H-I-E-L-D indefinitely. With that reassurance, Qin Xiao felt a wave of relief. I agree. I will join S-H-I-E-L-D, and you can take me to Afghanistan. Just a moment ago, he had been in doubt, but unexpectedly, he found himself assenting. Black Widow looked perplexed. Why? Did you not express reluctance towards excessive constraints? I need a job. Qin Xiao responded playfully. Black Widow was skeptical of this statement. Yet with Qin Xiao's silence, she found herself without recourse. She could only say, very well. Prepare yourself. We shall embark for Afghanistan to complete your first mission, rookie agent. In the southern deserts of Afghanistan, a Kun jet sliced through the sky, gradually halting at the border between Afghanistan and Pakistan. The rear compartment opened slowly, revealing a metallic ramp. A civilian SUV, bearing Pakistani license plates and manufactured in China, emerged from the aircraft. Clad in the attire of a backpacker, Black Widow and Qin Xiao settled into the front seats of the SUV. Black Widow gave the jet a thumbs up as she took the wheel. The tail and 3 exhaust ports of the Qin-style fighter jet emitted a bluish flame, soaring into the sky and instantly departing from the location. We had already identified the area. Shouldn't several aircraft and a team of special operations personnel armed to the teeth come in with a barrage of gunfire to rescue the hostages directly? Qin Xiao made a gesture mimicking gunfire, puzzled as he inquired. Firstly, such an approach necessitates extensive reconnaissance to ascertain the number of adversaries, their weaponry, and geographical positioning. We must ensure the safety of the hostages. Secondly, they are not within Afghanistan, but rather in Pakistan. Although this desert is a no-man's land, we cannot directly enter their airspace, as it poses significant risks. The Black Widow, effortlessly steering the vehicle with one hand, remarked, "Why not?" Qin Xiao was baffled. In films, regardless of whether it is the United States or even the Avengers, they seem to traverse any territory without concern for national boundaries. Because behind Pakistan stands an ally known as Huaxia. There is a saying, do not wander around with weapons near a lion. Every nation understands that while Huaxia can withdraw from the world cannot detach itself from Huaxia. The Black Widow stated coolly. Qin Xiao comprehended her meaning distinctly. For them to enter in a car was inconsequential, but approaching in a fighter jet was an entirely different matter. Although they were not in the same time frame, Qin Xiao felt a twinge of excitement at his nation's strength. Organizations like SHIELD would not dare to breach Pakistani boundaries even slightly. Such caution towards Huaxia was palpable. Observing the pride on Qin Xiao's face, the Black Widow chuckled. I almost forgot you were from Huaxia. Did you know there is a saying in the intelligence community? Whether they are international spies, operatives, or even mercenaries, one must never, ever enter Huaxia. Do you know why? Oh, why is that? Qin Xiao asked with keen interest. During the Cold War, spies from both the Soviet Union and the United States were ubiquitous around the globe. However, every individual who ventured into Huaxia mysteriously vanished. To my knowledge alone, both nations dispatched no less than 3 batches of over 100 individuals each, and ultimately, all went missing. It is said that the intelligence agencies of these 2 countries received a note from Huaxia's relevant authorities, inscribed with 4 bold characters. No entry for strangers. I once considered it mere folklore until I entered the National Strategic Defense and Logistics Bureau and witnessed that very note with my own eyes. It was simply unbelievable. The Black Widow shared certain insights about Huaxia with Qin Xiao as their vehicle headed south, crossing into Pakistan. At the border between Pakistan and Afghanistan lies an expansive desert, an uninhabited zone. Neither side stationed troops within the desert. However, after the so-called freedom fighters of the 10 Commandments gang abducted Tony Stark, they astutely anticipated the upheaval that would ensue in Afghanistan and thus immediately fled into Pakistani territory. This not only allowed them to evade the scrutiny of the American military, but as long as they remained a reasonable distance from the desert's edge in Pakistan, no one would venture into the sands to search for them. However, they never anticipated that their video would fall into the hands of the SHIELD agency. They were meticulous when sending the email, relaying it through servers in various countries. The terrorists featured in the video had their faces obscured, revealing only their eyes. Yet, considering the context of Afghanistan, this was more than sufficient for the SHIELD agency. Chapter 12. Desert Night. Upon receiving the video, we immediately conducted a visible range analysis of the masked terrorists and subsequently infiltrated Afghanistan's entire surveillance system using a new recognition software. Whether public or private surveillance, including smartphones, laptops, and tablets, as long as they were connected to the internet, we were able to capture all data. 2 days prior, we identified several terrorists from the video in a restaurant in this small town, with the similarity in their facial features exceeding 85. This was likely the location. On a sand dune in the desert, the Black Widow was connecting a telescope to her laptop. The vehicle was parked behind the dune, covered with a yellow desert camouflage tarp. In the distance, the small town appeared as merely a dark spot in Qin Xiao's view. However, once the connection was established, Qin Xiao noticed that every individual entering or exiting the town was automatically locked onto by the telescope, with the images directly transmitted to the computer where the software would analyze and recognize them. Are we just going to sit here staring at the computer? Qin Xiao wiped the sweat from his brow. The scorching heat of the desert during the day was indeed quite tormenting. The identification will trigger an alarm automatically. The Black Widow stood up and stretched, her devilishly alluring figure accentuated by the motion, especially paired with her angelic face that exuded both innocence and desire. I should make a trip to Chinatown to fetch some iced tea. Qin Xiao swallowed hard. The Black Widow noticed his gaze and smiled slightly. Quickly set up the tent. I'll place some small devices to help us with surveillance. If luck does not favor us, we may need to hold this position for a week. Due to border issues, they could not enter in large numbers directly. They would first need to discreetly locate their targets, confirm the number of their adversaries and their weaponry, particularly the precise location of Tony Stark, before determining their next course of action, although it was said they might stay for a week. No sooner had Qin Xiao opened the tent than the computer emitted an alarm. What luck we have! Qin Xiao rushed over to the computer. Although he was not well versed in the software, he saw a close-up image of an off-road vehicle with 4 individuals inside. The facial similarities of the front 2 matched at 87 and 89. It was apparent to even the simplest of minds. It must be them. Let us go. The telescope remained fixed on them as Qin Xiao hastily gathered his things. The 2 of them got into the vehicle and followed at a distance behind the off-road vehicle, which headed west, bumping along the desert for over 3 hours before they finally reached the terrorist's lair. Qin Xiao felt immensely relieved to have the Black Widow by his side. Tracking a vehicle in the desert was challenging, as getting too close was unwise, yet being too far could lead to losing the trail. The tire tracks would soon be buried beneath the shifting sands. Moreover, his inherent sense of direction was rather lacking, leaving him alone in the desert even with a GPS. Merely finding someone would be a considerable achievement. As he traversed the terrain, peering through binoculars, the off-road vehicle came to a halt once more behind a sand dune. The 2 individuals crouched atop the dune, binoculars in hand. The terrorists truly possessed an uncanny knack for selecting their locations. This site marked the intersection of Iran, Afghanistan, and Pakistan. Marvel's cinematic universe, not to be confused with reality. Those well-versed in geography, please refrain from criticism. Geographically skewed slightly towards Pakistan. It lay within an uninhabited expanse of desert. They had no inkling of how they had discovered such a stretch of sandy slopes and rocky hills. Within the small hills, several caverns had been excavated. The opposing side was a sandy incline with a fissure running through its center, creating a diminutive gorge-like formation. From a distance, it would be nearly impossible to discern anything at ground level. Only from above, with meticulous observation, could one truly grasp the situation. No wonder so many had been unable to locate Tony Stark. Discovering the site was merely the beginning. Over the following 3 days, Black Widow demonstrated to Qin Xiao the true meaning of professionalism. From the comings and goings of vehicles and the transportation of supplies, she inferred that this small base housed approximately 70 to 80 individuals. The regular delivery of water, food, and other materials to one of the caverns indicated that not only were hostages held here, but it was highly probable that Tony Stark was among them, as they might be manufacturing weapons within the caves. What impressed Qin Xiao most was her ability to remain practically the entire day lying on the dune. Binoculars trained on the terrorist camp. She had excavated a small pit, draping it with a camouflage garment for sun protection, enabling her to endure the day without water, thus minimizing the need for relief, a feat remarkable given the desert's harshness. In contrast to certain flashback scenes in films, this experience vividly underscored the brutality of her previous training. To facilitate their observations, they had erected a modest tent behind the dune. Although it was a sufficient distance from the terrorists' camp, they dared not ignite even the faintest glimmer of light at night. Tonight, the moonlight was splendid, and under its glow, Qin Xiao gazed upon Black Widow's exquisite features. An inexplicable pang of sorrow washed over him. This girl, barely 24 years of age, had endured so much. If offered the chance to exchange her life for that of a normal person, would she accept? Rarely did he find himself alone with this extraordinary beauty each evening. And while he often teased her, he unexpectedly posed this question today. Black Widow paused for a moment, then smiled as she replied, "Impossible. That is simply not an option for me. I have made many grave mistakes, far too many. Now, it feels more like a penance. And I am grateful for the opportunity one have." Her smile bore a hint of guilt, a trace of shame, and an indescribable bitterness. Qin Xiao suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. "It is not your fault, Natasha. Remember my words. You are merely a sword, not the executioner. The fault lies with the wielder. The weapon itself bears no moral distinction." This marked the first occasion that Qin Xiao addressed the Black Widow as Natasha, and the first time he spoke to her with such earnest consolation. Natasha remained silent for a considerable time before finally uttering a simple, "Thank you. Tonight, we must prepare for action. It is best that you rest for now, as we need to maintain our spirits. Support will arrive shortly, so please keep watch." With that, Natasha turned and entered the tent. "I have just discovered that I received a gift, a character summoning charm. I am profoundly grateful to Brother Qin Yu from Xihua Town. This is the first gift of this book, and I never expected to receive one after such a brief passage. This serves as an unparalleled encouragement for the author. Thank you." Chapter 13. Support from Hawkeye. Previously, Black Widow had mentioned that due to border issues, a large-scale rescue operation for Tony was unfeasible. Qin Xiao anticipated the arrival of a few individuals to deliver equipment supplies, aiding their infiltration into the Ten Rings camp. To his surprise, S.H.I.E.L.D. dispatched another ace agent, Hawkeye. At 1 in the morning, Hawkeye appeared before Qin Xiao on foot, clad in a black tactical suit, equipped with a quiver and wielding a composite bow. He also carried a bag containing various individual combat weapons. Perhaps it was due to the actors' advanced ages in the films, but all the characters Qin Xiao had encountered thus far appeared significantly younger than their cinematic counterparts. Hawkeye seemed to be in his 30s, exuding vitality with a stern expression. "Clint Barton, Agent Barton, this is Qin Xiao." Black Widow provided a brief introduction. "Natasha informed me of your situation. You've received Isaiah's blood and become a super soldier. You were fortunate, kid." Hawkeye extended his right hand toward Qin Xiao. "Calling me kid and saying I'm lucky? Ah," Qin Xiao thought to himself, suppressing a smirk as he grasped Hawkeye's hand. Indeed, did he wish to test me? Observing Hawkeye's robust arm, Qin Xiao smiled slightly and applied pressure. Hawkeye's countenance changed instantly. I swear, Hawkeye was merely engaging in a normal handshake. It was Qin Xiao who amplified the force. His strength was now measured in tons, and even the most elite agent could only operate within human limits. "Hey, Qin, what are you doing? Let go." Fortunately, Natasha intervened just in time, or else Hawkeye would have struggled to draw his bow today. "Are you all right?" Natasha inquired, glancing at Hawkeye's reddened face. He remained silent, shaking his hand and flexing his palm to indicate he was fine. "What were you thinking? Why such force in a handshake?" Natasha questioned. Qin Xiao felt embarrassed, realizing that Hawkeye had no intention of testing him. Otherwise, there would have been some resistance. He appeared completely ambushed. Rubbing the back of his head awkwardly, he explained, "I thought he was going to test me. It's how it's portrayed in the movies." And he called me kid and mentioned my good fortune. His voice trailed off, feeling genuinely remorseful. "I apologize, Agent Barton. Should I not resist? Would you care to squeeze back?" Qin Xiao extended his right hand once more. Hawkeye shot him a glance, suppressing the urge to punch him in the nose. It was clear to him that this kid was a complete novice. "You owe me one. Remember that." With a cold demeanor, he turned to gather his gear. As he turned away, Hawkeye's face contorted in pain, nearly brought to tears. There was no remedy for the agony inflicted upon his hand. A brief interlude has emerged, marking an unexpected acquaintance with Hawkeye. It is said that at 4 in the morning, humanity experiences the deepest slumber. A figure stealthily approached the vicinity of the Ten Rings gang's camp. "I have arrived at the designated location." "Over," Qin Xiao whispered from less than 20 meters away, adorned with night vision goggles resembling ordinary sunglasses. "Received. Remain still, observe the camp, follow instructions, and refrain from saying over. This is not a movie, rookie." Hawkeye's voice echoed through the earpiece. On a small sand dune approximately 100 meters from the camp, Hawkeye concluded his message, silencing the communication device, and drew his bow, aiming at the camp. "Shall we compare skills? The usual rules?" Beside him stood the Black Widow, wielding a sniper rifle equipped with a silencer. "Indeed. I never anticipated the opportunity to fight alongside you in the desert. It appears Nick truly values Tony Stark." The Black Widow meticulously surveyed the distribution of sentinels within the camp through a rifle scope. "It's not Stark he values. It's this kid, Qin. Clearly. We've been tasked with guiding a novice," Hawkeye remarked, adjusting the monocular scope on one of his eyes, which seemed to be his standard equipment for long-range archery. "I'll count to 3, and we strike together. 1, 2, 3. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh." Since absorbing the super serum, Qin Xiao's sensory perception had heightened beyond that of an ordinary person. He heard the whistling of arrows slicing through the air. As the sounds resonated, sentinels in the camp began to fall, one after another. Some were struck directly in the throat by arrows, while others had gaping holes opened in their foreheads. It was evident that the Black Widow and Hawkeye were working in tandem. In less than 2 seconds, all 7 or 8 sentinels, both visible and concealed, lay defeated. Then, footsteps approached from behind. Hawkeye sprinted towards Qin Xiao, and upon reaching his side, he knocked an arrow, intently focused on the camp's direction. It was then that Qin Xiao observed the Black Widow gracefully descending the small sand dune towards them, immediately aiming her weapon at the camp without a word. "I'll head to the left cave. Should anyone emerge, I'll hold them off. Stark should be on the right. I leave that to you." "Any issues?" Hawkeye inquired, glancing at Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao responded with an okay hand gesture. "Let us move." At Hawkeye's command, Qin Xiao sprang to his feet. This exemplified the remarkable efficacy of basic combat skills. Not only did he possess combat techniques, but also an understanding of firearms, even in a hostage rescue scenario. Although it was his first experience, his movements reflected the poise of someone who had undergone training, revealing him to be anything but a novice. Hawkeye discreetly signaled a thumbs up to the Black Widow. An expert discerns the subtleties with remarkable swiftness, adeptly evading obstacles while remaining vigilant for any foes that may suddenly emerge ahead. It is evident at a glance whether one is a seasoned veteran or not. This young man displays considerable promise. Hawkeye uttered a brief remark and promptly followed suit, sprinting towards the encampment. Whether it was due to their relaxed demeanor or their confidence in their chosen position, the cave was devoid of sentinels, save for 2 guards stationed at the inner gate. At that moment, however, they had succumbed to slumber against the formidable iron door. Qin Xiao hesitated briefly before drawing his silenced pistol and taking aim at one of the guards. Initially, he had intended to use a knife for his first kill, but upon reflection, he deemed the handgun a more prudent choice. Whether it was the nature of the firearm or the urgency of his mission, the act of killing from several meters away with the pistol did not evoke any discomfort in Qin Xiao. Chapter 14. The successful rescue. Having liberated the key from the guard, I gently unlocked the iron door. Before my eyes lay a disheveled workbench cluttered with an array of tools and metals. It was astonishing that such an environment could yield a miniature arc reactor and a suit of armor that transcended technology, truly a testament to the notion of a mortal body rivaling the divine. Akin to Iron Man. I marveled at this revelation. As I peered deeper into the cavern, I noticed 2 makeshift cots positioned at the far right. 2 figures lay under indistinguishable blankets. One was the briefly seen Dr. Ethan from the film, and the other was none other than Tony Stark, now transformed into Iron Man. Beneath the blanket, I could discern the ethereal blue glow emanating from the arc reactor. After spending considerable time together, I had developed a certain camaraderie with Tony. Typically resplendent in his attire, Tony Stark now appeared disheveled and unkempt. With a tinge of melancholy, I gently lifted his blanket. In an instant, Tony's eyes flew open, and he grasped my wrist with surprising vigor. Well, as your coach, should I commend you on your impressive learning? He exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. I had no time for pleasantries. I swiftly turned and clamped my hand over Ethan's mouth just as he was about to scream. Hush. If you wish to survive, do not utter a sound. I am a friend of Tony's. Having startled Ethan awake, his first instinct was to shout, but thankfully, I was quick on my feet. My God, I never imagined seeing you would bring such joy. What brings you here? Tony whispered, his voice laced with surprise. Would you believe I came to wait for the next subway? Nonsense. I am here to rescue you, my friend. And please, maintain your distance. I have no desire for a hug. For heaven's sake, Tony, you have no idea how foul you smell. Struggling free from Tony's embrace, I could not help but brush off the dust that clung to my clothes. Lowering my voice, I urged, the situation outside has been resolved. But we must keep our voices down. Follow me. At that moment, I heard Hawkeye's urgent voice over the earpiece. Qin, you need to pick up the pace. There's a surveillance room directly aimed at your location. I've already dealt with one unfortunate soul who arose in the middle of the night for a bathroom break. But we cannot afford to linger. Hurry, time is of the essence. Anxiously, I conveyed the urgency to the two men, though Tony was puzzled about who had accompanied me. He recognized that this was not the time for idle chatter. Rising to his feet, he grabbed a stack of blueprints from the workbench and unhesitatingly followed my lead. As I led the two men outside, Black Widow had already begun setting up small explosives in the vicinity. I informed Hawkeye of our evacuation. While a few others climbed closer to the mouth of the cave, Black Widow surveyed the valley below, filled with munitions, and commanded, "You two go fetch the vehicle. I will hold this position. If they emerge, I shall gift them a spectacular fireworks display." In her grasp, the Black Widow held a diminutive detonator, stating, the situation was dire, compounded by the darkness, and Tony had hardly glimpsed the visages of Hawkeye and herself. As she spoke, Tony discerned her features clearly and exclaimed, "It's you." Evidently, the Black Widow had made a profound impression on him at the casino. However, Tony wisely refrained from probing further at that moment, instead addressing her with a grave demeanor. "I wish to remain here with you. The missiles, rifles, and other armaments below are Stark Industries creations. I am uncertain as to why they have manifested here, yet I am determined to personally obliterate them." Qin Xiao, the individual most attuned to Tony's current sentiments, interjected before anyone else could speak. "It is settled then. I shall stay to safeguard them while Ethan accompanies Agent Barton to operate the vehicle." Hawkeye cast a glance at Qin Xiao and Tony, remaining silent as he gestured for Ethan and turned to depart. The trio sought refuge in a concealed location, where the first light of dawn began to break. Observing the luminous arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest, Qin Xiao remarked, "Your tattoo is quite impressive. It even glows. When we return, do arrange for me to have one as well." Tony offered a melancholic smile, pulling down his shirt to reveal the reactor. This device is essentially an electromagnet, perpetually bombarded by a myriad of tiny fragments aimed at my heart. I assure you, this sensation is not one to be desired. Even Qin Xiao, privy to the circumstances, could not help but gasp at the sight of such a substantial piece of metal embedded in a person's chest. "At least you won't need to switch on the nightlight when you venture to the restroom." Qin Xiao attempted to console him, patting his shoulder. Just then, a cacophony erupted from the campsite below. "Silence. They have discovered us," the Black Widow cautioned, and the three fell silent, observing the encampment. From the left cavern emerged a multitude of disheveled terrorists, armed with various rifles, shouting frantically. The Black Widow handed the detonator to Tony, instructing, "Wait a moment, until they gather in greater numbers." Without uttering a word, Tony accepted the device, clutching it tightly. Clearly, the recent events had left him with a psychological imprint. In a brief span, a burly, bald-headed man, seething with rage, stormed out, having reviewed the surveillance footage. Undeterred, he re-entered the cave where Tony had been imprisoned, only emerging over a minute later to issue a loud command to those below. "Now," the Black Widow exclaimed, almost instantaneously upon the utterance. Tony pressed down forcefully on the detonator's switch. Boom. Bang. The small explosives left by the Black Widow detonated almost simultaneously, igniting a plethora of missiles, grenades, and other munitions on the ground. The violent explosions reverberated, causing the ground to tremble beneath the three, situated hundreds of meters away. Countless bullets, propelled by the force of explosions, burst forth and scattered in all directions, resembling an extravagant fireworks display. At that moment, the sound of a car engine resonated behind the trio. Hawkeye observed as an off-road vehicle raced toward them from a distance. "Get in quickly. The explosions will attract the attention of the local military and government, and we must avoid unnecessary trouble. We need to leave at once." Hawkeye gestured urgently to the others. Tony cast a lingering glance at the scene before turning to follow Qin Xiao into the vehicle. Unbeknownst to them, the leader, a burly man with a shaved head, had been thrown into the cave by the shockwave of the explosion. Though injured, he had managed to evade the brunt of the blast. As the group departed, he slowly emerged from the cave, watching the dust kicked up by their retreating vehicle. He reached into his pants pocket and retrieved a satellite phone. Chapter 15. The pursuers traveling northwest from this point, we would soon find ourselves crossing into Afghanistan, where safety awaited us. After over an hour's journey, Hawkeye halted, glanced at the compass, and recalibrated the GPS. It appeared that we... Boom. The Black Widow's words were abruptly interrupted by a resounding explosion. A violent blast erupted less than 3 meters to the left of the off-road vehicle, sending a cloud of yellow sand soaring into the sky. To the left, Hawkeye shouted as he jerked the steering wheel. The Black Widow swiftly grabbed a pair of binoculars, directing her gaze towards the left. Go. Go. Hurry. Damn it. The Black Widow's expression shifted dramatically as she urged Hawkeye. Without hesitation, he floored the accelerator, the vehicle's engine roaring ferociously. No longer concerned with direction, they sped to the right. Qin Xiao, with keen eyes, spotted a figure in the distance wielding a metal tube. It was likely a portable rocket launcher, the source of the earlier explosion. A single rocket launcher posed little threat to their group, but the real danger lay behind the individual with the weapon. One after another, more than 10 off-road vehicles emerged from behind the sand dunes. Damn it! How could they arrive so quickly, and with so many? Hold on tight. There's no safety in falling out of the vehicle now. The pursuing vehicles were all open-top off-roaders, with nearly every one of them manned by terrorists brandishing rocket launchers. They commenced a frenzied barrage towards Hawkeye's vehicle. Hawkeye's hands flew over the steering wheel, swerving left and right in rapid succession. The vehicle twisted like a serpent, bumping through the desert amidst the explosions and swirling sand. Suddenly, Qin Xiao felt as though they had stepped into a scene from a spy film. They were approaching from the north. The Afghan border is perilous. Contact our people and alert the military for assistance, quickly. Hawkeye shouted to the Black Widow as he drove. I'm already on the phone, you bastard. The Black Widow retorted, one hand clutching the phone as gunfire erupted behind them. A bullet grazed her arm, shattering the vehicle's rearview mirror. Rat-a-tat-tat. Whether their rocket artillery had run out or their accuracy was simply abysmal, the assailants had mounted machine guns on their jeeps. The occupants of Hawkeye's vehicle could scarcely lift their heads. The relentless sound of bullets striking the vehicle filled the air. The opposing forces were armed with heavy machine guns, and the vehicle couldn't withstand such relentless fire. Hawkeye stole a glance back at Qin Xiao, Tony, and the others, sighed, and said to the Black Widow, "You take the wheel. We must retaliate." Without waiting for her response, he leaped into the front seat between the two front seats. No sooner had Hawkeye finished speaking than Natasha seized the steering wheel, her legs propelling her into position. "Now it's our turn, you bastards." Hawkeye knocked an arrow. Undeterred by the vehicle's tumultuous movements, the upper body remained almost motionless. Whoosh! An arrow was released. Qin Xiao witnessed the nearest vehicle erupting into a massive blaze. Obliterated by Hawkeye's explosive arrow, the rear windows shattered into a spiderweb of cracks. "Duck!" Qin Xiao shouted to Tony and Ethan, then swiftly smashed a fist through the glass. He raised a rifle, aiming at the assailants behind him, and opened fire. Qin Xiao's marksmanship was mediocre, and under such circumstances, it was even more challenging to hit a target. Nevertheless, he was unperturbed by the expenditure of ammunition, opting for automatic mode and unleashing a barrage of bullets. This caused considerable disruption among the enemy's machine gunners, forcing them to abandon their reckless stance. Whoosh! After a brief moment of aiming, Hawkeye released another arrow, reducing yet another vehicle to a fireball. Whoosh! Another one. "Yes. Well done, my friend." Qin Xiao praised as he observed Hawkeye take a seat after firing his shot. Qin Xiao's distraction, combined with Hawkeye's 3 arrows, had incapacitated 3 vehicles, prompting the enemy to reassess their distance and refrain from advancing so boldly. Their pressure eased significantly. As they retreated slightly, Qin Xiao encouraged, "Keep it up, Cupid. Just a few more, and we'll have taken out 5 or 6 vehicles." He glanced at Hawkeye, who replied, "I wish I could. But I'm out of explosive arrows. Besides, I'm Hawkeye, not Cupid, rookie." "What do you mean you're out of explosive arrows? We're up against a horde of terrorists. Can't you carry more gear?" Qin Xiao exclaimed in frustration. "We're here to rescue people, not to wage war, rookie." Hawkeye retorted while inspecting his quiver. "I understand you're here to save me, but could you at least arm me too? It's not in my nature to be a punching bag." Tony interjected suddenly. "Damn it, I'm called Hawkeye. Stop giving me ridiculous names. And who said I can't handle the situation without explosive arrows?" With that, Hawkeye sprang to his feet, quickly took aim, and remarkably fired 2 arrows in succession, one striking a machine gunner in the head, while the other pierced the windshield, killing the driver. The vehicle swerved violently and toppled over in the desert. "See that, rookie? And you too, millionaire? Leave the professional tasks to the professionals," he said, exchanging glances with Tony, who shrugged in response. "You have a point. Precision speaks for itself. But why not take out both drivers with 2 arrows? That way, they deflip 2 vehicles." Tony suggested. "I think Qin is right." Ethan chimed in. Indeed. After that brief skirmish, only 2 off-road vehicles remained on the opposing side, with virtually no pressure left. The group felt a wave of relief, eagerly awaiting Hawkeye to rise and dispatch them with ease. True to expectations, Hawkeye stood up and expertly eliminated one of the vehicles. As he rose once more, a thunderous crack echoed. Hawkeye collapsed almost as soon as he stood, a bullet firmly embedded in the right side of his bulletproof vest. Damn, there are still enemies. His words seemed to signal the commencement of an assault. From the left, nearly 20 off-road vehicles emerged suddenly from the dunes. In an instant, a cacophony of gunfire erupted, with numerous bullets kicking up clouds of yellow sand in front and to the left of the vehicles, creating lethal trajectories. Had they not fortuitously taken cover behind a dune, their vehicle would have been rendered inoperable by that barrage. This situation is untenable. Can we not summon military assistance? Tony inquired, taking advantage of the dunes that obscured their enemy's view. We're in a predicament. Even if they come directly, it will be difficult for us to endure this interval. Fortunately, there are several dunes ahead. Let us traverse them one by one and see if we can shake them off, Hawkeye suggested, gesturing toward the undulating dunes. Qin Xiao glanced at the rolling dunes ahead, aware that with so many pursuers behind them, it would be impossible to evade them merely by relying on these dunes. We want to have enough time for reinforcements. I recall there are 2 sizable weapons in the vehicle. I have a plan, Qin Xiao murmured. Chapter 16, Alone at the Rear. The 10 Rings, though not prominently featured in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, have nonetheless established a formidable presence, particularly in the Middle East. At least, this was the case up to the point of Qin Xiao's transference. His knowledge of the comics was limited to the likes of the Mandarin and a mere ring. However, it appears that the influence of the 10 Rings in the Asian sectors of the Middle East is indeed substantial. The distance from the desert camp where they rescued Tony to Afghanistan is relatively short, yet they have faced relentless pursuit from 6 fully armed off-road vehicles. And now they find themselves encircled by nearly 20, even with 2 elite operatives and Qin Xiao, a super soldier. Their initial response has been stifled by the overwhelming firepower of their adversaries. The prospect of retaliation seems bleak. They would soon be reduced to mere fragments under the barrage of heavy machine gun fire, to thwart any unforeseen incidents and impede their pursuers. Their vehicle was equipped with 2 6-barrel Gatling guns. As their vehicle traversed over 3 sand dunes, Qin Xiao shouted for a halt. Leaping from the vehicle while cradling one of the Gatling guns, with one Gatling in his grasp, Tony positioned another on the ground. Hawkeye remained steadfast with his bow and arrows, while Black Widow and Ethan wielded automatic rifles. Beyond these dunes lay the risk of being scattered, making this their last opportunity. Qin Xiao crouched behind the dune, glancing at the approaching enemy. The terrain indeed offered a temporary hindrance, yet it would not hold for long. The enemy was too numerous, and their ammunition was woefully inadequate for an extended engagement. Hawkeye quickly assessed their supplies. A few minutes will suffice, as long as we can halt their advance. Qin Xiao fixed his gaze on the enemy's sand dune, awaiting the moment when their vehicles would crest the hill and descend into the natural basin nestled between the dunes, thus trapping them in place. However, Natasha interjected but was interrupted by the thunderous roar of approaching vehicles. One by one, the off-road vehicles emerged from the dune, racing downhill toward them. Prepare yourselves, Qin Xiao commanded, intently watching as the enemy vehicles gradually came into view. As soon as the majority of the vehicles entered the lowest part of the basin, he seized the moment. Now, Qin Xiao fired the first shot, prompting the others to comply with his plan, despite their uncertainty. The 2 Gatling guns and 2 automatic rifles unleashed a torrent of lethal fire. Coupled with Hawkeye's deft arrows that felled several drivers, the enemy vehicles began to react. Forming a line for cover, the terrorists could only take refuge behind a couple of vehicles to return fire. But the ferocity of the Gatling guns rendered a single vehicle insufficient for their protection. Excellent. Cease fire. Upon witnessing the enemy establishing their defensive positions, Qin Xiao signaled for his team to halt their gunfire. Patton, whenever someone attempts to drive on the opposite side, you must shoot them with an arrow, eliminating the driver. If they remain still, do not move. We have merely 5 individuals concealed behind the dunes, occasionally shifting positions to catch a glimpse. The moment anyone on the opposite side makes a move, Hawkeye will swiftly release an arrow. Should multiple adversaries stir or attempt to drive, our firearms will unleash a barrage of fire. Indeed, we have managed to pin the enemy down effectively. Is this your plan? Our ammunition is dwindling. What comes next? Black Widow remarked as she replaced a magazine. Next, you shall witness my performance. Leave me a bit of supplies, and when they make a move, we will launch another round. You must depart immediately. Qin Xiao addressed the individuals below with a calm demeanor. No, how can you do this? What is your plan? Tony was the first to voice his dissent. Qin Xiao had come to rescue him. He could not abandon him in the desert. You should understand. You all should leave first. My chances of survival are greater alone. We are not far from Afghanistan. If you move swiftly, I can surely await reinforcements. Qin Xiao explained to Black Widow and Hawkeye. They exchanged glances, realizing this was indeed the most prudent course of action. Keeping the enemy occupied here was essential. Aside from the ammunition dilemma, no one could ascertain which side's reinforcements would arrive first. Their numbers were still insufficient, and should more adversaries approach from another direction, they risked being encircled by the enemy. No, I oppose this. We must have alternative options, Tony exclaimed upon noticing Hawkeye and Black Widow's wavering resolve. Tony, listen to me. Look here. Qin Xiao beckoned him with a finger. As soon as Tony's gaze shifted, Qin Xiao swiftly executed a hand chop to the side of Tony's neck. Damn it. Why did you hit me? Tony questioned, clutching his face. Qin Xiao felt a touch of embarrassment. Fearing he might have struck too hard, he had held back, resulting in an awkward situation. Qin Xiao scratched his head, but unexpectedly, Hawkeye stood and delivered a precise chop to the back of Tony's neck. Tony let out a muffled groan before collapsing to the ground. And what about you? Do you wish to follow, or be knocked unconscious by me? Qin Xiao cast a sidelong glance at Ethan. I'll go with them. I will obey. Ethan raised his hands in compliance. Recalling how Tony had been subdued with just 2 swift strikes, undoubtedly causing him pain and swelling. At that moment, 2 vehicles from the opposite side attempted to veer in another direction, only to be forced back to their original position by the relentless spinning of 2 Gatling guns. Hawkeye took the opportunity to shoot down the driver of one vehicle with a single arrow. Now is the time. You must hurry and leave, Hawkeye urged, without uttering another word, as he bent down to lift the unconscious Tony. Meanwhile, Black Widow cast a worried glance at Qin Xiao. That look in your eyes. Surely you do not intend to confess your feelings now. For heaven's sake, hurry and bring reinforcements to find me, swiftly. Qin Xiao spoke fiercely, even delivering a sharp slap to the Black Widow's backside. This time, however, the Black Widow merely shot him an exasperated glance. If you cannot withstand the pressure, do not force it. Engage in guerrilla warfare. We will find you. Indeed, Qin Xiao nodded emphatically. Subsequently, the convoy of off-road vehicles emerged directly from the deserts of Iran. At the helm was a portly man with a bushy beard. It was he who had orchestrated the sudden assault after traversing the sand dunes, surrounding the enemy with a makeshift fortress. Despite the ferocity of the opposing fire, the man remained unperturbed, confident in his numbers. The enemy could not possibly carry sufficient ammunition. This was their territory, the desert, and they would outlast their foes. Yet, as time dragged on, the portly man grew uneasy and decided to send 2 vehicles to break through and test the waters. However, as soon as the engines roared to life, the sound of gunfire from the opposing Gatling gun filled the air. There were also those fearsome arrows. One could effortlessly take down a man. Damn it. This cannot continue. If we prolong this any further, the American military will intervene. The bearded man anxiously pounded the sand beneath him. He sent out 2 teams to flank the enemy, only to have them either driven back by a hail of bullets or struck down by Hawkeye's deadly aim. Chapter 17. The breakout of the 10 Commandments gang continuing down this path is not a viable solution. The bearded man once again appointed a rather astute terrorist. You. Drive east, keep your head down, and simply accelerate in the right direction. No need to watch the road. After the unfortunate fellow prepared himself in the vehicle, the bearded man summoned another subordinate, who promptly entered the car, ready for action. With a command from the bearded man, the first individual slammed on the accelerator, and the vehicle sped towards the east. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao, after a tumultuous series of events, found himself alone, the others having departed. He observed an off-road vehicle racing towards him from the right. To his dismay, the enemy was testing him once more. He cursed under his breath, resigned to his fate. He picked up his sniper rifle, determined to target their vehicle. I refuse to believe I cannot hit the tires. Muttering to himself, Qin Xiao aimed at the front wheel. Bang! The gunshot rang out, despite the driver keeping his head low. Qin Xiao clearly saw a spray of blood erupt from the back of the driver's neck through his scope. The vehicle careened out of control and fell. Is this possible? Qin Xiao stared in disbelief as his shot, aimed at the tire, had taken out the driver instead. He couldn't help but marvel at his extraordinary luck. However, his moment of joy was fleeting, as he soon realized another vehicle was barreling towards him from the opposite direction. Qin Xiao did not believe he could rely on luck a second time. He discarded the sniper rifle and, astonishingly, seized a Gatling gun with each hand. Rat-a-tat-tat. Twin streams of furious fire erupted, the bullets almost merging into a single line. The fiery tongues intertwined in midair, quickly chasing down the off-road vehicle. Under such relentless firepower, the vehicle succumbed in mere seconds, torn to shreds and subsequently exploding into a massive fireball. Without hesitation, Qin Xiao redirected his fire towards their makeshift encampment, delivering a warning, do not move. Any attempt to do so will result in your demise. The primary motivation behind this was Qin Xiao's realization that his ammunition was dwindling. Now, all he could do was prolong his resistance for as long as possible. The bearded man, receiving the warning, remained silent for over 10 minutes. Initially, He had intended to disperse vehicles to encircle and trap Qin Xiao and his companions, making their situation exceedingly difficult. A misstep could lead to disaster. And even if they emerged victorious in the end, casualties were inevitable. However, the internal factions within the Ten Commandments gang were convoluted. This operation had originally been a private venture undertaken by Baldy, and the bearded man had only intervened after receiving a distress call. From the onset, he had no intention of allowing his subordinates to suffer significant losses. His plan was to pursue and encircle. If they caught up, they would, but if not, so be it. Yet, he had never anticipated that Qin Xiao and his companions would dare to halt and retaliate with such ferocity. With several of his men lost, the bearded man began to feel the pangs of frustration. Just as he regretted embarking on this venture, his satellite phone rang. Curse it. You never informed me that this group was so ruthless. Who exactly am I pursuing? My men have suffered significant losses, and you must compensate me. As soon as he spoke, the bearded man began to lament, emphasizing his own misfortunes. He was well aware of the connection between the bald man and certain prominent arms dealers in America, so he sought to highlight his misfortunes, hoping to negotiate for additional supplies later. However, the bald man's next remark sent the bearded man into a furious rage. What? Tony Stark? I should have anticipated this. Damn it. You should have told me from the outset. Attack. Everyone, get in the vehicles, spread out, and encircle that sand dune ahead. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The bearded man abruptly ended the call, finally committing to a full-scale assault. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao found himself overwhelmed. A dozen vehicles spread out in all directions, leaving Qin Xiao momentarily stunned. He could only aim the two most powerful Gatling guns he had at the two vehicles directly in front of him. After a fierce exchange, he managed to disable both vehicles, but one Gatling gun fell silent due to a lack of ammunition. The other was similarly low on rounds. Looking at the Ten Commandments gang's off-road vehicles, most had already scaled the surrounding dunes. Some had even vanished from sight. Qin Xiao directed his remaining Gatling gun at the nearest off-road vehicle within his reach, unleashing the last of its ammunition without concern for the outcome. Before tossing the weapon aside, he took a few cautious steps to the side, wary of potential enemies lurking below, and quickly dug a small pit in the sand with his formidable strength. He buried himself completely within it, tearing the scarf from around his neck to cover his face, protecting himself from sand entering his mouth and nose while also shielding his sunglasses from glare. With a thin layer of sand covering his face, he fervently burrowed deeper, shaking off the loose sand above to conceal himself as completely as possible. Though the surface appeared uneven, it would have to suffice, as he hoped they would not notice him immediately. Just as he completed this task, he heard the sound of engines approaching. It seemed two vehicles had arrived, mere meters from his position. As he had anticipated, their immediate focus was the area where Qin Xiao had discarded his weapons. Indeed, after parking, he could hear their chatter, likely reporting via walkie-talkie that the area was clear. Patiently waiting for them to finish speaking, he lingered for about 10 seconds before leaping from the sandpit. A cloud of yellow dust erupted as he soared into the air, his right hand slicing through the atmosphere with a flash of black steel. The head of the nearest terrorist soared skyward. He could not allow them the opportunity to fire back. With this thought in mind, Qin Xiao unleashed a volley from his silenced pistol while still airborne. From a sudden leap to a swift descent, before the adversaries could even comprehend the situation, one blade and 3 shots dispatched 4 foes in a single breath. With only 2 remaining and time of the essence, Qin Xiao had just touched the ground when another shot rang out. With a deft motion, he hurled the Tang Dao towards his enemies. The shot, though slightly misaligned, found its mark on one foe's neck, resulting in an immediate demise. Meanwhile, propelled by Qin Xiao's formidable strength, the blade found its way into the forehead of the last assailant, embedding itself deep until the hilt was fully submerged. Exhaling heavily, Qin Xiao reflected on the encounter. Among the 6 adversaries, only his precision, speed, and element of surprise made the difference. The others, oblivious to the presence of their foes, had lowered their weapons in a moment of vulnerability, their surroundings laid bare. One could only attribute this fortunate turn of events to the convergence of favorable circumstances. Otherwise, while killing was feasible, a single shot from them could have altered everything. It was crucial to note that the bystanders had not yet distanced themselves. As Qin Xiao anticipated, the 2 vehicles were the first to arrive at the scene. After reporting to the bearded leader via radio, he promptly led his men in pursuit towards the northwest. Chapter 18. Mission accomplished. It is essential to recognize how close they are to the border, where a U.S. military base resides across in Afghanistan. He could not fathom that someone as significant as Tony Stark would lack military support. Once they crossed the border, it would signify the irrevocable loss of Tony Stark, a veritable mobile arsenal. Therefore, upon hearing that the area was devoid of personnel, his immediate reaction was that their retreat had commenced the moment they made a move. He hastily commanded everyone to pursue in a northwestern direction. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao, having delayed for several minutes, yearned to inquire via phone whether Tony and his companions had escaped from peril. Unfortunately, the satellite phone left by Black Widow lay on the ground, having been struck by a bullet at some unknown moment. It was likely during the recent exchange of fire when two vehicles had indiscriminately discharged a few rounds in this direction. What a stroke of misfortune. With gritted teeth, Qin Xiao seized the opportunity, boarding an off-road vehicle and revving the engine to chase after the northwestern route, shifting focus to the bearded man. He received reports from his subordinates regarding a convoy speeding in the northwestern direction. After 4 or 5 minutes, his phone rang again. Upon answering, the bearded man's expression turned grave. He relayed through the walkie-talkie, "Retreat. The target has been extracted by U.S. forces. We must withdraw immediately." In the desert, several vehicles simultaneously executed a U-turn, retracing their path. As for Qin Xiao, although he overheard the conversation on the vehicle's intercom, the language spoken was some form of Arabic, which he could not comprehend in the slightest. Fortunately, a prompt from the system rang out, congratulating him. "Congratulations, host. The mission to save Tony Stark has been completed. Reward, 1,000 points. Congratulations, host. You have forged a connection with the original Avenger, Hawkeye, leaving a profound impression and earning 500 points. Congratulations, host. Black Widow's favor towards you has significantly increased, earning 200 points. Congratulations, host. Iron Man's favor towards you has significantly increased, earning 200 points. Congratulations, host. Hawkeye's favor towards you has significantly increased, earning 100 points. The notifications continued to chime, revealing that not only had he accomplished the mission, but he had also deepened his relationship with key figures, earning points as a hidden reward. This bond forged through shared peril indeed accelerated the increase in favorability. However, he pondered why Hawkeye garnered only 100 points. Was it due to their lesser familiarity or Hawkeye's inherently subdued presence? Nevertheless, Qin Xiao had no time to dwell on such matters. The mission was complete, and pursuing the Ten Rings gang was now unnecessary. Advancing further might lead to an encounter with them. Although Qin Xiao was now a super soldier clad in protective gear provided by the system, he was not invulnerable. A direct hit from a high-caliber bullet or an encounter with formidable weaponry, such as multiple rocket strikes, would still be perilous. He could fight fiercely, yet engaging in reckless endeavors would yield more losses than gains. There is no choice but to evade them momentarily, awaiting rescue from Tony and the others. If only the satellite phone had not been destroyed. After a brief contemplation, Qin Xiao promptly turned back towards the direction he had come from. Meanwhile, the retreating bearded man began to feel increasingly uneasy. The number of vehicles did not align with his earlier observation. He had distinctly counted them at the outset. He had even taken special note, and aside from the two that had been blown up at the front, there should have been no further casualties. Yet, if those two vehicles had been destroyed, how could they have escaped his encirclement? It made no sense. After pursuing for so long, he had been directly rescued by the American forces. If such individuals were involved, he should have encountered Americans himself. The more he pondered, the more suspicious he became, especially when recalling the skilled archer among the opposing ranks. The last wave had seemingly been nothing but gunfire, with no sign of the archer thereafter. Something was amiss. He had been deceived. They had left someone behind to cover their retreat. Otherwise, the vehicle count would not have added up. Those two vehicles had likely been ambushed. Damn it. So many of his men had perished, and after expending so much effort, not only had he gained nothing, but he had also been made a fool. The bearded man grew increasingly incensed and promptly seized the radio to issue orders to his subordinates. On Qin Xiao's side, he remained oblivious to the fact that the bearded man had initiated a pursuit in the desert. He simply held a risk-averse mindset, traveling back the way he had come. In Qin Xiao's view, regardless of when the reinforcements would arrive, it was prudent to return for the time being. Once he had traveled a sufficient distance, he would head directly south towards Pakistan. As long as he reached a city in Pakistan, he would be entirely safe. However, Qin Xiao overlooked a crucial detail. The bald man who had kidnapped Tony had his camp within Pakistani territory. Although that camp had been thoroughly dismantled, the bald man had survived, and he had more than one squad in the vicinity. Qin Xiao was unaware of these factors, including the various chaotic factions within the Ten Commandments gang. He only knew that his mission had been accomplished. Moreover, he had accumulated a considerable number of points, totaling 3,000, leaving only 2,000 points until the second-level marketplace would be unlocked. The vehicle had ample fuel, and he had even discovered a pack of cigarettes inside, which he now enjoyed as he drove southward. As he continued on his way, he suddenly noticed a small black figure ahead. It appeared to be a person. A solitary individual posed little threat to Qin Xiao, who nonchalantly drove towards the figure. To his surprise, upon hearing the sound of the engine, the person turned and gestured for a ride. Such audacity! In such a chaotic area, one would dare to flag down a vehicle clearly belonging to armed militants. Qin Xiao glanced at the heavy machine gun mounted on the vehicle and couldn't help but admire the person's boldness. He reasoned that in the vast desert, The pursuing foes might not catch up with him. Moreover, leaving this individual behind could lead to dire consequences if the terrorists spotted them, potentially resulting in the loss of innocent lives. Embracing the notion of performing a good deed, Qin Xiao elegantly executed a graceful maneuver, bringing his off-road vehicle to a halt beside a weary traveler. "How about it? Need a lift?" he inquired. The traveler donned oversized trousers and a blue shirt with rolled-up sleeves. A tattered scarf, caked in dirt, shielded his face from the swirling sands, giving him a rather disheveled appearance. Upon noticing Qin Xiao's halt, the man's face lit up with joy as he hastily removed the scarf. "Could you take me to the nearest town?" "Thank you," he exclaimed, revealing a simple, earnest smile. However, as Qin Xiao recognized the man as countenance, he was utterly taken aback. "Is it really you?" Chapter 19 Encounter with the Hulk. When Tony Stark awoke, he found himself lying in a military base. The first face he saw was that of his dear friend Rhodey. "How was the joyride, Tony? Next time, remember to take a ride with me, all right?" Rhodey smiled. Heaven knows the immense pressure he had endured over the past month. "Rhodey," Tony chuckled, embracing his good friend. "By the way, where's Qin?" Suddenly recalling something, Tony's expression shifted dramatically as he pushed Rhodey aside and inquired. He scanned the room, noticing Hawkeye, Black Widow, and even Ethan present, yet Qin Xiao was conspicuously absent. Connecting the dots from his prior state of unconsciousness, Tony quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. "Rhodey, we must save him. Qin stayed behind to cover us. We cannot leave him there." Rhodey was evidently aware of the unfolding circumstances. He had heard Tony speak of Qin Xiao before. However, regarding Tony's plea for rescue, Rhodey hesitated. "I'm sorry, Tony. The military can take risks for you when there is assurance, but for your friend, I regret to inform you, Tony. It was he who rescued me. He saved my life. I cannot abandon him." Tony Stark rose, his voice charged with emotion. "Tony, listen to me. This is a matter of national security. We cannot recklessly charge into a non-allied nation's territory for one person. I've already submitted the request. I'm confident that the higher-ups will communicate with them shortly." Rhodey stood as well, grasping Tony's arm in a gesture of comfort. "By the time your request is submitted and the higher authorities converse, it could take several days. I know well the character of those in charge. After all, it is not the renowned Tony Stark in danger, but an unnamed soldier, is it?" Colonel Rhodey interjected with a hint of sarcasm, fully aware of his own helplessness. "Do you not have any viable plans? If I recall correctly, you are agents, right? Surely you possess some special means." Tony directed his gaze toward Hawkeye. "The military has denied our request for transport, but our Quinjet is en route and should arrive in approximately 20 minutes, Black Widow stated calmly. In that moment, it was indeed true that Qin Xiao had maximized the chances of survival for the others by remaining behind. However, that did not mean Black Widow was devoid of concern. Upon presenting their credentials, the base commander had refused their request for an aircraft. Consequently, they swiftly contacted the nearest SHIELD intelligence office to urgently dispatch a Quinjet. Since they left Qin Xiao, nearly an hour had passed. Even though Qin Xiao was a super soldier, Black Widow began to feel a twinge of anxiety. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao remained blissfully unaware of the situation unfolding with Tony. Even if he were informed, it would hardly weigh on his mind. The mere appearance of this individual rendered his mind momentarily incapacitated. "Is it you?" A voice of astonishment resonated, revealing a mixture of surprise, confusion, and predominantly trepidation on the traveler's face. "Do you recognize me?" Indeed, Qin Xiao was certain he knew him. Yet he could never have anticipated encountering him in such a place. "During my university days, a photograph of you adorned the walls of our laboratory, displayed alongside that of Madame Curie, Dr. Bruce Banner. It is an honor to unexpectedly meet you here." Qin Xiao promptly exited the vehicle, tossing a bottle of water towards Banner. "Have a drink. Judging by your appearance, it seems your supplies have been depleted." As he conversed with Dr. Banner, Qin Xiao glanced back, scanning for any pursuers. Meanwhile, his mind fervently rummaged through memories of the film The Incredible Hulk, which he had watched long ago. The timeline of Marvel films is somewhat nebulous, for instance. The climactic battles of Iron Man and The Incredible Hulk ostensibly transpired in 2008. However, the events preceding and succeeding those moments remain unclear. Qin Xiao recalled that Bruce Banner, upon transforming into the Hulk and evading General Ross's pursuit, initially fled to Brazil, where he encountered a mentor who taught him to control his heartbeat. Later, in a quest to meet the enigmatic Mr. Blue, he ventured back to the United States, ultimately disappearing after his confrontation with the Abomination. According to subsequent narratives, he was presumed to have attempted suicide in the Arctic Circle before resurfacing in India during the events of the first Avengers film. It seemed that the battle with the Abomination had indeed come to pass, placing Banner in the midst of his journey to India after his failed suicide. It was utterly unexpected to find him here. After mentally organizing the timeline, Qin Xiao continued, "Doctor, are you in need of a ride? Fear not. I am not a nefarious individual. My vehicle is inoperative, and I acquired this one for $30,000 from an armed faction. You see, we are in the Middle East. Qin Xiao shrugged, striving to maintain a casual demeanor. His intention was not necessarily to assist Bruce Banner. However, shortly after their meeting, the system issued a new task to earn Bruce Banner's trust, become his ally, and assist him in evading military pursuit. System. Considering my current entanglement between Banner and the military, does this not seem rather daunting? Perhaps this task could be postponed. Qin Xiao pondered within his mind. The system only randomly assigns tasks based on the host's present encounters and circumstances, without coercing completion. Nonetheless, the Marvel universe is fraught with peril. Accumulating more points would enable the host to unlock the marketplace sooner and acquire greater powers. Although the system claimed that the tasks were laid back and devoid of penalties, the points would indeed prove advantageous. With a resolute determination, Qin Xiao accepted the task. If worst comes to worst, he could always prioritize his own safety. After all, there was no deadline to adhere to. Thus, Qin Xiao alighted from the vehicle and casually elucidated the reason behind his operation of an armed transport. He was acutely aware of Bruce Banner's profound aversion towards individuals affiliated with the United States military. This apprehension was among the motives that led him to Asia. For in comparison to the Americas and Europe, the influence of the United States in Asia is undeniably the weakest. Upon hearing Qin Xiao's words, Bruce Banner displayed a look of consternation. The presence of weaponry in Qin Xiao's vehicle indeed exerted pressure on him. It was not a fear of external threats, but rather a dread of inflicting harm on others should he transform. However, remaining outside the vehicle in the desert posed its own challenges, as he currently lacked sufficient supplies. Should he delay until his body could no longer endure, he would inevitably undergo his transformation. Chapter 20. The aggrieved Dr. Banner. After a moment's hesitation, Dr. Banner ultimately decided to get into the vehicle. He had journeyed all the way from South America back to the United States, and after confronting his nemesis, he fled to the Middle East. Unexpectedly, even amidst the chaos of the Middle East, he found himself pursued once more. With no other options left, he had no choice but to escape to Asia. He had reached a point of desperation where alternatives were exhausted. Furthermore, following an injection from Mr. Blue, coupled with the breathing techniques he had learned in Brazil, he had gained near-perfect control over his emotions and heartbeat, rarely succumbing to transformation. Moreover, Qin Xiao appeared to be anything but a military personnel. Indeed, Qin Xiao was not affiliated with the military, yet Dr. Banner was taken aback. This young man, seemingly in his early 20s and possessing a gentle demeanor, was entangled in troubles that rivaled his own, at least in this desolate desert. Dr. Banner, what brings you alone to this desert? It seems. You must realize how perilous this is, Qin Xiao remarked. The two strangers fell into a silence that felt somewhat awkward, prompting Qin Xiao to engage in casual conversation. I have encountered some rather unfortunate events. It's perhaps for the best that you remain unaware. I tend to bring misfortune to others. A glimmer of reminiscence flickered in Banner's eyes as he responded. I believe you are being overly pessimistic. Their essay saying, isn't there? When fate plays tricks on you, do not assume it to be your fault. Fate, Dr. Banner murmured vacantly, lowering his gaze and lapsing into silence. Thus, the two continued their journey through the desert in contemplative quietude. After more than 10 minutes, torrents of yellow sand swirled around Qin Xiao's left, right, and rear. Several fully armed off-road vehicles surged towards them from 3 directions, converging ominously on their vehicle. What is happening? Who are these people? Are they your companions? Dr. Banner inquired, urgency creeping into his voice as he scanned their surroundings. No, I have no companions here. Brace yourself. Qin Xiao abruptly pressed the accelerator, and the engine roared to life as they surged forward. Dr. Banner had considered that these individuals might be after him. Yet it was evident that they were not Americans. Moreover, Qin Xiao's demeanor unmistakably suggested they were fleeing. Are you certain they are not your companions? Damn it. Their vehicles look identical to ours. Dr. Banner exclaimed, fastening his seatbelt. Doctor, you are a scientist. Have you not heard the adage about discerning essence through appearances? Qin Xiao sharply turned the steering wheel as more enemy vehicles appeared on the right. Then let us discuss the essence. Why have so many suddenly appeared, seemingly intent on capturing us? This is the Middle East, Doctor. Do not question why. They are here to apprehend me. Congratulations. You may soon experience the misfortune I bring to others. Oh, for heaven's sake. Qin Xiao swerved the wheel again, as additional adversaries emerged on the opposite side. Moreover, the number of vehicles in the preceding convoy was substantial, with several cars strategically positioned to obstruct the only available escape route. At that moment, a heavily accented voice crackled through the intercom of the vehicle. Stop immediately, or we shall unleash our full firepower upon you. As if to affirm this threat, the surrounding vehicles promptly unveiled their heavy machine guns, targeting Qin Xiao's car. The encircling vehicles drew ever closer, and at least 20 off-road vehicles surrounded Qin Xiao. With a resigned sigh, Qin Xiao pressed the brakes. Remember to cooperate with me, Doctor. After halting the vehicle, Qin Xiao spoke in a calm tone. Cooperate? How am I supposed to? Dr. Banner's words trailed off as he witnessed Qin Xiao raise both hands high and loudly declare to the surrounding assailants. This has nothing to do with me. I know nothing. I am merely a student traveling through the desert. It is this man who forced me to drive for him. I do not know him, nor do I understand what is happening. Dr. Banner exclaimed, WTF? What is going on? He appeared somewhat bewildered. The opposing vehicles came to a standstill as well. At least several dozen soldiers armed with real firearms surrounded the two of them, while Qin Xiao continued his impassioned plea. I am not who he claims. I do not know him. I am merely a traveler, just hitching a ride. Dr. Banner, now visibly irritated, directed an accusatory glance at Qin Xiao. He was lying. Who would choose to hitch a ride in a vehicle bristling with heavy weaponry in the desert? Look at me. I am but a freshly graduated university student. And then look at this man. The group of assailants surrounding the vehicle scrutinized Qin Xiao, who appeared relatively clean and composed. In stark contrast to Dr. Banner, whose attire was tattered and bore the marks of battle. The majority of the weapons were now aimed squarely at Dr. Banner. Dr. Banner began to speak, but a soldier struck him on the head with the butt of his rifle. Quit the chatter, get out of the vehicle, and raise your hands. Dazed from the blow, Dr. Banner took deep breaths, only to notice Qin Xiao mischievously winking at him, which only fueled his anger further. However, the merciless assailants paid no heed to their banter, roughly dragging both men from the vehicle. Surrounded by dozens of rifles, they stood captive. The crowd parted, and a burly man with a thick beard strode forward. So, you two are responsible for the deaths of so many of my men and for allowing Tony Stark to escape from my grasp. Tony Stark? The billionaire who had reportedly been kidnapped? Dr. Banner felt a throbbing in his head. Can someone please explain what is happening? Yet, Qin Xiao seized the moment to shout. Do not kill me. I know nothing. I do not recognize anyone named Tony Stark. I am merely a recent graduate, a citizen of China. Forced to drive for this man. Dr. Banner attempted to speak again, but was abruptly silenced as the bearded man brandished a large-caliber pistol, pressing it against his skull. Silence. You have not been given permission to speak, sighed Dr. Banner, feeling a wave of indignation wash over him. The burly man turned to Qin Xiao, inquiring. Are you from Huaxia? Yes. Qin Xiao nodded vigorously, displaying an expression of innocent sincerity. You claim he kidnapped you, threatening you to assist him in driving? The burly man pressed on. Indeed, that's correct. He stated that as a Huaxiao individual, my presence would ensure his safety in Pakistan. You lie. I am the one who. Dr. Banner attempted to interject for the third time, only to be met once more with the harsh end of a rifle. Be silent. I did not ask for your input. You are not permitted to speak. I will not repeat myself. Do you understand? The burly man leaned down, addressing Dr. Banner with a brusque demeanor. Dr. Banner continued to take deep breaths, feeling an unprecedented urge to unleash the Hulk within him and obliterate the insolent fool before him. As for the second chapter, I am celebrating my birthday today. I plan to take a leisurely stroll during the day and will return to continue writing tonight, with another chapter possibly coming a bit later. To all who are reading, it is my birthday. Would you not consider leaving a favorable review or perhaps clicking to urge me on, even if it means viewing a brief advertisement? Chapter 21. The Rampaging Hulk. Despite his inner turmoil, Dr. Banner exerted every ounce of strength to suppress the emergence of the Hulk. It is worth noting that prior to the advent of the Avengers, Banner had vehemently resisted the Hulk's existence. Observing Banner's silence, the bearded man nodded and approached Qin Xiao once more. He held a certain belief in Qin Xiao's words, as the latter appeared frail yet refined, evoking an impression of vulnerability when confronted at gunpoint. Pray tell, elaborate on how you two encountered one another. What did he divulge to you? I require every detail. The bearded man insisted, seeking confirmation on whether Banner had indeed been the one to rescue Tony Stark. With Stark having escaped, capturing his associates could yield significant rewards. He had long coveted the exquisite weaponry from the bald man's side. With this intention in mind, his tone towards Qin Xiao softened. Might you consider lowering your firearm? Qin Xiao implored, his face a mask of trepidation. Certainly. Provided you. The bearded man had scarcely shifted the gun when Qin Xiao's expression transformed dramatically. In a flash, he extended his right hand, seizing the bearded man's wrist. And with a decisive press of his thumb against the web of flesh, he wrested the firearm from his grasp, effectively taking the leader hostage. Step aside, everyone. Clear the way. Qin Xiao commanded as he held the bearded man, threatening the surrounding terrorists and compelling them to create a safe space, securing his rear. Initially, he had confidence in confronting the bearded man directly, but with Dr. Banner present, he felt uncertain about facing the wrath of the Hulk in the desert. Thus, he resorted to this relatively safer approach. Just as he had taken the bearded man hostage, the voice of the system echoed in his mind once more. Special mission initiated. Gain the trust of the Green Giant, Hulk, and establish a preliminary friendship. Upon completion, you will receive a sample of the Enhanced Hulk Transformation Serum. Enhanced Hulk Transformation Serum. grants 30 of Hulk's strength, defense, and self-regenerative capabilities, while mitigating adverse effects such as transformation and loss of rationality due to rage. Damn it. The System's proclamation incited an expletive from Qin Xiao's lips, exclaiming, "What does it mean to be a hypocrite while maintaining appearances? Indeed, you are the hypocrite. Your entire family embodies the same. Firstly, I possess no paternal figure, nor do I have any family. Host, there is no need for such futile anger. Simply declare your desire, loudly. Do you wish for it or not?" How infuriating, to be teased by a system. Yet, he thought, yes, of course I desire it. If this was the reward, then the risk was undoubtedly worthwhile. It was a quintessential case of the delicious scent principle. This special mission prompted Qin Xiao to fundamentally alter his strategy. He had initially intended to toy with Dr. Banner and escape safely, but now his approach would be markedly different. Curse be this situation. Your performance is commendable. It was you who rescued Tony Stark. The bearded man still believes that Banner and Qin Xiao are in cahoots. However, this is not America. Even if you hold me, you cannot escape this desert. We are freedom fighters, unafraid of death. The bearded man spoke with disdain. Is that so? Qin Xiao chuckled, glancing at the now standing doctor. Banner beside him, and said solemnly, "You fear not death, but do you fear the green behemoth that can reduce you to a mere pulp with a single blow? The green behemoth? How do you know?" Both the bearded man and Banner exclaimed in unison. Ignoring the bearded man's words, Qin Xiao turned to Dr. Banner with utmost seriousness and said, "Doctor, I can assist you in evading the military's harassment, but for now, I need that green giant to make an appearance." Bang! Without hesitation, Qin Xiao fired a shot directly into Dr. Banner's chest. "You." Banner gasped in disbelief, struggling to utter a word before slowly collapsing onto the ground. "What are you doing? Have you killed your comrade?" The bearded man exclaimed, equally astonished. Yet, Qin Xiao had no time to explain. He whispered softly in the bearded man's ear, "You said you are not afraid of death, so I wish you good luck." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Xiao shoved the bearded man towards where Banner had fallen and turned to flee. A cloud of smoke enveloped him as he sprinted several meters away, finally prompting the surrounding terrorists to react. The two men hurriedly attempted to assist the bearded man, while the others aimed their weapons at the distant Qin Xiao. However, before they could fire, a roar akin to a ferocious beast erupted. Roar! The corpse on the ground had inexplicably transformed into a massive green monster, suddenly rising to its feet, towering over 2 meters in height. Its muscles appeared harder than steel, and it grasped the bearded man's head in its hand. In comparison, the already imposing bearded man seemed as fragile as a doll in its grip. With that earth-shattering roar, the green giant hurled the bearded man against a nearby SUV, crushing the entire front hood and reducing the engine to scrap metal with its sheer force. The bearded man's bones were shattered to the extent that he nearly turned into a puddle of flesh, teetering on the brink of death. Only then did the surrounding individuals react, instinctively raising their firearms and unleashing a torrent of bullets upon the creature. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Dozens of guns were aimed at the Hulk, bullets raining down upon him, yet his skin remained impervious to any harm. Boom. Immediately met with ferocious attacks, the Hulk descended into a state of rage, kicking one of the terrorists 100 meters away effortlessly. Then, he abruptly seized the dilapidated off-road vehicle and aimed it directly at the crowd, recklessly plowing through them. At that moment, the throng had not yet fully dispersed. In a single sweep, at least 3 or 4 individuals were reduced to mere pulp. The scene was a horrific tableau of blood and flesh, with bullets flying indiscriminately. Those who prided themselves on their fearlessness, the notorious 10 Commandments gang, were now emitting frantic screams, desperately scattering in all directions. The faint-hearted among them cried out in terror, collapsing to the ground, paralyzed by fear. Faced with the wrathful Hulk, they lacked even the strength to rise and flee. Chapter 3 has arrived, albeit a tad late. Chapter 22, Befriending the Hulk unless witnessed firsthand. One could scarcely comprehend the true might of the Green Giant. Even in comparison to his comic book counterpart, the Hulk in the films has been significantly diminished. Yet, before a being of divine stature appears, the Hulk remains an almost insurmountable force. The sheer ferocity encapsulated in each of his punches and kicks left Qin Xiao hidden behind a sand dune, trembling with trepidation. In the face of such a tempestuous Hulk, Qin Xiao felt that his identity as a super soldier bore little distinction from the terrifying members of the Ten Rings gang. If there were any difference to speak of, it was merely one of the number of punches exchanged. System, this task is rather extreme. I feel that before I even utter a word, I would be obliterated. Observing from a distance as the Hulk crushed a man's head into a mist of blood, Qin Xiao struggled to swallow. Without enduring the tempest, how can one witness the rainbow? If even this task's host cannot handle it, I might as well send you back to live a mundane life of labor and debt, lamenting through existence. Curse it, you belittle me again. He fumed. Why is it that those otherworldly systems often yield returns 100-fold, while I am met with such arduous tasks? Not only are the assignments absurdly difficult, but I am also subjected to personal attacks. Grumbling aside, The task must still be accomplished, for the rewards are undeniably enticing. Below, the remnants of the Ten Rings gang had been decimated by the Hulk, with only a few remaining, either paralyzed by fear or frantically fleeing. Observing the carnage, with numerous foes dispatched and vehicles reduced to rubble, Qin Xiao surmised that the Hulk might be somewhat calm now. Steeling his resolve, he emerged from behind the dune. "Hulk!" Qin Xiao called out exuberantly, greeting him with a smile akin to a village maiden witnessing the return of her beloved. The only distinction being the absence of a fluttering floral handkerchief in hand. Roar. Regrettably, the Hulk failed to grasp such nuances of charm, unleashing a thunderous roar before leaping down with tremendous force right before Qin Xiao. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung a colossal fist towards him. As the Hulk charged, the oppressive force nearly compelled Qin Xiao to instinctively evade. Just as he regained his footing, a fist the size of a cooking pot came crashing down. Is he truly that volatile? Strike first and ask questions later. Do you think you're weird? Qin Xiao muttered to himself as he swiftly sidestepped the Hulk's blow. He called out urgently, "Wait, Hulk. I am not with them. I mean no harm. I merely wish to converse with you. Hey, I understand you don't truly desire to hurt others. Your anger often leads to destruction, doesn't it? I have a splendid solution." While dodging the Hulk's punches, Qin Xiao hurriedly recounted the grievances he had heard from Thor, Ragnarok, hoping to resonate with the Hulk. Perhaps it was the lingering impression of Banner that led the Hulk to perceive Qin Xiao as distinctly different from those who had previously attacked him. Or perhaps the words of Qin Xiao had a certain influence, for the Hulk's fist halted midair for the third time. In the film The Incredible Hulk, it is suggested that Banner shares a form of memory with the Hulk, albeit not entirely comprehensive. However, in subsequent Avengers narratives, the memories of Hulk and Banner appear to operate independently. Here, there remains a faint, indistinct impression of individuals and events they have both encountered. With a deep exhale, Qin Xiao sighed, "I am not your enemy, Hulk. I wish to befriend you. Can we engage in a meaningful conversation?" With his heart racing, he extended his hands in a gesture of peace. "Friend?" The Hulk mumbled the word, and then, bam! In a sudden display of force, his fist struck, sending Qin Xiao flying over 20 meters, crashing into the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The Hulk swiftly leaped to Qin Xiao's side, seizing him with his powerful arms, holding him firmly within his grasp. "Speak. Tell me how, or I shall tear you apart." Just as Qin Xiao braced for his impending demise, the Hulk began to speak. "This world is filled with many villains and even creatures that differ from ordinary people. Of course, I do not refer to you. I rather admire your skin color. I mean individuals like Abomination, that grotesque being you fought in New York. Do you remember?" The opportunity for communication was a promising start, and Qin Xiao exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Yes, I remember. He was strong, yet he was ultimately defeated by you." With a roar, the Hulk's actions bore the innocence of a child mingled with the instincts of a beast. As he recalled the defeat of Abomination, he let out a thunderous cry, akin to a male beast proclaiming his victories. Hey, mighty one, while your roars are impressive, could you perhaps release me? You're nearly choking the life out of me." As he bellowed, the Hulk unconsciously tightened his grip, almost suffocating Qin Xiao. The Hulk seemed to forget his own strength, muttering, "You are so weak. I haven't even exerted myself." Gradually, he released his hold on Qin Xiao. Coughing a couple of times, Qin Xiao straightened his attire. "Not everyone possesses your immense strength, Hulk. You must learn to control your power." "Why should I control such strength?" the Hulk retorted. "You spoke of monsters and villains. Where are they? Take me to confront them." He lowered his head and bellowed at Qin Xiao, the volume reverberating painfully in Qin Xiao's ears. "I must first locate these monsters and villains, Hulk. We require some intelligence, as the evildoers will not simply appear before us. Take me there, now." Another furious roar erupted. No. The villains are far away. We need to take a plane. Do you know what a plane is? You're far too large to board one. You must first transform back into Banner. Plane. Hulk muttered under his breath. Perhaps he was recalling some unpleasant memories, such as the military's assault on his helicopter. Hulk detests aircraft. He loathes Banner even more. He does not wish to transform into Banner, no? Hulk clenched his fists once more, on the verge of losing control again. I understand. Listen to me. I too am not fond of Banner. That fellow has a penchant for pedantry, which is exceedingly irritating. However, we require Banner's assistance, do we not? Whether it is to confront villains or simply to venture outside, Banner proves to be more convenient than Hulk, does he not? Much like addressing an innocent child oblivious to the world, Qin Xiao gradually began to attempt to reason with Hulk, presenting some logic and conditions. The first chapter is presented here. There will be another chapter in the afternoon and one more in the evening. Chapter 23. Nick Fury. Although Nick Fury often presents himself as the sole savior of the world, concealing an abundance of secrets, he possesses a remarkable virtue, the ability to make swift decisions and assume responsibility. Upon receiving reports from Hawkeye and Black Widow, it remains unclear what methods or negotiations Nick Fury employed. Soon, a Quinjet descended upon a U.S. military base in Afghanistan, accompanied by a pass permitting entry granted by Pakistan, exclusively for this particular S-H-I-E-L-D aircraft, with military personnel strictly prohibited from boarding. Black Widow and Hawkeye naturally accompanied the mission. Initially, Rhodey attempted to prevent Tony Stark from joining, but Tony's resolve was unwavering. With the subtle encouragement from Black Widow and Hawkeye, Rhodey ultimately had no choice but to acquiesce. During the flight, Hawkeye forcibly removed the pilot from the cockpit, maneuvering the Quinjet with the flair of a helicopter, skimming closely along the desert terrain in search of signs of the bearded convoy, ultimately leading them to the location where Qin Xiao had been intercepted. What transpired here? Upon disembarking, the group was rendered speechless by the scene before them. The remnants of the Hulk's battle resembled a disaster zone, severed limbs, vehicles dismantled into parts, and a ground littered with shell casings, indicating that a horrific clash had occurred in this very spot. Tony, was this your combat instructor's doing? Are you certain he needed our rescue? Rhodey exclaimed, his face a mask of shock. This devastation did not seem to bear the hallmark of Qin, but rather resembled the aftermath of a Titan's rampage. Black Widow, equally perplexed, considered the destructive capacity of a super soldier, something S-H-I-E-L-D was all too familiar with. The data pertaining to Captain America's transformed physique had been meticulously preserved by Peggy Carter and Howard Stark, still residing within S-H-I-E-L-D's classified archives. Hey, I'm right here. Just as the group was lost in contemplation, Qin Xiao emerged from behind a sand dune, waving enthusiastically. Upon seeing him, the others hastened towards the dune. Clambering atop it, they found Qin Xiao seemingly unperturbed, while on the ground lay a man, naked and vulnerable. Did you find true love here? Tony quipped, his spirits lifted at seeing Qin Xiao unharmed. However, Black Widow and Hawkeye's expressions shifted dramatically upon recognizing Bruce Banner. Bruce Banner? Qin. How did he end up here? Did you knock him out? I'm not referring to the one lying on the ground. No, I did see him. I merely made a friend. Qin Xiao replied with a faint smile directed at Black Widow. At this moment, Qin Xiao's mood was remarkably pleasant. He had successfully completed his mission. Had it not been for the arrival of the Black Widow and her companions, he would have already indulged in the glowing green serum tucked away in his pocket. Who knows how much persuasion he had exerted to convince Hulk. Not only did Hulk agree to join him in battling monsters, but he also promised to allow Dr. Banner to take occasional strolls. If Banner refused, Hulk declared, "Just take him down, and I can come out." He warned, "Remember, do not deceive Hulk, or I shall tear you apart." This was the final admonition from the mischievous Hulk to Qin Xiao. Initially, he had come here to rescue Tony, but unexpectedly, he ended up acquiring Banner as well. Given Hulk's formidable nature, S-H-I-E-L-D dared not allow him to return on a military aircraft. Therefore, Tony had to accompany Rhodes back, while the rest opted to fly back to the United States in a Quinjet. Nick Fury awaited Qin Xiao's arrival at a clandestine base. "Qin, let us discuss over drinks when we return." Tony had numerous inquiries for Qin Xiao, yet he understood that this was not the appropriate venue for conversation. Before departing, he advised Qin Xiao, "Be sure to have a thorough health check when you get back." Qin Xiao smiled slightly and tapped Tony's arc reactor, chuckling. New York, one of the largest cities globally, is famously depicted as a city of destruction in American cinema, a hub for superheroes and villains alike. It is inconceivable that S-H-I-E-L-D would not have a division in such a city. However, unbeknownst to most, Nick Fury harbored a secret base here, one that few within S-H-I-E-L-D were aware of, situated beneath the Hudson River. Accompanied by Hawkeye and the Black Widow, they entered a disused subway tunnel. After navigating several twists and turns, they finally accessed an abandoned sewage conduit, eventually arriving at a concealed portal leading into the secret base. This location was close to the estuary of the Hudson River. Inside the main hall of the base, Qin Xiao even glimpsed a massive floor-to-ceiling window revealing the riverbed of the Hudson. Not only could he see the flowing water, but he also observed a few freshwater fish swimming by. Before the window stood none other than the infamous director of S-H-I-E-L-D, striking a classic pose that showcased his bald head. "Are you not concerned about being discovered in this base? Not only is the window open, but there are also underwater spotlights illuminating the scene," Qin Xiao inquired, ignoring the director's display of bravado. "First, from the outside, this appears to be a mere concrete slab. For technical inquiries, feel free to consult your good friend Stark. As for the lighting, there are numerous plausible explanations," Nick Fury replied, slowly turning to face Qin Xiao. With a keen eye fixed on him, he reached for a stack of documents from his desk and tossed them to Qin Xiao, stating, "The most important point is that we, not you, welcome you to S-H-I-E-L-D, Super Soldier Mr. Qin." Qin Xiao caught the documents and upon opening them, found his own file within. Is it true that SHIELD has designated roles such as agent and intern agent? Am I mistaken? To my knowledge, your agents are ranked from level 1 to 10, with the director being the sole level 10. I had never heard of the term intern being associated with this. This position was newly created by Director Fury for you. Reports indicate that your standing is without issue. However, regarding your temperament, it appears to be less than suitable for the intelligence sector, necessitating a period of evaluation. The Black Widow approached Qin Xiao and elaborated. What report? The Psychological Assessment and Character Analysis Report. Furthermore, I authored this document. With a playful smile, the Black Widow took the file from Qin Xiao's hands and formally introduced him. Nick Fury, the director of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, my superior, and, of course, yours as well. Chapter 2. There is still another chapter at 8:30 this evening. Chapter 24. The Hulk's Serum with a resigned roll of his eyes. Qin Xiao languidly addressed, Greetings, esteemed director. I am compelled to inquire, when we entered moments ago, were you merely standing before the floor-to-ceiling window in that pose? Were you awaiting our arrival, or do you perhaps possess a hidden surveillance system, prompting you to adopt this stoic demeanor only upon our arrival? Nick Fury. In any case, the encounter with Nick Fury was, overall, rather pleasant. However, it was evident that Nick Fury had no intention of allowing Qin Xiao to seamlessly integrate into SHIELD. Instead, he constrained Qin Xiao with a document, ensuring that when the Avengers Initiative commenced, Qin Xiao would be granted precedence in joining. As for Dr. Banner, following a preliminary discussion with Nick Fury, he utilized his private resources to secure a secluded location in the northern Canadian wilderness. This remote area, devoid of human presence and adorned with stunning scenery, provided ample space for him to unleash the Hulk without concern. Nick Fury arranged for a laboratory there, enabling Dr. Banner to continue his research, while a contingent of SHIELD personnel was stationed nearby to ensure that Dr. Banner would not be disturbed, or, conversely, to guarantee that the Hulk would not disrupt others. Having resolved the entanglement with SHIELD, Qin Xiao opted not to return to Los Angeles to seek out Tony Stark. Instead, he found accommodation in a hotel in New York, preparing to first consume the Hulk serum. After consulting the system previously, he had learned that the process of ingestion would entail only mild discomfort. However, it might also provoke a significant expulsion of impurities from his body, including blood and bone marrow. Settling into the circular bathtub, Qin Xiao, now impeccably clean, grasped a small vial of luminous green liquid nearby. The Hulk Super Serum, its hue reminiscent of a biochemical weapon from a film, prompted Qin Xiao to mutter a few thoughts before uncorking the vial and, without hesitation, consuming its entirety. It appears there is no immediate reaction. Yet, before he could finish his thought, a wretched scream erupted from him. The sensation was akin to detonating a C4 explosive within his body, or being mercilessly crushed by a hydraulic press, as every muscle, bone, and organ felt as though they were being pulverized. The momentary agony exceeded Qin Xiao's capacity to endure. However, this pain was fleeting, dissipating within a mere 2 to 3 seconds. Now lying motionless at the bottom of the bathtub, every nerve in his body began to twitch uncontrollably. Each part of him convulsed, resembling a seizure. Following the convulsions, an intense itching ensued. Qin Xiao sensed himself gradually regaining control over his body, as his bone marrow, muscles, and organs began to reconfigure and realign. The itch was akin to countless insects crawling within his body, traversing through his veins and the crevices of his bones. The pain he experienced was far more unbearable than before. Qin Xiao emitted an unintelligible cry, his body twisting erratically as his head violently collided with the ceramic bathtub. Bang! Bang! A mere ordinary bathtub could scarcely withstand such turmoil, and within moments, it was rendered a shattered mess. Fortunately, the hotel was sufficiently upscale, providing astonishing soundproofing. Were it not for this, the sounds Qin Xiao made would surely have prompted someone to call the authorities. The intense itching persisted for a little over 5 minutes. Qin Xiao, with a visage devoid of hope, lay amidst a pile of ceramic shards and the filth that flowed from him. In the final minute, nearly all of the blood and marrow within his body was expelled. In their place, new marrow and blood were generated after consuming the serum of the Green Giant. As the system had indicated, there appeared to be no outward change in his physique. However, the explosive power harbored within his muscles had far surpassed the limits of humanity. He casually picked up a fragment of ceramic nearby, inhaled deeply, and decisively dragged it across his arm. It felt akin to a round, smooth nail lightly grazing the skin of an ordinary person. A sensation of barely perceptible sting grazed his skin, yet no mark was left behind. Instead, he inadvertently crushed the ceramic in his grip due to his excessive force. Looks quite good, Qin Xiao muttered, then began to fervently shout within his mind. System, come forth. Is this what you call a slight sensation of pain? Indeed, for a true iron-blooded man, it is. The system's unhurried voice resonated in Qin Xiao's mind. Qin Xiao nearly choked on those words. Fine. I won't provoke you. I shan't stoop to the level of something inhuman. After a vigorous complaint and observing the chaos around him, Qin Xiao reached out to gently turn on the water, wishing to cleanse himself of the grime. Despite his efforts to be gentle, he inadvertently sent the metal switch flying. Must it be so exaggerated? Qin Xiao chuckled wryly, steadying himself against a relatively intact section of the bathtub to rise. Yet, before he could exert any force, that last remnant of intact ceramic crumbled into fragments. Alas, it seems I must tread carefully for a while. Having reached this state, Qin Xiao opted to violently twist off the water pipe at the switch, allowing torrents of hot and cold water to cascade over him. He soon discovered an unexpected benefit. The cold water was quite pleasant, given that autumn had just begun. However, the hot water was a scalding 100 degrees Celsius. Strangely, as it poured over him, he felt no sensation of burning, only a gentle warmth. It appeared that not only had his defensive capabilities improved, but also his resilience to extreme temperatures. Invulnerable to blades and impervious to fire, this was precisely the situation. Qin Xiao joyfully washed himself under the flowing water. He had concealed himself within the hotel for several days, even resorting to having the hotel staff deliver his meals. He was left with no alternative. Everything he touched shattered. Each time he finished dining, he would gaze at the remnants of the once intact dishes, now rendered unrecognizable. Were it not for Qin Xiao directly authorizing a substantial deposit with his credit card, the hotel would likely have expelled him without hesitation. After 5 long days, Qin Xiao finally mastered the control over the surging power within his body. Ignoring the hotel staff's bewildered glances, he settled his bill and departed for Los Angeles. Obadiah was still under the clandestine surveillance of S.H.I.E.L.D., and he had yet to have a thorough discussion with Tony regarding the matter. This was Qin Xiao's mission, and concerning the points at stake, he knew he had to personally address the situation. Chapter 25, The Second Generation Arc Reactor, Los Angeles. Malibu Beach. Upon his return, Tony Stark made a fleeting appearance before the press to announce that Stark Industries would cease the manufacturing of weapons. Subsequently, he secluded himself in his laboratory, receiving only daily check-ins from Pepper Potts and avoiding all other visitors. With unwavering focus, he immersed himself in the development of his envisioned suit of armor. The blueprints designed in Afghanistan had been brought back and entered into his computer. Before Tony stood a 3-dimensional holographic projection, depicting the Mark I he constructed using available resources within the confines of a cave. J.A.R.V.I.S. Remove the exterior casing while maintaining the core technology and repackage it with the new design. Yes, sir. As J.A.R.V.I.S. responded. The holographic projection began to rotate before him. The exterior armor pieces scattered and vanished, only to be replaced by a multitude of new armor components that seamlessly assembled around the central arc reactor. Thus, the modeling of the Mark II reached its preliminary completion. How does it look, J.A.R.V.I.S.? Tony inquired, gesturing to rotate the projection, scrutinizing it from every angle. I must say, sir, your creation transcends the current era. I have always transcended the times, J.A.R.V.I.S. Place an order. I need the first batch of materials delivered as soon as possible. Having finalized the initial appearance of the armor, Tony Stark picked up a launch device from the table. In his vision, this device could serve as both a power system and a laser cannon for conventional weaponry. It seems I must replace the reactor immediately. The current rotation speed is far too low to meet the armor's energy demands. With a muttered remark, Tony grasped a brand new arc reactor from the table. Good afternoon, Mr. Qin. Mr. Stark is in the laboratory. I will inform him of your arrival. Tony had indeed granted Qin Xiao access to the house, but not to the underground laboratory. The only individuals with the necessary passwords and permissions from J.A.R.V.I.S. to enter were Pepper and Rhodey. However, now there was an additional person. Mr. Qin, Mr. Stark has instructed you to proceed directly below. Your access to the basement is now granted, and the door code is 106. This code is authentic. As I specifically noted the scene in Iron Man 1 when Pepper entered the basement, as Qin Xiao descended into the basement, he chanced upon Pepper extending her hand into Tony Stark's chest, extracting a damp copper wire from within. It was undeniably a rather grotesque and alarming sight. There was a hole in his chest, and someone was reaching inside. Oh, for heaven's sake, what have I just witnessed? Is this your new position, you two? Tony, have you transitioned from entering women's bodies to having women enter yours? Hey, Qin, I recall you being much more articulate than this. Initially, Pepper was overcome with terror at the prospect of this task, yet upon Tony's playful teasing, she swiftly regained her composure. Your understanding of him is insufficient, Pepper. In due time, you shall realize that in comparison, I am as innocent as a cow from your uncle's farm. Tony instructed Pepper to connect the wires of the new reactor base into his chest and then approached Qin Xiao. Tony, do you intend to remain in this state indefinitely? I mean, are you not considering consulting a doctor to thoroughly treat yourself and remove the shrapnel? Qin Xiao gestured towards Tony's chest. To be honest, the little night light on your chest is rather cool, but you've embedded such a hefty object within your body. When the conversation turned to the reactor in his chest, Tony became unusually serious. I want to remove it. This thing saved me. I'm not just referring to my life. It has determined what kind of person I will become. I must keep it to remind myself. Then what shall be done with the old one? Pepper, still serving as Tony's personal assistant, inquired as she prepared to head to the basement upon seeing Qin Xiao. Destroy it. Burn it. You know I have many traits. But nostalgia is certainly not among them. Very well. Pepper ascended the stairs with the reactor in hand. Qin Xiao understood that she would encase the old one in a transparent cover as a gift for Tony. It was this very old reactor that had saved Tony's life when Obadiah seized the reactor from his chest. However, with Qin Xiao now in this world, such a scenario could likely be averted. Moreover, Qin Xiao had come specifically to resolve this matter. Hey, Tony, don't you have anything you wish to ask me? About Afghanistan? As Pepper made her way upstairs, Qin Xiao was the first to speak, even disregarding the system and the task at hand. They had known each other long enough to have formed a genuine friendship, apart from the secrets of the system and his transmigration. Qin Xiao had no intention of concealing anything from Tony, as it would only create a rift between them. Just a couple of days ago, someone approached me, a rather long-named intelligence agency. What was it called? Anyway, it was an agent with a rather unfortunate hairline. Tony gestured to his forehead, describing the visitor's appearance. He divulged all your affairs to me, the demise of your parents, the origin of your serum, how you came to know that attractive female agent, and so forth. He mentioned that you joined them to save me. However, I want to be thanking you. For you deceived me. Your powers stem from the super soldier serum, not some martial arts from Huaxia. Damn, I even paid over a month's salary for it. Tony retrieved 2 bottles of beer from the refrigerator and handed one to Qin Xiao. Tony Stark did not expect to hear a thank you from him easily. Yet, Qin Xiao perceived that despite Tony's words of deceit, his eyes were filled with gratitude. Otherwise, how could you have provided yourself with the password to the basement today? Well, in truth, you have not suffered any loss. You have won several $1 million at the casino, all thanks to me. That touching agent with a receding hairline shared so much with you? Qin Xiao mused, envisioning the amiable figure of Agent Coulson in his mind. Huh? Tony inquired, taking a sip of his beer, a look of confusion crossing his face. Is it possible that you rascal, are deceiving me about something else? Not at all. It appears he certainly did not clarify how I discovered that hidden cave which the American military had been searching for over a month without success. Oh? Tony seemed to have an inkling of something, slightly lifting his gaze to signal Qin Xiao to continue. Yesterday, someone inquired if I had any manuscripts saved, urging me to update a few chapters. I have been diligently working on my drafts these past few days, aiming for a regular update of 3 chapters daily. Once I reach 100,000 words, I will strive to unleash a burst of creativity after the website's recommendation. Here's the first chapter, with more to come at noon and in the evening. Chapter 26. The mysterious portal. Obadiah played a remarkably significant role in Tony Stark's life, especially following the passing of his father. Not only did he assist Tony in managing the entire company, but at that time, Tony was merely in his early 20s. Immensely wealthy and possessed a brilliant mind, coupled with a rather arrogant disposition. It is unfathomable how much trouble he stirred and the romantic entanglements he found himself in during that period. Obadiah consistently stepped in behind Tony, quietly cleaning up his messes. It was only with the arrival of Pepper Potts that he gradually distanced himself from Tony's personal affairs. Although his intentions were to ensure that Tony, the proverbial hen, continued to lay golden eggs, it is evident that Tony harbored profound feelings for Obadiah. He was a partner, a friend, a mentor, and even a father figure. Upon his return, Obadiah was acutely aware that something was amiss. The sheer volume of his company's weaponry in the hands of terrorists was alarming. Few could manage such undertakings simultaneously. Tony Stark was no fool. However, when it comes to matters of the heart, even the most brilliant minds can become somewhat foolish. He was reluctant to confront the truth and somewhat fearful of uncovering the answers himself. As Qin Xiao spoke, Tony comprehended the situation entirely. Over the years, Stark Industries had evolved into the largest arms dealer in the world. Tony Stark's numerous inventions and designs had firmly established the market for weaponry. In other words, he had paved the way for future weapon designs, allowing the scientists at Stark Industries to follow in his footsteps. Thus, in Obadiah's eyes, Tony Stark had transformed from a golden egg-laying hen into a stumbling block hindering his complete control over Stark Industries. This reasoning did not require further elaboration from Qin Xiao. As soon as it was confirmed that Obadiah was behind it, Tony understood entirely. With a deep breath, he downed an entire bottle of beer and exhaled heavily. So now, you are monitoring him closely, aren't you? I'm not certain. I'm merely a temp, Tony. They see me as a super soldier, but given their style, it's likely. It depends on your direction. Tony, you have seen the weapons in their possession. This is only what we know. Who knows how much is concealed? Terrorists? Drug dealers? Observing Tony Stark's hesitation, Qin Xiao interjected. I understand. Even if I halt weapon production, he will still find ways and resources within the company to secretly manufacture and sell on his own. Tony furrowed his brow and vigorously raked his fingers through his hair. Give me a little time. I will ensure he leaves the company. I will offer him a chance for a peaceful retirement. Tony felt a twinge of compassion. Perhaps this was destined. The Iron Tyrant was meant to emerge, giving rise to the name Iron Man. The difference now was that Qin Xiao would likely be involved. All right. I will inform them not to act independently. Qin Xiao readily agreed. At present, he possesses a formidable strength equivalent to 30% of the Hulk's power, which in the Marvel Cinematic Universe may prove insufficient for later confrontations. However, at this moment, such strength is akin to a glitch in the system. The Ironmonger, merely a sturdily constructed cardboard figure, presents little challenge when torn apart. Tony, I can empathize with your feelings. Fear not, for there are no others present. If you wish to weep, do so upon my broad shoulders, my dear. Away with you. Jarvis, contact the Los Angeles Police Department and inform them that a deranged intruder has breached my home. Qin Xiao was unaware of S.H.I.E.L.'s decision regarding Obadiah, so he resorted to reaching out to Black Widow. Is there something you need? He inquired. Intern agent? This time, the absence of gunfire around Black Widow rendered the atmosphere rather serene. Indeed, there is something of great importance. I no longer wish to continue. I had envisioned joining the largest intelligence agency, becoming a mysterious agent, saving the world alongside glamorous companions. Who would have thought I would end up as an intern agent? Not only am I barred from saving the world, but my alluring colleagues have vanished as well. Sigh. Do you know what it feels like to miss someone so intensely that sleep eludes you? Qin Xiao's playful banter elicited a melodious laugh from Black Widow. If you truly miss me that much, I shall visit you in Los Angeles once this mission concludes. In the ordinary course of their daily tasks, conversations typically revolved around official matters. Yet Qin Xiao's casual remarks brought a refreshing change to Black Widow's mood. You must keep your word. Deceitful words are for pups. His youthful jest struck her as particularly sincere, which only brightened her spirits further. Indeed, deceitful words are for pups. However, I have something to discuss with you regarding Obadiah. Qin Xiao reiterated Tony's sentiments. After listening, Black Widow ended the call but made inquiries on Qin Xiao's behalf. S.H.I.E.L.D. would respect Tony Stark's wishes. Yet agents would maintain surveillance over him. Should any clandestine activities arise, S.H.I.E.L.D. would act swiftly. This could serve as a concession to Tony. If Obadiah were to seek his own demise, there would be little recourse. By the way, you mentioned you were on a mission. What is it? Is it perilous? Do you require my assistance? Once the official matters were addressed, Qin Xiao shifted the topic. That is classified information. Your clearance is insufficient. Intern agent. Black Widow teased him. Upon realizing the genuine concern behind Qin Xiao's words, she added, rest assured, this mission is quite safe, posing no real danger. Damn it, I swear. The next time we meet, I shall smash Nick Fury's egg-shaped head. Qin Xiao declared vehemently, his irritation with the title of intern agent palpable. Egg-shaped head, huh? That nickname is rather apt. Nick would surely be infuriated by you. All right, I shan't keep you any longer. I must return to my duties. Behave yourself and await my return in Los Angeles, intern agent. The Black Widow, rare in her playful demeanor, teased Qin Xiao with a fleeting remark. After ending the call, she found herself staring blankly at her phone. Unlike those around her, Qin Xiao spoke with a warmth and concern reminiscent of ordinary young people, a quality that the Black Widow found both lacking in her life and profoundly yearned for. This sensation was undeniably comforting. Am I truly beginning to develop feelings for this young man? She murmured to herself, quickly dismissing the notion. With a bitter smile, she acknowledged that she likely would never experience such simple happiness in her lifetime. Casually tossing her phone onto the sofa, she turned her gaze towards the nightscape beyond the window. Suddenly, an ornate golden portal materialized behind Qin Xiao. From within emerged a woman clad in black combat attire, emblazoned with the letters TVA. However, as she stepped into Qin Xiao's apartment, a hand unexpectedly reached out from the portal, pulling her back with force. In an instant, the golden gateway vanished without a trace. Sensing something amiss, Qin Xiao quickly turned around, only to find the space behind him utterly vacant. Perhaps I've misjudged the situation? It could be the result of my restless nights, he mused, scratching his head in mild frustration. Chapter 27. The Temporal Variance Authority, the Nameless Realm. The headquarters of the Temporal Variance Authority. The woman who had mysteriously appeared behind Qin Xiao moments ago now stood within a chamber reminiscent of a courtroom. Before her, seated at a dais akin to that of a judge, was a young woman with golden hair clad in a uniform. Why are you obstructing my efforts to apprehend the criminal? The woman in black questioned vehemently. This individual has violated the sacred timeline. And he is not merely a temporal offender, his presence has even disrupted the sanctity of the timeline itself. The golden-haired woman, her expression impassive, responded coolly, C-18. I fully comprehend your resolve to safeguard the sacred timeline. However, in this instance, the Great Time Guardian is personally overseeing the matter, and it is their will that you refrain from arresting that individual. But such an action will incite chaos. The sacred timeline must not be desecrated. The black-clad woman remained indignant, for her very existence was dedicated to its protection, as their name suggests, the sacred timeline. Are you questioning the decision of the Time Guardian? The golden-haired woman's voice escalated sharply. I would not dare. The mention of the Time Guardian caused the black-clad woman to immediately temper her anger, bowing slightly in acquiescence. Very well. The golden-haired woman nodded in satisfaction. The Time Guardian is omniscient and omnipotent. My duty is to execute their will. You may leave. As the black-clad woman departed, the lights in the courtroom extinguished, plunging the space into darkness, where a sigh echoed. For readers unfamiliar with the temporal variance authority, I recommend watching Marvel's new series, Loki, which I personally find far more captivating than WandaVision or The Falcon and the Winter Soldier. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao remained blissfully unaware of the machinations of the temporal variance authority. After several days of idle time, he once again found himself at Tony's residence. His primary purpose for visiting this time was to consult with Jarvis, as he still had 2,000 points remaining in the system's points marketplace. Thus far, he had accumulated a total of 3,000 points, yet he still had a considerable way to go before unlocking the second-tier marketplace. However, he found himself lacking in options to exchange his points. The only remaining choice was a currency conversion. Unfortunately, this option offered little assistance in this world, merely alleviating his financial concerns in the real world. Yet, to live freely, mere money would not suffice. He must establish a commercial empire, a business realm wielding advanced technology. The question then arose, which entity possessed superior technology? Without Black Panther, Tony reigned supreme. Thus, Qin Xiao, with audacity, made his way to Tony's laboratory. Bang! As he descended from the basement, he witnessed Tony spiraling upward into the air. The man abruptly inverted and collided forcefully with a protruding wall in midair. He then slid down the wall like a poster, upside down. Qin Xiao dashed forward, seizing Tony's ankle to prevent an embarrassing mishap as his head neared the ground. You ought to seek out a private acrobatics instructor, Tony. I've saved you once again. You would do well to jot that down. Damn. I should have begun the experiment at 10%. Put me down. 2 minutes later, Tony, with an ice pack pressed against his neck, gazed in astonishment at Qin Xiao and inquired, what do you need an AI butler for? Forgive my candor, but your apartment is hardly larger than my garage, and it appears to be rented. I have my sights set on a condominium in downtown Los Angeles, which I intend to purchase and renovate. My aim is to convert the entire residence into a fully automated smart home. It need not be as sophisticated as Jarvis. Do you understand my meaning? Qin Xiao rolled his eyes, finding Tony's words both minimally hurtful yet profoundly insulting. However, there was no refuting his point. Comparing wealth with him was akin to staking one's entire fortune against his pocket change. Why don't you first complete the purchase of the property? Then provide me with the architectural plans. You need not concern yourself with anything else. I shall assist you in establishing a private server and subsequently install a smart program for you. I will have Pepper and the company's team handle the renovations according to my designs, but you shall have to procure the furniture yourself. Tony, I adore you. Rest assured, I will reimburse you. Qin Xiao exclaimed, throwing an arm around Tony's shoulders, grinning mischievously. Tony, with an air of pride, shot a glance at Qin Xiao and waved his arm dismissively. With a disdainful expression, he retorted, keep your meager possessions to yourself, you pauper. Anything I might casually retrieve from my garage is worth more than your house. All right, I acknowledge your wealth. You are, after all, Tony Stark. Given that, could you also assist me with the furniture? I feel as though I am missing another vehicle, and I see that your garage. Get lost. Jarvis. Revoke this guy's access. I do not wish to see him again. As the two engaged in playful banter, a news segment on the television captured Tony's attention. Yesterday, a small town named Kamara was ravaged by terrorists, a group that refers to themselves as the Ten Rings. Accompanied by the voice of the on-site reporter, images of the town's ruins appeared on the screen. Numerous civilian corpses lay strewn about the roadside, including women and children, in footage capturing the terrorists. The name Stark was glaringly emblazoned on their weapons. Notably, a bald man, resembling a leader, was seen directing the atrocities amidst the wreckage. Is it him? This scoundrel is still alive. Tony and Qin Xiao exclaimed almost in unison. They had both witnessed the bald man approach the cave entrance, and Tony had personally activated the detonator. It was astonishing that this man had somehow survived. Damn it, Ethan. Tony suddenly sprang to his feet, exclaiming, I had a feeling I had heard of this town before. It is Ethan's hometown. For heaven's sake, Jarvis, contact Rhodey. Tony. Such matters are typically handled more swiftly by intelligence agencies. Qin Xiao understood Tony's intentions following the previous incident. Tony had expressed a desire to offer Ethan a position in the United States. However, Ethan remained steadfast in his commitment to return to his hometown to provide medical care for the local populace. Tony had even promised to construct a large hospital for them in the future. To their dismay, they were soon confronted by terrorists. Once again, a call was placed to Black Widow. Although Ethan had not shared the same intimate experiences with Tony in the cave, he had nonetheless forged a bond through shared peril on the battlefield. Thus, Black Widow's response was remarkably swift. Within 20 minutes of their conversation, she delivered the devastating news. Tony, I am so sorry. Ethan is gone. The survivors from the small town recounted that they had captured Ethan and had cruelly burned him alive within his own home. Qin Xiao ended the call, his voice heavy with sorrow as he inquired, what about his family? Tony's gaze was fixed intently on the bald figure displayed on the television screen. They were all in that house. Not a single one managed to escape. Chapter 28. Witnessing the birth of Iron Man. Merely watching television presents but a flat image. Certain experiences demand one to be present in the moment to truly grasp their essence. For Tony, it was a harrowing tableau of war, weaponry, death, and blood, laid bare before him by fate. It was in this crucible of chaos that Tony Stark transcended from a mere playboy to the formidable Iron Man. As for Qin Xiao, perhaps it was akin to a gamer's mindset traversing through worlds, or perhaps possessing a godlike perspective that foresaw the unfolding events. The brutality of killing and the fierce battles in Afghanistan did not evoke any profound sense of emotion or faith within him. Yet, this did not diminish his sensory experience, especially when he beheld the moment Tony Stark donned his armored suit for the first time. The impact of reality far surpassed that of the silver screen. Observing the auxiliary control panel crafted by Tony, metallic arms extended to envelop each part of the armor. Even though the suit remained unpainted and Qin Xiao had witnessed the extraordinary Mark 85 nano-armor in the films, he was utterly captivated by the armor before him. Every inch of the suit, from the feet to the hands, the back to the joints, was adorned with intricately designed components that moved with precision, revealing an ethereal blue glow of energy within. It was nothing short of magnificent. It epitomized every man's ultimate fantasy. Qin Xiao couldn't contain his excitement. Indeed, this was the quintessential toy for a man. It dwarfed any sports car or firearm in comparison. Calm down, my friend. The ultimate dream is yet to come. You will surely scream at what I am about to do next. Tony proclaimed. Jarvis, initiate the propulsion system. I wish to fly. Sir. That will require calculations in the millions before it can be executed, Jarvis dutifully advised. Jarvis, sometimes one must learn to run before they can walk. Let us go. With Tony's command, the thrusters beneath the suit erupted with a burst of red flames. The armor slowly ascended, lifting approximately half a meter off the ground. After hovering in the air for a few seconds, the palms of the suit gestured, and 4 exhaust ports simultaneously expelled flames. With a whoosh, Qin Xiao felt a silver streak dart past him, soaring down the garage passage and out of the house. It soared into the sky. Ho, ho, ho. Tony's jubilant voice resonated throughout the room. Qin, you can't possibly comprehend this sensation, ha ha ha. Woo. Tony laughed triumphantly. Tony, be careful. There's a saying in Huaxia, too much joy leads to sorrow. Have you heard of it? Qin Xiao remarked with a tinge of envy. Haha, you are jealous. You are undoubtedly envious. I am Tony Stark. Jarvis, what is the flight altitude record for the SR-71 reconnaissance aircraft? The official record is 85,000 feet, sir. All right, Qin. Today you have witnessed a new flight record, Tony exclaimed, as a fiery trail blazed across the night sky of Los Angeles, ascending vertically towards the heavens. Familiar with the plot of the film, Qin Xiao was well aware of what would transpire next. He promptly pulled over a chair and, holding a bottle of beverage, seated himself before a blue and white vintage sports car in the garage. Indeed, within less than 2 minutes, a thunderous crash resounded as Tony, clad in his armor, smashed through 2 layers of ceiling, crushing the sports car before Qin Xiao. Alas, Qin Xiao heard Tony's melancholic sigh emanating from the speakers in the room. Come on, get to work. Spray him. The robotic arm, designed for household chores, leisurely pivoted to Tony's side. It raised its modified appendage and unleashed a torrent of fire-extinguishing foam upon the armor lying on the ground. In the original narrative, Obadiah had once furiously berated a scientist from Stark Industries, claiming that Tony Stark had fashioned a miniature arc reactor in a cave using a collection of scrap materials. Meanwhile, an entire laboratory of scientists under Obadiah's command struggled to even grasp the fundamentals of the large prototype at Stark Industries. In truth, it was not merely a matter of technical superiority or genius intellect. Tony Stark's remarkable manual skills, combined with JARVIS, and his multitude of robotic arms, could rival that of a large-scale assembly line factory. After being frozen at high altitude, He had crafted an entirely new suit in just 3 days, not accounting for the day consumed by ordering and transporting materials. The familiar gold and red color scheme resembled a thruster for a laser cannon, with the arc reactor glowing brightly at the chest. For a moment, Qin Xiao found himself lost in reverie. The Marvel Cinematic Universe boasts a plethora of superhero characters, with Iron Man and Captain America likely holding the highest number of fans. However, when it comes to the most anticipated hero's entrance, the majority would surely declare Iron Man. From the cumbersome Mark I in the cave to the current Mark II, which necessitated mechanical assistance for donning, to the suitcase portable Mark V, and the tracking suit in Avengers, Assemble, culminating in the breathtaking nanotech armor of the endgame. Each appearance of Iron Man seems to offer an entirely new visual delight. How do I look? Tony, brimming with swagger, turned to inquire of Qin Xiao as the suit was finally complete. Qin Xiao assumed the demeanor of a fashion designer scrutinizing a model, thoughtfully stroking his chin and nodding. Quite impressive. Congratulations, Tony, you now appear to be nearly as tall as I am, Qin Xiao remarked, gesturing to compare their heights. Tony, visibly irritated, responded, the events in Kamakura, including Ethan's death and the abundance of Stark Industries weaponry still in the hands of terrorists, have ignited a fury within me. Before confronting Obadiah, I must first eradicate those terrorists. This task is one I must undertake personally, which is why I hastened the creation of this armor. However, due to Qin Xiao's influence, Tony found himself compelled to alter his initial inclination towards solitary combat. Initially, Tony had no intention of bringing Qin Xiao along. He believed his own capabilities to be sufficient and considered Qin Xiao no longer a match for him. This notion was abruptly shattered when Qin Xiao effortlessly molded the excess materials of his armor into a perfect sphere with his bare hands. I recall that super soldiers were not supposed to possess such extraordinary prowess. In response to Tony's incredulity, Qin Xiao nonchalantly turned away, hands clasped behind his back, gazing skyward with an air of solitary mastery, proclaiming, I cannot speak for others, but I, Qin Xiao, am indeed this formidable. Chapter 29. Conversations on the airplane once again. Reality has demonstrated that the so-called pretentiousness after adolescence lasts no longer than a fleeting 3 seconds. The two had spontaneously decided to journey to the Middle East to eradicate terrorists. However, the choice of transportation posed a significant dilemma, while Tony possessed a private jet. Its conspicuousness was a concern. This operation required utmost discretion. As for a Quinjet, Tony could craft one himself if time permitted, yet the urgency of the situation was pressing. With the terrorists currently pillaging a small town near Kamara, they needed to act swiftly. Thus, Qin Xiao turned his attention once more to S.H.I.E.L.D. Given Tony's insistence on keeping his armor confidential, the duo could not resort to conventional channels. Under the cover of night, 2 shadowy figures appeared at the entrance of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Los Angeles branch. This was neither the headquarters nor a secret base housing crucial materials. And being within the United States, the security was not particularly stringent. Beneath the robust intelligent security system, even the nighttime guards were absent. Qin Xiao stealthily produced his identification. He quietly confirmed with Tony, Are you certain you can erase the visitor logs and surveillance footage? This is my work ID. While I am not afraid of them causing trouble, I certainly do not wish to jeopardize my steady income. Only when Tony gestured an okay did Qin Xiao gently press his ID against the sensor at the entrance. Beep. Insufficient privileges. A few red lights flickered on the sensor, accompanied by a soft electronic voice. How could this be? Qin Xiao, undeterred, attempted again twice, yet the result remained the same. Insufficient privileges. Allow me. Tony took the ID from Qin Xiao, exclaiming, An intern agent? Well, my dear novice, let me give it a try. Beep. Tony sighed and handed the ID back to Qin Xiao, inquiring, Have you been here before? No. Qin Xiao shook his head in confusion. I learned the location from Natasha. Congratulations on finding a fine job. Tony scoffed, shooting Qin Xiao a disdainful glance. The armor's arm opened, and Tony produced a card connected to a circuit, affixing it to the sensor. Fortunately, I came prepared. J.A.R.V.I.S. Let this in turn witness the might of our capabilities against this elusive intelligence department. While S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Washington headquarters might possess a rudimentary intelligence comparable to J.A.R.V.I.S., the branch here, well, was another story. Amidst Qin Xiao's colorful invocations of Nick Fury's ancestors, J.A.R.V.I.S. breached the access control in less than 10 seconds. Furthermore, he commandeered the network of this unassuming building located on the outskirts of Los Angeles. To facilitate swift operations during missions, each S.H.I.E.L.D. branch was equipped with a Quinjet. Today, fortune smiled upon Tony and Qin Xiao, for no one was utilizing it for a mission. Stealthily, they navigated through the fire escape to the rooftop. 2 minutes later, a Qin-style fighter jet soared into the sky, heading directly towards Tony's residence at Malibu Beach. Clad in his armor, the two set off across the Pacific towards the Middle East. Did you know? During World War II, my father piloted a plane carrying Captain America through enemy territory, reaching deep into the heart of the foe to execute a rescue mission. Little did I expect that now I would be flying a plane with another super soldier to combat terrorism. However, unlike my father, who served solely as a pilot, I possess this. Tony tapped his armor. Tony, you have numerous means at your disposal to combat these terrorists. If your intent in Afghanistan was to create armor for escape, what is your purpose now? Is it merely to eradicate the 10 rings? After a moment of silence, Tony slowly replied, my father once told me that to attain peace, one must wield the mightiest stick. This has shaped my philosophy on weapon creation, yet ever since that Stark-marked missile exploded beside me in Afghanistan. Sigh. Tony let out a melancholic breath. I believed that the weapons I crafted would bring peace to the world. Unaware of how many souls the name Stark has plunged into despair. Before that missile detonated, I lay there, able to discern each letter of Stark. Yet, its significance eluded me, leaving only despair. I cannot even fathom what thoughts might cross the minds of those who, in similar dire straits, gaze upon the name Stark. Tony's words left Qin Xiao momentarily speechless. Others may not know, but he understood. Tony was right. Others might remain silent, including Scarlet Witch, a fellow Avenger, and her twin brother Quicksilver, who had stared at the Stark-marked missile for a full 12 hours. I was once merely a maker of sticks. Now I have crafted one of the most formidable weapons in the world. Tony gestured to his armor. I will grasp it firmly in my hands. This will be the essence of my existence henceforth, to combat terrorism, eradicate war, and forge peace, irrespective of nations or politics. In a sense, the early Iron Man and Black Widow were both seeking atonement for their past selves. It was not until the latter stages of the Avengers that this atonement gradually transformed into a sense of responsibility, particularly after the Battle of New York. When the Avengers took upon themselves the mantle of safeguarding the world, the transformation began to unfold. Tony, do you know why Nick Fury insisted on pushing me into the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division? Damn, curse that name. It was because he had a plan, the Avengers Initiative, to assemble a team of individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities, ready to rise when the world is in need. Upon finishing, Qin Xiao fixed his gaze intently upon Tony. A commendable notion. While I may not fully comprehend the complexities of Nick Fury, I am acutely aware that organizations such as the CIA, KGB, and MI5, regardless of their original intentions, have ultimately devolved into instruments of political maneuvering, albeit to varying degrees. Should the occasion arise where valor is necessitated, I shall don my armor and rise to the challenge. However, I refuse to be wielded as a mere weapon by others. I resonate with the Avengers Initiative, yet I harbor reservations towards SHIELD. This encapsulates Iron Man's perspective. Indeed, Tony, that is precisely my sentiment. We shall not be mere pawns in another's game. We shall grasp the stick ourselves. Turning to Tony Stark, Qin Xiao declared. In that moment, Tony bowed his head in contemplation for an extended period. Abruptly raising his gaze to Qin Xiao, he inquired, just like today? Precisely. Just like today. Chapter 3, Evening. Chapter 30. The massacre outside the town of Kamara, a vast expanse of graves has emerged, meticulously erected by the survivors in memory of their lost loved ones. The cemetery, densely populated with simple dugouts and wooden markers, reflects the sorrow of a community diminished. The remaining townsfolk are few. Many fortunate youths have chosen to flee this beleaguered place. Those who remain are primarily the elderly and the unfortunate souls bereaved of their families, left with nothing. In the past, they would often venture out to scavenge and abduct those with skills they coveted, but never before has there been such a massacre. They claim that Ethan aided in their escape, a challenge to their authority. The words spoken by Qin Xiao and Tony, among the scant few young residents of the town, only deepened Tony's silence as they made their way to Ethan's grave. Why don't you leave? If you wish to escape, I can offer assistance. Tony finally inquired after a prolonged silence. This is my home, sir. My parents and sister are buried here. I must stay to be with them. The young man's eyes glimmered with sorrow. This was his soul's sanctuary, with nowhere else to turn. This is Ethan's grave. He was a good doctor who helped many of us. We erected the grandest tombstone for him. The young man guided Qin Xiao and Tony to a section of the cemetery outside the town. I am truly sorry, my friend. I should have anticipated this. Should have been more vigilant. But I swear, those individuals will never harm the innocent in this vicinity again. As Tony spoke, he retrieved a cheeseburger and placed it beside Ethan's grave, a tribute to his child. Before returning, Ethan had made a brief trip with Tony to Los Angeles. And the first thing Tony did upon returning to America was indulge in a cheeseburger. Ethan had remarked during that meal that his child adored them. Lamenting the scarcity of such delights in Kamara, this poignant scene stirred something within Qin Xiao. Tony Stark, often perceived as brash and arrogant, consistently harbored the needs of others deep within his heart. From Happy's favorite television shows to Rhodey's enhancements of Spider-Man's suit with parachutes after his injury, his thoughtfulness was evident. Recently, Qin Xiao had noticed that while Tony feigned disdain for Qin Xiao's new home renovations, he was discreetly modifying a smart program's code, even incorporating significant Chinese characters to ensure Qin Xiao's comfort and convenience. Yokota is a small town approximately 50 kilometers from Kamara, which has recently become another target for the bald-headed leader of the Ten Rings gang. This was information relayed by the young guide accompanying Qin Xiao and Tony. "Sir, may I join you? Arm me, for I wish to avenge my family and friends." Before sending Qin Xiao and Tony onto the plane, the young man spoke to them, urging, "Stay here, take care of the elderly, and restore your homeland to its former glory." Qin Xiao patted the young man's shoulder before departing with Tony from Ethan's hometown. In prior news footage, reporters had described the road leading to Kamara as a path to hell. Yet now, that grim title seemed destined to be bestowed upon Yokota. Along the roads outside the town, the bodies of locals lay strewn about, most of them shot in the back, likely targeted as they fled from the terrorists. Among the fallen were not only young men and women but also many children barely in their teens. The most tragic sight was a little girl, seemingly around 5 or 6 years old. The powerful blast of a rifle had torn through her thigh, leaving her sprawled on the ground, her gaze distant and filled with terror. The gory wound on her leg had begun to turn pale, and a long, winding trail of blood marked her path. Qin Xiao could almost envision the scene. Perhaps her parents had already been gunned down in the town, urging her to run before a terrorist mercilessly shot her in the leg. Thus, the little girl had crawled for what felt like an eternity, dragging her mangled limb across the ground until she succumbed to blood loss. "I do not know what your beliefs are," Qin Xiao whispered, "but I believe in a heaven where you shall reunite with your parents, free from such misfortunes." He knelt down gently, closing the little girl's eyes. Though her eyes would remain forever shut, the haunting image would be etched in Qin Xiao's mind, an indelible memory. In the town, sporadic gunfire mingled with cries for help. Qin Xiao and Tony exchanged a glance. As Tony's battle armor closed its visor, Qin Xiao propelled himself off the ground with determination. In a flash, the two figures surged toward the heart of the town. On the narrow path leading out, a boy of about 13 or 14 stumbled as he fled. His father, a man with a bullet wound to the thigh, struggled to keep pace behind him, fervently urging his son to run faster. Some 10 meters behind them, a terrorist aimed his rifle, preparing to shoot the father's other leg, intending to cripple him, then kill the boy and revel in the despair of this man, suffering both physically and mentally. This had become the terrorist's recent source of amusement. The massacre in Kamara had fully unleashed the demons within these terrorists. Their methods had grown increasingly brutal in recent days. With a smile curling at the corner of his mouth, the terrorist locked onto the father's thigh, ready to pull the trigger. Suddenly, a sharp whoosh pierced the air. A miniature missile shot down from the sky, obliterating the terrorist into a dismembered mass. A figure, resplendent in golden red, streaked across the heavens. At that moment, from the adjacent house, another terrorist emerged, having heard the explosion. In his hands, he clutched various women-esque accessories, including earrings and bracelets. With a puzzled glance at the chaotic scene on the ground, he had yet to comprehend what had transpired. Suddenly, on a narrow path formed by compressed earth, a figure surged forth, enveloped in a cloud of dust, charging in like a colossal dragon. The terrorist had no time to raise his weapon. He was swiftly met by a powerful punch from Qin Xiao, striking him squarely in the face. The force of the blow was so tremendous that his head shattered like a watermelon struck by a heavy hammer, blood and brain matter splattering across Qin Xiao's face. Chapter 31. The demonic Qin Xiao. Those familiar with the Marvel Cinematic Universe are aware that the Hulk's capabilities, although significantly diminished compared to the comics, retain the principle that he grows stronger with increasing rage. This aspect serves as a subtle undertone within the film. However, the disparity between his maximum and minimum capacities is not as vast. The serum provided by the system, an enhanced version of the Green Giant, captures a staggering 30% of that maximum value, a truly formidable figure. Thus, fueled by vengeance, Qin Xiao unleashed his full strength, obliterating a terrorist's skull with a single punch, rendering it akin to a shattered watermelon. Blood and brain matter splattered across his face. In response, Qin Xiao nonchalantly wiped his face as if merely drying sweat, then revealed a grin more grotesque than a demon's, flashing several gleaming white teeth. "Prepare to descend into hell, scum." This proclamation heralded the onset of slaughter. In the heart of the town, a multitude of terrorists and townsfolk had gathered. Tony's armor, benefiting from aerial superiority, had long spotted the throng below and soared directly towards them. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao traversed the narrow streets, methodically eliminating the scattered terrorists on the periphery. At the entrance of the town's soul bar, an SUV stood parked. 3 terrorists were busy hauling away various bottles of alcohol from within. The bar's owner, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard, lay on the floor with a bullet wound to his forehead. His wife clung desperately to one of the terrorists' legs, emitting a furious wail. This particular terrorist, showing a modicum of humanity, refrained from attacking her immediately. After several futile attempts to shake her off, he raised his rifle butt and brought it crashing down onto her head. Thud. Once. Thud. Twice. Blood began to trickle from the corner of her mouth. Yet her grip remained unyielding around his leg. Growing increasingly impatient, the terrorist aimed his weapon to end her life. "To hell with you!" A furious shout erupted. A quintessential curse from the heart of China, indifferent to whether the terrorist comprehended it. Accompanying this furious exclamation was the sudden appearance of a fist striking the terrorist's chest. In his rage, Qin Xiao did not even draw his tang knife. With a single punch, he not only shattered the man's spine, but also punctured through his chest, delivering a fatal blow. Smack. The other two terrorists, lifting a barrel of liquor, were met with a gruesome splash of entrails across one of their faces. Crash. The barrel toppled, spilling its contents onto the ground, and the two terrorists remained momentarily stunned. In an instant, Qin Xiao had appeared before them, confronting the pair still in the act of lifting. With both hands, he seized one by the back of the head, grasping tightly, hair and scarf included, and forcefully propelled them toward each other. The faces of the two terrorists collided with astonishing force. Bones fractured, flesh compressed, and mingled. Two heads were brutally smashed together by Qin Xiao, reducing them to a singular, grotesque mass. Countless fragments of bone and flesh were driven into each other's brains, rendering them lifeless. Ultimately, the two bodies formed a V, resembling a conjoined entity, collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. In this scene of sheer carnage, a middle-aged woman, whose lip was bloodied from a blow to the face with a rifle butt, exhibited no hint of panic. Instead, she seized the rifle from the ground and aimed it at the terrorist who had just been pierced through the chest by Qin Xiao's fist. With a pull of the trigger, the bullets erupted in a furious torrent, although most were propelled off course by the recoil. Nevertheless, a few rounds struck the man's head, obliterating it in a gruesome display. After venting her fury, the woman sat down heavily, staring blankly at her husband's lifeless body. Qin Xiao sighed, offering no words of comfort, and once again unleashed a surge of momentum down the street, akin to a whirlwind. From above, he would appear as a voracious serpent, darting through the various alleyways of Ukidah town, confronting terrorists with unrelenting physical force, leaving behind a trail of mangled flesh. The town was not large, and with Qin Xiao's efficiency, he could scour the entire locale within a mere 20 minutes. At that moment, in the heart of the town, Tony had just eliminated all remaining terrorists and was preparing to offer solace to the frightened townsfolk. Just then, as he turned a corner, Qin Xiao emerged slowly, clad in combat gear produced by the system, utterly clean of any bloodstains. However, the exposed parts of his body, his face, head, neck, and hands, were smeared with a grimy mixture of blood, dust, and flesh, resembling a thick layer of dark crimson mud. Particularly, his hair dripped with viscous blood and was ensnared with fragments of bone from some unfortunate soul. He appeared as if he had clawed his way out of the depths of hell. Some timid children and women, upon witnessing Qin Xiao's ghastly visage, could no longer contain their screams. Feeling somewhat awkward, Qin Xiao halted, forcing a smile that was more terrifying than reassuring, revealing a mouthful of gleaming white teeth as he addressed Tony. "I've taken care of it. There should be a base nearby. We must investigate further." Tony, recognizing that Qin Xiao's emotions were spiraling even more than his own, nodded slightly, turning to lead the way out of the town. Just as they soared a few hundred meters away, a thunderous explosion rang out. Remaining terrorists had somehow commandeered a tank, launching a direct assault that sent Tony hurtling through the air. However, the tank's firepower posed no threat to Iron Man's armor. As Tony regained his composure and prepared to retaliate with an armor-piercing round, he was astonished to see Qin Xiao leap from a distance of over 100 meters, landing directly atop the tank. Bending down, he thrust his hands into the junction between the turret and the tank's body. A fierce roar erupted as Qin Xiao astonishingly wrenched the entire turret from the tank. Not only the terrorists inside the tank, but even Tony, suspended in midair, was rendered speechless, his gaze fixated on the tank's armor as he calculated whether his suit's thickness and defensive capabilities could withstand several strikes from Qin Xiao. After he had cast the turret aside, it fortuitously landed with the cannon resting atop the tank. He then grasped the cannon with both hands and leaped directly from the tank. Subsequently, he swung the cannon like a bizarrely shaped hammer, aiming it squarely at the tank's body. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 32. The explosive Nick Fury. Tony watched in astonishment as the tank was ruthlessly crushed into a mere sheet of metal by Qin Xiao. He had little interest in the fate of those inside. Rather, it was Qin's performance today that piqued his curiosity. "Qin, does your attire possess automatic dry cleaning capabilities?" "Oh, for heaven's sake, you ought to clean yourself up on the plane first. You appear as though you've just been hurled into the abyss of a behemoth," Tony jested, indirectly probing. The enigmatic East always harbors its own mysteries. Qin Xiao, intent on concealing the state of his garments, understood that such secrets could not be kept forever. With a swift motion, he transformed his jeans and t-shirt into a tailored casual suit right before Tony's eyes. And look, this is what true masculinity in battle looks like. Far superior to cowering within a metallic cocoon, Qin Xiao remarked, playfully patting Tony on the shoulder. Your outfit resembles a transforming safety cover. Qin Xiao's jesting demeanor alleviated Tony's concerns, prompting him to mumble under his breath. Suddenly, as if ignited by an unseen flame, he leapt up. Oh, damn. Why did you pat my shoulder? God knows what you have on your hands. Jarvis, remind me to conduct a comprehensive disinfection of the armor when we return. Understood, sir. The Ten Rings gang, led by the bald head, was once again swept aside by Tony Stark and Qin Xiao at their nearby base. All the arms dealers were thoroughly obliterated. Meanwhile, the bald leader at a distant camp in the desert nearly succumbed to rage upon receiving the news. It was all that Obadiah's fault. Only heaven knew the extent of the trouble this Tony Stark had caused him. Although Tony donned his armor, he recognized the arc reactor on the chest from the video sent by his subordinates. Damn it. The bald leader slammed his hand down on the table. He only learned of the arc reactor's true worth during a conversation with Obadiah afterward. Guarding a gold mine while insisting on developing missiles was a classic case of suffering from a lack of knowledge. After venting his frustration by smashing several items on the table, the bald leader pointed to a heavy chest plate piled in the corner and instructed his subordinates. Take a photograph of this heap of equipment created by Tony Stark and send it along with the video to Obadiah. He understands its value. And have him send us more arms. This loss must be charged to him. The chest plate in the corner was, in fact, the incomplete Mark I armor that Tony had begun crafting. When Qin Xiao rescued him, he had only managed to bring the blueprints. The rudimentary armor was still unfinished and had not been retrieved. Tony believed that these terrorists could not discern its significance, especially since it was not a complete product and lacked the blueprints. Little did he realize that this creation would eventually fall into Obadiah's hands. The myriad complexities of power in the Middle East meant that even SHIELD's intelligence capabilities would be severely hampered in this region. Under normal circumstances, the actions of Tony and Qin Xiao would eventually be discovered by Nick Fury. However, it is important to note that SHIELD currently has operatives monitoring Obadiah extensively. Consequently, when Obadiah received a video transmitted by the Ten Rings, Nick Fury also laid eyes upon this footage. Qin Xiao could recognize it. But the other figure, is that a robot? Tony's armor and Qin Xiao's combat prowess left Nick Fury utterly astounded. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. The arc reactor in his chest is undeniably iconic. This is Tony Stark. Should I commend his genius in weapon development? It has maximized the war potential of the miniaturized arc reactor. What a brilliant idea. Instinctively, Nick Fury contemplated calling Coulson to facilitate contact with Tony Stark. However, after a moment's reflection, he opted instead to dial Qin Xiao's number. Oh, my dear director, my boss, you finally remembered I exist as an intern agent. At this moment, Qin Xiao was still on the plane returning with Tony. Nick Fury chose to disregard Qin Xiao's exaggerated emphasis on intern. With a sardonic tone, he remarked, I almost forgot. I should just grant you a level 8 agent status, considering you can confront terrorists directly in the Middle East. Oh, and didn't you blow up a tank? Truly an exceptional individual. I should have you join the action team. So, should you return to report to your boss about the situation in the Middle East and your armored companion? I presume he is your good friend Tony Stark, correct? This last line was the crux of the matter. Qin Xiao chuckled softly. Boss, are you dreaming? What Middle East? What Tin Man? Is that a new movie? He continued to jest. Damn it. Stop playing coy with me. You are my operative. That substantial amount of dollars appearing in your bank account each month is due to my signature. Do you understand? Nick Fury seethed, crushing the pen in his grasp. I am well aware that I am your operative, and in turn no less, with a work ID that can't even get me past the department entrance. Qin Xiao rolled his eyes, ignoring Nick Fury's ire. Wow. Just as Qin Xiao finished speaking, Tony playfully snapped his fingers against Qin Xiao's forehead. What are you doing? Qin Xiao silently mouthed. Tony regarded Qin Xiao with a look of bemusement, mimicking the action of swiping a work ID to access a door. Then gestured towards the airplane's instruments. At that moment, Qin Xiao comprehended his meaning. That matter was not to be discussed, considering they had stolen the plane. What are you doing? Upon hearing Qin Xiao's unexpected exclamation, Nick Fury inquired. I'm setting sail with Tony. You know, there are plenty of youthful and lovely girls on board. Just a moment ago, a blonde bombshell unexpectedly kissed me. Damn it, is being handsome a crime? My dear boss. Does this situation allow me to draw my weapon in self-defense? Nick Fury's furious outburst was distinctly audible to Tony, who stood nearby. Stop weaving tales. You must come to Washington immediately. And regarding your work badge, damn it, I knew it. How could a plane, a Quinjet, be stolen without reason? Middle East. I demand you come to Washington at once. In response to Nick Fury's thunderous voice, Qin Xiao activated the speakerphone on his device, glancing at his left hand. and selected a finger with a notably long nail. He aimed it towards the microphone of the phone and began to gently scrape it. What? What did you say? Oh, this wretched signal. For heaven's sake, I am on a call with my boss. Hello? Hello? As he spoke, Qin Xiao abruptly ended the call. Bang. Nick Fury slammed his phone onto the table, shattering it into pieces. Chapter 33. Coulson was enveloped in a sense of melancholy. Few could elude the tracking of S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet Tony Stark was undoubtedly among them, especially given the circumstances involving a stolen aircraft. The two stealthily returned to Tony's opulent mansion. Qin Xiao had just indulged in the experience of a luxurious smart bathtub at Tony's abode when Coulson, sporting a touching hairline and an earnest visage, stood at the entrance of Stark's residence. Sir, the agent from that long and odious-named intelligence agency has arrived, Jarvis quipped in a tone reminiscent of Tony's humor. Coulson, however, displayed no signs of anger. With a smile, he greeted the two and promptly activated a video on his phone, displaying footage of their formidable exploits in the Middle East. Anything you wish to say? Coulson inquired with a grave expression directed at the pair. Movies should be watched in theaters. The quality of this pirated version is utterly nauseating. You ought to try my private screening room. You'll fall in love with that place. By the way, what is the title of this film? Tony's response was delivered with a remarkable degree of seriousness. Coulson sighed in exasperation. Do you not find it odd that the contraption on that metallic figure's chest resembles the one on yours? Are you jesting? Mine is an arc reactor. While that thing is clearly an LED light. Tony retorted, prompting Coulson to shift his attention to Qin Xiao. He indicated the scene where Qin was violently wielding a tank barrel against a vehicle. Qin, do you have any comments? This person is quite hideous. Is he your friend? He is truly revolting. Is that excrement on his face? Qin Xiao's remarks nearly drove Coulson to pull out his own hair in frustration. Clearly, Qin's audacity surpassed Coulson's expectations. Even Tony struggled to suppress a chuckle. Alas, Coulson sighed deeply once more, finally grasping why Nick Fury had shattered his phone in a fit of rage. After several deep breaths to compose himself, Coulson spoke with utmost seriousness. This video was transmitted from the Middle East to Obadiah. We intercepted it. And I am here to inform Stark that he has 1 week to resolve his company's affairs. After 1 week, my people will take action. Seeing Tony finally nod in earnest, Coulson stood and prepared to leave. He feared that if he lingered, he might lose every last strand of hair on his head. Just as he reached the door, Coulson pivoted back. Our division has lost a Quinjet. Qin, as our agent, do you have any information? Qin Xiao, with an enigmatic smile, replied, I am merely an intern agent, but if you seek to locate something, allow me to introduce you to one of the greatest mystical arts of Huaxia fortune-telling, which can be understood as divination. With that, Qin extended his right hand, rapidly tapping his thumb with 4 fingers in succession, while reciting, See, rat, cho, ox, een, tiger, mao, rabbit, chin, dragon, little scruff, truly scruffy. Fa hi. You do not understand love. The revered Taishang Laojun, swift as the edicts of the law. Behold, a subtle smile graced Qin Xiao's visage. Even Coulson and Tony, well aware that he was merely spouting nonsense, could not help but be captivated by his eccentric performance. Tony, ever the willing participant, inquired with eager anticipation, so, has the divination succeeded? Where's the aircraft? Is it truly that simple? Qin Xiao rolled his eyes. We still have one final step. The 8 trigrams, Qian, Kuan, Can, Dui, Li, Shen, Sun, Jin. The trigrams are laid in the 4 directions. Cast the shoe to find the path. Away we go. With a forceful shout, Qin Xiao removed his shoe and hurled it into the air. There. You should send someone to follow the direction of the shoe. It should be near the beach not far from here. Coulson, holding his forehead in exasperation, wore a look of profound disillusionment. Thank you, Agent Qin Xiao. Should we locate the aircraft, I shall ensure your contribution is duly acknowledged in my report. Not a problem. Qin Xiao waved dismissively. Just add a little bonus for me next month. It need not be much. A mere 5 of the aircraft's value will suffice. Coulson coughed, feeling a surge of frustration rise within him. Without further ado, he turned to leave. Don't go. We can negotiate. 3 would be acceptable, and if that proves difficult, even 1 would do, just for the gesture. Hey. From a distance, Coulson stumbled slightly at Qin Xiao's words, nearly losing his balance. What a miser. Qin Xiao muttered under his breath. On the aircraft, Qin Xiao and Tony reached a sort of consensus. They agreed to establish a separate organization, independent of any official departments. However, this matter would require time to develop. Firstly, there were only 2 of them, rendering immediate action unnecessary. Secondly, for Tony, the pressing concern was the situation with Obadiah. Early the next morning, Tony unusually went directly to the office. He did not meet anyone but proceeded straight to his office, pouring 2 glasses of whiskey and waiting in silence. He knew that as soon as he arrived, Obadiah would surely make an appearance. True to expectation, within 10 minutes, Obadiah appeared at the office door. Oh, look who it is. Our Tony Stark finally remembers he has a company. What have you been busy with lately, my chairman? Obadiah strode confidently to Tony's side and sat down. Noticing the 2 glasses of whiskey already poured, he paused momentarily before smiling and saying, "You always have good liquor here, don't you?" Taking a gentle sip from his glass, Obadiah lightly tapped the table and continued, "Tony, the outside world views us as a joke. The largest weapons company has ceased weapon production, and the shareholders are growing increasingly dissatisfied. You need to take action to restore their confidence. Did you not express a desire to pursue renewable energy? I can assist in persuading the shareholders, but you must present something substantial, like the miniature reactor in your chest." Unlike in the films, this time, Tony's escape was solely due to Qin Xiao's rescue, instead of relying on the primitive armor of Mark I. No one had contemplated this direction, particularly since Tony had never disclosed the data regarding the arc reactor in his chest. Even Obadiah had not considered it until he viewed the video sent by the Ten Rings gang yesterday. Obadiah hastily convened his team of scientists overnight. The production of the armor is rather straightforward, involving merely materials and weaponry. The most challenging aspect lies in the power source. Tony's arc reactor, though seemingly simple, proved to be a conundrum. His team of dozens of experts held an entire night of discussions without arriving at a single research direction. "I have seen the video they sent you. I was bound to a chair, and I believe we ought to have a proper conversation now. Dear Uncle Obadiah." Tony raised his head and spoke slowly. Chapter 34. Advancing by retreating. Obadiah, as Tony spoke, he simultaneously activated his phone to play a video segment. Upon realizing that Tony Stark was fully aware of his actions, Obadiah's gaze instantly hardened, shedding the earlier warmth that had mingled admiration for a junior with a hint of affection. "Now that you know everything, what do you intend to do? Humiliate me? Strip me of all that I possess? Or have me arrested?" Tony fixed his unwavering gaze upon Obadiah's unfamiliar eyes, taking a deep breath. "The entire world may label me a genius, yet it has taken me decades to truly discern your true nature. How have you managed to don that benevolent facade for so long? This is what I deserve, Tony Stark. I have transformed the company into one of the largest in the world, tirelessly managing its operations, while you merely hide in your absurd laboratory crafting a few missiles. The most ludicrous aspect is your declaration to cease weapon production, despite being a weapons dealer. I have grown weary of your reckless antics and childish behavior. You are akin to an infant ensconced in an ivory tower. The world does not operate according to your whims, Tony. This company rightfully belongs in my hands," Obadiah bellowed, slamming his fist on the table, yet his hand discreetly slipped into his pants pocket. Within that pocket lay a compact ultrasonic emitter, capable of inducing rapid paralysis, accompanied by a pair of headphones designed to counteract the ultrasonic waves. "This ends now, Obadiah. Surrender your position on the board and relinquish control of the company. I will purchase your shares at a price 50% above market value. Find a tranquil place to spend your twilight years, Obadiah, or the next visitor will arrive with a firearm and handcuffs. You have 5 days. This is my final gesture of respect, Uncle Obadiah." Faced with Obadiah's slight hysteria, Tony felt no desire to continue the exchange. He coldly delivered his final remark before turning to leave. However, that last statement prompted Obadiah to slowly withdraw his hand from his pocket. 5 days would suffice for him to complete a suit of armor. As for the energy source, did not Tony Stark possess one in his chest? Obadiah appeared to age a decade overnight. Yet, he was remarkably cooperative with Tony's associates. Every facet of the company's operations, every stack of documents, was meticulously explained with great detail. It felt as though he was entrusting his own child to another. He painstakingly conveyed every preference and aversion, a natural display of emotion for someone who had dedicated half a lifetime to this company. This display even prompted Tony Stark to lower his guard. In response to his team's report, Tony merely offered a nonchalant remark. "Let him be. If it takes longer, so be it, as long as he ensures all signatures are obtained within 5 days. Thus, Obadiah feigned cooperation, overseeing the transition of management within the company while monotonously recounting the company's history and the purpose behind each project. His loyal followers steadfastly held down the paperwork in the office, yet he did not relinquish his control over the factory and laboratory. Within the area he designated as Zone 16, a colossal steel beast was gradually taking shape. In Marbury's mansion, Tony sat on the sofa, dialing Pepper's number. All documents were meticulously prepared. Once Obadiah formally resigned at tomorrow's board meeting and signed the equity transfer agreement, everything would be set. "All right. Please attend the board meeting for me tomorrow. I will have Happy pick you up in the morning." Tony was reluctant to face Obadiah's departure at the company. "Okay, but there is no need to pick me up. I'll stay at the office tonight. You have no idea how busy I've been lately. Barely finding time to sleep. You should consider giving me a raise, boss." Pepper understood Tony's sentiments well and humorously obliged him. After hanging up, Tony appeared somewhat melancholic. "Sir, Mr. Obadiah Stane is at the door requesting to see you." Under the strong suggestion of Qin Xiao and the haunting images of Middle Eastern terrorist atrocities, Tony revoked Obadiah's access to his home. Thus, the man who usually entered Tony's mansion without hindrance now stood at the entrance, relaying messages through Jarvis. Tony picked up a remote control from the table and pressed a button. The image of Obadiah standing at the door was transmitted. Tony, open the door. I'm leaving tomorrow. I've purchased a small island in the Indian Ocean. Are you truly going to deny me a chance to say goodbye? Obadiah, lacking his usual vigor, appeared somewhat forlorn, his once imposing stature now seeming diminished. His eyes reflected sincerity. Tony hesitated, rubbing his face. Jarvis, let him in. Ultimately, he could not bear to turn away Obadiah, who stood at the threshold. Tony, I'm truly sorry. I've taken time to reflect. And I've come today to express my apologies and bid farewell. As Obadiah slowly made his way inside, Tony remained seated on the sofa, responding. How is the scenery on that island? It's simply paradise. To be honest, I should have done this long ago. Some things only feel liberating once you let them go, revealing what life truly needs. Sunshine, fine wine, cigars, fishing, and, of course, the company of lovely ladies. Don't you think? Obadiah appeared as though he had seen through it all and had finally let go. Congratulations, Obadiah. Tony sincerely felt joy for him, looking up and speaking earnestly. However, it was at that very moment of raising his head that Tony discerned something amiss with Obadiah. He had earbuds inserted into both ears. Oh no. This thought erupted in Tony's mind. A jarring sound emanated from Obadiah's figure. In an instant, the veins on Tony's body became pronounced, rendering him utterly paralyzed and unable to move. The ultrasonic emitter, capable of inducing immediate paralysis, was a device of his own invention. Subsequently, the government had intervened to terminate the project. It was astonishing that Obadiah still possessed one. You truly ought to congratulate me, for I am on the verge of becoming one of the most powerful individuals in this world, Obadiah proclaimed, shedding his earlier despondency and revealing a menacing demeanor. Chapter 35. Iron Man vs. Ironmonger. I must express my gratitude towards those avaricious terrorists. They did not heed my advice to eliminate you directly. I presume that you, the once valuable golden goose, had lost your worth. To my astonishment, you have surprised me, Tony. You have laid the largest golden egg of your life. As Obadiah spoke, he produced a magnetic extractor, approximately the size of the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest. You are indeed a genius, Tony. This device will revolutionize the world. With a sudden press of a button, the arc reactor began to rise slowly. It is exquisite, a true work of art, a masterpiece. Do you know? For this artwork, I have crafted an armor far more powerful than your latest toy. Obadiah admired the reactor in his hands, casting a disdainful glance at Tony. You have not matured at all since you were 21. You truly believe I would relinquish my company to you? Obadiah delivered a slap to Tony, mocking the notion of acquiring my shares at a price 50% above market value. You think you can oust me from my kingdom? Enjoy your final moments, Tony. You shall not feel lonely. Pepper will soon join you. She is indeed a remarkable woman, is she not? Obadiah laughed heartily as he departed. Tony slumped onto the sofa, straining his neck to move, yet he could scarcely utter a word. The clock on the wall ticked 193 times before Tony finally exhaled in relief. Jarvis, call Qin and instruct him to rush to Stark Industries. Pepper is in danger. After relaying his command to Jarvis, Tony staggered towards the basement, hastily dialing Pepper's number. Yet, inexplicably, her phone remained unanswered. He tumbled down the long staircase, finally reaching his workstation, but despite his utmost effort, he could not grasp the first-generation micro-arc reactor that Pepper had repackaged. Alas, Tony let out a hoarse cry. Without the arc reactor, he felt as if shrapnel was obstructing his blood vessels, an inexplicable sensation. Breathing had become laborious. I hope Qin arrives at the company in time to save Pepper. Surely, he will manage. As Tony's consciousness began to fade, just as he was on the verge of surrendering, the clumsy metal arm robot, frequently the subject of jest, seemed to sense its master's plight. It slowly made its way towards him, swinging its metal arm and knocking the arc reactor from the surface of the table. The glass casing shattered upon impact. Summoning every ounce of strength, Tony seized the arc reactor and thrust it into his chest. Oh, good boy. He took a deep breath, not forgetting to compliment the metal arm. At last, he regained his composure, a profound sense of relief washing over him. Jarvis, have you contacted Qin yet? I apologize, sir. But Mr. Qin did not answer the call. There's no time left. Pepper. The significance of Pepper to Tony was undeniable. Having recovered, Tony hastily donned his armor and instructed Jarvis to continuously attempt to reach Pepper. Fortunately, just as he was soaring towards the company, Pepper answered the phone. Tony? Pepper had just concluded her work and noticed her phone, muted on the sofa, was inundated with missed calls from Tony Stark. Thank God, you finally returned my call. If you're still at the office, leave immediately. Obadiah has stolen my arc reactor and is secretly constructing a suit. Oh my God, are you all right? Tony, what will you do without the arc reactor? Like Tony, Pepper's immediate concern was for his safety. I'm fine. Fortunately, I have the stark heart you gave me. I'm on my way to the company. You need to leave now, immediately. Oh, all right. Knowing Tony was safe, Pepper sprang up and dashed towards the elevator. Unfortunately, she had barely reached the entrance of the company when the asphalt beneath her feet began to tremble. A towering iron giant, over 3 meters tall, burst forth from the ground, emerging from a clandestine research facility underground. My heavens! Pepper staggered back, gazing in astonishment at Ironmonger. Pepper, I'm so glad you're here. I'll take you to meet Tony right away. Obadiah maneuvered Ironmonger, raising its steel arm. If Qin Xiao were present, he would undoubtedly marvel at the whims of fate. For even though his arrival had altered many events, the birth of the Iron Man suit had occurred a full 2 months earlier than before. Yet, certain scenarios remained strikingly aligned with the original film. It was as if they had been predetermined. This moment was no different. Just as Pepper was about to be riddled by the Gatling gun mounted on Ironmonger's arm, Tony descended in his suit from the heavens. Whoosh! The propulsion collided with Ironmonger's head, breaking through the wall, and they both tumbled onto the bustling street outside. The two armored figures, a large and a small, plowed through a delivery truck on the road, rolling into the middle of the thoroughfare. The sudden appearance of this colossal entity obstructed an entire lane. Nearby vehicles swerved hastily, caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events, resulting in numerous collisions. Cars behind, unaware of the chaos ahead, frantically honked their horns. Another vehicle veered sharply, narrowly escaping the obstruction posed by Ironmonger and Iron Man. Yet, one unfortunate car, speeding along, found itself face-to-face with the immense steel giant that had suddenly appeared in its path. In a moment of panic, I instinctively slammed on the brakes, coming to a halt just before colliding with the Iron Titan. Before I could even exhale in relief, Obadiah was maneuvering the Iron Titan to rise from the ground. Gazing at the nearby van, he seized it with ease. Amid the driver's terrified screams, he wielded the vehicle as a weapon, lifting it high above his head. Channeling all his energy to his chest, Tony glanced at the occupants of the van and quickly uttered a warning. The arc reactor on his chest flared to life, and a laser cannon, thicker than a palm, unleashed a fierce blast, sending the Iron Titan tumbling several times. In a swift motion, Tony extended his hands, and Mark II deftly caught the van that was plummeting to the ground. Chapter 36. The entrance of Qin Xiao. As soon as the vehicle was set down for him to escape, Obadiah seized a speeding motorcycle, heedless of the unfortunate rider's fate. The motorcycle crashed into Tony, sending him careening into a nearby bus. Before Tony could rise from the ground, Ironmonger executed a cumbersome leap, directly landing upon the Mark II. Not satisfied with just one stomp, he lifted his right foot and stomped down forcefully twice more. Do you perceive the disparity in our strength, Tony? My heavens, I am utterly enamored with this armor. As he spoke, he grasped Tony and hurled him violently towards a nearby bus. The bus's structure seemed as fragile as thin tin, nearly splitting in two upon impact. Fortunately, when the skirmish commenced, the bus had come to a halt, and all the passengers had evacuated. Otherwise, this blow could have proven fatal to many. Tony understood the gravity of the situation. Fighting in such a crowded place could endanger countless lives. Rising to his feet, he utilized all his energy for propulsion, unleashing 4 jets of flame from the nozzles on his limbs, propelling the Mark II skyward. Tony, it appears you've upgraded your armor, but alas, I have made significant enhancements to mine as well. As Obadiah's voice echoed, Ironmonger's feet emitted 2 plumes of smoke-laden flames, gradually lifting him into the air. In terms of speed, Ironmonger should have been no match for the Mark II. However, his reactor was new, while Tony's was not only outdated but also nearly depleted. As both ascended higher into the sky, the Mark II gradually fell behind Ironmonger. Energy levels at 12. Energy levels at 9. Jarvis's voice incessantly chimed in Tony's ear. Stop talking and display it on the screen. Tony retorted, his focus entirely on altitude, calculating whether he could freeze Ironmonger midair and safely return to the ground. Suddenly, a resounding metallic clash echoed. Tony felt his ascent falter. Ironmonger had caught up and seized the ankle of his suit. Damn it! Tony cursed as Ironmonger yanked him into his embrace, his massive hands constricting around Tony's neck, akin to an adult grasping a mere infant. The silver lining was that Ironmonger had begun to show signs of freezing, while both continued to ascend. Do you see, Tony? I am stronger and more powerful than you. This is the optimal utilization of the reactor. Oh, and how do you intend to resolve the issue of the freezing? In the final moments, the Ironmonger ascended, gripping Mark II tightly. The energy conserved was barely sufficient for Tony to manage a precarious return to the ground. Thus, when Tony posed his inquiry, it was with an air of nonchalance. What freezing issue? Obadiah's mind had yet to grasp the implications of the question. The Ironmonger, already encrusted with frost, could no longer withstand the strain. Even the arc reactor embedded within its chest began to dim gradually. You ought to examine it closely. Tony gently tapped the Ironmonger's head. Devoid of power. The Ironmonger relinquished its grip, plummeting rapidly toward the earth. It was only then that Tony exhaled heavily in relief. His current energy reserves were insufficient for a proper flight back to the ground. He could only freefall while intermittently utilizing his jet thrusters to decelerate his descent. After a tumultuous journey, he finally crashed through the rooftop railing and landed safely on the Stark Industries rooftop, rolling to a halt. With his left gauntlet lost somewhere amidst the chaos. "Thank God," he muttered, promptly reaching out to Pepper. "Pepper, are you all right?" "Tony, I'm fine. How about you?" Pepper had witnessed both Ironmonger and Tony ascend into the sky in succession. The stark disparity in size between the two suits had filled her with anxiety over Tony's safety. "I'm well, just out of power. I need to remove my armor first." Oh, before he could finish his sentence, Ironmonger had appeared behind him on the rooftop, delivering a punch that sent Tony flying. Regrettably, he did not meet the fate Tony had hoped for. Akin to the first time he had frozen, he regained his composure midair and flew back towards Tony. Stabilizing himself in flight, Tony instinctively raised his left hand to fire the repulsor, only to realize that his left gauntlet had vanished in the tumble. In dire straits, he utilized the scant remaining energy to leap to the height of the Ironmonger's head. He struck down forcefully. A resounding thud echoed, yet that was all. Without sufficient energy to support him, Mark II's punches and kicks were a mere jest against the Ironmonger's formidable armor. As he extended his hands once more, this time seizing Tony's armor at the waist, he intended to crush both Tony and his suit. Tony's transformation into Iron Man was attributed to more than just his armor. In this critical moment, he instinctively reached out with his right hand and severed some of the external connections of the Ironmonger. This was one of Ironmonger's shortcomings. Its armor was constructed entirely of exceedingly dense alloy, bestowing formidable defensive capabilities while limiting its weapon systems to external devices. Unlike the cinematic portrayal, Tony did not have the time to damage the Ironmonger's sensory systems before Obadiah, having regained his wits, seized him by the throat and hurled him away. At this juncture, he was utterly devoid of energy. Tony lay on the ground, gasping for breath, while the Ironmonger, a colossal figure, approached him with an imposing stride. "It's over, Tony." Despite the impenetrable armor of Tony's suit, Obadiah opted for a more direct approach, his fists. A massive metallic fist swung down with tremendous force. Bang! A small, human-sized fist emerged, firmly intercepting the Ironmonger's blow. The dull thud of the impact resonated, followed by a powerful shockwave that rippled outward. "I believe you should assist me in purchasing the furniture for my new house, don't you think, Tony?" Qin Xiao remarked nonchalantly, retracting his fist and turning to smile at the prostrate Tony. Chapter 37. The Man with the Shaved Stick. The video captured by the Ten Commandments gang was recorded by a terrorist hiding in a residential area. It was filmed shortly after the battle had nearly concluded, primarily focusing on Tony's Iron Man suit. As for Qin Xiao, he only appeared in the last 2 or 3 seconds, smashing a tank. Unfortunately, Obadiah, watching the video, turned the camera just before he could see the full impact of Qin Xiao's punch. This was utterly inconceivable. Obadiah's camera had successfully captured the arc reactor, and he activated his invincible Ironmonger. Feeling invincible, he was suddenly met with a single punch that was blocked by someone who appeared so frail. This was impossible. Obadiah doubted the authenticity of that earlier punch. The arc reactor on his chest surged with energy, unleashing a full-powered punch directed at Qin Xiao. Judging by the sheer area, this punch could easily strike half of Qin Xiao's body. "Come on, you bastard!" Qin Xiao shouted, retaliating with a punch of his own. Tony, lying nearby, widened his eyes in disbelief. He was well aware of the immense power of the Ironmonger. To his astonishment, Qin Xiao was able to withstand a punch that was evidently more than double the strength of the previous one. Clearly, Tony underestimated Qin Xiao's audacity. What appeared to be a full-force clash was actually a clever maneuver. Just as the two punches were about to collide, Qin Xiao deftly sidestepped, evading the Ironmonger's fist. Boom! The Ironmonger's punch struck the rooftop, creating a gaping hole. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao wore a sly smile, having somehow acquired a knife's hilt in his hand. With a flick of his finger and a swift motion of his wrist, he brandished a gleaming black dao, its blade shimmering coldly. With both hands gripping the weapon, he swung down fiercely. The blade flashed, and with a single stroke, the dao severed the Ironmonger's right arm at the elbow. Damn it! Obadiah was at a loss for words to express his shock. Qin Xiao was no fool. His initial punch had been aimed to save Tony, appearing to match the Ironmonger blow for blow. However, after that exchange, Qin Xiao felt a slight numbness in his right hand, though it was trivial given his regenerative abilities. To face a second punch that was clearly more powerful than the first would be sheer folly. The Ironmonger's weapon systems had been disabled by Tony, leaving only the Gatling gun on his right arm operational. Now, with his forearm cleaved away by Qin Xiao's strike, he was rendered helpless. Idiot! Qin Xiao spat out a classic Chinese expletive. Although the Gatling gun posed no threat to him, not utilizing a weapon was simply foolish. "Tony, watch how I turn this guy into a stick." Turning back, he casually remarked to Tony, only to discover that the iron juggernaut's feet were engulfed in enormous flames, accompanied by billowing clouds of smoke. The weapon system had been compromised, and one arm had been severed cleanly. Engaging the steel behemoth with a fist made of flesh and blood, this spectacle was somewhat beyond Obadiah's comprehension. Seizing the moment while conversing with Tony, Obadiah initiated his flight preparations to make his escape. Unfortunately, the cumbersome iron juggernaut's ascent was painfully slow. It began to lift off the ground, propelled by the roaring flames. Rising gradually, Qin Xiao glanced back and chuckled. "Oh, leaving without a word? Look at your jetpack. It's quite the environmental disaster for a battle suit. Come down here." No sooner had he spoken than Qin Xiao's blade swept across, slicing through with precision. 2 swift strikes. The iron juggernaut's robust metallic legs were severed from its main body. The flames continued to roar, propelling it upwards for over 10 meters before it executed several spins in the air, crashing heavily onto the rooftop. As the iron juggernaut's massive form fell, Qin Xiao stepped forward, his blade poised to strike once more. The left arm of the juggernaut hit the ground with a thud. A once mighty and imposing battle suit had been reduced to mere scrap by Qin Xiao's deft strokes. Casting a glance at Tony, Qin Xiao leapt onto the towering body of the iron juggernaut. He searched for the connection points, realizing it was not as complicated as he had thought. After all, this contraption was not classified as a special alloy by the system. With a decisive thrust, he plunged his knife in. Just as he raised his tang blade, he heard Tony's voice calling out behind him. "Qin," Tony shouted, but did not elaborate. The implication was unmistakable. Qin Xiao met Tony's gaze, remaining silent for a moment before uttering, "Do you still remember how many graves were beside Ethan?" This single remark caused Tony to turn his face away. Indeed, the massacre in the Middle East was perpetrated by the terrorists of the Ten Rings. Yet whether through the provision of weaponry or the kidnapping of Tony that led to the retaliation against Ethan, the heavy blood debt would undoubtedly weigh upon Obadiah as well. As Tony turned away, Qin Xiao did not hesitate. His blade struck down. Obadiah emitted a muffled groan from within the iron juggernaut. Qin Xiao withdrew his knife, repositioned, and struck again, shaking off the blood before sheathing his tang blade. He said he bought a small island to retire on, and he shared a plethora of realizations with me. Such a pity. Tony muttered softly beside him. "All right, I know you feel a twinge of sympathy. Even if he bought an island, it won't matter. We have a saying in Huaxia, what goes around comes around. Debts must be repaid." Qin Xiao plopped down next to Tony. "By the way, why didn't you answer your phone? I was in the shower. I only found out about the call afterward. Jarvis informed me, and I rushed over. Can you still get up?" "I can, but I might need your help to remove my armor. It still doesn't come off automatically." After much effort, the two finally managed to disassemble the armor piece by piece. Tony gazed at the ironmonger before him, contemplating in silence for a moment before speaking. "This cannot remain, nor can that colossal machine below. The events that transpired tonight will undoubtedly become known to all, and we must obliterate both of these." He referred to the massive prototype of the arc reactor situated below, with the exposure of his miniaturized reactor alongside the armor. This large reactor would surely attract the covetous eyes of various factions. While everyone understood that they were not Tony Stark, and that not everyone could simply replicate his achievements, the temptation of the Iron Man suit was simply too great to resist. "How do we destroy it? Should we just push this behemoth down?" Qin Xiao inquired, pointing at the ironmonger. "No need for that. Let us go find Pepper. We can watch the fireworks together." Chapter 38. The expensive fireworks display the armored suit of Ironmonger lay alongside Obadiah's lifeless body. After finishing a battle, Tony removed his Mark II, and the entire Stark Industries building was reduced to mere fireworks, obliterated by the prototype of a massive arc reactor that Tony had fashioned. Gazing at the fireworks and then at Pepper, his eyes betrayed an undeniable tenderness and admiration. Following this evening's events, the once carefree rogue realized Pepper's significance in his life. She was not merely an assistant in both work and life. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao stood apart, observing the inferno consuming the building, his brow furrowed, muttering to himself about the exorbitant cost of such destruction. Setting aside the unquantifiable prototype, the building itself, Ironmonger, and the one-time use of the Mark II, he lamented the financial implications. Qin Xiao had initially intended to retrieve the Mark II, but Tony insisted it was too damaged to salvage. Good grief, he thought. A little repair could restore it to its former glory. The titanium alloy used is of space station caliber. He recalled Tony's nonchalant attitude when he dismissed the suit, akin to how a child might carelessly discard an empty beverage container, oblivious to its value. His grandmother would have saved such bottles, claiming they could be sold for money. And Qin Xiao had mirrored that same expression while arguing with her about throwing them away, thinking they were just taking up space and worthless. He had never realized how profound that sentiment could be. Casting a glance at Tony, who was whispering with Pepper in the distance, he contemplated whether to confront him, feeling a wave of frustration at the affluent man's carefree attitude. The mission to eliminate Ironmonger was complete, and a reward of 1,000 points was credited to Qin Xiao's account, bringing him a sense of balance. With Obadiah dead and Tony transformed into Iron Man. The first chapter of Iron Man had concluded, granting a total of 4,000 points. He was now one step closer to unlocking the second-level marketplace. For Qin Xiao, however, the first-level market held little value. 3,000 points seemed to have no worthwhile expenditure. Wait, 3,000 points could translate to 1,000,000 in his original world. He began to calculate, wondering if he could emerge as a wealthy individual upon his return. After much deliberation, he concluded that 3 billion was indeed a substantial fortune. Yet it paled in comparison to Tony's wealth. Ultimately, he resigned himself to this realization. The narrative had reached a juncture, and the system notified Qin Xiao that he was ready to return to his own world. Initially, he had intended to complete his tasks here and exchange the resources he acquired for enhancements in his own realm, whether in personal strength or advanced technology. The system had kindly offered a conversion rate of 1 point to 1 million currency, all aimed at improving his quality of life in that world. Though both experiences involved traversing worlds, the latter represented his true existence, while this realm felt more like a mere game or side quest. However, upon traversing, Qin Xiao found himself thrust directly into the Marvel Cinematic Universe, where he encountered Black Widow and joined S.H.I.E.L.D. Although the title of an agent seemed somewhat superficial, he forged a solid friendship with Tony Stark, which in turn deepened Qin Xiao's sense of belonging to this realm. Furthermore, his own capabilities underwent a remarkable transformation, to the extent that one might even liken him to a superhuman. In this Marvel universe, he could engage in combat. Yet if he were to return to his original world, he would have to restrain his newfound prowess. After all, a single individual could not contend against the entirety of the world, and the risk of being dissected for research loomed large. Qin Xiao did not harbor the delusion that possessing 30 of Hulk's strength rendered him invincible and fearless. This was precisely why, from the outset, he relentlessly pursued acquiring Tony's artificial intelligence program through property investment. His aim was to establish a formidable kingdom in that world, thereby ensuring a stable future. Only when his financial and political power reached a considerable apex could he live without trepidation. The colossal explosion at Stark Industries was no trifling matter. Moreover, the spectacle of Tony and Ironmonger engaging in a fierce battle on the highway was witnessed by countless onlookers, as two sets of armor soared into the skies. Given that today's events could not be concealed, it was imperative to utilize S.H.I.E.L.D. effectively. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to his identity as an agent. Thus, at the onset of the fireworks display, Qin Xiao promptly contacted Coulson, for it was customary for intelligence agencies to manage the aftermath of such incidents. That evening, both Qin Xiao and Tony returned home to indulge in a restful slumber, while Coulson, leading the S.H.I.E.L.D. team, controlled the online narrative and monitored the multitude of videos surfacing on the internet. He also had to devise a plausible explanation that the public could readily accept within the span of a single night. It remained uncertain whether Coulson had indeed gone without sleep, but by the break of dawn, Qin Xiao was roused from his slumber by a ringing phone. "Coulson, for heaven's sake, have you lost track of time? Even the roosters on the farm have yet to awaken. Are you aware that sleep deprivation can lead to hair loss? You insufferable fool?" Qin Xiao's response was a furious outburst upon answering the call. Coulson, the ever-reliable man, was nearly driven to the brink by Qin Xiao's tirade. Was this not akin to cursing a bald man in front of a monk? The trouble was theirs, yet it fell upon him to clean up the mess. Why was it so outrageous to request assistance on site? From an organizational standpoint, he could be considered one of Qin Xiao's subordinates. Coulson, having gone a full night without rest, touched his receding hairline, desperately suppressing the urge to draw his weapon and eliminate Qin Xiao. Truth be told, had he been an ordinary agent, Coulson would have relished the opportunity to teach a lesson on decorum. However, as Nick Fury's foremost confidant, he was acutely aware of the Avengers' initiative and understood Fury's intent in recruiting Qin Xiao into S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus, he could only suppress his anger. Yet he still gritted his teeth and remarked, "I toiled tirelessly throughout the night solely to clean up after you. Shouldn't you lend a hand, Mr. Intern Agent? Even if your hair were to shed a little more, it would go unnoticed. It's of no consequence to me, for I am still young. At an age that demands ample sleep." Qin Xiao's morning grumpiness dissipated somewhat as he burst into laughter, interrupting the conversation, though his words remained somewhat irreverent. He began to rise. While handling such trivial matters was indeed part of their professional duties, the events of the previous night were truly of his own making. Had it not been for his initial request, S.H.I.E.L.D. would have apprehended Obadiah upon Tony Stark's return, thus averting the ensuing complications. Chapter 39. I am Iron Man. Simply adhere to the sentiments you expressed earlier. Even if certain media outlets harbor skepticism, they will not incite significant public discourse. We are well versed in navigating such matters and know precisely how to gradually obscure this incident from the public eye, Coulson remarked, handing over a note. Moreover, your alibi is secure. You were aboard a yacht at the time. As for Obadiah, he will meet his demise in a private plane crash within a week. Tony was absorbed in a newspaper, its front page boldly proclaiming, "Who is Iron Man?" The moniker of Iron Man is indeed quite fitting. Although my armor is crafted from titanium alloy, it resonates well with the title, and I find myself rather fond of this nickname, he mused, critiquing the article. Seeing that Tony did not respond to Coulson, Pepper turned to him and said, "Thank you. Otherwise, we would be at a loss in addressing the media today. We are immensely grateful for everything you have done." "Not at all. It is our duty. Moreover, one of our intern agents has played a significant role in this affair." Making it somewhat of an internal matter, Coulson quipped, seizing a rare moment to tease Qin Xiao, who stood nearby in a black suit, embodying the image of a competent agent or security personnel. "Indeed, the instigator of this situation is this fellow," Tony remarked, gesturing towards Qin Xiao with a sardonic tone. "Furthermore, you might want to be mindful of your identity, Mr. Instigator. Your attire today suggests you should be out maintaining order among the journalists." "Understood, Mr. Stark." Qin Xiao replied with professionalism, adjusting his sunglasses before turning to exit, fully embracing the demeanor of a dedicated agent. This unexpected compliance surprised Tony. What have you done to him? How could he suddenly become so obedient? "You haven't resorted to some form of brainwashing, have you?" he joked, pointing at Qin Xiao. "Our boss threatened him. If he did not cooperate with my tasks today, his monthly salary would be suspended. You see, he recently acquired a rather splendid apartment and likely finds himself financially constrained." Coulson chuckled, his face radiating delight, recalling how the previous Middle Eastern incident had humbled both men. Although Qin Xiao had willingly offered assistance this morning, it was undeniable that without Nick Fury's call, he would not have been so compliant. Truth be told, directing this fellow is quite gratifying. With preparations complete, Colonel Rhodes had already been engaging with the press for a good 30 minutes. Tony spread his arms wide as Pepper assisted him into his jacket. As he gazed at the charming and attentive Pepper, he suddenly pondered whether he had overlooked the presence of this young woman in his life. What was that Chinese proverb Qin Xiao had quoted? "A rabbit does not graze near its burrow." Perhaps the reason for his distraction was that the grass beside the rabbit hole lacked allure. Clearing his throat lightly, he cast another glance at Pepper, who was diligently adjusting his attire. Tony felt that it was more appropriate to converse in a different setting. Coulson had already signaled to Rhodes, who outside had had enough of the idle chatter, and spoke up directly. "Now, Mr. Stark has prepared a statement, but he will not be taking any questions today. Thank you, everyone." As Tony took the stage, the audience erupted in applause. Every journalist present had a fondness for Tony Stark, not merely due to his charisma, but rather because he was a veritable fountain of sensational news. Tony scanned the room, his gaze landing on the taciturn Qin Xiao in the corner. He shot a provocative glance in Qin's direction, who subtly raised a middle finger in response. Chuckling softly, Tony quickly cleared his throat and said, "It's been a while since I've seen you all. Today I have prepared a statement." He pulled out the so-called official statement prepared by Coulson and his team, regarding the rumors circulating about my involvement in last night's events. "I apologize, Mr. Stark, but do you truly expect us to believe that a bodyguard in armor would utter such nonsense?" A female journalist interrupted him. Tony not only recognized her, but had also shared a brief romantic encounter with her. She had been fervently reporting on Stark Industries' alleged arms dealings with terrorists, labeling Tony Stark as a butcher. Well, Tony hesitated. Although it had been agreed that he would refrain from answering questions today, he couldn't help but point at Qin Xiao. Indeed, there was a bodyguard in armor, and he is right here. See that guy? The cool-looking young man in sunglasses? That was him last night. Following the direction of Tony's finger, the multitude of flashing cameras instantly turned toward Qin Xiao. "Damn it!" Qin Xiao exclaimed under his breath, caught off guard by the sudden attention. As the journalists trained their lenses on him, he managed to muster a rather rehearsed smile, raising his right hand near his chin in a gesture of casual indifference. The focal point of today's press conference was indeed the identity of Iron Man, with Tony Stark now speaking, regardless of the veracity of his claims. Qin Xiao had become the object of the journalists' fervent inquiries. Only that female journalist remained composed in the front row, unflinching, as she gazed at Tony Stark and remarked, "He is indeed the one clad in armor." "Very well, Mr. Stark. Then who is the one wielding the narrow sword?" With that, the journalist retrieved a laptop from beneath her seat and played a video. The footage, captured by a night vision camera, appeared somewhat distorted in color and lacked clarity. However, it unmistakably depicted Qin Xiao severing the lower limbs of the ironmonger, who was attempting to ascend. It was evident that the individual in the footage was Qin Xiao, while Tony could be seen in the corner of the frame, his helmet having already fallen away. However, due to the angle at which he was turned, the clarity of the image was insufficient, allowing only a vague identification of a Caucasian figure. Once again, the audience erupted in astonishment. No one could have anticipated that someone had captured the scene of the fight on the rooftop. The female journalist, wearing a triumphant smile, awaited an explanation from Tony Stark. She had been investigating him for a considerable time, delving into his romantic history and his corporate dealings, in pursuit of first-hand information. She had even bribed the head of security at an office building across the street. Not only had she arranged for him to install cameras capable of capturing various scenarios, along with remote filming equipment, but she had also instructed him to begin filming if the lights on the top floor of Stark Industries illuminated at night. Coincidentally, the previous night, the security guard witnessed the spectacle of Tony and Ironmonger soaring through the streets. Initially, he mistook it for an alien encounter and hastily grabbed his equipment to pursue the scene on the rooftop. Upon reaching the rooftop, he found nothing, but before long, he stumbled upon the rooftop of Stark Industries. After hastily setting up his equipment and figuring out how to activate the night vision feature, he captured the moment when Qin Xiao severed Ironmonger's leg. Fortunately, due to the amateur nature of his equipment, he only managed to clearly film Qin Xiao's visage, while Tony's figure remained obscured by angle and focus issues. Although Iron Man's appearance was not captured with clarity, it sufficed for the moment. The journalist was eager to observe how Tony Stark would refute the incident. Unexpectedly, Tony paused for a moment, then tossed the script he held onto the table, openly acknowledging, "Let me clarify, that individual is named Tang Dao. Furthermore, you guessed correctly, I am Iron Man." Tony then flashed a peace sign towards the camera. Chapter 40. Scandals and Parties. The following day, nearly every newspaper prominently featured the image of two men displaying peace signs. One was a youthful and handsome Oriental, while the other was the notorious playboy, Tony Stark. The headlines broadly fell into two categories. Tony Stark transforms into Iron Man, joining forces with the young Oriental warrior to defeat the evil Iron Overlord, or Tony Stark and the young Oriental, two newly emerged superheroes, come out together. The duo was also portrayed as flaunting their affection before the media, with their peace sign gesture interpreted as a couple's display. The latter narrative undoubtedly garnered more enthusiasm from the gossip-hungry public. Furthermore, compared to Western standards of beauty, Qin Xiao indeed appeared more delicate, while not effeminate. His fair complexion and striking features would undoubtedly attract the attention of many unsavory figures were he to be incarcerated. Even Pepper Potts, upon seeing the newspaper photos of the two men posing side by side, jested that Tony and Qin Xiao seemed quite compatible. Those insufferable media outlets. I should set their broadcasting station ablaze. To label my coming out is one thing, but to portray me as a submissive is utterly preposterous. I am a staunch heterosexual. My manhood is far sturdier than my blade. Qin Xiao seethed as he pointed at the television, where a talk show host animatedly recounted the alleged romantic entanglement between Tony Stark and himself. "Where's your legal team? I need them to file a defamation suit. This is blatant slander." Qin Xiao pounded the armrest of the sofa vehemently. Tony cast him a sidelong glance, his fingers flying across the keyboard as he continued to work. Obadiah was dead, and there were numerous internal matters to address. Although a professional team had been assembled, with the significant weaponry division now removed, Tony needed to produce some commendable products. He was currently designing a renewable energy source based on the principles of an arc reactor, a rare endeavor that had him relocating his workspace from the luxurious garage to the company office. It was imperative that he personally assuage the discontent of several long-standing shareholders. For the Stark name was a significant asset. Tony was largely indifferent to public opinion, especially regarding the rumors surrounding him and Qin Xiao, although he was somewhat displeased with certain media outlets distorting his sexual orientation. However, when weighed against the satisfaction of witnessing Qin Xiao's outrage, he felt it was a worthwhile trade-off. Noticing Tony's disregard for his plight, Qin Xiao turned his attention to Agent Coulson, who had just entered the office. "Didn't you promise to help me clean up this mess? Can't you see that these headlines have severely insulted me? This is a country that values freedom of speech. But regarding Obadiah's death, we have already gone to great lengths to defend you. Remember, your actions in that footage cannot be justified as self-defense." Coulson referred to the video in which Qin Xiao had been secretly recorded, where it was clear that Iron Overlord posed no further threat. Yet Qin Xiao had mercilessly delivered a fatal blow. Strictly speaking, that could be classified as excessive force. "So, what brings you here? Surely you're not here to inform me it's time to return to work?" Qin Xiao was well aware that Coulson would not approach them without significant purpose. Initially, he had intended to initiate his return immediately, but given that his house required a few more days for completion, he decided to wait until it was finished. He planned to replicate the specialized smart program that Tony had designed for his residence before departing. "The boss wishes to meet with both of you. I shall arrange a time." Nick Fury sought an audience with them, primarily concerning the Avengers Initiative. The abilities exhibited by Qin Xiao, as analyzed by S.H.I.E.L.D., far surpassed those of a mere super soldier. As for Tony Stark's armor, it was indeed a groundbreaking weapon, particularly given Stark's renowned genius. Strictly speaking, this was merely the first generation of the product. One could only speculate how much more powerful future iterations might become. It is noteworthy that JARVIS, this rudimentary artificial intelligence, is hardly a secret. With the miniaturized arc reactor and Iron Man suit, if equipped with an AI command system, coupled with Tony Stark's immense wealth, he alone constituted a formidable steel conglomerate. After scheduling a meeting for 2 days hence, Coulson hurriedly departed. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao, having learned through subtle inquiries that his house would be completed in about a week, nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Tony, seemingly struck by a thought, suddenly looked up and said, "By the way, there's a party tomorrow night. You know, now that I've become Iron Man. Some friends insist on celebrating together. There are always some rather tedious wealthy individuals, aren't there? More importantly, there will be plenty of stunning models. What do you say? Would you like to join? With an abundance of beautiful women, who would be foolish enough to decline?" Black Widow had been elusive for quite some time, making it difficult to even seek her out. Upon arriving in this world, Qin Xiao had harbored aspirations of charming a voluptuous beauty. But the narrative had continually revolved around Iron Man, leaving little opportunity. Now, with a party finally on the horizon, it would be absurd not to attend. The gathering was set to take place on the rooftop terrace of a hotel. Such venues for rooftop parties abound throughout Los Angeles. Nearly every respectable hotel has transformed its rooftop into a social hub. After all, this is Los Angeles, home to countless affluent celebrities and film moguls, making parties an indispensable part of daily life. Tony had undoubtedly attended and hosted innumerable such events. Yet for Qin Xiao, this was akin to Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden for the very first time. The pulsating music, the DJ spinning tracks with fervor, professional mixologists, and an infinity pool created a vibrant atmosphere. Most importantly, the terrace was teeming with striking women of various skin tones, all exhibiting enviable figures. Qin Xiao even spotted a few second-tier actresses known for their sultry appearances on the silver screen. Now, this was a true party. This was life. Tony, you ought to have brought me to such places long ago. The presence of the two was undoubtedly a focal point of the event. Currently, the most talked-about figures in the news were neither politicians nor major celebrities, but rather Tony Stark and the enigmatic Qin Xiao, who was perceived as exceptionally mysterious by the outside world. Listening to Qin Xiao's excited voice nearby, Tony smiled slightly and playfully pushed him into the crowd. "Ladies, who will conquer this little wild bull tonight? I shall personally gift her a brand new sports car." Tony's words immediately ignited a wave of excitement around them. Many of the girls present were emerging actresses in Hollywood, and aside from Tony Stark's enticing reward, merely stirring up a rumor with this Eastern youth could generate a plethora of news and buzz. Not to mention, he was one of the latest superheroes, alongside Tony Stark, hailed as the new Captain America. As for the rumors surrounding him and Tony Stark, no one cared about their authenticity. There was a slight delay in updates today due to some matters. The first chapter is presented now, with 2 more chapters to follow this evening. Chapter 41, teased by Qin Xiao surrounded by a throng of charming young women. Qin Xiao, who had initially come with the intent of flirting, found himself somewhat restrained. The fervor of this group, fueled by the allure of a popular figure and the thrill of Tony's sports car, was undeniably overwhelming. Although Qin Xiao spoke with an alluring charm, he hesitated to take any tangible action. It wasn't that he was particularly virtuous, rather, it was the traditional values of Huaxiao that emphasized the importance of communication and establishing a foundation of understanding and affection before engaging in anything further. In simpler terms, he was a bit shy. Yet, no amount of shyness could deter the enthusiastic, stunningly beautiful girls encircling him. It must be said, while Western women may lack the delicate features of their Eastern counterparts, their fair skin and striking figures certainly compensated for it. Moreover, all the attendees of this party were under 25, far from the age where Western women begin to age rapidly, coupled with the pulsating music and intoxicating drinks. After 2 exhilarating hours, Qin Xiao found himself being gently guided by 2 delightful young ladies toward a hotel room on a lower floor. The organizers had long reserved several rooms on the upper levels, allowing the spirited participants to engage in deeper interactions. Thus, Qin Xiao casually selected an unoccupied room to enter. Almost immediately upon crossing the threshold, he was enveloped by the 2 eager enchantresses. The one in front offered a sweet kiss, while the one behind began unbuttoning his shirt, trailing kisses down his neck. The dual assault by these 2 beautiful young women was the stuff of many men's fantasies. Qin Xiao's gaze became hazy as they pulled him along, their clothes discarded in the corridor as they reached the bedside. Just as he was about to plunge into the moment, an infuriating phone ring pierced the air. "Oh, for heaven's sake," he muttered, sitting up in frustration and retracing his steps to locate his trousers and retrieve the phone. "You better have a good reason for interrupting, whoever you are." Without glancing at the caller ID, he bellowed in anger. It seemed he had unwittingly disrupted someone's tryst, inciting considerable ire. Should he intervene to quell the fury of the rookie agent? On the other end, a cheerful voice extinguished half of his annoyance. It was Black Widow. Natasha. You've completed your mission. My God, you have no idea how worried I was. Did you just say you're coming up? Are you downstairs at the hotel? As he conversed, Qin Xiao stealthily peeked out the window. As for Natasha's earlier suggestion to join her, he pretended not to hear, even though it sounded enticing. Really? Thank you for your concern. I miss our rookie agent as well. I intended to rush over to meet you right after completing my task. But it seems I've interrupted your intimate exchange with two lovely ladies. Damn. Qin Xiao silently cursed under his breath. Although he and Natasha had yet to establish a definitive relationship, he couldn't shake the feeling of guilt as if he were caught in an act of infidelity. Despite his inner turmoil, he stubbornly retorted over the phone, "What beautiful women. Why don't you come up and check for yourself?" As he spoke, he considered the possibility of the Black Widow actually coming upstairs. Should he resort to subduing the two young ladies and tossing them into the adjacent room? Fortunately, the Black Widow had no intention of ascending, yet her words stirred Qin Xiao's imagination and ignited a primal fervor within him. I don't fancy hotel rooms. Why don't we go to your place for a drink instead? Qin Xiao nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains. Though the two stunning women before him were a delight, he knew there would be other opportunities to engage with such party professionals. However, there was only one Black Widow in the world. Thus, amidst the furious glares and curses from the two young ladies, Qin Xiao swiftly donned his clothes and rushed to the bathroom to check for any telltale signs of affection on his face or neck. Satisfied, he tidied his hair and hurried down the stairs. As he burst through the hotel entrance, he spotted the Black Widow waiting at the temporary parking area. Dressed in a sleek black dress, one of her alabaster legs crossed elegantly in front of her, she leaned against a striking black sports car. What is this? You couldn't bear to bring the two beauties from upstairs down with you? She teased, observing Qin Xiao's flustered demeanor. What beautiful women. I'm so consumed with thoughts of you that I hardly have time to glance at another woman, he replied, feigning innocence. The Black Widow chose not to call him out on his fabrication, instead smiling slightly as she opened the door to the passenger seat. Let us go home. Those words transformed Qin Xiao into a blur, and he swiftly slipped into the car. Upon arriving at his apartment building, the Black Widow intertwined her arm with his like a couple in love. Feeling the warmth and softness of her touch, Qin Xiao couldn't help but grin foolishly. Quickening his pace, he remembered he had a few bottles of exquisite wine that he had procured from Tony. As he pondered whether to pour some red wine and set the mood with music or to opt for stronger spirits to hasten their immersion into the evening, they reached his front door. He quickly unlocked it with his fingerprint and pushed the door open. He decided that stronger liquor would be preferable to expedite their transition into the right atmosphere, especially as Natasha appeared even more alluring in the elevator-esque lighting. Oh, damn, Qin Xiao exclaimed. His new apartment was still a work in progress, and the small space felt cramped. Upon entering, he immediately spotted a dark figure with a bald head lounging on his sofa. Cursing under his breath, he turned to see the Black Widow grinning at him. It dawned on Qin Xiao that her purpose for visiting him today was likely to meet with Nick Fury. All right, the matter with Nick is coincidental. I genuinely wanted to see you. There will be plenty of opportunities ahead, little agent, the Black Widow said, planting a kiss on Qin Xiao's cheek. At this juncture, there was little more Qin Xiao could say. A wave of overwhelming emotion was doused with a bucket of cold water. If you continue like this, you shall lose me. I swear, Natasha. Qin Xiao lamented, his irritation somewhat alleviated by Natasha's kiss. After taking a deep breath, he spoke with resignation. However, when it came to Nick Fury, Qin Xiao's patience wore thin. Even if you are my employer, you cannot simply enter my home without my consent. Understand that in such a situation, I have the right to call the authorities, or even to end your life, dear director. He poured himself a full glass of wine and, in a fit of defiance, downed it in one swift motion. Chapter 42. In the realm of martial arts. Swiftness is unassailable. Those who occupy high positions invariably possess a desire for control that surpasses that of ordinary individuals. This is particularly true for Nick Fury, the head of the intelligence agency. This is evident from the way S.H.I.E.L.D. was left in tatters by Hydra. Yet Nick Fury still maintains a solid foundation and clandestine influence. He relishes in orchestrating the grand scheme and abhors situations and individuals that elude his grasp. However, he has encountered someone like Qin Xiao. Whether it pertains to the Iron Tyrant affair or Qin Xiao's extraordinary prowess that transcends that of an average super soldier, he has never given Nick Fury any forewarning. It is only when trouble arises that he remembers his employment, and the notification serves merely as a means to summon assistance for damage control. Were it not for the circumstances, one might assume he had forgotten I am his superior. It is no wonder, for he is now a celebrated figure, adorned with the title of superhero and surrounded by affluent acquaintances like Tony Stark. One cannot entirely fault Nick Fury's sardonic demeanor. During their last telephone conversation, he was so incensed that he shattered a mobile device. You cannot hold me accountable for this. My boss. It is you who have deprived me of the opportunity to integrate into my workplace. Aside from Natasha, Clint, Coulson, and yourself, I am unfamiliar with any other members of our department. I am at a loss regarding my daily responsibilities. This is not my fault. It is a consequence of your actions. Furthermore, regarding the Obadiah incident, it was Tony who summoned me for assistance, and I promptly informed Coulson once the matter was resolved. Qin Xiao was aware that his relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D. leaned heavily towards utilitarianism, rather than venting frustration. He raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. And what about that incident in the Middle East? You were aboard the Quinn jet, pilfered from the Los Angeles branch. Yet you were prattling on about yacht parties. Nick Fury exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table in indignation. Who is to blame when your credentials fail to grant me entry into the branch? I intended to graciously request a plane, but to my dismay, my access card would not even permit me entry to my own workplace. Is that not a farce? Qin Xiao maintained a nonchalant demeanor, exuding an air of innocence. And Stark? Why did you not inform me beforehand about that suit of armor? Nick Fury pressed, his tone aggressive. That is not within my purview, boss. Did you ever instruct me to monitor Tony Stark's every move? No, thus, I cannot be held responsible for this. Qin Xiao retorted, embodying a defiant spirit. Nick Fury felt a headache coming on. Ideally, such matters should have been communicated to him. Yet he had never broached the subject nor provided any training to this young man. Thus, upon reflection, he realized that he indeed had no grounds for reproach. Very well. Let us not dwell on past misgivings. Now, regarding your abilities, could you elucidate? This does not resemble the prowess of a super soldier. Neither Captain America nor Isaiah could so effortlessly contend with that formidable iron adversary. Qin Xiao exhibited no intention of greeting him. Thus, Nick Fury had to rise on his own accord, procure a cup, and pour himself a drink before speaking. This is too simple. Chinese martial arts, you know? I am of Chinese descent. The enigmatic East always conceals numerous mysteries. Bruce Lee, are you familiar with him? Ah, yes. Chinese martial arts. Qin Xiao rambled on, striking a classic pose reminiscent of Bruce Lee. Chinese martial arts? Nick Fury, far from being a fool, inquired with a hint of skepticism. Indeed, Chinese martial arts. Qin Xiao nodded earnestly. As if to affirm the veracity of his claims, he reached out to Natasha for a handgun, mimicking the fire cloud evil god from martial arts. He aimed the pistol directly at his own temple with his right hand. In his mind, he pondered how to articulate the phrase, in the realm of martial arts. Nothing is impervious, only speed is invincible. To enhance the dramatic effect, without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang! With the sound of the gunshot resonating in the air. Nick Fury and Black Widow watched in disbelief as Qin Xiao's prepared index and middle fingers swiftly approached his right temple. Boom! Just as Qin Xiao's left hand aligned with his nose, the bullet mercilessly struck his temple. His focus was entirely on his left hand, leaving his body defenseless. The modified handgun wielded by Black Widow possessed formidable power at such close range. The temple endured a tremendous impact, causing Qin Xiao's head to jerk violently to the side. And he collapsed to the ground, his body following suit. His left hand remained raised in a victorious gesture. Hulk's resilience was formidable, despite being only at 30%. A mere handgun could not penetrate it. Although the temple is a vulnerable area, the spot where Qin Xiao was struck bore not even a small bruise. It was evident to all that his earlier action was an attempt to catch the bullet empty-handed, a failure that left both Black Widow and Nick Fury astounded. Yet Black Widow could not stifle a chuckle. Ah, this is what I wish to demonstrate. Chinese martial arts golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt. Qin Xiao dusted off non-existent debris from his attire and sat upright, unabashedly declaring, "What a splendid performance." Nick Fury clapped dryly a few times before adopting a serious demeanor. Regardless of the source of your abilities, my focus lies on the Avengers Initiative. With you on board, along with Tony Stark and our Green Giant, plus Agent Romanoff and Hawkeye, I believe we can officially commence this initiative. The Giant and Stark have good relations with you. You will be responsible for securing their participation, and Natasha will assist you. Is there a problem? Nick Fury's intent was unmistakable. In his mind, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers Initiative ought to operate as parallel lines, cooperating yet remaining distinct. This was precisely why he compelled Qin Xiao to join S.H.I.E.L.D. without assigning him any tasks or permitting him to interact with anyone beyond his trusted inner circle. Join the Avengers Initiative. Establishing the Avengers under the formidable resources of Nick Fury, and then, alongside a group of like-minded individuals, seize the opportune moment to forge an independent path. This was, after all, one of the plans conceived by Qin Xiao and Tony, and he certainly harbored no objections. Especially upon hearing Nick Fury's suggestion to have Black Widow collaborate with him in the preliminary groundwork, it aligned perfectly with Qin Xiao's aspirations. Nodding in agreement, indicating his complete accord, Nick Fury finally expressed his satisfaction with a nod and continued, "Initially, we had arranged to meet tomorrow with you and Stark. But today, I wish to meet you first so that you could inform Stark in advance, facilitating my formal discussion with him tomorrow. I will provide a base, funding, equipment, an array of weapons, and transportation for you, and I will even arrange some adversaries for you to hone your teamwork. Welcome to the Avengers. Chapter 43. Nicole. It is uncertain whether it was due to the presence of Qin Xiao, but compared to his portrayal in the film, Nick Fury was notably more forthcoming with Tony. He promptly presented Howard Stark's heirlooms, left behind at S.H.I.E.L.D., as a gift, and directly informed Tony that Howard Stark was one of the 3 founding members of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, following the conclusion of World War II. A military general, a super spy named Peggy Carter, and the brilliant scientist Howard Stark established an organization known as the Strategic Scientific Reserve, commonly referred to as SSR. This is the origin of S.H.I.E.L.D. Your father was not merely an elderly man preoccupied with weapon manufacturing. His perceptions and influence on the world extended far beyond your imagination. He firmly believed that science would ultimately provide abundance for all and prevent the outbreak of wars. However, constrained by the era, many of his ideas remained unrealized, and he felt that you would ultimately change all of this. Although Tony had previously conferred with Qin Xiao regarding their stance on S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury's words struck a profound chord within him. After all, he had always believed that his father had never cared for him, feeling himself to be a failure and unworthy of trust. Who would have imagined that his father harbored such high hopes for him? I know it is difficult for you to believe that these are your father's words. Here are the things he left for you. Take a good look, and you will understand. The arc reactor represents his greatest hope for eradicating war, renewable energy, so that nations would no longer need to wage wars over resource plundering. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, Nick Fury proved to be a master of persuasion. He made no mention of Tony Stark joining S.H.I.E.L.D., or the so-called Avengers Initiative. Those matters would naturally be handled by Qin Xiao. He merely sought to establish rapport and unveil what Tony desired most, his father's approval, striking a deep emotional chord. Thus, whether stemming from the artifacts presented by Nick Fury, the origins of S.H.I.E.L.D., or the personal plans of Tony and Qin Xiao, Iron Man's inclusion in the Avengers was all but assured. As for the hulking figure of the Hulk, Black Widow mentioned that he continued his research while undergoing a series of specialized training sessions. This was to enable him to master his emotions and heart rate, preventing him from transforming into the Hulk in daily life. However, Qin Xiao understood that Hulk and Banner were, in a sense, 2 sides of the same coin. The more one suppresses, the more likely irreversible situations arise. Just as in the Avengers, where Banner's meticulous control allowed Black Widow to manage the Hulk's temper during battles. It ultimately led to the Hulk dominating Banner's body for 2 years on Sakaar. Though aware of this, Qin Xiao refrained from intervening too much, primarily because he did not possess a viable solution himself. After examining his father's bequeathed relics, Tony immersed himself in the laboratory. Qin Xiao understood that due to the issues with the arc reactor, Tony must have already discovered the palladium poisoning. Before officially commencing the site selection work with Black Widow, Qin Xiao's house was finally completed. Driving the Audi R8, which he had borrowed from Tony's garage, he reflected on how the car frequently appeared in Marvel films, likely due to sponsorship. However, in the real world, there was a more plausible explanation for Tony's fondness for Audi. He had assisted in enhancing the performance of Audi's engines. It is worth noting that Tony Stark is a renowned genius scientist, and his endorsement holds immense significance for the Audi brand. Each year, Audi sends Tony their latest models. And recently, he had shamelessly driven one away, citing limited garage space as his excuse. Upon arriving at his new apartment, he input his fingerprint on the biometric lock. "Welcome home, Mr. Qin. I am your assistant. You may call me Nicole." A young girl's voice, slightly playful, resonated. Nicole? Qin Xiao mused over the name, finding it somewhat odd, yet deemed it unimportant. The key aspect was the practicality of the artificial intelligence. While it could not compare to J.A.R.V.I.S., given that Tony had input all his theoretical knowledge and the known laws of the universe into J.A.R.V.I.S., enabling it to assist with any calculations or scientific research Tony required, Nicole was considerably more relatable. In addition to controlling all the specially designed furniture and appliances in the house, Nicole offered various auxiliary functions, such as alarms, time reminders, weather updates, and even the ability to watch a movie at home and engage in discussions about the plot with her. Naturally, this had to be limited to films that had already been released, as Nicole's purpose differed from that of J.A.R.V.I.S. She sourced existing film review data from the outside world, filtering it to converse with her owner. Though Qin Xiao did not grasp the more profound aspects, he concluded that, in terms of domestic utility, she was simply perfect. This was the essence of an intelligent lifestyle. In his previous life, various artificial intelligence products had emerged worldwide, paired with specific furniture and appliances, achieving direct control through commands. However, those devices were often too rigid in their responses, sometimes making it more convenient to act manually. He neglected to explore his new home thoroughly and overlooked the mischievous placement of a headline-worthy photograph of them both, making peace signs that Tony had arranged on his bedside table. Qin Xiao commanded Nicole to open the secret room behind the bed in the master bedroom. This chamber featured a manual button located behind their photo. Placing his palm on it would initiate the automatic scan for access. It was a specially modified secret room, entirely encased in a layer of specialized alloy crafted by Tony. Even in the event of a catastrophic explosion engulfing the entire edifice, this secluded chamber, severed from the surrounding concrete and steel, would transform into a formidable metallic container, resilient enough to withstand the impact of intercontinental ballistic missiles. Within the sanctuary lies a modest study, furnished not only with a desk and computer, but also equipped with a compact military cot and a restroom. It serves as a temporary refuge, and one cannot help but commend Tony for his thoughtful arrangements. Furthermore, the specialized artificial intelligence program designed for Qin Xiao, known as Nicole, is housed within this diminutive study, marking the ultimate objective for Qin Xiao to replicate her intricate program. Chapter 44. Return. After Qin Xiao confirmed several times with the system that the flow of time in both worlds had come to a complete standstill, he resolutely chose to return to his original world. Although the system did not impose any time constraints on his return, this world was undeniably Qin Xiao's foundational realm. His roots. The longer he lingered in the Marvel universe, the weaker his sense of belonging to this world would become. Continuing in this manner was not a viable option. Thus he made the decisive choice to return. As darkness enveloped him, a sense of bewilderment followed. Gradually, everything around him began to crystallize into clarity. It was once again the garage-converted rental apartment. Transitioning from a luxurious apartment in Los Angeles to such a modest abode was inevitably disconcerting. Moreover, in that world, he was a member of the Avengers, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., a close friend of Tony Stark, and a new generation superhero. To be abruptly thrust back into such an environment was indeed somewhat jarring. However, he was grateful that the system had prepared everything for him, points exchanged for wealth. And he still possessed an artificial intelligence that transcended this era. System, if I were to traverse again, would it be possible at any time and place? Qin Xiao inquired, voicing his most pressing concern. It had previously been mentioned that he could return, yet he had neglected to ask about the conditions. The time limit is 15 days. To traverse worlds, sufficient spatial energy must be accumulated, necessitating that the host remains in this world for a duration of 15 days before the next traversal can be initiated. The system's voice echoed, devoid of any emotion. 15 days it is, Qin Xiao thought, as both worlds were at a standstill. This would not affect matters on the other side. He took a moment to organize his thoughts, preparing to contemplate how to advance in this world. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks resounded at the door. "Hello, express delivery," boomed a voice from the entrance. The garage-converted residence typically featured simple, inexpensive aluminum doors, usually installed haphazardly, with a couple of movable panels serving as the main entrance. Thus, when the delivery person knocked, the entire row of aluminum doors vibrated in unison. Furrowing his brow, Qin Xiao hurriedly approached and opened the door. A folder awaited him, devoid of any sender's address. He was unsure if a phone number was stored in his mobile, and the name was certainly unfamiliar. Upon opening the folder, he discovered an exquisitely crafted invitation. The invitation was remarkably creative. Upon unfolding it, he was greeted by a sketch of a wedding photo featuring a newlywed couple. It was unclear whether it had been hand-drawn or generated by software. Without needing to read the names, Qin Xiao recognized them instantly as the very couple who had deceived his former self. Bastards! A surge of uncontainable rage erupted within him. He nearly tore the invitation to shreds in his agitation. It was only when he noticed a small tear on the invitation that he abruptly regained his composure. What just transpired? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Qin Xiao's forehead. Although he possessed all the memories of that unfortunate predecessor, the events that unfolded in his life were still foreign to him. As a mere observer, Qin Xiao firmly resolved to avenge himself. However, it was imperative that he did not succumb to such unrestrained emotions. Was this his final shred of obsession, or perhaps merely a lingering wish? Fear not, my brother. Since fate has intertwined our paths, I have inherited your body and agility, and naturally, I have also inherited your enmity. Those two shall not enjoy their days in peace. Qin Xiao whispered softly to himself. Whether it was a prophetic insight or a scientifically grounded notion that remnants of hatred lingered in his predecessor's brain towards these two individuals or this matter, it was unclear. Regardless, after voicing these thoughts, the torrent of hatred in Qin Xiao's heart gradually began to subside. System, please assist me in exchanging 500 points for currency. Qin Xiao addressed the system. 500 points were sufficient to procure 500 million in currency, a sum of great significance to Qin Xiao. Who could predict the treasures that would be offered when the second-level marketplace opened? Thus, he hesitated to exchange too much at once. 500 million was already a considerable fortune. Should any needs arise, Qin Xiao could always exchange again, in less than a minute. The 500 million was directly deposited into his account. In the system's words, it was swift, efficient, and secure. Glancing at the outdated items in the garage, Qin Xiao felt no sense of nostalgia. He strode out with purpose. Living on for the former Qin Xiao did not imply any attachment to the past. He was an independent entity. He casually dialed the landlord, informing him that he would no longer be renting the property and had no interest in the belongings inside. He provided a card number for the deposit, indifferent to whether it would be refunded, with only his phone, identification, and an invitation in hand. Qin Xiao noted that the date was 10 days hence, at a luxurious hotel in Magic City. Magic City. Once the dream destination of the deceased Qin Xiao during his entrepreneurial pursuits. Back then, he and his beloved girlfriend, along with his best friend, resided in a nearby county. Dreaming of the day their project would succeed, and they could venture into Magic City to fulfill their ambitions. Carving a niche for themselves in one of the world's foremost metropolises. Brainstorming ideas and navigating the market, Qin Xiao was ablaze with passion. His hard work bore fruit, and expectations soared. Yet, just as success was within reach, he was cast aside by the woman he adored most and the brother he trusted implicitly. A self-deprecating chuckle escaped him, leaving him uncertain whether this emotion stemmed from himself or the deceased Qin Xiao. As Qin Xiao stepped off the high-speed train, he surveyed the bustling platform, taking his time before exiting. He leisurely lit a cigarette. For the current Qin Xiao, exacting revenge on that treacherous pair was merely a matter of lifting a finger. What truly mattered was harnessing the resources of the Marvel world to swiftly establish his foothold in this realm and thrive. He would trample the city beneath his feet. Magic City, here I come. With a hint of a mischievous smile gracing his lips, Qin Xiao softly addressed the sign displaying the words Magic City in the distance. The train was about to depart, and standing within the yellow line was a perilous choice. Hurry and exit the station. A middle-aged woman in work attire, wielding a megaphone, stood nearby and bellowed at Qin Xiao. Hey, move it. I'm sorry. Qin Xiao tightened the straps of his backpack behind him, bowed his head, and hastily made his escape. Today, there are only 2 chapters. Having returned from the Marvel universe to the urban realm, I need to contemplate how to weave the urban narrative seamlessly. I fear that writing too much may render it less captivating, and I worry you may not enjoy it. I shall strive to maintain a compact structure while enhancing the thrilling moments. If anyone has suggestions, particularly those who may not favor the urban segments, please feel free to leave a comment, and I will endeavor to abbreviate. Tomorrow, there will still be 3 chapters, with the first chapter to be released in the afternoon. Chapter 45, Arranging a Coffin. The Longfengxiang flagship store in the bustling metropolis, in stark contrast to the opulence of its numerous branches flourishing across China, exudes a charm reminiscent of the bygone era of the last century. Its decor is understated yet exudes an air of luxury, with a simplicity that belies its extraordinary character. It mirrors the old Shanghai, a realm of neon lights and indulgence, imbued with a distinctively classic elegance. This venerable establishment is modest in size. A 3-story building with a total area not exceeding 1,000 square meters. A weathered wooden sign elegantly displays the characters for Longfengxiang in an ornate script. In front, a spacious parking lot spans over 1,000 square meters. The practicality of such a space in a city where every inch is precious speaks volumes about the store's stature. As an old and flagship store, its offerings differ significantly from those of its branches. The main focus here is on bespoke Chinese-style jewelry, with no flashy diamond pieces that thrive in other locations. Instead, it specializes in gold, silver, and jade customizations. A brand new Rolls-Royce Phantom, adorned with a mahogany interior, glided to a halt before the Longfengxiang entrance. Without waiting for the elegantly attired driver to exit, the doorman swiftly approached, expertly opening the rear door. Welcome to the century-old Longfengxiang. As the doorman's voice resonated, a casually dressed young man emerged from the vehicle, clad in flip-flops, shorts, and a linen white shirt, exuding an air of effortless leisure. The doorman, astute in his observations, recognized that every item the young man wore was from a luxury brand summer collection, even his flip-flops costing nearly a month's salary. The doorman's smile widened as he greeted him. The first floor showcased finished jewelry in jade, while the second floor was dedicated to custom creations. We boast the finest designers and artisans in the industry. Would you like to browse the first floor or proceed to the second floor for tea? I'll head to the second floor, and please call your manager over. I have something rather special to discuss, Qin Xiao replied with a smile. A staff member escorted him upstairs, where a spacious hall awaited, adorned with the names and photographs of designers and master sculptors, alongside their past works and accolades. The top-tier designers and artisans typically do not engage easily unless one is willing to pay a premium or possesses exceptional materials. After a brief tour of the hall, The store manager hurriedly emerged and guided Qin Xiao into a small room adjacent to the hall. Each room was designed to resemble a quaint tea room, specifically for entertaining high-end custom clients. The manager invited Qin Xiao to select a type of tea, and a young lady responsible for brewing tea soon arrived, preparing a pot of tea. After filling a cup, she awaited Qin Xiao to savor the first sip. The manager leisurely began to address the matter at hand. Mr. Qin, may I inquire what type of jewelry or ornament you desire? Or perhaps you possess some rare materials that our skilled craftsmen could intricately carve. Qin Xiao, holding an empty teacup, gently slid it across the table towards the young lady, waiting for her to refill it with a steaming cup of tea. With a cheerful demeanor, he replied to the manager, there is no need for an overly specialized craftsman. I intend to create a substantial piece entirely of pure gold, which will require a considerable amount of gold, yet I have no specific demands regarding the intricacy of the carving. Substantial, you say? The manager felt a slight disappointment as he pondered that this transaction might not be as grand as he had envisioned. Gold, after all. What do you intend to create? A chair, a table, or perhaps an exquisite ornament? I am curious, Mr. Qin, what exactly are you looking to customize? Furniture? A statue? Or something else entirely? Despite his mild disappointment, the manager maintained his politeness. A coffin. Qin Xiao drained his teacup in one swift motion and placed it heavily on the table as he spoke. 5 days. Qin Xiao granted them 5 days. He did not demand any exquisite carvings. He simply required a standard coffin shape, square and straightforward. A pure gold coffin, which, by all accounts, should be beyond the scope of Long Fengxiang's usual commissions. However, Qin Xiao offered not only the market price for the gold, but also a processing fee of 1 million, making it difficult for the manager to refuse. They had numerous processing factories capable of handling large-scale projects, whether statues or furniture. It was merely a matter of crafting molds and smelting. With the funds secured, everything was manageable. After agreeing to the delivery in 5 days, Qin Xiao sauntered out of the shop. Uncle Wang, let's find a place to dine first. Then seek a nightclub, preferably one with a larger scale and a mix of clientele. It need not be in the city center. Qin Xiao instructed the driver upon entering the car. This was the 3rd day of Qin Xiao's arrival in the bustling metropolis. The car was newly purchased, and the driver, an experienced local, had been hired through the hotel where Qin Xiao was staying. The driver was well acquainted with every corner of the city and received daily wages. After a casual dinner, the driver parked beside a large building in the eastern outskirts, one of the most eclectic areas in the city, teeming with spas, KTVs, and nightclubs, where any service could be procured for the right price. Perhaps due to Qin Xiao's generous spending and courteous demeanor over the past few days, the driver, Uncle Wang, seemed respectful towards him. After a moment's hesitation, he added, Mr. Qin, if I may offer a word of advice. You come from a good family and are in the prime of youth. Indulging in a bit of revelry is acceptable. However, there are certain things that one must avoid at all costs, as they can lead to a lifetime of regret. Uncle Wang's well-intentioned warning stemmed from concern, as he suspected that Qin Xiao's desire for a lively environment might indicate some unsavory inclinations, such as an affinity for addictive substances. Qin Xiao chuckled heartily and patted Uncle Wang's shoulder. Thank you for your concern, but it is rather unnecessary. I am merely here to seek assistance with a few matters. Upon finishing his sentence, he discreetly handed a thin stack of bills to Uncle Wang. You may leave work early today. I will drive back to the hotel myself. Tomorrow. Simply come to the hotel to find me. Qin Xiao's words left Uncle Wang in a state of mild disbelief. Yet as a mere worker, he felt compelled to comply. With a soft sigh, he accepted the money and exited the vehicle. At this hour, shortly after dinner, the nightlife venues had yet to open their doors, and the bathing and KTV establishments were sparsely populated. After parking his car, Qin Xiao leisurely strolled through the entrance of the bathing facility. Following the resounding welcome from the receptionists, a server guided him towards the grand lobby. This establishment boasted a commendable level of sophistication, with a lobby soaring at least 10 meters high. The server led Qin Xiao to a sofa on either side and said respectfully, Sir, if you wish to take a shower, I can assist you in changing your shoes. I do not wish to bathe. I am here to discuss some business with your boss. Could you summon someone with decision-making authority to speak with me? Qin Xiao replied with a slight smile. In such places, it is unlikely that one could easily meet the owner. The server appeared momentarily taken aback but maintained a courteous demeanor. Sir, the owner is not someone I can casually summon. If you have any requests, please relay them to me, and if I am unable to assist, I will fetch our manager to cater to your needs. Does that sound agreeable? Though the words remained polite, an undercurrent of assertiveness permeated his tone. Qin Xiao remained unfazed and reached for the ashtray on the coffee table. Do you have the authority to handle a situation should I wish to create one? Chapter 46. The Groom and the Bride Bang. The heavy ashtray slammed onto the coffee table with a resounding thud. With a crash, the tempered glass shattered into irregular fragments the size of small coins. Surrounding the scene were ushers clad in bellhop attire and security personnel dressed in black suits. equipped with earpieces. Suddenly, more than 10 individuals emerged from seemingly nowhere, swiftly encircling Qin Xiao. What is happening? A man, towering at least 6 feet tall and over 35 years of age, pushed through the crowd, approaching the server who had escorted Qin Xiao. Brother Liu. The server greeted the man with a respectful nod, lowering his head. He leaned in close to the man's ear and quickly recounted the events that had transpired. As he listened to the server's account, the man scrutinized Qin Xiao from head to toe. Dressed in luxury attire, Qin Xiao bore an expression of serene indifference. The man hesitated to confront him directly. Instead, he gestured for his entourage to disperse and took a seat on a nearby armchair. My friend, if there has been any lapse in our service that has caused you distress, please direct your grievances towards me. Whatever you wish to enjoy here today, it is on me. Earlier, Uncle Wang had mentioned to Qin Xiao that this establishment was operated by a so-called underworld figure. Although not located in the heart of the metropolis, this entire 6-story edifice housed various entertainment facilities, including KTV, bathing services, and nightclubs, whether constructed or leased. Such a property was beyond the means of ordinary thugs or common individuals. Having ascended to this level of influence, trivial brawls would hardly warrant a glance from him. A mere footstep on the street might elicit an apology from him instead. Furthermore, given Qin Xiao's opulent appearance and his air of unshakable confidence, the man, who appeared to be the head of security, opted for polite conversation, seeking to ascertain Qin Xiao's background. Qin Xiao, disinterested in idle chatter, swiftly produced a bank card with a sharp snap. This card contains 2 million, with a password of 6 zeros. Regardless of whether this establishment belongs to you or your boss, I propose a small business transaction. Consider this sum as a token of our introduction. With 2 million as a bargaining chip, the man hesitated to make any hasty decisions. Please hold on a moment, he said, before stepping away to make a phone call. In less than 2 minutes, the man returned, respectfully addressing Qin Xiao. Our boss is currently occupied with some matters. If it pleases you, I can arrange for you to ascend to the upper floor for a bath and some relaxation. He will return shortly to meet with you. Very well. Qin Xiao replied without pretense, rising to follow the man upstairs. Having settled Qin Xiao comfortably, the man hurried back to the lobby, swiftly checking his card balance. Once he confirmed the figures were accurate, he picked up the phone to contact his boss once more. June 27, 2021. The 18th day of the 5th lunar month. In the year of the ox, month of the horse, day of the horse. Prohibited, opening a business, logging, building beams. Encouraged, engagement, completing employment, traveling, moving to a new residence. This day, for the people of Huaxia, is not considered an auspicious date for marriage. It is rather unremarkable. However, Guoxinliang chose this day deliberately, as it corresponds phonetically with the sentiment of prosperity he wishes to convey, being the 18th day of the lunar calendar. At precisely 4:30, the landline phone on the bedside table rang. This was the wake-up call that Guoxinliang had arranged with the hotel the previous night. After hanging up, he glanced at the alluring figure beside him, half covered by the sheets. Drawing back the curtains revealed a sky that was just beginning to brighten. From his luxurious hotel room on the 30-something floor, he could see a few early risers starting to make their way onto the streets below. Lying on the bed was a long-legged model, once an unattainable dream for him. Guoxinliang was immensely satisfied with his current life, even willing to betray his lifelong friends and forsake his marriage for it. Standing on the balcony, inhaling the fresh air, he lit a cigarette and dialed a number saved under the name wife. Hello. A voice, still groggy and tinged with irritation, came through the phone. Guoxinliang felt his mood dampen at the sound of it. Aren't you awake yet? Do you even know what time it is? Do you realize what day it is today? The makeup artist is coming over soon. What were you doing last night? Did you spend half the night at a nightclub again? Guoxinliang lowered his voice, attempting to mask his anger, but the reproach in his tone was unmistakable. What is your attitude, Guo? We agreed to go our separate ways. When you coerced me into seizing shares from Qin Xiao's company, you were like a lapdog in front of me. What? Now that the company is about to go public, you think you're formidable? Are you turning your back on me? I remind you that, according to our agreement, the management rights of the company lie with the both of us. Without me, you will merely be a minor shareholder. Eventually ousted by the venture capitalists, the woman's voice suddenly rose several decibels, clearly displeased with Guoxinliang's tone. Shut up. It's your own greed that has gotten us here. Stop shifting the blame onto me. I generally don't interfere with your escapades, but today is our wedding day. And you had the audacity to bring a male escort back to the hotel last night. Guoxinliang clenched his fist and struck the balcony railing with force. Guo, you really are something. Don't pretend there aren't women around you. After the company successfully goes public and the shares become tradable, I'll be done with you. I warn you, don't bother me unnecessarily. If you provoke me, I'll transfer my shares to someone else. The woman on the other end of the line, filled with venomous wrath, hung up abruptly. Chu Fong, you wretched woman. Guoxinliang nearly lost his composure, almost smashing his phone to pieces. It's getting late. There is still one chapter left. Early risers, read it tomorrow morning. Chapter 47, The Wedding Gift 3 years prior, Qin Xiao mortgaged his sole property. He endeavored tirelessly to borrow over 3 million, ultimately amassing 5 million to establish a company. The enterprise primarily focused on operating claw machines in various entertainment venues such as cinemas and KTVs in third and fourth-tier cities. They provided the machines, stuffed toys, and maintenance services, while the venues offered space, electricity, and routine upkeep. At that time, Qin Xiao, working independently, enlisted his girlfriend Chu Fong to manage finances, while his childhood friend Guo Xinliang handled phone calls and customer relations within the company. Qin Xiao invested both capital and effort, claiming 60 of the shares, with Guo Xinliang and Chu Fong each holding 20. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly. Despite the company's modest size, Qin Xiao worked relentlessly, traversing 3 counties daily to target bustling shopping centers, cinemas, and KTVs. Guo Xinliang and Chu Fong diligently managed internal operations, overseeing inventory and maintaining active communication with clients, while enhancing the appearance of the toys and swiftly addressing any machine malfunctions or stock shortages. As profits stabilized, they expanded into 70 to 80 counties. Unbeknownst to Qin Xiao, who endured the elements outside, Chu Fong and Guo Xinliang exchanged glances in the office daily. Their clandestine affair blossomed, and they schemed to usurp his company. Guo Xinliang, who had grown increasingly dissatisfied with his 20 stake, began to adopt an air of authority in the office. Meanwhile, as revenues surged, Chu Fong grew restless, yearning for immediate rewards rather than deferring gratification for the company's growth. Consequently, the two conspirators placed a share transfer agreement beneath a legitimate contract, deceiving the unsuspecting Qin Xiao into signing it without hesitation. Thus, they expelled him from his own company, leaving him destitute and burdened with insurmountable debts. Qin Xiao spent an entire year embroiled in legal battles, but they were well prepared, and with his finances depleted, he could not afford a competent attorney. Ultimately, he faced defeat in court, leading him to the desperate decision to ingest poison in a bid to escape his plight. However, unbeknownst to him, the company he had tirelessly built over the past year underwent a second round of financing and continued to flourish, nearing the brink of an IPO. Tragically, Qin Xiao, who had once labored to secure the market and establish a strong foundation, found himself merely a footnote in someone else's success. Unlike Guo Xinliang and Chu Fong, who recognized the expansive market potential, he understood the company's true value. By adeptly managing the enterprise and leveraging its vast customer base, they could seamlessly pursue numerous other ventures. For instance, even establishing a small factory to produce innovative popcorn at reasonable prices, offering a modest kickback to cinema managers, would prove to be a lucrative endeavor, given the substantial customer base at their disposal. However, Chu Fong's approach is quite distinct. Once the company goes public, she intends to capitalize on the favorable market conditions by divesting a portion of the shares to amass a substantial sum of cash, while retaining a fraction of the shares to enjoy annual dividends. For her, this arrangement suffices. This explains why Guo Xinliang feels a sense of helplessness upon hearing Chu Fong's intention to transfer her shares to others. Although financing and listing can facilitate rapid company growth, a misstep could easily result in relinquishing control of the company. Once management authority is lost, no matter how many shares one holds, there are ways to gradually dilute ownership and ultimately oust one from the company. This is why the two of them initially formed a tight alliance, even going so far as to bind their interests through marriage as a means to combat external capital and maintain their influence within the company. Guo Xinliang seethed with resentment, biting down on his cigarette but as if it were a source of his frustration. Regardless of their current estrangement, both harbored a desire for the other's demise. Nevertheless, the spectacle of the wedding must be performed flawlessly. He contacted the planning company and the makeup team, and after a transformation, he departed from their newly renovated home to fetch Chu Fong from the hotel where she was preparing for the ceremony. Although neither of them were natives of the metropolis, they had purchased a residence there. However, Chu Fong needed to beautify herself and change attire at the hotel, while Guo Xinliang would escort her back home before heading to the venue for the banquet. With the company poised for an impending IPO, Guo Xinliang, a skilled socialite, had managed to forge numerous friendships in just a year's time in the city. A sleek Aston Martin led their procession, followed by a convoy of over 10 BMW 5 Series vehicles. While this fleet may not exude opulence, it certainly radiated youth and vitality. As they made their way amidst a cacophony of drums and cheers from their home to the hotel, the entrance had been adorned with a red carpet and inflatable arches, with exquisite European floral arrangements lining the ground. Friends and relatives, holding confetti and firecrackers, eagerly awaited the arrival of the bride and groom. As the convoy approached within 50 meters of the hotel, another procession suddenly emerged from the side road, led by a Rolls-Royce Phantom, trailed by a stream of vibrant red Ferraris, an impressive assembly of 30 to 40 vehicles. Coincidentally, just as Guo Xinliang's wedding convoy was about to enter, they found themselves halted at the hotel's entrance. A sense of dread washed over Guo Xinliang as he sat in the lead car. Being blocked at the entrance on one's wedding day is hardly a good omen. The opposing convoy remained eerily silent, refusing to disembark or engage in conversation, creating an ominous atmosphere. Guoxinliang's entourage promptly inquired with the hotel staff to ascertain whether another couple was also scheduled to wed that day. The hotel personnel appeared equally perplexed, confirming multiple times that they had only one wedding banquet booked for the day. After a stalemate lasting several minutes, Guoxinliang's relative, accompanied by a hotel staff member, approached the luxurious Rolls-Royce to inquire about the situation. "I apologize, but we are in the midst of a wedding here. Would it be possible for you to move aside?" The hotel employee tapped on the car window to converse, while Guoxinliang's relative hastily produced a red envelope. According to the customs of the Huaxiao people, on joyous occasions, a red envelope is presented to smooth over any situation, ensuring good fortune and harmony. "I am here for the wedding. Both the groom and bride are dear friends of mine." Qin Xiao lowered the window, offering a gentle smile to the pair before gracefully exiting the vehicle. Today, Qin Xiao had undoubtedly made a deliberate effort to present himself well. Sporting a pair of custom-made British-style leather shoes and a designer casual suit crafted by a European fashion house, his tall stature, combined with a confident smile, captivated the attention of all present. The current Qin Xiao was a far cry from his former self. Not only had he undergone a profound transformation, but his daily interactions with Tony Stark in the Marvel Universe had also exposed him to countless high-profile galas. Bolstered by his wealth and capabilities, the aura of confidence and sophistication he exuded was truly unparalleled. "Sir, might I kindly ask you to move your vehicle? You are obstructing the bridal procession," the hotel staff remarked politely to Qin Xiao. He smiled slightly in the direction of the leading vehicle. "I will move shortly. I am merely awaiting the arrival of my gifts." No sooner had he spoken than a convoy of over 10 large pickup trucks appeared from seemingly nowhere, each laden with white floral wreaths prominently featuring photos of the bride and groom. The trucks halted unlawfully in the middle of the road, and from their fronts emerged a throng of burly men clad in black suits, exuding an intimidating presence. Each individual brandished 2 wreaths, advancing menacingly toward the hotel entrance. Chapter 48. A wedding amidst flying paper money. Dozens of imposing, robust men gathered, flanking the red carpet with hundreds of floral wreaths, arranged neatly from the hotel entrance all the way to the street. The events unfolded with astonishing swiftness and unexpectedness. A luxurious convoy blocked the entrance, while a group of men in black suits approached, laying wreaths along the carpet sides. Not only did these men set down the wreaths, but they also formed pairs, standing defiantly on either side of the carpet, creating an imposing barrier that made it clear these wreaths were not to be easily removed. Who are you? What do you want?" stammered Guoxinliang's relative, pointing a trembling finger at Qin Xiao. The hotel staff, sensing the tension, wisely chose to remain silent. Delivering wreaths on such a joyous occasion must indicate deep-seated animosity. Observing the imposing convoy, it was evident that these were not ordinary individuals. The hotel staff, unwilling to meddle, promptly turned away. Qin Xiao paid no heed to Guoxinliang's relative. With a casual wave, he summoned more than 10 men in black from the Ferrari convoy. They rushed forth, swiftly escorting Guoxinliang's relative away and simultaneously blocking the friends and family of the bride and groom exiting the hotel. In such a scenario, ordinary friends would certainly refrain from intervening. Only Guoxinliang and Chufang's families dared to confront the situation. However, they were immediately halted by the imposing figures in black suits at the hotel entrance. The men neither resorted to violence nor insults. They simply allowed any shouts to echo, firmly preventing anyone from disrupting Qin Xiao. The entire wedding convoy was similarly affected. Aside from the lead car, every vehicle had 2 men in black stationed atop, preventing the relatives of the newlyweds from disembarking. Once the scene was adequately set, Qin Xiao approached the lead car with a smile. Inside, Guoxinliang and Chufang were utterly bewildered as Qin Xiao stepped out. Just over 2 weeks prior, they had sought to uncover Qin Xiao's current circumstances, believing him to be adrift, preoccupied with reclaiming his company, lacking stable employment, and residing in a garage while being incessantly pursued by creditors. For reasons unknown, Chufang even sent a wedding invitation via courier. Yet, witnessing the present spectacle, the rental costs of such a convoy were evidently beyond Qin Xiao's means, let alone the throng accompanying him. Despite their self-assured understanding of Qin Xiao, this scene surpassed all their expectations. Furthermore, observing Qin Xiao's attire and demeanor, they found it hard to reconcile this image with the familiar face they recognized. Had they not known better, they would have doubted it was indeed Qin Xiao. "What is the matter? Do you not recognize me? I have come to celebrate your wedding and have orchestrated such a grand display. Is a simple thank you too much to ask?" Qin Xiao gently tapped on the rear window. Guoxinliang and Chufang exchanged glances, and with a deep breath, Guoxinliang mustered the courage to lower the window. Qin Xiao, what brings you here?" he managed to utter, his words faltering in their significance. "Isn't it your invitation that summoned me?" Qin Xiao replied, producing an invitation from his pocket and tossing it into the car window. Upon seeing the invitation, Guo shot a fierce glance back at Chu Feng. Although the exact circumstances surrounding Qin Xiao remain unclear, the current situation leaves no room for evasion. Nor is it an opportune moment for discord. Given the gravity of the situation, it is evident that any attempt at conflict would be futile. Chu Feng, typically fierce in demeanor, now finds herself rendered speechless in the face of adversity. Guo with no other recourse, musters a smile more ghastly than a specter and addresses Qin Xiao. I acknowledge that both of us have wronged you. However, today marks our wedding day. Might we resolve our issues after the ceremony? Indeed, Guo words bear truth, with so many relatives and friends in attendance. They must endure and complete the wedding regardless of the discomfort. It is as if I were here to collect a debt. I merely came to celebrate your union. After all, I have even prepared a procession and flowers for you. What kind of procession is this? Qin Xiao remarks, grinning. You are about to become the chairman of a publicly listed company. This hardly befits your status, my friend. Guo frustration boils beneath the surface. Who brings funeral wreaths as wedding flowers? The absence of any commotion or violence renders police intervention futile. After all, presenting wreaths is not illegal, is it? Thank you for your kindness, but my procession has already arrived. May we enter? The wedding is about to commence, and those flowers of yours, could you perhaps remove them? Guo clenches his teeth in irritation. Of course. Qin Xiao snaps his fingers and gestures behind him. The procession, along with the pickup trucks, slowly retreats down the driveway. You already have a procession. You cannot refuse my flowers. Hurry and exit the vehicle. I am eagerly awaiting the arrival of the bride and groom. Qin Xiao cheerfully proclaims, producing a confetti cannon from seemingly nowhere. Guo finds himself trapped as the procession gradually makes its way into the hotel, reluctantly dragging a fearful Chu Feng out of the car. As they gaze at the unyielding reeds lining the pathway, Guo demonstrates remarkable composure. Taking a deep breath, he gently leads Chu Feng along the red carpet. Qin Xiao harbors a deep admiration for Guo ability to endure this humiliation. However, after meticulously planning for over 10 days, Qin Xiao surely has more surprises in store. As the newlyweds step onto the red carpet, he raises his hand sharply. Suddenly, the figures in black suits flanking the carpet simultaneously retrieve confetti cannons from behind the wreaths. Bang, bang. Each person unleashes 2 cannons in perfect unison, releasing a flurry of paper confetti into the air. Yet, instead of the customary glittering ribbons, what emerges are white paper bills the size of coins. At the entrance of the 5-star hotel, balloons adorn the red carpet. A pair of elegantly dressed newlyweds is followed by several bridesmaids and groomsmen. However, the red carpet is lined with funeral wreaths, and above, a cascade of white paper money drifts down from the ceiling. The scene is eerily surreal. Among the guests, some remain indifferent, while others hastily dial emergency services. Some individuals open their phones to capture this rare and bizarre moment. Others were engaged in a scuffle at the entrance with a group of burly men clad in black suits. Eventually, as the sky was filled with drifting paper offerings, someone could no longer contain themselves. It was unclear which party they were related to, but a loud voice exclaimed, "You scoundrels are going too far." However, before any action could be taken, numerous vehicles in the hotel parking lot swung their doors wide open. Another group of men in black suits emerged, markedly different from the previous ones, as each of them brandished glistening daggers. Although Qin Xiao had instructed them to refrain from causing harm, it was impossible not to instill some fear given the ruckus at someone else's wedding. Indeed, as this armed group of black suits advanced, the previously unruly individuals promptly regained their composure. Even those few who were still impulsive found themselves firmly restrained by their friends and family nearby. Qin Xiao observed the ashen faces of Guo and Chu Feng and remarked, "Do you think I might be overstepping? I believe so as well. Hence, I have prepared a special gift for you two, custom-made and quite valuable." Chapter 49. The end of the performance as a significant undertaking personally commissioned by Qin Xiao. The coffin, crafted entirely of pure gold, had arrived well in advance. It now rested within a small cargo van parked in the hotel lot. For this occasion, Qin Xiao had made thorough preparations. With a subtle gesture towards the van, 2 men in black suits emerged, each grasping a heavy-duty dolly meant for transporting substantial loads. 2 more men followed suit, both inside and outside the vehicle, as they carefully maneuvered the resplendent coffin out, sliding it along the van's interior. With a resounding thud, it settled securely between the 2 dollies. "Brother Liu, is this coffin truly made of pure gold?" The man pushing the dolly whispered to his companion behind him. "It should be," came the reply. "What does it matter? The boss said this individual is a god of wealth. If he stirs up trouble, we each receive a generous reward. Isn't that safer than going out to brawl? Now, let us not waste words, put some muscle into it." With one pushing and the other pulling, they deftly positioned the several hundred-pound golden coffin in the center of the red carpet. The dazzling coffin bore a label made of pure gold from Long Fengxiang. The onlookers fell into a stunned silence. A coffin made entirely of gold weighed at least 300 to 400 pounds. To grasp the significance, at the lowest gold prices, that would amount to several million. Even if there were personal grievances, the elaborate display was already sufficiently distasteful. Why expend such vast resources on a golden coffin? A shared thought flickered through the minds of many present. If someone were to disrupt their wedding and then present them with such a lavish coffin, even if deemed inauspicious, one might begrudgingly accept it. However, Qin Xiao's thoughts diverged. Among the attendees were numerous business associates and partners he had met over the past year in the bustling metropolis. Setting aside the implications of this wedding, if he were to accept this coffin, how could he navigate the social circles thereafter? Countless thoughts churned in Qin Xiao's mind. It was not fear of what Qin Xiao might do to him. He could scarcely believe that, in front of so many witnesses, Qin Xiao would dare to harm him or commit murder. What truly terrified him was where Qin Xiao had acquired such wealth and gathered such a multitude of people. Should Qin Xiao rise again, Qin Xiao feared he would have no pleasant days ahead. Qin Xiao, what exactly do you intend to do? Qin Xiao ground out through clenched teeth. What do I intend to do? I have come to attend your wedding and have brought such an extravagant gift. What do you think I want? You and your wretched partner have taken away my company, my wealth. Do you have any idea what my life has been like this past year? Do you understand that I once attempted to take my own life? Now I've returned from the depths of despair, and you dare to ask what I want? With rising agitation, Qin Xiao struck Qin Xiao with a forceful slap. Despite his efforts to temper his strength, the blow sent Qin Xiao sprawling several meters away. Not only did he lose a significant number of teeth, but one side of his face swelled grotesquely, and he slumped over, unconscious. Qin Xiao was sent flying by a slap from Qin Xiao. Next to them, Chu Feng let out a terrified gasp. Qin Xiao's gaze turned towards this nominal ex-girlfriend of his. Qin Xiao. Faced with Qin Xiao's penetrating stare, Chu Feng trembled, unable to articulate her thoughts. After spending several years with Qin Xiao, she now found him to be a stranger before her. What is it? You sent me a wedding invitation, intending for me to witness my own downfall. To revel in my disgrace, did you not? Now that I have arrived, why are you at a loss for words? As Qin Xiao began to produce the invitation, Qin Xiao cast an angry glance at Chu Feng, fully aware that the idea to send the invitation had originated from her. I apologize, Qin Xiao. Having endured countless experiences and taken many lives in the Marvel Universe, possessed an aura that was beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to withstand. With a simple step forward, he rendered Chu Feng quaking, unsure of what to say. I'm sorry, Qin Xiao murmured, lowering his head before raising his hand to deliver another slap, sending Chu Feng sprawling once more. Mr. Qin, let us not escalate this matter. Someone inside has called the police, and they should be arriving shortly. Please, allow us to handle this. The head of security from that day at the bathhouse, clad in a black suit, approached Qin Xiao with utmost respect. Very well. I appreciate your assistance, my friend. Do not forget to send off my final gift. Rest assured, Mr. Qin. After a lengthy commotion, Qin Xiao dusted himself off and departed in a Rolls-Royce, while the Ferrari fleet he had rented was naturally returned by others. Just as Qin Xiao left, a massive LED screen outside the hotel suddenly illuminated with a video. It displayed Chu Feng and a man engaged in intimate acts on a hotel bed. The scene quickly shifted to Qin Xiao with another woman, followed by footage of Qin Xiao and Chu Feng in a heated argument within a room. They initially hurled accusations at one another for their blatant infidelity, before reverting to the deceitful act of coercing Qin Xiao into signing that shareholder agreement. Chu Feng pointed an accusing finger at Qin Xiao, asserting that had she not cooperated, he would not be where he was today, while Qin Xiao retorted, cursing Chu Feng for being a wretched person, claiming that it was his greed that had driven him to conspire with her against Qin Xiao. Ultimately, both attempted to evade responsibility, each exchanging barbs, unwittingly revealing the full extent of their betrayal of Qin Xiao. With the 3 brief videos aired, the crowd erupted in chaos. Soon, the police arrived on the scene, finally bringing an end to the farce. The group of men in black suits summoned by Qin Xiao did not resort to violence. There were merely some reasonable shoves. The previously brandished, glimmering daggers were nothing more than magic props bought from a local market. These issues were well within the expertise of these individuals who navigated the fringes of society and law. A simple visit to the police station would suffice for them to be released. However, there were indeed a couple of matters of genuine seriousness. One incident involves the 2 slaps delivered by Qin Xiao, which constitutes a rather serious act of violence. Additionally, there's the dialogue at the end of the video between Qin Xiao and Chu Feng. However, both matters are ambiguous. As long as the parties involved do not pursue legal action, there is no need to bear criminal liability. When Qin Xiao opened his eyes in the hospital, it was already afternoon. Qin Xiao's slap not only shattered his teeth but also resulted in a mild concussion. The hospital indicated that there was nothing serious, and he could recover with a few days of rest. His aunt and uncle had gone to send off relatives from home. What exactly transpired? Liangzi, did you and Chu Feng conspire to deceive her ex-boyfriend as company? Is that true? Guo Xinliang's cousin poured a glass and inquired, "Cousin Yuao?" As Guo Xinliang opened his mouth, he felt a sharp pain in his jaw. "Cousin, who told you this?" His cousin, having seen his expression, understood the gravity of the situation and coldly tossed him a phone. On the screen were the 3 videos that had been broadcasted that morning. Except for the initial seconds that were not recorded, the rest was crystal clear. "This is impossible. How could it be recorded without my knowledge?" Qin Xiao. Guo Xinliang was acutely aware of what this meant for him. Even if he were spared imprisonment, he feared that everything he currently possessed would dissipate into thin air. "By the way, cousin, what happened to that solid gold coffin from the wedding? Is it still around?" Guo Xinliang recalled that coffin, crafted from pure gold. Even if he faced disgrace and loss, as long as that coffin remained, he could return to his hometown and live a decent life. "After you fainted." Qin Xiao slapped Chu Feng again and then left. Before the police arrived, that group in black suits took away the coffin, cursing as they departed, claiming you were ungrateful for such a precious gift. Guo Xinliang, overwhelmed with anger, opened his mouth to speak, only to spit out a mouthful of congealed blood from his gums, along with a gleaming molar. Chapter 50, Re-entering Brother Qin. "I've heard from the brothers below that your move was truly remarkable, offering a floral wreath, paper money, and even a coffin at someone else's wedding. Haha. It was at that KTV in the east suburb, in the exclusive VIP room for internal receptions, priced at 888. A man in his 40s, with a square face and a hearty demeanor, raised his glass and spoke to Qin Xiao. His name was Shiraigua, a somewhat cliché name that was amusing when paired with his surname. Yet, he was a man of considerable renown in the underworld of the Magic City. As the overall environment grew increasingly severe, many of the so-called social leaders, involved in petty thefts and violent altercations, had either fled or found themselves imprisoned. In such circumstances, he managed to navigate the gray areas and establish a grand entertainment venue, undoubtedly a figure of considerable cunning and intellect within the social sphere. Qin Xiao's initial investment was a staggering 2 million. No fighting, no injuries, merely a gathering that stirred some excitement. Thus, this occasion could be deemed a resounding success, with matters handled efficiently and profits reaped handsomely. Moreover, that 2 million was merely the beginning. "Brother Sure, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Your men are efficient and splendid in their work. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to stage such a grand performance. Just accepting a fee for services rendered, brother. You are too polite." Shiraigua laughed heartily, raising his glass to clink with Qin Xiao as once more, his tone turning serious. "Brother, regarding that coffin, it has been cheap for them. My men have brought it back. How would you like to handle it? Should we take it to your place or melt it down into gold bars for you?" Shiraigua's attentiveness was commendable. Qin Xiao, not one to be overly sentimental, had never intended for this to be a one-off transaction. He waved his hand dismissively. Once something is given, it cannot be taken back. A coffin is just a coffin. Since that couple is undeserving of it, brother Sure, if you don't mind, let it serve as a token of appreciation for your hard work and that of your brothers. To be frank, upon their first meeting, he had thrown out 2 million as a gesture of goodwill. Initially, he had thought that after this matter was settled, he would perhaps part with a few 100,000 more as a reward for the brothers' efforts. There would undoubtedly be future dealings, but with such a bold gesture, he had laid down tens of millions. Shiraigua had come this far. Surely he wouldn't be so easily swayed by monetary temptation. "Brother, let us speak candidly. I am in this for the thrill of the underworld. Even if that coffin currently holds a corpse, I wouldn't mind. However, today it was merely a trivial favor for the brothers, and the initial gift was already ample. With such a significant sum as that gold, I fear I may not be able to bear the weight of it. Such a grand entertainment venue likely requires at least 1 billion to acquire. Surely just a few tens of millions isn't excessive?" Qin Xiao gestured towards the opulent decor surrounding them. "Ah, my dear brother, I do not possess such formidable capabilities. While it may appear that we acquire wealth effortlessly, managing a multitude of comrades and addressing numerous affairs requires substantial effort. The actual profit that lands in my pocket is hardly significant. This is merely a modest private venture belonging to a prominent boss, and I am but a humble guardian, serving as a watchdog. Despite my humble origins, I have been granted a minuscule share in the enterprise," Shiraigua stated candidly. "Very well. Since Brother Sure is so forthright, I shall not be overly sentimental. I do not wish to rely on my family's wealth. I aim to establish a modest career in this bustling metropolis. However, being new to this place, I require someone to guide me and a reliable protector to ensure my safety." Although Qin Xiao did not specify his exact intentions, it was evident that he sought to engage in legitimate business, merely needing assistance in running errands and finding local contacts. Additionally, having someone to help navigate potential troubles would be advantageous. Lacking acquaintances in this city, he found himself in a predicament, such as needing a connection to rent a fleet of Ferraris, which Shiraigua was able to facilitate. With both parties openly discussing matters, Shiraigua felt considerably reassured. Still, He remained cautious regarding the golden coffin, merely stating that it could be converted into a membership card for use in the area, allowing Qin Xiao to spend freely whenever he wished. This was merely a rephrasing of the situation, ensuring he had a fallback option. Qin Xiao did not mind. Opportunities would abound in the future, allowing for gradual interactions. Regarding the troubles with Guo Xinliang and Chu Feng, Shi Aiguo assisted Qin Xiao in securing a lawyer. They proposed returning company shares along with compensation in exchange for Qin Xiao refraining from pursuing legal action against the two. Naturally, Guo and Chu would not dare to escalate matters concerning the injuries inflicted. With an experienced individual like Shi Aiguo involved, their financial situation would soon be thoroughly assessed. Besides the company's shares, the compensation amount was nearly at the limit of their tolerance, leaving them with nothing but debts. Compounded by the damage to their reputations from the wedding incident, it was clear they could no longer remain in this city. Fearing that Qin Xiao might still harbor grievances, Shi Aiguo, after consuming a few drinks, conspiratorially remarked, accidents such as car crashes or drownings, or any unfortunate incidents, perhaps even enticing those two with HIV, would not pose a problem. Betraying a brother by seducing a sister-in-law is something I detest. In response, Qin Xiao smiled and shook his head, stating that as long as the two no longer crossed his path, he was content. Given the current state of affairs, the couple, accustomed to a lavish lifestyle, would soon find themselves living in a manner worse than that of a dog. His ability to traverse into this realm and acquire a system could somewhat be attributed to their actions. There was no need for total annihilation. As for the company's shares, Qin Xiao had lost interest. Upon acquiring them, he sold them at a low price to a venture capital firm. Initially, he had invested $5 million into the company, and after selling the shares, he extracted over $80 million in cash. By all accounts, he had made a significant profit, recovering a substantial portion of his previous extravagant expenditures. Having resolved a myriad of chaotic affairs, Qin Xiao entrusted Shi Aiguo with the task of locating a suitable venue within the city for his ambitious venture, a high-tech company. He intended to leverage the artificial intelligence designed by Tony to penetrate the market and firmly establish his footing in the bustling metropolis of Magic City. With others handling the site selection, registration, and recruitment, Qin Xiao found himself in a state of idleness. It had been over 20 days since his return. Ample time to accumulate the energy necessary for another journey through time. Bored, Qin Xiao began to inquire of the system. If I were to traverse again, would I still need to advance the plot before I can return? Indeed, the Marvel Universe requires a significant plot development for the host to choose to return. Is there a possibility that in the future I might be able to switch freely between the Marvel world and reality? Qin Xiao continued to question. The response was, insufficient permissions. I can only inform the host that this limitation will undoubtedly change, yet achieving such freedom of transition will be challenging. The specifics will become apparent as the host grows stronger. Very well, Qin Xiao acknowledged, initiating the process of traversing once more. At last, he had pinned over 100,000 words. Starting tomorrow, he would aim for 4 updates daily. The duration of this endeavor would depend on his endurance. But at least for this week, it posed no issue. Having just reached the milestone of 100,000 words, the website granted its first traffic recommendation. For those who appreciate this book, he hoped they would add it to their shelves, bestow a 5-star review, and prompt for updates. Such metrics are exceedingly vital for a new work. Thank you all. Chapter 51. The Avengers' first gathering. The process of traversing dimensions was peculiar, akin to navigating through a misty corridor. Suddenly, one was thrust into a kaleidoscopic realm, where everything gradually reassembled before one's eyes, morphing into distinct entities. To Qin Xiao, this experience felt less like a grand transcendence typical in fantasy novels and more akin to the disorienting sensations of motion sickness combined with the aftermath of a hangover. Upon returning to the sanctuary crafted by Tony, Qin Xiao sat at the computer desk for a brief moment before rising to explore his abode with keen interest. Frankly, in comparison to the exorbitant property prices in first-tier cities back home, the real estate market in Los Angeles appeared rather modest. With an investment of under $2 million, one could acquire a spacious high-rise apartment, nearly 400 square meters in size. While this equated to over 10 million yuan, one must also consider the disparity in living costs. Although the housing prices were reasonable, owning such a vast property meant an annual tax of nearly $100,000 to the government. It was no wonder that one often heard that while purchasing a large house in America was easy, maintaining it was far more challenging. Indeed, the traditional values of the Chinese seemed to resonate more profoundly here, making this place feel more like home. Speaking of which, perhaps it would be prudent to invest in a property in Shanghai during the next visit. As for this house, according to the local time suspension, today marked a significant occasion, his housewarming celebration. A feast was certainly in order, driven by 30% to uphold the traditional virtues of his homeland, 20% to showcase his splendid new residence, and 50% to alleviate his boredom. Qin Xiao promptly sent out messages to nearly everyone he knew in this world. The message read, "Greetings. This is Qin Xiao. Today, I have moved into my new home. According to Chinese tradition, it is customary to host friends for a meal when one relocates. Therefore, I have decided to hold a grand feast featuring Chinese cuisine at my residence tomorrow evening at 7 o'clock p.m. You are all warmly invited to join me. For those unfamiliar with the term Hongbao, feel free to Google it. A friendly reminder, Hongbao is available in Chinatown. Attached is a screenshot of the electronic map with the location marked. To be candid, Qin Xiao is not particularly adept at cooking. He could manage a few simple home-cooked dishes, but preparing a feast for guests proved daunting. However, could one truly forsake the culinary traditions of a civilization that has flourished for thousands of years? Hot pot, anyone? A trip to Chinatown revealed an abundance of ingredients and condiments, including a plethora of assorted Chinese-style seasonings. While some items might remain unused, it was essential to have them at home to imbue the space with a semblance of life. With a yin yang pot, lamb slices, and succulent beef, Qin Xiao finally grasped why the Chinese abroad were invariably drawn to Chinatown. The variety of goods available within a single block far surpassed what one could find in a large supermarket back home. Ranging from delectable snacks and traditional garments to martial arts training, Cantonese dim sum, and Sichuan hot pot, even the simplest of treats, such as pickled vegetables and fried dough, could be found, alongside the ever-popular Little Raccoon instant noodles. The establishment features various amenities, including a traditional Chinese medicine center, a mahjong hall, and even funeral wreaths. For a reclusive individual, remaining indoors daily, the necessity of venturing out for errands is minimal, resembling life back in the homeland. However, certain dishes in some restaurants have undergone significant westernization, diverging from their original flavors. After procuring a substantial array of items, I returned home, laden with bags both large and small. I boiled water to prepare the base ingredients and meticulously washed and chopped the vegetables, arranging them neatly on the table. A plethora of fruits was also washed and displayed. Before entertaining guests, this bustling activity unexpectedly infused my home with a vibrant atmosphere. Perfection. After a long afternoon of preparation, I casually picked up an apple, nibbling on it while awaiting the arrival of guests, or rather, the anticipated red envelopes. Yet, the first visitor was someone I had not expected, Dr. Banner. I had never sent him a message, and since he was taken by S.H.I.E.L.D., I had lost all means of contacting him. Seated on the sofa, I watched the image of the entrance displayed on the wall. Nicole, please open the door. Certainly. Sir. The convenience of having a housekeeper was becoming apparent. Hello, Dr. Banner. Welcome to my humble abode. Despite our unfamiliarity, hospitality demanded a warm greeting in my home. Banner was an earnest individual, although I had engaged in some theatrics during our last encounter in the desert, even injuring myself. It was clear that the Hulk was far more suited to that situation. Seeing my warm welcome, Banner shyly produced a bottle of red wine. I've been managing quite well lately, and it's been a while since I transformed. They mentioned an Avengers initiative, suggesting I come here to build rapport with you. Agent Romanov said that since you've moved, I should bring a gift, so here is a bottle of wine. Did she not mention anything else to you? I inquired, glancing at the solitary wine bottle in his hand, devoid of any red envelopes. No. Is there something I should know? She is still parking downstairs. Banner gestured awkwardly below. Nothing of consequence, I replied, feeling a twinge of guilt at the prospect of taking advantage of this earnest, now homeless man. I warmly invited Banner to sit. A few minutes later, Black Widow also arrived. Hey, stop staring, Qin. I brought Dr. Banner over from Canada today and didn't have time to buy red envelopes in Chinatown. I'm unsure what gift to offer, so consider this a token. Upon noticing my scrutinizing gaze, Black Widow pulled me closer and planted a gentle kiss on my cheek. All right then, I exclaimed, raising my hands in resignation. Beautiful women always have their privileges, but I cursed the next guest who arrived empty-handed of red envelopes, whether by coincidence or my own reputation. The workaholic Tony Stark paused his research on new elements, and even Nick Fury set aside his tasks to join, accompanied by Hawkeye. Of course, Agent Coulson, ever vigilant in Los Angeles, was also present. The original 6 superheroes of the Avengers have gathered once more, save for Captain America, who remains frozen, and Thor, who is indulging in mischief in Asgard. Yet, without exception, none of them offered Qin Xiao a red envelope. Some brought wine, others presented paintings. But the most absurd gift came from Hawkeye, who handed Qin Xiao an arrow. What on earth am I to do with this? Use it as a back scratcher? Qin Xiao complained, scraping his back with the arrow. Since you all are so stingy, do not blame me for turning my back on you. In his heart, Qin Xiao grumbled, seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos to add 2 packets of spicy hot pot seasoning to the clear broth of the dual-flavored pot. Chapter 52. The power of spicy hot pot. Although in this world, Qin Xiao is not as affluent as in reality, he still possesses over $1 million in his bank account. Thus, when it comes to dining, he unhesitatingly opts for the most extravagant ingredients, irrespective of their appropriateness. In the case of hot pot, while culinary skill may not be paramount, The quality of the ingredients certainly elevates the meal to a pinnacle of indulgence. For the foreigners, this dining experience offered them an unprecedented encounter. Even Tony, who has seen and tasted it all, found himself drenched in sweat yet singing praises for the dish. When the spice became overwhelming, a sip of cold beer was pure bliss. Qin, I must say, you are being rather stingy. Even though Banner brought you wine, you need not cling to it. Hot pot pairs much better with cold beer. Nick Fury remarked, rare moments of relaxation escaping him as he spoke to Qin Xiao. In response, Qin Xiao merely smiled enigmatically, choosing not to elaborate. Internally, he mused with a hint of malice, a bunch of uncultured brutes, daring to pair this fiery hot pot with chilled beer for the first time. I've refrained from such excess myself for too long. Tonight, let us see how your bellies churn and your discomfort unfolds, without a red envelope in sight. While he harbored these wicked thoughts, he glanced at the equally perspiring Black Widow. Qin Xiao produced a bottle of dark, chilled tea from seemingly nowhere, snatching Black Widow's beer with a playful gesture. Try this. What is it? It resembles a flat cola, Black Widow remarked, taking a tentative sip. The flavor was somewhat peculiar. Although modern chilled teas often contain various additives to enhance their taste, in certain northern regions of China where chilled tea is not commonly consumed, many find it difficult to adapt, especially foreigners. This is a delightful concoction, known for its beauty-enhancing properties. I specifically ventured to Chinatown to procure it. Trust me. Qin Xiao winked mischievously at Black Widow. The meal extended nearly 2 hours, with a group capable of dismantling a small nation sprawled haphazardly on the sofa. Except for Black Widow, being a woman and somewhat conscious of her figure, she did not indulge to the same extent. Observing the state of her companions, she naturally assumed the responsibility of tidying the dining area. Qin Xiao, seeking convenience, had purchased disposable tableware from Chinatown for this occasion. Tossing everything into a garbage bag sufficed, save for the pot, which was a bit more cumbersome. However, this moment brought Qin Xiao an oddly gratifying sense of masculinity. Hosting a gathering of friends at home, enjoying a meal, and then having his wife clean up in the kitchen while they boastfully exchanged stories. Thus, witnessing Black Widow's industriousness, Qin Xiao sat up a bit straighter in his seat. Qin, Dr. Banner should have briefed you on his intentions. The Avengers Initiative has officially commenced. Once you all become more acquainted, I will assign you a task to hone your skills. Agent Romanoff has already secured a base for you. Shortly, you'll be able to head there together. Enough with the bravado. Nick Fury, now lounging on the sofa like a slovenly old man, remarked. In the near future, my focus may shift to New York. As you know, Stark Industries has ceased weapon manufacturing. We are pivoting towards renewable energy and finance. And New York is arguably more suitable than Los Angeles. In fact, Tony has already purchased a plot of land in New York, where he is constructing a new Stark Tower. He has yet to pass the chairmanship to Pepper. He remains quite occupied, especially since Obadiah's recent demise has left the board mired in chaos. Conveniently, Stark, your base is in New York. Fury snapped his fingers. Blast it. Qin Xiao straightened up. He understood that the focus would indeed shift to New York, but not so soon. I just bought a house. Do you have any idea how much effort I put into renovating it? Do you know how hard I worked to secure a spacious home in downtown Los Angeles? I've only spent one night in this house. Damn it. I can't afford another home in New York. To be precise, the funds for your home were won at the casino with the assistance of Agent Romanoff, using chips provided by Stark. The renovations and furnishings were all arranged by Stark as well. It was as if you stumbled upon a fully furnished house. Despite Nick Fury having only one eye visible, his disdain was palpable. No way. I demand a raise. You've yanked me from the West Coast to the East Coast. The Pacific Ocean at my doorstep has turned into the Atlantic. I will be severely out of sorts. Qin Xiao feigned a desperate demeanor. Rest assured, this time, the salary will undoubtedly satisfy everyone. Nick Fury replied with a mysterious smile. Even in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, global crises are not as frequent as one might think. Moreover, at this early stage, aside from some hidden forces, there are Odin and the Ancient One, two godlike entities. One presides over Asgard, thwarting cosmic forces' ambitions towards the Nine Realms, while the other relies on the triad of sanctuaries in New York, London, and Hong Kong to shield Earth from otherworldly intrusions. Thus, even Qin Xiao could not fathom what target Nick Fury had in mind. However, from the old man's cryptic words and flickering gaze, it was clear he was up to no good. Dinner was relatively enjoyable, and after the gathering, Qin Xiao initially intended to take the widow for a stroll to foster their relationship. However, he was abruptly whisked away by Nick Fury, who had pressing matters to attend to. That damned egghead. He'll surely die a bachelor. I suspect that the only picture on his nightstand is of a burly man. What a wretched cad. Qin Xiao complained to the only remaining Tony. Indeed, my friend, not everyone's bedroom features a photograph with a genius playboy. Tony shamelessly retorted. Qin Xiao recalled the enormous composite photo on his bedroom nightstand, where both he and Tony posed with peace signs, leaving him utterly speechless. That night, Tony, who typically found solace in the underground garage, instead immersed himself in the opulence of his home's luxurious restroom. Hawkeye, aboard a flight to Washington, did not step out of the lavatory even once. The most unfortunate were Coulson and Nick Fury. The Black Widow had indeed departed early on a mission, leaving the two to temporarily host Dr. Banner at the Los Angeles branch. In the early hours, around 3 in the morning, Coulson and Nick Fury stood amidst what had nearly become a wasteland of their division, beside Dr. Banner, who lay on the ground, barely restrained from fully transforming. Qin Xiao, you are a cursed scoundrel. Damn it. The potency of spicy hot pot is terrifying indeed. It echoed Qin Xiao's curse, blossoms of the chrysanthemum. Qin Xiao lay in a bedroom adorned with photographs of himself and Tony, turning over as he suddenly emitted a sound reminiscent of a pig's squeal. Perhaps from a dream unknown. Chapter 53, the self-funded Avengers. Nicaragua, one of Mexico's largest ports and a significant trade hub on the eastern coast of South America. In this nation, which has been nearly entirely infiltrated by drug traffickers, it has naturally become one of the largest drug trade ports. Each year, the narcotics that traverse this route to Europe generate economic value so staggering that even a billionaire like Tony Stark would be taken aback. The immense wealth derived from drugs has not only corroded the government of this country, but has also spawned numerous traffickers who command their own armies. Indeed, any notable drug lord in Mexico possesses a military force capable of dominating a small nation in Africa. The target for Qin Xiao and his companions is one of Mexico's largest drug trafficking organizations. The combatants include Qin Xiao, Tony, Black Widow, and Hawkeye, with support from Dr. Banner and logistical command by the affable Coulson. Coulson, the leader of the operation, grinned as he addressed the group from the command bridge of the submarine. Do you know who the most welcome individuals are among the drug traffickers here? Corrupt narcotics officers or their government officials? Banner chimed in, it's Tony Stark. The weaponry from Stark Industries is what they covet the most. Evidence from Obadiah's extensive criminal records shows connections between the Mexican drug lords and arms dealings. Yet due to the CIA's crackdown on Mexican traffickers, Obadiah has been hesitant to supply firearms in bulk. Coulson, smiling, gestured towards the quietly contemplative Tony. Let me clarify. I have no knowledge of Obadiah's past actions, and I must add that Stark Industries no longer produces any weapons. He shrugged innocently. Tony, unable to contain himself, interjected. To be honest, while I joined this Avengers initiative to address global threats, I question why we are here in Mexico to apprehend drug traffickers when it should be the job of narcotics officers. There are plenty of terrorists out there. Like in the Middle East. Indeed, it was not only Tony, even Hawkeye, a staunch operative within the system, were an expression of skepticism. As a top-tier agent, he held a sense of pride, feeling that dealing with drug traffickers was somewhat beneath his capabilities. It's worth noting that although he is often considered the weakest link within the Avengers, following the snap, Hawkeye single-handedly wreaked havoc on local gangs in Japan and Mexico. Nick's position dictated that he could not put all his eggs in one basket. Your existence is classified, known only to a select few within our ranks. You require specialized equipment, transportation, and funding, all of which must remain opaque. Therefore, we need to identify a few affluent individuals to generate our own resources. Coulson explained with a warm smile to the group. Despite his sparse hair, he is a true superhero enthusiast, having idolized Captain America since childhood. Now, possessing a formidable special operations team fills me with a sense of achievement that surpasses even the joy of regrowing my hair. Humph. Qin Xiao also felt that battling drug traffickers was somewhat beneath him, disdainfully muttering under his breath. It's merely a matter of funding, isn't it? With the three of you. Alongside myself, we could all draw a salary. Dr. Banner could easily find a part-time job with Tony Stark. As for Tony, it's unnecessary to elaborate. It's just a matter of providing a few meals and accommodations. I could always donate my salary if necessary. On this rare occasion, Qin Xiao displayed a generous spirit. I hope so too, but if your salary is sufficient, let's not delve into other matters. Just consider the cost of a Quinjet, which is upwards of $100 million. If you were to donate $100 million, we would leave immediately. That was hasty. My apologies. Forget I said anything. However, you could always seek assistance from Tony. Qin Xiao gestured towards Tony, who could fund an entire suit of armor that would last everyone quite some time. That said, the truth remains, the Mexican drug traffickers possess formidable firepower and a considerable number of personnel. They are indeed an excellent opportunity for practice. Furthermore, given their vast wealth and the significant threat they pose to society, it is clear that Nick has chosen a commendable target. Otherwise, after our recent hot pot meal, a salary increase would have been assured. It appears he had already devised a plan. These traffickers have bribed a vast majority of government officials, making their arrival by boat indistinguishable from legitimate entry. Thus, they opted for a discreet small radar-evading submarine, approaching an uninhabited beach in Nicaragua under the cover of night. The objective was the mansion of the largest drug lord in northern Mexico. The primary goal was to incinerate their narcotics and uncover the passwords to several hidden bank accounts in Zurich. Coulson effectively executed Nick Fury's plan, centering around Black Widow and Hawkeye, as everyone stealthily infiltrated, aiming to apprehend the traffickers, destroy their drug warehouses, and swiftly withdraw. The formidable Dr. Banner remained concealed within the submarine as a secret weapon, ready to assist if the situation became dire or if any complications arose. The drug lord's mansion was not far from the coastline. Naturally, any affluent estate by the sea must offer a view of it. This much can be deduced from Tony's lifestyle. The estate was enclosed by nearly 10-meter-high walls topped with dense electric fencing, covering an area of almost 100 acres. Every 20 to 30 meters, there stood a watchtower rising over 2 meters above the walls. This was no mere mansion. It rivaled the most fortified military bases and prisons that Qin Xiao had ever encountered. At a distance of several hundred meters from the drug lord's mansion, Black Widow unfurled a blueprint on the ground, gesturing to the others. The defenses were exceedingly stringent, making a silent entry from the front nearly impossible. The room of Seresto. The drug lord is located here, within a zone where he frequently operates. We could. However, Black Widow did not finish her thought, understanding the trafficker's location. Tony suddenly shot off like an arrow. Damn it. Stark, they are unaware of the multitude of tunnels they have excavated underground. Your frontal assault will allow him to escape. The Black Widow exclaimed with exasperation. Yet, the velocity of Iron Man's armor was remarkable, and in the blink of an eye, he was nearing the heavily fortified mansion. Damn it, Qin, you go. Qin? The Black Widow looked around in confusion, searching for any trace of Qin Xiao. Hawkeye gestured towards the target mansion. There. Qin Xiao was sprinting towards the mansion with astonishing speed, rivaling even that of Tony's armor. Chapter 54. It's over for heaven's sake. Our plan was to infiltrate quietly and capture them. The Black Widow weakly slapped her forehead, having anticipated this as a manifestation of their discontent with the operation. Activate the cloaking device. I certainly do not wish for tomorrow's headlines to feature two superheroes robbing drug dealers. Qin Xiao and Tony Stark are among the most famous individuals globally, while Qin Xiao could easily obscure his identity by covering his face. The recognition factor of Iron Man's armor is simply too high. They were determined to protect both their small team and their own identities, having prepared well in advance. Coulson's voice crackled through the earpiece. Let them handle it. You and Hawkeye focus on preventing any escapes. Our people in Mexico have already reached the perimeter. We shall leave the rest to them. Indeed, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. are infallible in their operations. The force deployed here, arranged by Nick Fury, is a clandestine unit operating under the radar within S.H.I.E.L.D. Even though these drug dealers were well-equipped and numerous, they were momentarily stunned by the sudden arrival of Iron Man from above. In the dead of night, he descended in impenetrable armor, rendering conventional weaponry utterly ineffective against him. These quasi-military drug dealers had scarcely begun to retrieve their heavy-duty weapons in response. With a thunderous crash, the wall beside the entrance collapsed. A seemingly frail figure barreled in like a beast, not only demolishing a wall towering over 10 meters, but also obliterating several nearby guard towers with sheer force. All bullets ricocheted off him. He resembled a human tank, a powerhouse clad in formidable armor. The moment Qin Xiao entered the battlefield, Tony seamlessly switched to cruise mode overhead. Circling the opulent estate, he meticulously eliminated lurking drug dealers while precisely identifying the locations where they concealed arms and narcotics. 2 micromissiles were dispatched, igniting tons of drugs and a skyward explosion of gunpowder. In an instant, the vast estate was reduced to a half-destroyed ruin. Clad in armor, Tony and the diminutive Hulk-like Qin Xiao were an overwhelming force against the unprepared drug dealers. When Black Widow and Hawkeye finally arrived, they were greeted by a scene that took their breath away. Goodness, they both gasped. Such a lack of sophistication. Hawkeye scoffed. Yet the glimmer of envy in his eyes was unmistakable to Black Widow. What hot-blooded warrior does not relish a brawl? It seems our assessment of Qin's combat prowess was woefully underestimated. He is practically a miniature Hulk. Black Widow muttered, then spoke loudly into her earpiece. Do not linger in battle. Stark has obliterated the armory. The outside is our responsibility. Do not forget my objective, and ensure no one escapes through the tunnels. Rest assured, he shall not escape. The confident voice of Tony Stark resonated in the earpieces. Qin, proceed to search the Seresto room and ascertain his whereabouts. Jarvis, scan the subterranean passages of this estate. No matter how concealed the secret corridors may be, they are powerless against Tony's formidable technological arsenal. Almost as soon as Qin Xiao reported the inability to locate Seresto, the screen within Tony's helmet displayed a detailed layout of the underground passages. Sir, there are at least a dozen intricate passages beneath this estate, and it appears they are equipped with heat sensor shielding, Jarvis communicated to everyone through their earpieces. A dozen passages seemed rather exaggerated. Think of a solution, Jarvis. Tony commanded without hesitation. Understood, sir. Jarvis initiated another scan of the subterranean pathways, and within 30 seconds, the findings were revealed. A passage was marked in red on Tony's screen. This passage exhibits magnetic interference, likely due to thick metal reinforcement. If I were that drug lord, I would undoubtedly choose this route. Safety first, sir. Whether thick metal reinforcement truly causes magnetic interference remains uncertain. But for the sake of the narrative, let us assume it does. Well done, Jarvis. Tony's armor soared outside the estate, and with a swift motion, a penetrating projectile was launched towards the ground. Clearly prepared, Tony's micromissile transformed upon contact with the soil into a drill-like apparatus, burrowing fiercely into the earth. After penetrating approximately 4 to 5 meters, it created a small cavity before erupting in a thunderous explosion, sending a deluge of soil into the air. It remains unclear just how thick the drug lord's metal reinforcements are. Tony's custom bomb merely breached the surface, creating a pit of several decimeters deep. Qin Xiao stocked up on many missiles. The steel plates here cannot exceed a meter in thickness, or the underlying rock strata would collapse. Where is that weapon of yours capable of slicing through steel? Coming right up, Qin Xiao responded, swiftly leaping to the vicinity of the crater created by Tony's explosion. Without further ado, he plunged down into the pit, drawing his tank sword to pierce through the layer of steel that had been compromised by the missile's blast. The jarring sound of metal scraping echoed as the formidable strength of Qin Xiao, combined with the razor-sharp tank sword, carved out a square skylight, exposing a vast corridor beneath. Over 2 meters high and nearly 3 meters wide, the drug lord certainly possesses considerable wealth, Qin Xiao muttered, dashing into the passage in the opposite direction of the estate. Whether it was the multitude of underground passages or the need to evade various subterranean infrastructures, this corridor was anything but straight. After running several meters, Qin Xiao encountered a bend. Fearless and undeterred by potential ambushes, he charged forward without hesitation. Rat-a-tat-tat, just as he had barely turned the corner. He had not yet discerned the situation ahead. A cacophony of the Gatling gun's rotating barrels and gunfire erupted, the terrifying rate of fire rapidly saturating the corridor with bullets. Damn it, Qin Xiao cursed inwardly, instinctively raising his hand to shield his head. Although he was practically impervious to harm, being struck by a hail of bullets to the face was certainly not a delightful experience. The clattering sounds accompanied by sparks echoed as the bullets ricocheted between Qin Xiao's body and the steel plating of the corridor. Damn it. I am going to shove this machine gun right up your backside. Qin Xiao's fury surged as he was pelted by a barrage of bullets. Once the gunfire ceased, he lowered his hand, speaking fiercely. Just as he revealed his eyes, he saw a metallic arm swinging towards him with force. Chapter 55. Encountering Captain America's love at the corner. Aside from the Iron Titan, this was undoubtedly the most formidable blow Qin Xiao had ever received. To put it plainly, the force behind this strike surpassed anything he had experienced prior to consuming the enhanced version of the Hulk serum. In the past, even if he had evaded the hail of bullets, this particular blow would have left him utterly dazed. However, now, bang! Qin Xiao's palm collided with the opponent's wrist, producing a dull metallic clang. With a metal arm, disheveled hair, and a face obscured by a black metallic mask. It was none other than Bucky, the Winter Soldier and a lethal machine of Hydra, a close ally of Captain America. Bucky displayed no surprise at having his full-powered twisting strike effortlessly blocked. Even having witnessed Qin Xiao deflect bullets from a Gatling gun at close range, this brainwashed assassin felt no ripple of emotion. His mind was solely focused on the completion of his mission. As Qin Xiao contemplated whether to incapacitate Bucky and take him away, he felt a slight movement in the metal arm gripping his wrist. The hand relaxed, and a faint click echoed. It was then that Qin Xiao noticed Bucky was still holding a grenade-shaped object. Before Qin Xiao could react, the grenade erupted in a dazzling burst of white light. A flashbang. He was unperturbed by the grenade's explosion itself, as it posed no threat to him at this moment. However, despite his enhanced physique, his eyes could withstand the brightness no better than an ordinary person's. The flashbang detonated at close range, and it felt as though a miniature sun had flashed before him. His eyes stung painfully, and he gasped, instinctively releasing his grip and covering his tear-filled eyes. Qin, what has happened? Upon hearing Qin Xiao's cry of pain, Tony and Black Widow's voices rang out almost simultaneously. Flashbang, damn it. My eyes feel as if they've gone blind. Hurry in and pursue, but be cautious. There's a guy with a metal arm whose strength and speed exceed normal human limits. Is it him? Black Widow paused, recalling the assassin who had left her with scars. In that moment of hesitation, Tony, controlling his armor, swiftly entered the passageway and soon arrived at Qin Xiao's side. How are you? Are you all right? Fearing that Qin Xiao might act recklessly due to his impaired vision, Tony spoke before reaching out to protect him. I'm fine. Just a blinding white haze. I can't see anything. Qin Xiao replied candidly. That's all right. Your metabolism is significantly faster than the average person's, so your recovery should be swift. I believe you will regain your sight in no time. The damage inflicted by the flashbang could trouble an ordinary person for days. But it was likely that Qin Xiao's superior physique would allow him to recover much more quickly. As long as I am not blinded, it is sufficient. Moments ago, after I was shaken, I discerned two sets of footsteps, one trailing the other. I believe that the metallic arm has separated and fled. I shall search within the premises, while you handle the situation outside. As soon as Qin Xiao's voice faded, Hawkeye's response echoed through the air. Without further ado, Tony shot forward through the corridor, unleashing a barrage of firepower. Within mere seconds, a resounding explosion reverberated, filling the metallic passage with a deafening hum. The sound seemed to originate from the direction Tony was pursuing. Just as I was about to inquire about the cause of the commotion, I heard a flurry of footsteps approaching. A fragrant breeze enveloped me, followed by a firm grip on my arm. Black Widow had entered the dark passage and steadied Qin Xiao. It was at this moment that Tony's voice crackled through the earpiece. The Mexican drug lord exploded before my eyes. Fragments of a timer were scattered at the scene, indicating the installation of a timed bomb, likely a measure taken to silence him. It appears that the situation is more intricate than we initially surmised. Clint, what is your status? Have you encountered that metallic arm? Tony's analysis was astute. If it were suicide, there would be no need for a timed bomb. We have been deceived, my comrades. This area is a labyrinth of hidden passages, and this is the true escape route. I cannot ascertain which passage the individual fled through, as not a single trace has been left behind. Never mind, do not pursue, Clint. That must be the fabled Winter Soldier. I have clashed with him before, and he is formidable. Black Widow addressed the earpiece. Given the circumstances, we must proceed as such, although the drug lord is deceased and this hideout has been thoroughly dismantled. Overall, our inaugural mission can only be deemed a failure. Now, are you all right? Is your vision still painfully blurred? Black Widow finally took a moment to comfort Qin Xiao. Sensing the concern in her words, he caught a whiff of her delicate perfume, his arm brushing against her soft form. In contrast to the limited vision he had, this proximity offered an infinite realm of imagination. Hey, are you all right? Noticing Qin Xiao's silence, Black Widow shook his arm gently. It was then that Qin Xiao returned to his senses, wearing an expression of lament. I'm not well. My vision is gone. My head is spinning, and I can barely stand. Oh dear, he exclaimed dramatically, collapsing against Black Widow's chest, his head nestled among her softness. After a few moments of this indulgence, he finally relaxed and fainted in her embrace. Bang! Black Widow was not easily deceived, seeing that Qin Xiao was unscathed yet played the fool. She promptly pushed him against the wall, allowing him to tumble to the ground. Truly heartless. Qin Xiao pouted as he rose, brushing off his backside and began to shout into the earpiece. Damn it, Tony, where are you? Hurry and come get me. I have saved you on several occasions. It is time for you to repay me. The remaining matters would certainly be addressed by others. Yet the emergence of the Winter Soldier cast a shadow of conspiracy over the entire affair. The Black Widow speculated that Seresto was merely a tool for profit orchestrated by the organization behind the Winter Soldier. However, only Qin Xiao understood that this notorious drug lord was likely one of the financial lifelines for Hydra. The appearance of Bucky at this moment raises the question, was it mere coincidence, or did he come deliberately to prevent Seresto from falling into their hands? Only fate knows the answer. The operation, though not entirely fruitless, yielded some results, despite Seresto's demise. Tony managed to uncover a login record for a Zurich bank on his private computer. The computer had not undergone any special tampering, allowing Tony to effortlessly retrieve the account details including the username and password. This account contained $500 million, a sum that, while insignificant compared to Seresto's stature, would nonetheless sustain them for quite some time. Chapter 56, The Egghead's Dilemma in the Basement of a Farm on the Outskirts of Washington. A covert stronghold of Hydra lies concealed. A sudden flurry of footsteps resonates as a group of impeccably dressed men, bearing solemn expressions, hastily enters the chamber. At the forefront stands Alexander Pierce, the esteemed president of the World Security Council and former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Surrounding the basement are several stoic figures, their expressions inscrutable. In the center, an unremarkable wooden chair is occupied by Bucky, who had recently crossed paths with Qin Xiao. Come forth, soldier, and recount your mission. What adversaries did you encounter? Alexander Pierce casually reclines against the table as he speaks. Yes, sir, Bucky responds, his demeanor devoid of emotion. I was tasked with retrieving last quarter's dues from Silvestro, but his estate was besieged. An airborne metallic being and a formidable, invulnerable Eastern warrior were present. It was Tony Stark and that individual named Qin Xiao, the very ones who made headlines recently. A bald man whispers an explanation into Alexander Pierce's ear. Pierce gestures for him to cease and motions for Bucky to continue. I fled with Silvestro through a hidden passage. Yet the Eastern warrior pursued us. I found myself outmatched, resorting to a flashbang for a surprise attack. Subsequently, I affixed a miniature timed explosive to Silvestro's attire to divert our pursuer's attention, allowing me to escape through another secret route Bucky articulates mechanically, each word deliberate. Well done, soldier. Alexander Pierce praises him, albeit with a lack of enthusiasm, before turning to the bald man. Last night, SHIELD's covert unit executed a raid on Silvestro's estate in Mexico. By the time they arrived, the drugs and arms within the estate had been obliterated. This group is merely tasked with cleaning up the aftermath. However, it is curious that there are no records of this operation within SHIELD. Nick Fury would never suspect that many within his so-called clandestine unit are, in fact, operatives. Yesterday, Silvestro transferred $500 million from one of his accounts in Switzerland. It seems Tony Stark and that enigmatic Eastern lad have prompted Nick Fury's so-called superhuman initiative to commence. The bald man adjusts his glasses, inquiring, "Shall we take any action?" Barnes is no match for them, and that mysterious Eastern youth appears particularly formidable. Unnecessary. Alexander Pierce replies with a confident smile. Nick Fury seeks to assemble a secret team but has exposed it due to a meager budget, a foolish display. A team already revealed poses no threat to us. The utmost priority now is to comprehend the initiative and urge Dr. Zola to expedite the refinement of the Zola algorithm. The bald man nods vigorously in agreement. Alexander Pierce then pats him on the shoulder, signaling his approval. Furthermore, should we support another drug lord in Mexico, our stronghold in Eastern Europe could rely on these formidable drug barons for sustenance. As the director of SHIELD, Nick Fury is acutely aware of the Winter Soldier. In truth, the organization capable of producing such a lethal assassin has long haunted his thoughts. Particularly unsettling is the fact that this Winter Soldier, like a phantom, has conducted numerous assassinations and kidnappings over the past 50 years, leaving no trace. This eludes Fury's grasp, filling him with unease. Little does he realize that this very organization is none other than Hydra, SHIELD's former nemesis, which has infiltrated the very core of SHIELD, even residing close to him. Moreover, the Avengers initiative, of which he takes great pride, has been laid bare before the adversary's gaze. For someone like Nick Fury, the inability to control a situation opens a vast realm of imagination. He contemplates the potential global threats posed by such adversaries, pondering how many super soldiers akin to the Winter Soldier they might possess. Not to mention, over the years, he is aware of at least a dozen world-renowned scientists who have been abducted by the Winter Soldier. These individuals are geniuses at the pinnacle of their respective fields. And should they be coerced into devising weapons that could endanger the world? Alas, the emergence of the Winter Soldier appears to be but a fleeting moment. After several months of investigation along the Seresto line, Fury remains at a loss. Growing increasingly agitated, he subconsciously begins to tap his fingers lightly on the desk. A buzzing sound emanates from his phone, vibrating upon the surface. The caller ID reads Coulson. Hopefully, it is not bad news. Coulson has recently been tasked with aiding the establishment of the Avengers Initiative. Aside from Hawkeye and Black Widow, Bruce Banner is manageable. He is a congenial fellow when he is not transformed. However, Tony Stark and Qin Xiao have proven to be a source of great frustration. Even a simple dinner at Stark's can lead to Banner losing control and nearly obliterating the Los Angeles branch. Thus, upon seeing Coulson's call, Fury already feels a headache coming on. Director, as you know, prior to our trip to Mexico, we had identified 3 drug lords, correct? Coulson begins in a roundabout manner, causing Fury's eye to twitch involuntarily, a foreboding sensation washing over him. Speak plainly, for heaven's sake, Agent Coulson. Why do I feel that your manner of speaking is increasingly reminiscent of Qin Xiao and Stark? Fury growls softly. All right, Director. This morning I was organizing files and retrieved the information on the other 2 drug lords, but now the file is missing, and to make matters worse, I cannot get in touch with Qin Xiao. Damn it, Fury exclaims, smashing a pen holder into smithereens on his desk. Coulson hears a loud crash followed by heavy breathing, and he senses that his superior is teetering on the edge of fury, holding his breath and refraining from speaking. After nearly half a minute, Nick Fury's weary voice finally emerged from the phone. How long have you noticed the file missing? I placed it on the table at noon. Then I went out, and only just now did I realize the file was gone. Coulson replied somewhat hesitantly. Nick Fury glanced outside, where the weather was pleasant and a full moon hung in the sky. With a resigned sigh, he rubbed his aching head and spoke into the phone. Contact the Drug Enforcement Agency. They surely have undercover agents close to those 2 drug lords. Gather some intelligence, and if that kid's identity is compromised, erase all traces. Chapter 57. The explosive consequence. It is inconceivable that a notorious drug lord would not have operatives from the Narcotics Bureau in their vicinity. The distinction lies solely in the degree of intimacy and trust. Before long, Coulson received a video on his phone. The footage was captured from a building's window, showcasing a group of heavily armed soldiers, frantically seeking cover, on a vehicle riddled with bullets. A man adorned with a classic bandit hat revealed only his piercing eyes and mouth. Armed with a Gatling gun, he unleashed a barrage of fire upon his surroundings. As one ammunition belt was expended, the man discarded the Gatling and swiftly retrieved a rifle slung across his back, loading it while vociferously proclaiming, "You wretched drug dealers. Come and meet my righteous bullets. In the name of the moon, I shall vanquish you." Rat-a-tat-tat. Coulson swore it was the first time he felt a twinge of shame for having such a colleague. Why the need for theatrics while firing? And what nonsense was this about the moon's vengeance? Despite the man's face being largely obscured, Coulson instantly recognized him as Qin Xiao. Not only from his voice but also from the attire that mirrored their meeting earlier that day. Legally speaking, one is only deemed a criminal after being apprehended by law enforcement, brought before a court, and found guilty of crimes, whether it be murder, theft, or drug trafficking. Therefore, until they face a judge, these drug lords are, in a legal sense, legitimate citizens of Mexico. Some even demonstrate good behavior, boasting clean records while contributing to local employment and charitable endeavors. Previously, when Qin Xiao and his associates raided the estate of Celesto, the Mexican government expressed considerable discontent. However, with Nick Fury's clandestine maneuvering, the situation was quelled. Yet now, Qin Xiao had covertly entered Mexico, recently dismantling a major drug lord's stronghold, and brazenly marched into another. This was tantamount to slapping the Mexican government in the face. Moreover, he openly threatened the drug lord to transfer substantial assets into his accounts, which undoubtedly involved a share of profits belonging to high-ranking government officials. Consequently, the regular army swiftly mobilized, establishing a comprehensive perimeter around the city. Reynosa, a border city in northeastern Mexico, lies a mere 100 kilometers from California. It serves not only as a vital hub for border trade but also as a key point for drug lords to funnel narcotics into North America. With over half of the continent's annual drug market originating from this locale, the region's most formidable drug lord, Carlos, wielded influence and power that often eclipsed that of the mayor, all thanks to his arsenal and financial resources. However, at present, Carlos found his armed forces reduced to remnants of their former selves, and the vast sums in his bank accounts had been transferred to others, in a lavish estate. Nearly reduced to ruins, the masked Qin Xiao nonchalantly clutched a cigar acquired from Carlos, swaggering into a warehouse brimming with an arsenal of weaponry. Inside, two armed men instinctively stood at attention, their legs together, upon noticing Qin Xiao's presence. These militants, having been terrified by Qin Xiao's formidable prowess in previous confrontations, were rendered paralyzed by fear. With the strength of a tank, his punches equated the might of a rocket launcher. What could they possibly do against such power? Those with even a modicum of bravery had perished, leaving the remaining cowards to cower within the confines of the armory. Upon entering, the sight of Qin Xiao alone was enough to deter any thoughts of resistance. They were too intimidated to even flinch. However, Qin Xiao was not a ruthless killer. He had no intention of mindlessly assaulting them. Glancing around the stockpile of arms, he casually selected a grenade, pulling the pin with a decisive click. "Aren't you two leaving? Do you wish to be blown to smithereens alongside me?" he taunted, prompting the two drug lords to flee in haste. "Huh, look at how frightened you are. I haven't even loosened my grip." With the capture of these two drug traffickers, Qin Xiao found himself in high spirits, having acquired a substantial fortune. He mocked the duo as they scrambled away, then adjusted his attire with a single hand, leisurely igniting the cigar he had been savoring. Finally, he relinquished the grenade, tossing it into the armory behind him. This had been his intent all along. He had deliberately left the munitions room for last. As the explosion erupted, he remained unfazed, embodying the composure befitting a protagonist in a cinematic masterpiece. As he ambled forward, he reminisced about the time he watched Iron Man, recalling how even Tony Stark, during missile tests in Afghanistan, had spread his arms, turning his back to the distant explosions with flair. Suddenly, a resounding boom shattered the air, followed by a cacophony of successive detonations. Qin Xiao subtly adjusted his posture, striving to appear as majestic as possible, while the iconic soundtracks of countless classic films echoed in his mind. With resolute steps, he approached the grand entrance of the estate, embodying the essence of a true warrior who never glances back at the chaos behind him. The grenade's explosion triggered a series of chain reactions, igniting the drug lord's armory, which housed an array of firearms and explosives, an estimated total of nearly 100 kilograms of explosive yield. While 100 kilograms of TNT was but a mere speck in the realm of nuclear power, its explosive force was more than sufficient to topple a 3- or 4-story building. The immense shockwave first obliterated a nearby crate containing several shoulder-fired rocket launchers, sending them hurtling like iron rods, propelled by the blast to velocities rivaling that of bullets. In a twist of fate, one of these projectiles hurtled directly toward Qin Xiao. Indeed, the more one restrains oneself from certain actions, the stronger the desire to indulge in them becomes. For instance, when engrossed in a mobile device, if an acquaintance of the opposite sex advises you not to glance back as they change attire, even devoid of any voyeuristic intent, the temptation to sneak a peek inevitably arises. This psychological tendency is common among most individuals. Qin Xiao, too, found himself wrestling with the urge to turn around, especially as the commotion behind him grew increasingly animated. He pondered whether it would be acceptable to steal a glance, assuring himself that no one would be watching him at that moment. After all, the performance had concluded. Surely, the excitement had reached its peak. Unable to resist, he surreptitiously turned his head. The instant he did so, darkness enveloped his vision as an ominous, dark object suddenly struck him with a resounding thud, landing squarely upon his nose and eyes. Ouch! My eye! He exclaimed. Chapter 3. It is rather late, yet there remains another chapter to explore this evening. Chapter 58. Justice from the Heavens, engaging in the illicit trade of narcotics, braving perilous encounters single-handedly, and daringly infiltrating treacherous territories. Qin Xiao felt remarkably imposing today, exuding a sense of nonchalance and accomplishment that was truly impressive. The climactic explosion served as a fitting conclusion to what he deemed an extraordinary day. However, this conclusion was marred, as the flawless circle he envisioned was grotesquely transformed into AC. Perhaps this epitomizes the notion of attempting to appear grandiose only to end up in ridicule. Rubbing his aching eyes, Qin Xiao pondered the peculiar fate of his vision, wondering why it persistently suffered. As he approached the grand entrance of the estate, his gaze was met with the cheerful visage of Black Widow, who leaned casually against a black SUV, adjacent to the wall he had earlier demolished. Her beaming smile indicated she had undoubtedly witnessed his earlier embarrassment. What brings you here? Where are they? It's quite dangerous for you to be alone, he said, eager to divert the conversation from his recent humiliation. Danger? The people here were so frightened by you that they nearly sprouted wings to flee. What danger remains? Black Widow teased, tossing her hair with an enchanting flair. You must have missed me, or else why would you have come all this way? With a playful chuckle, Qin Xiao approached and draped an arm around her shoulders. I'm here to take you home. You've stirred up quite a mess. Get in the car. She playfully pressed his lips into a pout before planting a quick kiss on him. Consider this a reward for your earlier exploits. Compared to superheroes who walk away without looking back, I find this delightful and authentic. With that, she hopped into the driver's seat, leaving Qin Xiao to follow suit. As he climbed in, he yanked off the bandit hat he had worn all day. That nearly suffocated me. Now I understand why so many robbers have switched to wearing stockings. Enough about your hat. You've eliminated 2 major drug lords and siphoned their bank accounts. The Mexican government has dispatched regular troops. This city is nearly encircled. Come on, I merely dealt with a couple of drug dealers, he retorted, a smirk gracing his lips. Feeling somewhat emboldened and dismissive of the military forces, Black Widow shot him a glance. 3 drug lords, 3. Do you comprehend how much money they pay to government officials each year? The loss incurred from rebuilding a drug cartel after the heads have been eliminated amounts to billions. This does not even account for the funds you appropriated. A small nuclear warhead on the black market costs less than 100 million. Qin Xiao dismissed the earlier calculations. Yet the mention of a nuclear warhead struck a chord. Surely, they wouldn't mobilize a nuclear weapon just for me? That seems rather exaggerated. Do not underestimate the presence of individuals surrounding the drug lords within the Mexican government. Your combat prowess is clearly displayed before them, and should they be provoked, who knows what might transpire? Very well, I shall exercise caution henceforth, as I have already secured ample benefits from this endeavor. Qin Xiao adjusted his seat, reclining comfortably, reassured that with Black Widow's arrival, there was nothing to worry about. Indeed, S.H.I.E.L.D. is ever vigilant, with Black Widow guiding him through various twists and turns. They approached a checkpoint where she presented an official pass bearing an unknown department seal, allowing them to proceed unimpeded. Despite the assistance of Black Widow, the duo traversed directly from the northeastern part of Mexico to the western region, crossing the border from Arizona into Mexico, and subsequently arriving at a quaint town in New Mexico. After a night of driving, they did not rush to return, but instead diverted to a local restaurant. To their surprise, Nick Fury and Coulson were already waiting for them. A cup of coffee sat before Coulson, while Nick Fury's untouched breakfast indicated his displeasure. Their expressions were grim, clearly intending to assert authority over Qin Xiao. Undeterred, Qin Xiao pulled out a chair and seated himself across from them, casually relocating Nick Fury's untouched breakfast towards himself. After a long drive, he welcomed the unexpected kindness of a prepared meal. With a grin, he dove into the breakfast. Had it not been for the difference in complexion, it would have been evident that Nick Fury's expression darkened further. Was this breakfast meant for you? Had I known you were so audacious as to disregard others' feelings, I would have started eating earlier. Why should I not? Nick Fury shot a glance at Coulson, who appeared bewildered by the situation. Sir, do you need something? He inquired, summoning his courage as a superior. Go get me another breakfast, please. Nick Fury gritted his teeth. And another cup of coffee, for Natasha as well, thank you. Qin Xiao quickly interjected. You certainly have a hearty appetite. Do you realize the trouble you have caused? Nick Fury, having failed to intimidate him, sighed in resignation. This is all for the funding of our department, Qin Xiao replied. handing over a note inscribed with 2 lengthy sequences of numbers, bank account details, and a password, amounting to $1 billion, designated for their operational budget. However, I must insist that this is strictly for our team. Do not allocate it elsewhere. I took finance as an elective in college, and I will be keeping a watchful eye on it. With his mouth full of scrambled eggs, he mumbled. Nick Fury could hardly believe that this $1 billion represented the entirety of Qin Xiao's illicit gains. Nevertheless, extracting more from him would prove to be a challenge, and it was not the primary focus of this encounter. However, Qin Xiao did not grant Nick Fury the opportunity to ramble on. He directly interjected. I understand your point. Focus on my responsibilities and comply with the arrangements. However, the last $500 million did not meet my expectations. And there will be no next time, I assure you. Besides, I am wearing a mask. No one will recognize me. This abrupt retort left Nick Fury with a plethora of unspoken words trapped within him. After breakfast, the busy Nick Fury hurried back for a meeting. The 3 of them escorted him to the desert outside the town, where a Quinjet awaited. Keep an eye on this guy, Nick Fury emphasized to Coulson and Black Widow. He turned to Qin Xiao, wanting to impart further instructions. Qin Xiao raised 2 fingers to the sky and vowed, rest assured, I will not cause any more trouble. I swear, if I act independently again, there is a saying in China, heaven will strike me with thunder, meaning I will be struck down by divine wrath. As soon as Qin Xiao finished speaking, Nick Fury had yet to respond. Suddenly, the sky became overcast and the sound of thunder boomed. A swirling mass of clouds formed directly above their heads, resembling a tornado. The ominous thunder and foreboding clouds drew the attention of everyone toward Qin Xiao. Why are you all looking at me like that? I swear, I was sincere just now. This has nothing to do with me. Qin Xiao quickly waved his hands in denial. Unfortunately, it seemed that fate was not on his side. No sooner had he spoken than a lightning bolt, over a meter wide, struck down towards him. The group, seasoned from many battles, instinctively sprang into action, taking a few steps back and diving to the ground at a distance. Boom! The lightning struck the ground like a bomb, creating a massive crater. The group, along with the aircraft, tumbled into the pit. Qin Xiao landed at the very center of the crater, surrounded by a hammer encircled by crackling electricity. The 4th chapter is completed. Time to take a shower. I humbly request a 5-star review, and please add this to your bookshelf. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 59. Coulson in the bed on hair. Despite Qin Xiao's robust resilience, he found himself utterly disoriented after being struck by the hammer. It took him a considerable moment to regain his composure. While the lightning had missed him, the hammer had certainly made its mark, bouncing off his head before landing on the ground. He had done no wrong, merely sworn an oath with a finger gesture. Yet he was now faced with this extraordinary occurrence. Had he been aware of the hammer's origins, he would have surely cursed the heavens in frustration. However, in this moment, he felt ill-equipped to provoke Asgard, especially with Odin still present. Spitting out the sand from his mouth, he surveyed his surroundings, relieved to see that everyone was largely unscathed. He crouched down, silently tracing a large circle in the sand beside the hammer, inscribing 2 lines of characters within it. Throwing hammers brings death to the entire family. My wife has her monthly cycle every day. Coulson, investigate whether any aircraft flew by just now. Agent Romanoff, contact Hill at headquarters. We require a team of specialists. The inquiry about the aircraft was merely a habitual investigation, for the hammer had been enveloped in a storm of lightning just moments ago, which was now gradually vanishing. The one-eyed director could easily discern that this was no ordinary hammer. What are you doing, Qin Xiao? Bring that hammer over here. Nick Fury, commanding from above, had fallen to the edge of the pit, issuing orders to the 3 individuals below. Although Qin Xiao was aware of the hammer's true nature, he complied and attempted to lift it. Gripping the handle with all his might, he exerted considerable force, yet the hammer remained unmoved. Hey, boss. It seems you need someone with a bit more strength. 5 minutes later, the vicinity of the pit saw the addition of an aircraft landing gear and nearby metal sheets, as well as a battered Quinjet. The hammer lay silently in the sand, its weight seemingly insufficient to even leave an imprint. Yet, not even a Quinjet could lift this hammer. I detest things that are beyond my control. Nick Fury expressed his displeasure as he awaited the arrival of S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel. In the meantime, he arranged for local police to cordon off the area, assigning Coulson to oversee the situation while he hurried off to a meeting. Qin Xiao, however, insisted on keeping Black Widow here. With the appearance of Thor's hammer, it was only a matter of time before the God of Thunder would arrive. Given the system's consistent pattern, whenever a superhero appeared, a mission or an opportunity for points was likely to follow. Coulson, I'll wager $50 on the origins of this hammer. After bidding farewell to Nick Fury, Black Widow, who had been driving all night, found a spot to rest. While Qin Xiao and Coulson sat at the edge of the pit, watching the police set up a perimeter and engaging in casual conversation. Did you know about this? Regardless of the Tonto or Qin Xiao's own abilities, it was evident that everyone was aware he harbored his own secrets. A hammer falling from the sky. One that no one could lift, fortuitously landing on Qin Xiao's head, was too coincidental to ignore, as Qin Xiao unwittingly challenged him to a bet. Coulson's imagination ran wild as he pondered whether this hammer truly had any connection to Qin Xiao. I can divine. You seem to have forgotten that it was I who located the plane at Marbury Tony's mansion. Qin Xiao chimed in, a smile gracing his face. Reminding Coulson of his unique talents. Coulson rolled his eyes. You dare to mention the plane incident? Everyone knows it was you two who absconded with the aircraft to engage in a brawl in the Middle East. You spoke nonsense on video, even berating yourself as an ugly fool while smearing excrement on your face. I was nearly driven to madness by your shameless antics. No more bets. If you wish to speak, do so, or accompany me in waiting here, Coulson declared, his pride evident as he recalled those less than pleasant memories. Qin Xiao, discerning Coulson's thoughts, moved closer and draped an arm over his shoulder. One must look forward, my friend. Forget the unhappy past. At most, I'll reveal the truth about this hammer. Speak then. Coulson, feeling rather bored, acquiesced. Long ago, in a distant realm of the gods, the All-Father Odin begot a rather foolish son. Qin Xiao began, adopting a tone akin to that of a storyteller soothing a child to sleep, recounting in detail the birth of Thor, the god of thunder, and the origins of his hammer. He even pretended to calculate with a flourish, declaring how Thor was stripped of his powers and exiled to Earth. Ha! You claim this is the hammer of the god of thunder, and the handle is made from branches of the world tree? Qin, you remind me of those medieval charlatans who spouted nonsense and relied on divination for their livelihood. Coulson laughed heartily. If you're merely entertaining me to pass the time, I thank you, my friend. But if you are serious, I wager my hair against your claim. Coulson had been a part of S.H.I.D.L.D. For over a decade. He had witnessed countless wonders. In '95, he even accompanied Nick Fury to meet Captain Marvel and the Skrulls. How could he possibly believe that deities still roamed this world? The tales of the Thunder God and the All-Father, even the notion of a rainbow bridge enabling universal travel, were nothing short of absurd. Did agents not read myths and legends, unaware that these were mere Norse mythological tales? Are you serious? Qin Xiao glanced pityingly at Coulson's receding hairline. Perhaps we should reconsider the wager. You may regret not believing me. Truly, I never speak falsehoods. Whenever I do, my heart races, and I struggle to breathe. To Coulson, Qin Xiao's words were akin to mere flatulence. No change. I shall not be swayed. I will wager my hair. If I lose, I will purchase a hair restoration product. If you lose, Qin, you must surrender all the money you earned from this trip to Mexico as our funding. Truly worthy of being the next director of S.H.I.E.L.D. One cannot help but admire his selfless demeanor, sacrificing what little hair he has left for the sake of the agency's funding. Qin Xiao gave him a thumbs-up deal. The S.H.I.D.L.D. team arrived promptly, with a large contingent showing up that very afternoon. Coulson directed the team to erect a canopy, thoroughly covering the large pit along with the hammer. One after another, instruments were unloaded from the vehicles, initiating comprehensive monitoring of the hammer's energy responses, material composition, and various other details. Perhaps due to the presence of Qin Xiao and the Black Widow, Hawkeye was not summoned as one might expect in the films. Once the makeshift canopy was set up, a perimeter was secured with barbed wire, and various surveillance and defensive measures were implemented. Coulson established a temporary office where he, Qin Xiao, and the well-rested Black Widow gathered to observe the monitors. Qin, it seems my calculations were slightly off. The so-called power-deprived god of thunder has yet to make an appearance. Coulson remarked with a smile. Winning a wager against Qin Xiao was indeed a cause for celebration. Just as he finished speaking, an alarm blared, indicating an intrusion. Coulson quickly turned to the monitor, where he beheld a muscular man with golden hair, using brute force to topple several guards as he charged toward the hammer. The film did not explicitly state it, but the hammer was likely to have landed at night, with Thor coincidentally crashing into Jane Foster's vehicle at the same time. Here, Qin Xiao is struck by the hammer in the morning, so let us just assume the hammer was fashionably late. Please don't mind. Chapter 60. Is this hammer your boyfriend? For reasons unbeknownst to him, as Coulson observed through the monitor a remarkably robust young man, reminiscent of a bull. An involuntary sense of peril tingled at his hair. Everyone retreat. Pay no heed to this individual. I repeat, return to your posts and allow him entry. To validate his suspicions, Coulson commanded the guards to part ways. Let us proceed. We must investigate. Qin Xiao tugged at Coulson and Black Widow, leading them directly to the location of the hammer. Upon their arrival, Thor had just reached the same spot, entirely oblivious to the three approaching figures. He stood there, captivated by the hammer, murmuring to himself, "At last, I have found you. I must apologize, sir, but it appears this area is restricted. However, judging by your demeanor, you seem to have lost your most cherished possession. Is this your boyfriend? Its shape seems rather impractical." Qin Xiao interrupted the god of thunder's soliloquy with a bemused grin, pointing at the hammer. Thor tilted his head. pondering for over 10 seconds before grasping Qin Xiao's implication. How dare you blaspheme? I am Thor, the god of thunder from Asgard, son of Odin. I am Qin Xiao once again interjected, cutting off the furious god. Very well, very well. Your lengthy monologue merely indicates your desire to reclaim your companion. It lies right there. Go retrieve it. Coulson and Black Widow were taken aback, for the words of the man aligned perfectly with those of Qin Xiao. Both of them, elite agents with an astute understanding of human psychology, could discern that this seemingly deranged individual was indeed speaking the truth. He could either be a madman, or it was a remarkable coincidence that his words resonated so closely with Qin Xiao's. Before arriving on Earth, the god of thunder Thor was undoubtedly a brutish figure, often speaking without thought. Faced with Qin Xiao's nonchalant remarks, he did not immediately seize the hammer. Instead, he directed a fierce retort toward Qin Xiao. Very well, you blasphemer. Once I reclaim my hammer, I shall teach you a lesson in respect for the divine. Qin Xiao, Black Widow, and Coulson simultaneously rolled their eyes. Black Widow and Coulson began to question their instincts, pondering whether this individual was indeed a lunatic, for he certainly bore the visage of one. Unperturbed by their opinions, Thor was resolute in reclaiming his hammer, determined to prove to Odin that his beliefs were justified. He swiftly approached the hammer, exuding confidence as he reached out to grasp it. With a slight exertion, the hammer, which typically felt feather-light in his hand, remained utterly immovable. This time, he employed both hands, exerting all his strength, his face flushed with effort. Yet, the hammer remained steadfast. Father, why? Why? Whether reprimanded by Odin or exiled to Earth, the god of thunder resembles a child untouched by hardship, dismissing parental threats with a carefree spirit in his eyes. Reclaiming his hammer would ensure his return to Asgard and vindicate his worth in Odin's eyes. However, the immovable hammer stripped away his illusions of fortune and self-assurance, leaving him with a poignant sense of abandonment. Is your boyfriend upset with you? Is it because you've met someone new? Qin Xiao teased, his tone playful. Let me guess. Is it an axe or perhaps a mace? For reasons unknown, the sight of the serious and somewhat juvenile thunder god always prompted Qin Xiao to jest. Although over 1,000 years old, he appeared as a teenager mourning a lost beloved toy. You bastard. Qin Xiao's words transformed all of Thor's sorrow and resentment into fury. With a furious roar, he charged at Qin Xiao. Poor child, you really need a good night's sleep. Without the might of the thunder god, there was no match for Qin Xiao. The latter sidestepped effortlessly, delivering a swift strike to the back of Thor's neck, causing him to stumble and collapse. Let's find a suitable place to stow this pitiful fellow. He poses no threat now. Someone will likely come looking for him tomorrow. Someone will come looking for him? Another deity, perhaps? Although Thor had failed to lift his hammer, Coulson had an instinctive sense that Qin Xiao spoke the truth. As an astrophysicist, you'd best assign a few individuals to follow them. Their research may yield unexpected delights, Qin Xiao remarked before departing. Natalia, what are your thoughts on Qin Xiao's words? After Qin Xiao left, Coulson inquired, puzzled, about Black Widow's opinion. It sounds hard to believe, whether it concerns the deities of Asgard or that someone will come for him tomorrow. Yet, this hammer speaks volumes. While I'm unsure how Qin knows these things, he may appear frivolous at times, but he is trustworthy, is he not? Qin Xiao turned and directly queried the system in his mind. System, I must have completed the task involving the thunder god, right? Why is there no reward in points? I swear he will never forget me. Each time a superhero emerged, the system generally assigned Qin Xiao a task to leave a lasting impression. This time was no exception. Thor was still unaware of the host's name. Thus, the task remained incomplete. The system's dispassionate voice echoed in his mind. I forgot to introduce myself. That's rather awkward. However, given the previous circumstances, an introduction would have felt rather abrupt. A new task is available. The host may choose to accept or decline. The system's voice resumed. Oh, pray tell. During Thor's exile on Earth, he underwent a profound transformation, ultimately regaining the approval of his mighty hammer. Upon the completion of this mission, the host would earn the friendship of Odin, the All-Father. This task bore some resemblance to the serendipitous encounter with Banner, albeit the reward of the Hulk serum was far more tangible. Odin's friendship? Qin Xiao pondered this reward in his mind. System, why does this task specifically remind me that I can choose to accept or decline? Qin Xiao inquired, voicing his inner thoughts. The All-Father Odin had chosen to exile Thor to Earth in order to mold him into a worthy king. If the host were to assist in this process, he would inevitably draw Odin's attention, and Odin would surely be grateful. For the current host, earning Odin's gratitude could lead to unexpected gains. However, entering Odin's gaze might not necessarily be a favorable outcome. Qin Xiao comprehended that this was, indeed, a double-edged sword. After a moment's hesitation, he resolutely declared to the system, I accept. Chapter 2. Though a tad late, well, I overslept my afternoon nap. 2 more chapters await this evening. Chapter 61. The Moon Above the Willows Tip Asgard. A realm of enchantment is not merely defined by its myriad of magic or deities. Rather, it is the internal strife within the Odin family that has rendered Asgard incapable of exhibiting even a fraction of its legendary might that is said to resonate throughout the cosmos. The entire kingdom is ensnared in the tumultuous dynamics between Thor, Loki, and ultimately, Hela, a saga of familial discord that has culminated in the annihilation of the Asgardian realm. The younger sibling harbors intentions to slay the elder, while simultaneously he strives to safeguard him. The sister seeks the demise of their father, and the brothers conspire to obliterate all in their path. In summary, aside from the absence of incestuous entanglements, Asgard mirrors the chaotic narratives found within the Greek myths of Zeus, rife with dramatic familial intrigues, a veritable soap opera of ethical dilemmas. Odin has deprived Thor of his powers as the god of thunder and cast him into exile on Earth. To Qin Xiao, this act resembles a wealthy father who, in a bid to foster his son's growth and understanding of true life, freezes his credit cards and deposits him into a quaint village. It is akin to a metamorphosis portrayed within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. As Qin Xiao embarks upon this mission, his role resembles that of a director orchestrating the unfolding drama of transformation. However, he does not possess the same leniency, and Thor is not excessively selfish or unreasonable. He is merely somewhat naive. Before acquiring sufficient strength for self-preservation, he has unwittingly entered Odin's gaze, reminiscent of a small business being scrutinized by a corporate giant. One must either leverage the resources of others to thrive or be consumed whole by the leviathan of industry, well-versed in the entirety of this world's narrative. Qin Xiao contemplated his decision and ultimately chose to embrace the role. In the stillness of the night, he sat alone atop a gentle slope, gazing at the stars, pondering whether to adhere strictly to the plot or to devise a more effective strategy to help the naive young man find tranquility within himself. "Hey, it's rare to see you in such a serene state. How do you find the stars tonight?" The Black Widow appeared behind him, seemingly materializing from the shadows, a bottle of wine and 2 glasses in her hands. "If given the choice, I would prefer to gaze at you rather than the stars," Qin Xiao replied with a smile. "Such sweet words merit a reward." The Black Widow chuckled as she settled beside him, uncorking the wine and pouring 2 glasses, one of which she offered to Qin Xiao. "To the stars above." "Very well, to the stars." They clinked their glasses gently. The young man has awakened. He neither fled nor raised a ruckus, simply sitting there with a foolish expression. Is he truly the legendary god of thunder? Indeed, without a doubt. Qin Xiao glanced at the Black Widow beside him. Today, she adorned her ever-present black bodysuit, yet her visage was devoid of the usual seriousness and gravitas. Instead, an uncharacteristic tranquility enveloped her, lending her an endearing quality rarely seen. "Are you perhaps curious as to how I possess this knowledge?" Qin Xiao inquired with a smile. "Oh, if I were to ask, would you speak the truth?" The Black Widow took a sip from her glass once more. "That would depend on the identity from which you pose your question. She is the renowned Black Widow of the espionage world, or as I affectionately call her, Natasha." Qin Xiao replied with a non-committal question. "Since my earliest memories, I have been confined with a group of young girls in a red house, where survival depended solely on enduring shameful training and engaging in mutual slaughter." The Black Widow did not directly respond to Qin Xiao's inquiry. Instead, she began to recount her past in a wistful tone. "Thus, from a tender age, I learned not to trust those around me. Gradually, I disowned their ulterior motives. Those who smiled at me often concealed daggers behind their backs. From the moment I first met you, your demeanor was far from earnest, and your words seldom bore truth. Yet, through your gaze, I could perceive that you harbored no malice towards me. How you came to this understanding is of no concern to me. I know that as a partner and a friend, I can entrust you with my secrets. My past is fraught with painful memories that I prefer not to revisit. Hence, I shall not compel you to divulge your own secrets. In truth, I came here today merely to gaze at the stars with you and engage in light conversation." As she spoke, the Black Widow rested her head upon Qin Xiao's shoulder. For the first half of her life, she had known only the training of a killer, targeting individuals and enemies. It was only upon encountering Hawkeye and joining S.H.I.E.L.D. that she began to feel the presence of trustworthy companions. Yet no one had ever transitioned from being a target to a friend, a partner, and more importantly, a man like Qin Xiao. He allowed her to momentarily cast aside her missions and everything else, enabling her to view him from the simple perspective of a woman. This sentiment may be commonplace for ordinary individuals, but for the Black Widow, it was exceptional, and she cherished it dearly. "You appear rather slender. Yet I am pleasantly surprised by the strength of your shoulders. Do you enjoy this? You can lean on me for a lifetime, but only on this side. For you see, I am quite the charming man. There will always be others who fall for me, and I am not one to refuse the advances of beautiful women. I must leave a glimmer of hope for others, mustn't I?" The Black Widow's response filled Qin Xiao with immense satisfaction, prompting him to engage in playful banter once more. With the heavens above and the earth below, there was nothing he could not discuss. The Black Widow simply leaned against him, quietly listening to his earnest ramblings, a subtle smile gracing her lips, indicating her enjoyment of the moment. The moon hung low among the willow branches, women, bravado, fine spirits. They sat together in serene companionship for half the night. Though they did not partake in the more conventional physical expressions of affection, on a spiritual level, they drew closer to one another. This feeling was delightful and gratifying. Thus, the following morning, Qin Xiao rose with renewed vigor. He awaited the arrival of Dr. Eric Selvig, Jane Foster's mentor, who would come to escort Thor back. In the film, Thor descends from the heavens, colliding with their vehicle, and while others deem him a madman, Jane Foster finds herself somewhat enamored with the foolish god. Choosing to believe his words. If all goes according to plan, they should arrive today to retrieve Thor. Waiting from the early hours until noon. The anticipated visitors have yet to appear, but instead, a video call from Tony interrupts the silence. Qin, I hear you encountered a peculiar hammer in Mexico. Was it enjoyable? If so, I might just come to see it myself. By the way, take a look at me. Do you notice anything different? Tony deliberately zoomed out the camera to reveal his upper body. Qin Xiao gazed for quite some time before finally realizing that the arc reactor embedded in his chest now emitted a blue triangular light. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 62. The pauper with a $3 billion fortune. Indeed, it appears that villains enjoy an unusually long life. Congratulations on being placed on God's blacklist, Tony. However, this is rather unfortunate for me, as I have long coveted the vehicles nestled within your garage. The mere flutter of my humble butterfly wings seems capable of hastening the disappearance of your palladium poisoning, which is rather delightful. Yet I ponder whether this alteration will allow Rhodey to procure a suit of armor from you to transform into War Machine. You are undeniably a scoundrel. Sharing joyous tidings with you is a grievous error. When do you intend to return? Are you waiting for the matter with Mjolnir to conclude? After exchanging a few words with Tony, Qin Xiao appeared to suddenly recall something. He intentionally stepped away to a secluded spot and, with an air of secrecy, addressed Tony. I have a question for you, Tony. Only you can assist me. Your furtive demeanor brings to mind a thief. Have you contracted some affliction of masculinity? I cannot be of help in that regard, my friend. After all, I am in excellent health and quite robust. You would do well to consult Banner, who seems to have taken a course in medicine or something of the sort. Tony, observing Qin Xiao's mysterious demeanor, wore a look of disdain. Be quiet, you insufferable lecher. I am in splendid shape. My manhood is healthy enough to shatter your armor. Did I not just return from Mexico? You know, I managed to bring back quite a sum from those drug lords. I opened an account in a Swiss bank. This account was established in the homes of those narcos. As you know, Zurich boasts numerous banks. I seek to inquire which one is the most secure, as I wish to transfer my funds once more. Qin Xiao glanced around to ensure no one was near and whispered into his phone. Is that all? Tony's face fell in disappointment, expecting Qin Xiao to divulge some monumental secret. Mind your tone, Tony. I am now a billionaire, with a staggering $30 billion. $30 billion. My God. I scarcely know what to purchase. Luxurious estates. Yachts. Do you have any sound advice? Through the screen, Tony Stark regarded Qin Xiao with an expression of utter disdain. Looking down upon him. I expected you had accomplished something significant. Is $30 billion worthy of this fuss? UBS, the Union Bank of Switzerland, merged with the Swiss banking group to form a major banking entity. As long as the bank's website bears these three letters, it is reliable. Is there anything else? Although Tony refrained from voicing it, Qin Xiao could discern the term pauper reflected in his gaze. Tony, I can see that you're exceedingly wealthy. But $30 billion is by no means a trifling sum, regardless of where it is placed. I believe you ought to afford me a modicum of respect. Do you comprehend the significance of $30 billion? With the resolution of my financial woes firmly in hand, I stood proudly, chest out, unable to tolerate the disdainful look from Tony. I find myself somewhat perplexed, my friend. The $3 billion, a sum previously associated with an order from Stark Industries and the Department of Defense, or perhaps merely a minor fluctuation in stock prices, remains elusive to me. As you know, I am not particularly concerned with the numerical figures residing in my bank account. Damn it. Qin Xiao, in a fit of frustration, abruptly terminated the call. This truly exemplifies the pinnacle of Versailles. Even among billionaires, there exists a hierarchy. Only a fool would dare to mention money in the presence of Tony Stark. Pardon my interruption? Are you well? What of me? Do you require assistance? A voice nearby prompted Qin Xiao to respond, somewhat irately. Turning to investigate, he discovered a disheveled old man, none other than the brilliant astrophysicist, Eric Selvig. This fellow had made quite an impression throughout the Avengers series, appearing in Thor 1 and 2, as well as the first two Avengers films. In the first Avengers movie, he was manipulated by Loki and devised a device that, utilizing Stark's immense energy, opened a stable portal for the Chitauri army to invade New York. Qin Xiao's demeanor startled the old man, who timidly inquired, I have a friend whose mind seems somewhat. You know, he went missing yesterday, and I've heard he may have come here. I wondered if he had been apprehended by your group. Doctor. Eric Selvig gestured toward a sign above the large tent camp, Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. Quite a mouthful, isn't it? If your friend is the one who incessantly claims to be the god of thunder and the son of Odin, then indeed, that would be him. Eric Selvig nodded in agreement, admitting that he had reluctantly come in response to Jane Foster's request. Otherwise, he would have preferred to avoid dealings with such secretive intelligence groups. Well, your friend appears to be seriously unwell. Don't forget to take him to a doctor, he added, calling over a nearby guard. Please inform Director Coulson that yesterday's madman's friend has come looking for him. He will understand my meaning. Pulling Eric Selvig aside to wait. Qin Xiao soon lost interest after exchanging a few casual remarks. These brilliant scientists are often rather dull in conversation, taking ages to respond unless the topic pertains to their field of expertise. Individuals as extraordinarily gifted and engaging as Tony Stark are indeed a rarity. Before long, Coulson arrived, escorting Thor with 2 guards. The man had been utterly despondent since failing to lift his hammer the previous night, remaining silent and dazed. Thor, are you all right? Jane sent me to bring you home. Whether it was the familiar voice of Eric Selvig or the mention of Jane that stirred him, Thor lifted his head, a glimmer of recognition illuminating his expression. Dr. Eric Selvig, are you here to take me away? Indeed, Jane is waiting outside for you. I have come to escort you back. With Qin Xiao's reminder, Coulson did not require Dr. Eric Selvig to present any identification, allowing them to depart without hindrance. This rendered the counterfeit documents they had laboriously procured the previous night utterly futile. However, after Dr. Selvig left with Thor, Coulson instructed an agent to discreetly follow them from behind. With all 4 chapters complete, the ensuing narrative will oscillate between Thor and Iron Man 2. I ponder whether it would be amusing to have Qin Xiao and Tony cause a bit of mischief in Asgard. Chapter 63, Deceiving the God of Thunder. In this chapter, Qin Xiao orchestrates a plan to have agents follow and retrieve the research materials of Eric Selvig and Jane Foster. This marks a slight rectification for the changes brought about by his arrival, allowing Eric Selvig to come under the scrutiny of S.H.I.E.L.D. to study the Tesseract, thereby smoothly instigating the events of the first Avengers film. It is crucial to understand that for Qin Xiao, the system within the Marvel Cinematic Universe is pivotal for ensuring the growth of his own abilities. His familiarity with the majority of the plot lines serves as his greatest advantage. When he traversed into this world, the 3rd phase of the Marvel Cinematic Universe had just concluded, and the 4th phase had yet to commence. He gleaned from the trailers of upcoming films and series that the 4th phase might herald the full emergence of parallel multiverses. This suggested that the power levels of superheroes and villains would ascend to unprecedented heights. Thus, while Qin Xiao could effectuate certain changes, he would refrain from tampering with the primary narrative, and if feasible, he would endeavor to preserve it slightly to avoid awakening ancient, unknown entities, such as those related to the Eternals, which had been rumored before his arrival, or the Time Variance Authority from Loki. Naturally, with his substantial presence in this world, situated in the early stages of iconic heroes like Tony Stark and Black Widow, change was inevitable. He could only strive to maintain a semblance of control within a future he could still foresee, leveraging the system to expedite his growth. Nonetheless, minor adjustments were acceptable, such as intervening in Thor's transformative journey. When Qin Xiao approached, he found Jane Foster dining with Thor in a restaurant. It was uncertain how Jane had managed to console him, but he had transformed from a lifeless figure to one radiating vitality. During their meal, Thor exchanged flirtatious glances with Jane, igniting a surge of jealousy within Qin Xiao. He had been in this world for an extended period, only recently beginning to develop a rapport with Black Widow, while this newcomer had barely arrived on Earth and was already receiving such attentions from a beautiful woman, not to mention enjoying her hospitality. Was it fair? This was the treatment of a protagonist. Observing Thor's circumstances, Qin Xiao reflected on the tragic fate that awaited him, loss of family, the destruction of Asgard, and even the abandonment by Jane. After enjoying such fortune, he would later endure immense suffering. With this sobering thought, Qin Xiao's mood lightened considerably. He adjusted his demeanor and approached the duo with a smile. Uninvited, he pulled out a chair and seated himself beside them. Upon seeing Qin Xiao, Thor leaped to his feet, protectively positioning Jane behind him. Pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Xiao, he proclaimed loudly, "I recognize you. You have insulted me and my hammer, and you knocked me unconscious yesterday. I may not be your equal now, but do not think you can harm my friend. Look at that. Who claimed Thor was foolish? This fellow was as clever as a monkey. Yesterday, indeed, Qin Xiao rendered him unconscious. However, he neither confined him nor subjected him to any brutal treatment. And today he even released him. It was evident that he bore no animosity towards him. As for the theatrics displayed for Jane Foster's benefit, it was quite apparent. Indeed, after Thor articulated his thoughts, Jane Foster's eyes sparkled with affection. To her, those individuals from the so-called Strategic Protection Bureau were the epitome of despicable government agents, liberating Thor only to immediately follow up by seizing all their equipment and research materials, nothing short of banditry. The fact that Thor, having been abducted yesterday, was now boldly standing before her, unafraid of these brigands, was nothing short of an exhibition of remarkable courage. Thus, with a spirit reminiscent of a valiant heroine, Jane Foster stepped forward, positioning herself protectively behind Thor, her face etched with concern as she addressed Qin Xiao. You bandits have already taken everything from us. Do not think you can take my friend away from me. Well, not only was he unjustly cast as the villain upon his arrival, but before he could utter a word, he was inundated with a mouthful of unsolicited affection. Truly, it was exasperating. Feeling a bit awkward, Qin Xiao rubbed the bridge of his nose and expressed his vexation. Calm down. I am neither here to take anyone away nor to steal your belongings. Look. It's just me. There's no one else outside. Jane peered outside a few times and confirmed that indeed, only Qin Xiao was present. Her gaze softened slightly, yet she remained on high alert. Then what brings you to us? We have nothing to discuss with you, so do not disturb our meal. If you do not leave, I shall call the authorities. Could you at least take a seat first? I merely wish to speak with him. Let us sit down. Others are observing us. I will grant you 5 minutes. Once you are done, be on your way. Jane cautiously pulled Thor down beside her after glancing outside several times. First, let me clarify. I harbor no ill will towards you. Otherwise, I would not have allowed him to leave today. He continued. Moreover, I am not one of those agents from the Strategic Protection Bureau. I am merely a consultant. Do you understand? Therefore, there is no need for such apprehension. Qin Xiao endeavored to alleviate the tension between them. But you insulted my hammer and knocked me out. Thor pouted, reminiscent of a petulant child, fixated on the perceived slight against his hammer. I rendered you unconscious because you were overly agitated yesterday. As for the insult to your hammer, it was a reflection of your excessive concern for him. You are the god of thunder, not merely the god of the hammer. Are you truly so diminished without it? Qin Xiao spoke with a familiarity that belied the gravity of the situation. My Mjolnir is my combat companion, the source of my strength. You wouldn't comprehend. You mere mortal, Thor retorted, exhibiting the characteristic arrogance of his guardians, failing to recall the lesson of humility. So, this is why your father sent you to Earth. Having lost your hammer, you find yourself utterly ineffectual and yet fail to respect the humans of this world. Qin Xiao remarked lazily while snapping his fingers. Wait, do you truly believe he is the thunder god from Asgard? Jian interrupted their conversation. Although she expressed her belief in the god of thunder's claims, deep down, she remained skeptical. However, upon hearing Qin Xiao's words, she felt a surge of surprise. The thunder god's reaction was even more pronounced. Do you know why my father banished me to Earth? Seeing that he had hooked the fish, Qin Xiao smiled. Of course I know. I not only understand why you are here, but I also know how you can reclaim your hammer and regain the powers of the thunder god. Chapter 64. A business card. Qin Xiao's attempts at pretense usually ended in failure. Yet this time, in the presence of the towering Thor, he effortlessly gained the giant's trust. Particularly notable was when Qin Xiao recounted the tale of how, at the age of 8, Loki transformed into a serpent, only to revert back and stab Thor while he was playing with the snake. This incident, known only to their mother, the goddess Frigga, was unbeknownst even to Odin himself. Since entering the Marvel Universe, Qin Xiao had masqueraded as a fortune teller multiple times, and finally, he succeeded in his venture with Thor. Moreover, he took a small measure of revenge for the earlier humiliation he faced. I also know that last night, Loki sought you out and deceived you, claiming that Odin had perished. In truth, your father merely slumbers and does not wish for you to return. You understand, there can be only one king. This statement invigorated Thor, who realized that the most profound blow was not his inability to wield Mjolnir, but rather Loki's earlier revelation that he had inadvertently caused their father's demise through his recklessness. I am aware that Heimdall currently disregards your calls, but if you learn to embrace the essence of being an ordinary person and complete your own trials, you shall reclaim your lost power. Furthermore, your friends, the 3 warriors, and your fiancée, the goddess of earth and harvest, Sif, will come to find you on Earth. What? You have a fiancée? Jane's expression betrayed her feelings of betrayal as she questioned Thor loudly. Although they had not formally established a relationship, an undeniable spark had ignited between them since their first meeting. An atmosphere of unspoken intimacy grew quietly, yet before it could blossom, Qin Xiao rudely tore through it. In truth, Thor had never contemplated this matter. For over 1,000 years, he had regarded Sif as a comrade and brother, until encountering Jane. He had only known that upon ascending to the throne, he was to wed Sif, without ever truly grasping the implications of such a union. Qin Xiao's suggestion struck a chord within him, causing a sudden flutter of anxiety. Jane, allow me to explain. My father designated her as my betrothed at my birth. I have always viewed her as a sister, never considering marriage. You need not explain yourself to me. I am but an ordinary mortal, while you are the god of thunder. Surely your future wife should be a goddess befitting your stature, the goddess of earth and harvest. Qin Xiao interjected with a cheeky remark. Indeed, the goddess of earth and harvest should be your future bride. And thank you for the reminder. Jane spoke as she seized a cup of water before dousing Qin Xiao's face with it in a fit of anger. turning on her heel to leave. Damn it. Why drench me with water? Qin Xiao lamented, feeling more aggrieved than ever. I sincerely apologize. Jane did not mean it intentionally. What I meant to say is that I must pursue her and bring her back, and then I shall return to seek your guidance on numerous matters. Thor stammered as he spoke to Qin Xiao, and it was evident that he had indeed developed feelings for Jian. It's all right, you may go. Once you have resolved your matters, come find me. You know where to locate me, do you not? Qin Xiao wiped his face and helplessly assumed a demeanor of nonchalance. The giant once again cast an apologetic glance at Qin Xiao before hastily pursuing Jian's departing figure. Encountering you has truly been a stroke of misfortune. However, it is somewhat comforting that I have completed one task from the system, resulting in 500 points credited to my account. I am now merely 500 points away from unlocking the secondary marketplace. After the giant left, Qin Xiao muttered to himself as he prepared to depart. Yet, before he could reach the exit, a restaurant waiter obstructed his path. Sir, that table has yet to settle the bill. Kindly take care of that, and also, we need compensation for a broken cup. Oh, those two wretched rascals, why did I choose to seek them out at this moment? I do not know them. I shall not pay. I merely exchanged a few words with them, as they seemed familiar. I did not order anything. Qin Xiao felt utterly wronged and was loath to settle the bill. Sir, if you persist in this manner, we will have no choice but to call the authorities. Very well, I shall use my card. It was uncertain how Thor would manage to win back his little girlfriend. Regardless, by the afternoon of the following day, Qin Xiao had yet to receive a visit from the giant. Instead, he received an invitation from Tony. Tony, ever the one for ceremony, sent the invitation through Stark Industries, inviting Qin Xiao to the Stark Industrial Expo to be held in New York in 3 days. In this world, Stark Industries undoubtedly stands as the preeminent technological enterprise, and the Stark Expo is one of the largest technology exhibitions globally. The expansive exhibition area showcases the latest products from renowned tech companies around the world, spanning an entire year. Stark Industries chose this moment to hold the expo to present its recent inventions and applications of new energy to the public. Even without manufacturing weapons, they possess formidable strength to achieve significant advancements in other fields. The expo lasts for a year, making the opening ceremony a significant event for Stark Industries. In fact, Tony extended invitations to every member of the Avengers. However, the others, being actual agents, had little time to attend the opening ceremony, and Dr. Banner was still affiliated with the military, making it inconvenient for him to appear. Qin Xiao was not particularly interested in the expo's opening ceremony. Yet the thought of the stunningly tall and beautiful women who danced alongside Tony in the film stirred a sense of anticipation within him. Nevertheless, his recent progress with Black Widow had been promising, and staying here might present an opportunity to take a bold step forward. As Qin Xiao pondered, Coulson entered with a stern expression etched upon his face. What has transpired? Qin Xiao inquired, noting Coulson's visibly distressed demeanor. A business card, inscribed with your name in elegant calligraphy. In Cole's hand was a card, which Qin Xiao took and examined. It was an ordinary piece of cardstock, yet adorned with the striking characters of his name, Qin Xiao, in an exquisite script. Flipping it over revealed an address, 177A, Bulick Street. The address struck Qin Xiao as somewhat familiar, prompting him to inquire of Cole, do you know what this place is? Perhaps you should first take a look at this. Cole replied, activating his phone to display a video. It showcased surveillance footage of the mighty MJ Ulner, a scene that was otherwise devoid of any presence. Suddenly, a brilliant, golden energy ring emerged in the void above the hammer, spinning with vigor. As the energy ring ceased its rotation, a portal framed by the ring materialized, from which a business card floated down gracefully. Chapter 65, The Supreme Ancient One. This peculiar situation has undoubtedly attracted the attention of SHIELD, who have dispatched personnel to investigate. However, their findings reveal that 177A Bleecker Street is merely an ordinary antique shop, peddling aged furniture and vintage timepieces. The occupants are of unimpeachable character, leaving no trace of wrongdoing. It is to be expected, for the Ancient One, a master of extraordinary caliber, wields spatial magic with remarkable finesse. If she wishes to remain concealed, SHIELD would be hard-pressed to uncover any flaws, no matter how thoroughly they search. Though the Ancient One is portrayed by a female actress, Marvel's official materials do not assign a specific gender, so we shall assume her femininity. As for her origins, let us adhere to the comic's premise that she hails from China. As I recall, the sudden appearance of the Ancient One, accompanied by the tossing of a business card bearing an address near Thor's hammer, certainly implies a connection to Thor or Asgard. The nature of this connection can only be discerned through Qin Xiao's personal inquiry. It appears that attending the Stark Expo's opening ceremony is imperative. Unable to wait for Thor, Qin Xiao takes the initiative to seek him out once more. To his astonishment, the lumbering giant has somehow reconciled with Jane, their relationship seemingly restored. The two are once again exchanging glances that ignite sparks in the air. It is evident that he has spoken sweet words to appease her. Such behavior denotes a rogue. Qin Xiao feels a surge of indignation. Yet outwardly he offers Thor a few comforting words, claiming he must step out for a moment and instructing him to wait for his return. As for the Ancient One, regardless of how Coulson reports to Nick Fury, Qin Xiao will go where he pleases and speak only what is necessary, leaving out any superfluous details. He journeys from New Mexico to New York, hitching a ride with Stark Industries' vehicle and driver, ultimately arriving at 177A Bleecker Street. This street is situated in the bustling Manhattan district of New York. One wonders how the three great sanctums operate, if their locations could be altered. Qin Xiao would prefer to rent out the sanctum and relocate to a more economical locale, thus avoiding the embarrassment depicted in Avengers: Infinity War, where a master sorcerer is so impoverished he cannot afford a meal. Standing at the entrance, he muses on the wastefulness of the sanctum occupying such a prime location. After a moment's hesitation, just as Qin Xiao prepares to knock, a flash of golden light appears beneath his feet, and a portal materializes. In an instant, he feels the ground vanish beneath him, and he tumbles through the hoop. Correspondingly, in a study on the second floor of the sanctum, Qin Xiao emerges from the portal, landing squarely on a single armchair. The room is enclosed by 3 walls lined with bookshelves, forming a small, doorless study. 3 single armchairs are arranged according to the bookshelves. And as Qin Xiao lands, he notices an empty chair to his right, while directly ahead sits the Ancient One, engrossed in a book. It was her spell that facilitated his swift journey from the entrance to the second floor. Yet, upon his arrival, the Ancient One remained silent, her attention solely devoted to the pages before her. This is the advantage of possessing strength. When one exudes an air of superiority, others are often hesitant to speak. Were it an ordinary individual, they would bow their head in silence, engrossed in their reading. Qin Xiao would undoubtedly send such a person tumbling with a mere slap, their books soaring into the air. However, before him stood the esteemed Master Gu Yi, and Qin Xiao merely harbored complaints in his heart, refraining from taking any action. Naturally, Qin Xiao was never one to remain passive. Observing Gu Yi's unwavering focus on the book, he extracted a cigar from his pocket and began to exhale clouds of smoke before her. Since you choose silence, let me see if I can provoke a reaction, he thought mischievously. With a deep inhalation, he nonchalantly exhaled a plume of thick smoke toward Master Gu Yi. Yet, the esteemed master was indeed as formidable as her reputation suggested. Without even lifting her gaze, a golden hoop the size of an ashtray materialized before Qin Xiao, hovering at less than half a meter away. As soon as this small portal appeared, the smoke he exhaled rushed into it as though it were drawn by an unseen force. Upon closer inspection, Qin Xiao discovered a snowy mountain range on the other side. Although he could not ascertain its location, it was undoubtedly at a high altitude. The weather was clear and calm, and due to the atmospheric pressure, the smoke, along with the ash from his cigar, floated effortlessly toward the portal. The effect was akin to smoking with the windows slightly ajar while driving at high speed. In reality, if a small portal were to open in a room at a high altitude, all the books on the shelves would likely be swept away. But let us not dwell on such trivialities. After all, Master Gu Yi has her methods, does she not? What an impressive contraption, a self-ventilating ashtray. If only I had one in my bedroom, I would not only eliminate the need for an air circulation system, but also for a trash can. Qin Xiao found himself searching for conversation, feeling a bit of pressure in the presence of Gu Yi, especially uncertain about why she had summoned him here. Should I open one in your bedroom, and a snowstorm occurs, your house could be filled with snow within an hour. Are you certain you want such a portal? Gu Yi remarked with a smile, lifting her gaze. Having summoned you all this way, do you not have anything to say or inquire about? Finally closing her book and setting it aside, Gu Yi awaited his response. Indeed, I have questions, Qin Xiao replied, having arrived at the threshold of her domain. Since you utilized a portal to bring me here, why not simply retrieve me from New Mexico directly? Airfare is quite expensive. With Gu Yi initiating the dialogue, Qin Xiao tossed a cigar toward the ashtray and posed a question that hardly seemed central to the matter at hand. Firstly, I wouldn't have to pay for the airfare. Secondly, if I were to descend to open the door for you or create a portal for your entry, the energy expenditure would be nearly equivalent to bringing me up here. Gu Yi, dismissing the small portal with a wave of her hand, responded to Qin Xiao's inquiry with utmost seriousness. The words spoken are irrefutable. It is astonishing that Gu Yi took the matter so seriously and meticulously calculated her own accounts. Thus, Qin Xiao had no choice but to follow her lead and inquire, I wonder what brings you to summon me? Presumably, she had articulated a question that resonated with Gu Yi's concerns. With an earnest gaze fixed upon Qin Xiao, she remarked, Odin and I can be considered friends. He exiled his son to Earth while he himself succumbed to slumber. Naturally, I must remain vigilant. However, I find it rather surprising that an individual who ought not to be present has indeed appeared. You should not have been in that location. Therefore, I am quite curious as to why you found yourself in a place where you should not have been, and how it is that the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau has not yet apprehended you. Chapter 66. The terrifying supreme mage. The two inquiries posed by Ancient One left Qin Xiao utterly speechless. He could only feign ignorance and respond, "I apologize. But I do not comprehend what you were saying." Yet, internally, he was fervently calling out to the system. System, is there not supposed to be no issue with my identity after traversing here? Why does Ancient One claim I should not be present? Hurry, devise a solution. The system, however, paid no heed to Qin Xiao's plight and instead spoke to itself within his mind. Congratulations, host, for having engaged with the Supreme Mage Ancient One. Leaving her with a profound impression, you are rewarded with 500 points. It has been detected that your total accumulated points have surpassed 5,000. The system will now upgrade, and the Tier 2 marketplace will be unlocked. The upgrade process begins now. Following this announcement, a countdown commenced. 47, 59, 59. Hey, hello, Qin Xiao shouted repeatedly in his mind, but the system remained fixated on the countdown. Damn it, he silently cursed, regaining his composure only to find Ancient One inexplicably bent down before him. Her face was so close that if their eyelashes were merely a tad longer, they would brush against one another. What are you doing? Qin Xiao stammered, instinctively recoiling in shock. What was happening? Ancient One had lived for at least a millennium. Surely, she harbored no nefarious intentions towards him. Who were you just speaking to? I can sense your mental fluctuations, akin to communicating with someone. Yet it is only the two of us here. Quite curious, Ancient One inquired, ignoring Qin Xiao's startled reaction. A tempest of astonishment surged within Qin Xiao. He was aware of Ancient One's prowess but had not anticipated her ability to perceive his internal dialogue with the system. I truly do not understand your words. If there is nothing pressing, I shall take my leave. Qin Xiao thought it prudent to make a hasty exit, for confronting Ancient One was unwise, and he risked inadvertently exposing his secrets. He contemplated the folly of accepting Thor's mission, realizing that Odin was also a formidable figure. Who knew how many mysterious methods these beings possessed? If they discerned that he did not belong to this realm, who could fathom their subsequent actions? In the absence of clarity regarding his adversaries, his decision to retreat was undoubtedly wise. Yet, the disparity in their powers was staggering. Escaping was not as simple as it seemed. Interesting. I shall observe myself. Ancient One mused aloud, and as her words faded, her hands swiftly pressed against Qin Xiao's forehead. At that moment, he felt his entire body stiffen, as if ensnared in a nightmarish slumber, utterly immobilized. He was acutely aware of his surroundings, of Ancient One's hand resting upon him, all his senses intact, yet he found himself unable to move. Damn it. They say having a system makes one invincible. I cannot perish here today. If I must meet my end, let it be in battle against formidable foes like the purple sweet potato essence in the future. Not at the hands of Ancient One. Such a demise would be excessively frustrating. I have yet to spend my $30 billion, and Black Widow still awaits. Qin Xiao found himself unable to move his eyes, internally lamenting that dying in such a manner was utterly unworthy. Fortunately, Gui merely probed his soul and spiritual fluctuations, and the sensation of confinement dissipated as swiftly as it had arrived. In an instant, Qin Xiao regained his freedom, collapsing onto the sofa, overwhelmed by the discomfort of being unable to control himself. Taking a deep breath, he resolved that since he could neither fight nor flee, he would embrace his reckless spirit. What on earth do you want? Speak plainly. If you have something to discuss, then just ask instead of feeling me up and babbling in a language I don't understand. If not, let us just settle this with a fight. In his agitation, Qin Xiao unleashed a torrent of Mandarin. To his surprise, Gui responded with even greater fluency. Oh, you may be small in stature, but your temper is quite grand. You, shrouded in mystery, harbor numerous secrets. I am determined to uncover them. Are you certain you wish to engage in battle with me? Upon speaking Mandarin, Gui's demeanor transformed entirely, shedding the earlier enigmatic air. Instead, she expertly rolled up her sleeves, her right hand flicking to conjure a golden energy whip. With her left hand, she formed a seal, a ring of green energy flickering around her wrist. Wow, Qin Xiao exclaimed, having only recently arrived in the Marvel Universe. And he had yet to encounter Captain America. For Gui, disregarding her status to resort to violence was one thing, but to wield the time stone right off the bat was quite another. Although Qin Xiao had seen the green energy ring on her wrist only a few times in the films, its significance was indelibly etched in his memory. It was one of the 6 Infinity Stones, the Time Stone. Regardless of Qin Xiao's internal musings, Gui caught his exclamation and wore a cryptic smile, raising her left wrist and declaring, "You truly recognize the Time Stone." Qin Xiao inwardly cursed himself for falling into her trap. The Infinity Stones posed a significant threat to him at this moment, and his earlier outburst had been a moment of panic. Now, to feign ignorance would be to insult their intelligence. Thus, he straightened his neck defiantly. What is so remarkable about the Time Stone? Do you think you alone can see the future? Have you never heard of the I Ching or the river diagram? I can calculate and foresee 500 years ahead and 500 years behind. As Qin Xiao confidently admitted this and began to spout nonsense, Gui smiled slightly, retracting her energies. Stubborn as a dead duck, are we? Rest assured, since I could not detect anything amiss earlier, I will not force you to divulge your secrets. However, your appearance undoubtedly contravenes the laws of this universe. Even she paused abruptly mid-sentence. Even what? Are you brave enough to finish your thought? Although Gui had withdrawn her magical energy, Qin Xiao still maintained a cautious distance, his expression wary as he inquired. If you refuse to reveal your secrets, I shall retain my own cards close to my chest. So, young man, are you interested in collaborating with me? Collaborate on what? Uncertainty lingered in Qin Xiao's heart, as he remained perplexed by Gu Yi's true intentions. While I cannot divulge the specifics of our collaboration at present, might you be interested in learning the art of magic with me? Gu Yi gracefully settled back onto the sofa, a smile gracing her lips. Why would I wish to learn magic from you? Qin Xiao retorted, remaining steadfast behind the sofa. Indeed, the allure of Gu Yi's magic was undeniable, particularly the convenience of that portal. However, at this moment, Qin Xiao's heart was rife with suspicion towards Gu Yi, leaving her oblivious to the latter's true intentions, making it implausible for her to agree hastily. Ah, indeed, why would one wish to learn magic from me? That is quite the inquiry, Gu Yi mused, stroking her chin thoughtfully. Suddenly, she formed a hand gesture with both hands, and the ornament adorning her chest erupted with a brilliant green light before slowly revealing itself. A vibrant emerald gem materialized in her right hand. Is this reason sufficient? Chapter 67. The agreement with the Ancient One. Qin Xiao never anticipated that the Ancient One would directly cast aside the Time Stone. In Avengers: Infinity War, Doctor Strange employed the Time Stone to glimpse over 10 million possible futures. Furthermore, in Avengers: Endgame, when Dr. Banner sought out the Ancient One to meet Doctor Strange, she mentioned that he had arrived 5 years earlier and was currently performing surgery a few blocks away. This clearly indicates that the Ancient One possesses the ability to foresee the future. If that is the case, she must surely understand that Doctor Strange is her successor and the next guardian of the Time Stone. So why would she insist on having the Time Stone handed to her in the future? Additionally, there exists the so-called Time Variance Authority. According to the trailer for Loki that Qin Xiao watched before his journey, along with the initial statements from the Ancient One, it appears they are responsible for capturing anyone who disrupts the predetermined timeline. For instance, Loki, who was destined to be imprisoned in Asgard, managed to escape with the Tesseract. Undoubtedly, Qin Xiao himself is also a disruptor of the established timeline. So why hasn't he been apprehended? Is it due to the system? If the system can obscure the Time Variance Authority, why can it not shield the Ancient One? What exactly has she seen in the future? Why does she insist that he accompany Doctor Strange to learn magic in Kamartash? Initially, Qin Xiao felt as though he possessed a god-esque perspective within the Marvel Universe. Yet now he perceives a shroud of fog enveloping him, waiting to be peeled away layer by layer. He contemplated inquiring about the system, but it remained in an upgrade state. Why, of all times, must it upgrade now? The more he pondered, the more vexed he became. And in a fit of frustration, he kicked a massive trash bin, towering over 1 meter and nearly 2 meters wide. The metal bin, along with its contents, soared at least 2 stories high. A light drizzle of refuse began to fall from the sky. Forget it. Whatever happens, happens. I shall develop gradually until the end. Let us see who dares to challenge me. With a resounding crash, the trash bin fell heavily to the ground, allowing Qin Xiao to alleviate some of his pin-up frustration. He decided not to dwell on the unresolvable matters, reassuring himself that with the system at his disposal, he could patiently await the enhancement of his abilities, rendering him fearless. Having comforted himself, he was about to exit the desolate alley when he unexpectedly spotted a Caucasian male standing ahead, staring blankly at him while brandishing a dagger. 2 strips of twisted toilet paper adorned his head, alongside a visibly bloodstained sanitary napkin. The dagger bore remnants of spaghetti smeared with meat sauce. It appeared he had been hiding behind the large trash bin, poised to rob him, but was now rendered speechless by Qin Xiao's earlier action. He was as slender as a lightning bolt, likely a drug addict. However, his motionless stance reminded Qin Xiao of a character from Shaolin Soccer who practiced the praying mantis style. The posture was strikingly identical. A robbery? Qin Xiao stepped forward and inquired. No, you misunderstand. I'm merely eating. The robber, with a dazed expression, raised the noodles from his dagger as a gesture, his head swaying, causing a sanitary napkin to flutter in the breeze. Eating here? Indeed, the air is quite pleasant. I assent it. Nice hat. Do you have cash on you? $50. Is that enough for a taxi ride to the Stark Industries branch? It is. Hand it over then. Thank you. Qin shot at the bill and casually patted the robber on the shoulder. Crack. A faint sound echoed, unmistakably indicating that Qin Xiao had fractured the robber's scapula with a single blow. In the New York sanctum, the Ancient One, who had appeared composed and omniscient before Qin Xiao, now sat on the sofa with a troubled expression. How could this happen? What on earth transpired? He murmured to himself. After a moment's contemplation, the Ancient One seemed to resolve something within himself. He crossed his legs on the sofa, performed a hand gesture in between his palms. The time stone floated, emanating a soft green glow. As the green light gradually expanded, his body began to tremble violently, the speed of the quaking increasing rapidly, leaving a flurry of afterimages in the air. In that instant, it seemed as though countless versions of the Ancient One were overlapping in the same space. Numerous heads of the Ancient One appeared from different angles, some in agony, others solemn, and some in joy. The trembling accelerated, and the frequency of the green light's expansion intensified, generating an increasing number of phantoms surrounding him. Just as everything approached a breaking point, all the shuddering, illusions, and green light surged and receded. All returned to tranquility. With a gasp, the Ancient One expelled a mouthful of blood, his face awash with incredulity. This was soon followed by a fit of wild elation. Ha 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 ha. Were Qin Xiao to witness the Ancient One in this state, he would surely think he was observing an entirely different individual. With blood at the corners of his mouth, seated cross-legged on the sofa, he laughed maniacally, as if possessed by madness. However, Qin Xiao was unaware of all this. After robbing the unfortunate thief and acquiring $50 from his pitiful form, he hailed a taxi directly to the New York branch of Stark Industries. Though referred to as a branch, in truth, it had gradually become the headquarters after Tony had dramatically blown up the industrial building in Los Angeles. Increasingly, the business focus had shifted towards New York, being the international financial hub. Otherwise, the Stark Expo would not have been held in such a location. As the taxi came to a halt in front of the building, just as Qin Xiao exited, a cacophony of car horns erupted nearby. A flamboyant dark red convertible Acura NSX pulled up beside him. Who else could it be but Tony Stark? I distinctly recall that I generously lent you my company's business vehicle along with the driver. Why then did you return in a taxi? It is rare for me to exhibit such magnanimity. Don't mention it. I initially assumed I would be delayed, so I allowed the driver to leave, only to find that the matter concluded swiftly. Qin Xiao shrugged, expressing a sense of resignation. It seems your day has not been particularly pleasant. Get in. I shall take you somewhere that will undoubtedly uplift your spirits. Tony patted the passenger seat beside him. Perhaps we should switch vehicles. This convertible is rather ostentatious, and I am not fond of its color, dark red, which is too garish for my taste. Tony. This car of Tony's is a limited edition, unattainable even for those of considerable wealth. Qin Xiao suddenly recalled the way Tony had regarded him with the eyes of a pauper last time, feeling a pang of envy. Promise me you will accompany me to attend to a matter, and this vehicle shall be yours. What do you say? I mentioned that my generosity is a rare occurrence. Qin Xiao's eyes sparkled as he promptly ushered Tony into the passenger seat. Tony? Did you know? When I was a child, I heard my parents say that the specialty of my hometown is bayberries. Have you tasted bayberries? They are delightfully sweet and tangy. Ripe bayberries resemble the color of this car. Oh my, how I adore this hue. It embodies the essence of my homeland. Tony. Chapter 68. Secondary mullet has been proven that there is always a higher peak. Although Qin Xiao possesses a thick skin and a hefty purse, he finds himself outmatched by Tony, a seasoned capitalist who has navigated the currents of a capitalist nation for decades. After accepting a luxury vehicle worth several $100,000 from Tony, he was subsequently dragged to the grand opening of an upscale luxury apartment building. Surrounded by a throng of scantily clad hostesses and with Tony incessantly engaging him in conversation, Qin Xiao, having recently acquired a substantial fortune, found it difficult to maintain his composure. In a state of bewilderment, he unwittingly purchased 2 penthouse duplex apartments, totaling over 1,000 square meters, at the extravagant cost of several $1 million. Only after signing the documents and completing the transaction did Qin Xiao, still in a daze, turn to Tony and question. Even if we are likely to meet often in New York, why must I purchase 2 apartments? No, my friend, you are mistaken. It is 1 apartment, while the other is under my name, Tony declared, gleefully waggling his right index finger. Oh my God, you must not have read the contract properly when you signed it. Right? How do you feel about being my neighbor? Surprised? Tony continued, his grin reminiscent of a wily weasel that had just stolen a hen. My villa in New York is rather dilapidated, and the new Stark Tower has only just begun its foundation. It will take at least 2 or 3 years to complete. You wouldn't want me to reside in that old villa for the next few years, would you, my friend? Tony's laughter echoed with a mischievous delight. Tony, you dragged me along for the ribbon cutting. That apartment building must have been constructed by your friend, right? Is there any chance I could get a refund? Qin Xiao turned away, seething with frustration. Unless there is an official certification of quality issues from the relevant authorities, it is absolutely non-refundable. Trust me. That apartment building is a new venture under Stark Industries. I would not be mistaken, Tony insisted, ushering Qin Xiao into the car and taking on the role of the driver. So you are saying that I spent the money for 2 apartments, only to receive 1, while gifting you the other, which is built by your company. Is that correct? Relax, my friend. Don't get too worked up. Your grip is going to crush the car door. Goodness. This is your car, Qin. Can I return this car? Qin Xiao lamented, teetering on the edge of tears. No. Absolutely not. A gift from Tony Stark to a friend is irrevocable. Tony replied with unwavering conviction. Tony? My verbal faculties seem to be deteriorating lately. Could you enlighten me on what exactly constitutes a surprise? For the time being, Qin Xiao could not move into the new apartments immediately. He clung to Tony, luxuriating in the presidential suite of the most opulent hotel in New York for several days. Secluding himself in the suite for a full 2 days. He etched Tony Stark's name repeatedly on the toilet seat. At last, he welcomed the moment when the system upgrade concluded. Though referred to as a system upgrade, it was merely the opening of the secondary mall. In the secondary marketplace, the intermediate super serum grants the Asgardian primary divine body, remaining in an unawakened state of divine power, with a lifespan extended up to 5,000 years, priced at 3,000 points. The intermediate combat skill, an advanced version of the primary combat skill, utilizes the strength of the entire skeletal and muscular structure more effectively, enhancing the performance of physical attributes, strength and speed, by at least 20 compared to the primary combat skill, costing 800 points. The intermediate weapon mastery, an upgraded version of the primary weapon mastery, allows for a more instinctual use of most cold weapons, having touched upon the threshold of human weapon unity. Also priced at 800 points. The D-Class Combat Suit, an upgraded E-Class Combat Suit, in addition to the functionalities of the E-Class, offers an extra 30 kinetic energy absorption, available for 700 points. The D-Class Custom Cold Weapon, an upgraded E-Class weapon, can barely breach high-end alloys, such as Iron Man's gold titanium alloy. Yet it still lacks the sharpness to cut through steel effortlessly. The weapon's toughness and durability have increased, costing 700 points. The secondary marketplace is now open, with prices having escalated significantly, leaving the once ample points in Qin Xiao's possession suddenly insufficient. After careful consideration, Qin Xiao resolved that personal strength is paramount. Nothing surpasses the importance of one's own capabilities. Gritting his teeth, he decided to purchase the intermediate super serum. This left him with a mere 500 points, rendering him unable to afford anything else in the secondary marketplace. System, why is this intermediate super serum associated with the Asgardian divine body? It seems unrelated to the term super serum. Qin Xiao inquired with a hint of confusion. Due to the host's prior integration of the Hulk serum. In order to ensure the healthy growth of the host strength, the intermediate serum, merely a doubled effect of the primary serum, holds little significance for the host. Therefore, its level was slightly elevated, and the required points increased accordingly. As for the name, it is merely a triviality. Please do not concern yourself with such details. The system's monotonous voice replied. Damn it, that makes too much sense. I find myself at a loss for words. Qin Xiao conceded, recognizing the validity of the system's reasoning. Having completed the Hulk's random task, if the intermediate serum merely doubled the effect of the primary serum, it indeed held little value for someone who already possessed 30 of the Hulk's strength. As for the spatial storage devices and the like, he could always purchase them later when he earned more points. System, I have another question regarding the peculiar behavior of the Ancient One that day, as well as the so-called Spatial Anomaly Management Bureau. Qin Xiao expressed his concerns. Firstly, this is not a single question. There are several inquiries involved. Secondly, I am merely an auxiliary tool to help the host acquire strength in a more convenient and straightforward manner. To put it plainly, I am just an add-on. As for pondering complex issues, the host, as an intelligent being, should utilize his own biological brain. Why ask me, a mere tool, if I knew everything? What need would there be for you as the host? Host, you are overthinking. How infuriating, Qin Xiao thought to himself, feeling that perhaps his own intellect required an upgrade. Since the system had spoken thus, Qin Xiao chose not to inquire further. After all, a decision had already been made previously. He would focus solely on strengthening himself, regardless of any trivialities. However, a subtle intuition lingered within Qin Xiao's mind, suggesting that the items within the secondary marketplace, particularly the divine entity cloaked in the guise of an advanced super serum, were undoubtedly linked to the current mission assigned by Thor. It seemed likely that this was a preparatory step towards securing Odin's rewards in Asgard in the future. Chapter 69. The new job of the Thunder God. Perhaps accustomed to the sensation from the previous consumption of the Hulk serum, or perhaps my body has undergone sufficient transformation. This time, upon imbibing the so-called intermediate super serum, I did not experience any significant pain. The only discomfort was a mild tingling sensation that lasted a few minutes, which, in comparison to the agony I endured last time, felt merely like the sting of a few mosquito bites. After drinking it, I sensed that my body was more resilient than before. My ability to withstand blows had undoubtedly improved. However, changes in strength and speed were minimal. There was a slight enhancement, yet it certainly did not exceed 10. Conversely, there was an indescribable alteration within my physique. Given that this body is purportedly divine, it must possess unique advantages. And I hope that upon my arrival in Asgard, this divine form will bestow upon me unforeseen benefits. Otherwise, relying solely on a body in Asgard devoid of awakened divine power would be less advantageous than continuing along the path of the Hulk. Of course, this is assuming I do not consider the extension of my lifespan. In any case, I hold no divine rank and possess no inherent divine power, unlike Thor, who can summon lightning with bare hands upon awakening. The third-tier marketplace can only be unlocked once I accumulate over 10,000 total points, which seems an interminable prospect. However, there is good news. After the next upgrade, a portion of items will be made available for purchase, which can be used by others. Currently, the items are only effective for me, Qin Xiao. This alleviates my concerns. If I indeed find a few women in this world, the issue of longevity must be addressed. It would be rather disheartening to live for thousands of years while those around me perish one by one, leaving only a simpleton behind. Having endured the tedious opening ceremony of the Stark Expo, I was contemplating whether to tease the big guy a bit, after all. A mischievous child must be disciplined to grow up quickly, when I unexpectedly received a call from the Thunder God. Qin, I require your assistance. I wish to find a job. His initial statement left me somewhat bewildered. What could prompt such a desire for employment? Very well, I have no issue with work, but pray tell your reasoning. I adopted an elder's tone as I inquired. I am currently unable to regain Mjolnir's favor and must follow Jane every day. Yet, I am a man. I cannot rely on her for my sustenance daily. Do you understand my predicament? Thor spoke somewhat bashfully. Is it that you have eaten too much and are now being scorned? I chuckled, teasing him. No, Jane treats me quite well. I do consume a fair amount. But my point is that Jane has never demanded anything of me. However, I must learn to fend for myself. Did you not tell me that to become a true god of thunder, one must first learn to be an ordinary person? I am currently learning how to lead an ordinary life, working, earning money, treating my girlfriend to dinner, and presenting her with small gifts. Do you understand my intent? Qin, you will assist me, will you not? The crux of the matter lies not in the lengthy discourse, but in the simple act of treating my girlfriend to a meal and gifting her tokens of affection. Indeed, as the heir to the throne of Asgard, one ought to possess a modicum of self-respect. In truth, securing him a job would be beneficial, allowing him to experience the life of a commoner, thus garnering merit to present to Odin in the future. However, should he actually be employed, there is the risk that Loki might still dispatch the destroyer, inadvertently endangering innocence. Although Qin Xiao is not a paragon of virtue, he cannot allow such a situation to jeopardize others' lives. After much contemplation, it seems wiser for him to venture forth himself. In New Mexico, Black Widow has been assigned other tasks by Nick Fury. Coulson is diligently leading a group of scientists who are fervently studying the hammer that lies upon the ground. Thanks to the research conducted by Jane and her colleagues, it can almost be conclusively stated that the so-called Asgard and the 9 realms indeed exist. They are interconnected through subtle links across the cosmos. It is essential to note that Jane and her team's findings are grounded in scientific evidence, far beyond mere Norse mythology. This leads Coulson to recall the wager concerning his hair whenever he sees Qin Xiao, causing him to act somewhat evasively. Qin Xiao, however, is indifferent, recognizing it as a mere jest. His purpose for this visit is to take the giant out and expose him to the world, which would require some assistance from Coulson. Otherwise, the counterfeit documents procured by Jane and her team would easily be uncovered by any state trooper. Originally SHIELD, intended to keep Thor and Jane's group confined to this small town. Yet, considering the implications of their research, if everything is indeed real, Thor could be a ticking time bomb, potentially causing unforeseen troubles. With Qin Xiao at his side, there is a semblance of safety. Despite the fact that Qin Xiao often embodies a harbinger of trouble, nevertheless, his formidable abilities cannot be overlooked. Now, shall we discuss the matter of Blick 177A? After addressing the Thor issue, Coulson deftly steered the conversation back to the unexpectedly presented business card. After all, the technology of spatial portals is rather alarming. Whether for assassination or espionage, SHIELD desires to control or comprehend it. Qin Xiao is well aware of Coulson's concerns. I would advise against harboring any intentions towards them. This is an organization on Earth with combat capabilities rivaling those of Odin himself. Their current focus is primarily on the matter concerning the giant, and in truth, their leader is a friend of Odin. Coulson, unable to find solace in Qin Xiao's ambiguous response, spoke with urgency. But that pertains to spatial transport. Do you comprehend the implications of that? I am aware of your concerns for the safety of the world, yet trust me, my friend. Their commitment to safeguarding this realm far exceeds yours, extending back to a time long before the invention of the electric light. At least a millennium since their last election of a leader. Gently patting the somewhat bewildered Coulson on the shoulder to allow him time to process, Qin Xiao made his way directly to Thor and the others. Here are your documents for Earth. identification, passport, and bank card. I have deposited $100,000 for you, which should suffice for your expenses during your stay on Earth. Qin Xiao handed Thor a brown paper envelope. $100,000? Why are you giving me money? A job would suffice. Clearly, Thor had not been idle in Jane's company these past few days, as he had begun to grasp the concept of currency and acquired a basic understanding of common knowledge here. Your father, an old friend of mine on Earth, has entrusted me with your care, so seeking employment is unnecessary. After all, you are a prince. It would be beneficial for you to experience the joys and sorrows of those around you. If you insist on discussing work, consider yourself my personal bodyguard. This will serve as your salary for the first month. Chapter 70. A breath of spring on the airplane with a casual remark from the Ancient One. Qin Xiao now stood beside Thor with newfound confidence. At the very least, the mission bestowed by the system had transformed into a rightful endeavor. Even if Odin were to appear before him, Qin Xiao could assert that the Supreme Sorceress had entrusted him with the care of Thor. This was far more legitimate than previously masquerading as a fortune teller to deceive others. Thus, Qin Xiao boldly addressed Jane and the others, declaring, Thor has recently caused quite a bit of trouble. As a gesture of gratitude, I would like to invite you all to Monaco for the F1 Grand Prix. His demeanor bore a resemblance to that of the god of thunder, embodying the role of Earth's guardian. Regarding the Ancient One, Qin Xiao refrained from divulging too many details to Thor, merely mentioning that Odin was an old friend on Earth. In response to Qin Xiao's sudden enthusiasm, Thor could only explain to Jane, is this an ancient deity, a friend of the father of gods? God? Zeus? Or perhaps another divine being? Jane, embodying the curiosity of a scientist, eagerly inquired. The arrival of Thor had validated her previous research, igniting her fascination with ancient myths and legends. Yet, she mused, these so-called deities were merely humans possessing a modicum of magic. They were merely a more evolved form of intelligent civilization. The gods of Asgard, despite their power, bore little difference from Earthlings in other respects, and their societal openness was even less than ours. Qin Xiao nonchalantly shrugged and turned back to Thor. Thor, this is also what Odin wishes for you to comprehend. Jane smiled, remaining silent, content to be in Thor's presence. On the contrary, Daisy, another student of Erik Selvig, suddenly displayed an exuberance that was hard to ignore. The F1 World Championship. I've always wanted to witness it live. Handsome. Do the tickets include round-trip airfare? Upon receiving a nod and smile from Qin Xiao, Daisy leapt in place, exclaiming in delight. You all go ahead. I have some matters to attend to. Doctor. Erik Selvig interjected unexpectedly. Erik, join us. I owe you a debt of gratitude for your recent support, and I wish to do something in return. Thor earnestly urged. I've just received a new position, and like Mr. Qin, I have become a consultant for the Department of Strategic Homeland Defense, Attack, and Logistics. They have a research project that requires my involvement, and I am quite interested. In the film, Agent Coulson had confiscated the research findings of Dr. Selvig and Jane, ultimately prompting Nick Fury to recruit Dr. Selvig for the Tesseract development project. It seemed that Thor's presence, coupled with the mention of the ancient organization, had instilled a sense of urgency within SHIELD, leading Nick Fury to begin assembling a force to exploit the Tesseract for weapon development. Congratulations. Jane and Daisy approached Dr. Selvig to embrace him warmly. The old man possessed extraordinary talents, yet he spent the earlier part of his life engrossed in the pursuit of intangible concepts, which garnered little recognition from others. Finally, a discerning individual emerged, and their joy for him was palpable. Perhaps it was the ease with which wealth flowed in. Or perhaps it was the realization that struck him after a harsh encounter with Tony that prompted a shift in perspective. The usually frugal Qin Xiao surprised everyone by chartering a private jet. My heavens, I had braced myself for a lengthy 10-hour seat confinement, even preparing a neck pillow for comfort during the journey, yet to my astonishment, this was beyond cool. The jet Qin Xiao had secured was a grand one, featuring 3 small bedrooms, a living area that doubled as a bar, and a compact KTV room. As soon as Daisy boarded the plane, she tossed aside the travel pillow hanging from her backpack. Jin, exhibiting a more composed demeanor, nonetheless shared in her excitement, eagerly dragging Thor around to explore. I want to snap a selfie in every corner here. This will fuel my bragging for half a year on social media. Daisy raised her phone and captured a picture of herself, then promptly sat across from Qin Xiao, her curiosity evident. Frankly, your wealth surpasses my imagination. Is it true what the papers say about your connection with Tony Stark? Daisy gestured with 2 fingers, bending them slightly. I mean, how unfortunate. I mean, both of you are unfortunate. After saying this, she cast a furtive glance at Qin Xiao. You are the one who is more unfortunate. He is considerably older. First and foremost, I am not inclined that way. Qin Xiao retorted, adjusting Daisy's fingers. Secondly, even if I were, I would not pursue someone like Tony Stark. Do you have a girlfriend then? Upon hearing Qin Xiao assert his heterosexuality, Daisy cut straight to the chase. This was rather blunt, and Qin Xiao felt a bit awkward. Technically, He and Natasha had yet to define their relationship, yet they were certainly more than mere friends. Upholding his principle of sincerity, Qin Xiao candidly responded with a rather shameless truth. A girlfriend? Not yet this evening. Haha. Daisy chuckled softly, and I was specifically asking about tonight. Fine. Qin Xiao mused that perhaps he should have chartered a smaller aircraft. 2 bedrooms would suffice, wouldn't they? Daisy, having recently graduated, was straightforward and playful, not at all inclined to settle down. Qin Xiao, young and affluent, with striking looks and the added allure of a superhero persona, was an appealing prospect for Daisy, perfectly aligning with her desires. Little did she know that her first foray into the Marvel Universe would take place on an airplane. Could this be termed as a sky shock? The jet was staffed with a dedicated chef, and the 4 of them enjoyed a delightful meal, followed by a lively KTV session. Eventually, Qin Xiao and the towering figure took the 2 young women into the bedrooms. For the next 10 hours, they did not emerge. The content within the ellipsis is left to your imagination. Thank you. The Principality of Monaco, aside from the Vatican, is the smallest country in the world. It is encircled by France on 3 sides, with only a proximity to the Mediterranean Sea. Its total area measures a mere 198 square kilometers, housing a population of fewer than 40,000 individuals. The economy primarily thrives on gambling and tourism, rendering it one of the wealthiest nations globally. Notably, this wealth does not solely refer to economic output. Beyond its renowned casinos and the various intrigues surrounding its royal family, Monaco is distinguished by the Formula One racetrack that meanders through its streets and arenas. Each year, the Principality hosts world-class Formula One races, attracting a plethora of teams, drivers, and influential financiers who flock to this diminutive nation, significantly enriching its tourism sector. Monaco, due to its limited size, lacks its own airport. Thus, travelers typically arrive at the nearest airport in Nice, France. Qin Xiao, too, was no exception, yet he was taken aback when, upon disembarking from the plane, he encountered an acquaintance. Chapter 71. The invitation from Justin Hammer. Look who it is, our superhero, Qin Xiao. It is truly delightful to see you. This aircraft is quite impressive. I'm Justin Hammer. Perhaps you have seen my photograph on the recent cover of Time magazine. Compared to your exploits, my fame pales in significance. Qin Xiao was taken aback by this encounter. It was difficult to categorize this man, neither a villain nor a hero, more akin to a comic relief character in a film, who seemed to take great pleasure in imitating Tony Stark. To Qin Xiao's surprise, Justin Hammer greeted him with such enthusiasm, not only offering a warm welcome but also mimicking the very motion of Qin Xiao slicing through Ironmonger's leg armor with his Tang Dao. I must say, your strike was impressively stylish. By the way, unlike Stark, I am a devoted admirer of yours. With that, Justin Hammer extended his right hand towards Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao reciprocated the gesture. This man was a contradiction, viewing Tony as both a rival and an idol. He had been emulating Stark's mannerisms, especially after Tony announced that Stark Industries would cease weapon manufacturing. Consequently, Justin Hammer's company was inundated with orders from the Department of Defense, leading to a surge in stock prices and multiple features on the cover of Time magazine. This inflated his ego, leading him to believe he had surpassed Tony. However, with Tony's Iron Man armor making its debut, no matter how many orders his company received, in the eyes of the public, Tony remained the indisputable number 1. Observing this man striving to embody Stark's persona, Qin Xiao found it somewhat amusing. His attempts were reminiscent of Dong Shi imitating the graceful Shuepan. His exaggerated, self-satisfied demeanor contrasted sharply with Tony's inherent nonchalance. Hello, Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao had no intention of engaging further with this awkward individual and planned to leave with Daisy and the others. However, Justin Hammer stepped directly in front of him, obstructing his path. Wait a moment, I wish to discuss something with you. Are you headed to the car races? So am I. There's a helicopter waiting for me over there. I believe we could chat during the ride, if you don't mind. Are these 2 lovely ladies and this handsome gentleman your friends? Shall we all go together? Seizing the opportunity, Qin Xiao slightly nodded. Justin Hammer cheered and eagerly trotted ahead to lead the way. I do not care for this man, Tho remarked bluntly. He speaks in such a peculiar manner, reminiscent of a stage actor. I share your sentiments, Daisy added, grasping Qin Xiao's hand. I wager he has no good intentions in seeking you out. The 2 of them embarked on their journey aboard the aircraft, with Daisy thoroughly pleased with Qin Xiao. After a long drought, Qin Xiao felt a refreshing change, and thus they decided to extend their fleeting romance until the conclusion of this adventure. It is of little consequence. We simply find ourselves in need of a mode of transportation, and that helicopter appears quite appealing. In contrast to Tony Stark, Justin Hammer embodies the essence of a pure businessman. In terms of material wealth, he rivals Tony, perhaps even surpassing him. The helicopter awaiting him is a modified Mi-26, originally developed by the former Soviet Union, extending over 40 meters in length. It resembles a small passenger aircraft, lavishly adorned akin to a compact nightclub, exuding extravagance. As you are aware, our company is in the process of developing individual combat armor, reminiscent of that which Tony Stark employs. Iron Man, BBU. However, ours is larger and more robust, part of a collaborative project with the Department of Defense, and I am confident that a finished product will emerge soon. Upon boarding the helicopter, Justin Hammer pulled Qin Xiao toward a sofa and commenced with a series of disjointed remarks. Yet, I have heard that your project has been delayed following the last congressional session where Tony showcased your experimental footage. Qin Xiao unabashedly exposed his wound, just days prior. He had been thoroughly bested by Tony in that congressional hearing. That was merely for public consumption. In truth, we have continued our efforts and even signed a confidential agreement. Justin Hammer wore a smug expression. Well, I wish you success. However, I am curious about how this pertains to me. Qin Xiao replied bluntly, showing no courtesy. To be frank, we have already secured a contract with the Department of Defense, and the orders are inevitable. Yet, the public does not share that sentiment. They demand a suit of armor more formidable than Iron Man to safeguard their security. The populace requires confidence, and you are that confidence. Me? Qin Xiao responded, somewhat bewildered. Indeed, you. Tony was defeated by Obadiah's Ironmonger, yet it was you who vanquished that behemoth. The world witnessed the footage, Tony, battered and bruised. Sat aside while you resolved the situation, did you not? At the Stark Expo, I shall request a booth from Stark Industries to showcase our new armor. I hope you will attend and engage in a light-hearted skirmish with our suit. No need for earnestness, merely a performance, if you catch my drift. Qin Xiao comprehended his implication all too well. This fellow wished for him to publicly lose to his armor, thereby showcasing his superiority over Tony Stark before the entire world. This notion was not solely personal, it bore a hint of political undertone. It is worth noting that just days ago, Congress convened a hearing, compelling Tony Stark to surrender his armor. Regardless of the motives, the government aspires to project their weaponry as more formidable than Iron Man, even if only superficially, merely to instill a sense of strength among the populace. I fully understand. You intend for me to deliver a spectacular performance only to be defeated by your armor, correct? Qin Xiao remarked with a smile. Bingo. Justin Hammer snapped his fingers. Indeed, that is the essence of the matter. Naturally, we shall not require your efforts without due compensation. I am prepared to offer you a substantial endorsement fee, commensurate with the global commercial value of the most illustrious celebrities. Along with the camaraderie of certain influential members within the parliament, Justin Hammer has laid forth his conditions. Initially, Qin Xiao contemplated a light-hearted jest at this individual's expense before outright declining. However, upon a sudden inspiration, a mischievous smile graced his lips as he remarked, "Of course. That is agreeable. However, we must engage in a thorough discussion regarding the endorsement fee. After all, I am poised to lose before the eyes of the entire world. This concerns the honor of my superhero persona, does it not? What price must that command?" For Justin Hammer, nothing holds greater significance than vanquishing Tony Stark. Unless he truly develops an armor capable of defeating Tony, Qin Xiao is the most fitting candidate for this endeavor. The two, one eager to engage and the other willing to oblige, swiftly forged what would become the most exorbitant endorsement fee in history aboard the helicopter. Chapter 72. The Whip Lock appears Monaco, the Paris Hotel. It stands as the most opulent hotel in all of Monaco, without exception. While I cannot definitively claim it to be the grandest, this establishment is indeed the one featured in Iron Man 2, a detail I confirmed with a recent viewing. In preparation for this race, the Monaco royal family has entirely vacated the hotel to accommodate the team owners and esteemed dignitaries attending the event. Not only are there specially reserved hotel rooms for them and their entourage, but also a high-rise bar with stunning views of the majority of the racetrack, serving as a prime observation point. When Tony Stark arrived, Qin Xiao was engaged in an animated conversation at the bar with Justin Hammer. Meanwhile, Daisy and Jane were indulging in an array of exquisite delicacies at a table by the window with the towering figure beside them. "Hey, Tony, you finally made it. We've been discussing you for ages." Justin Hammer adeptly spotted Tony amidst the crowd. Just as Tony and Pepper Potts entered, he recognized them instantly. "Oh, how could I forget you, dear Miss Potts? Congratulations on your ascension to the presidency of Stark Industries." Justin Hammer swiftly approached, exchanging a cheek kiss with Pepper, before enthusiastically draping his arm around Tony Stark's shoulders. In contrast to Pepper, who offered Justin a polite smile and the barest social niceties, Tony's disdain was palpable. As if he had "I dislike you" written across his forehead. He pushed Justin's arm away with a look of utter disapproval, turning directly to Qin Xiao. "I recall you mentioning a lack of interest in racing, so what brings you here with this fellow? I must say, your taste in friends has notably declined of late. Care for a chat?" "Absolutely," Qin Xiao replied, retrieving two freshly mixed cocktails from the bar and heading towards an unoccupied table by the window. "We still have matters to discuss." Tony began to walk away when Justin called out from behind. "I'll return Qin Xiao to you shortly. For now, why not enjoy a drink and take in the lovely ladies around you?" Tony patted Justin's shoulder in a mockingly childish manner before striding toward Qin Xiao's table. Fine. I have an interview scheduled with a female journalist anyway. Justin murmured weakly behind him. He reached for a cocktail on the table, but grasped at air. Hey, that drink is mine. How did you end up with this guy? I despise that insufferable clown. Just looking at his face reminds me of the time I fell into the gorilla enclosure at the zoo as a child and got stepped on by a gorilla while holding a slice of apple pie. Qin Xiao burst into laughter at the vivid imagery. Damn it, I swear I'll never eat apple pie again. That guy wants me to endorse their upcoming armor. He was publicly defeated by his own armor at your expo. $350 million, ha ha ha. He must absolutely loathe you to offer such a staggering sum. Tony had dealt with government officials for half his life and was acutely aware of the sordidness involved in their political machinations aimed at deceiving the public. They sought to defeat him, yet lacked the courage to confront him directly, unable to produce anything of substance, and instead attempted to crush him with their wealth. How despicable. It sounds as though your work resembles that of the blonde girls in the Dutch red light district. Surely, you won't acquiesce to him, will you? The contract has not yet been signed. Once it is sent over, I would appreciate it if your legal team could review it for me. After performing the obligations stipulated in the contract, if I inadvertently crush a few suits of armor, would that constitute a breach? Tony's eyes lit up, and he suddenly conceived a plethora of more entertaining ideas. The two huddled together, whispering excitedly, occasionally emitting smiles that sent shivers down one's spine. In the film, Iron Man, due to palladium poisoning, descends into a hedonistic spiral of self-destruction. His subsequent actions led many to believe they were a result of the poisoning, such as appointing Pepper as the chairperson of Stark Industries and personally racing in Monaco. However, the arrival of Qin Xiao, this butterfly, prompted Tony to upgrade the arc reactor ahead of time, nullifying the threat of palladium poisoning. Yet, Tony Stark remained engrossed in the lab, diligently researching new suits of armor, while delegating all company matters, big and small, to Pepper. This was a matter of character. If he were to manage the company serenely, he would not be Tony Stark. He was always unpredictable. For instance, take the present moment. I must depart. It is time for me to take the stage. Our driver, who has not won a single championship in 5 years, nor even placed in the top 3, will witness what true racing is. By the way, do not inform Pepper before I replace the driver. Tony stood, casting a furtive glance around to check if Pepper was watching, and quickly prepared to leave. Tony, be careful, Qin Xiao said with a mysterious smile. Thor was still engaged in conversation with 2 girls, and Qin Xiao approached to inform him of his brief exit. He made his way directly to the rooftop via the fire escape, seeking a vantage point to fully appreciate the spectacle that was about to unfold. In a certain team staff lounge, Ivan Vanko sat absent-mindedly biting a matchstick. He had prepared for this day for nearly 6 months, successfully developing the arc reactor. All for the sake of this race. It was his chance to be in close proximity to Tony Stark. He had studied Stark's behavior for a long time. Finding little predictability, except for this race, he attended annually and would come down to take photos with his team after the event. This was his opportunity. He sought to avenge his father, who had perished in Siberia, amidst ice, suffering, and despair. He aimed to reclaim justice for the injustices he had endured over the decades. The wealth of the Stark family and the title of Iron Man were all stolen from his father. As I reminisce about the unwilling gaze of my father in his final moments, the television abruptly shifts its focus from the racetrack to the scene of the Stark racing team. To my astonishment, Tony Stark himself has donned a racing suit and taken to the driver's seat. The screen reveals Tony Stark seated in the race car, waving with exuberance, while beside him, an enraged driver discards his helmet. A show-off, are you? Very well, I'll settle this right on the racetrack, Iron Man. Huh. Ivan Vanko, observing the spirited Tony on the television, feels a surge of defiance as he pulls at the collar of his jacket, bathed in the eerie blue glow of the reactor. Ivan Vanko erupts into a fit of maniacal laughter. Chapter 73. The villain's attempt to show off is futile. Tony's capricious behavior caught Pepper off guard. Yet it elicited rapturous cheers from the media present for the live broadcast and the audience in attendance. Even the reporter conducting a personal interview with Justin Hammer dashed to the television, captivated by Tony Stark's enthusiastic wave to the camera, fervently crafting in his mind how to secure an exclusive interview with him. This is precisely why any event featuring Tony Stark invariably becomes the epicenter of news. Justin Hammer's expression was more grotesque than that of someone who had just consumed excrement. He had previously heard from Pepper that this female reporter had engaged in a profound conversation with Tony Stark. He had intended to fully display his charm, attempting to seduce this rather attractive female journalist into his bed, at least to relish the pleasure of triumphing over Tony Stark in a different arena. To this end, he had even instructed his subordinates to prepare some auxiliary substances for him, but to his dismay, he downed a large glass of liquor in one furious gulp, feeling somewhat agitated as he loosened his tie. The next moment, a scene that appeared on the television captivated his gaze entirely. It was a rugged man, clearly of warrior lineage, clad in the attire of a racing team mechanic, casually holding a tantalizing matchstick between his lips. He brazenly emerged from the vehicle maintenance area on the racetrack. The race had already commenced, with cars whizzing past at astonishing speeds. It is well known that F1 drivers typically navigate turns at an average speed exceeding 300 kilometers per hour. The sudden appearance of an individual on the track can lead to catastrophic consequences, as colliding with a vehicle at such speeds would likely obliterate anyone, regardless of their 9 lives. Yet, the emergence of this warrior-like figure was just the beginning. With a flick of his wrists, 2 whips materialized in his hands. He then flung open the orange work uniform, revealing a miniature arc reactor emanating a blue glow at his chest, which began to output energy at full power. The energy surged through the simple circuitry of his attire and flowed into the metallic whips he wielded. The flimsy work uniform was instantaneously reduced to ashes. Swirling in the air, the whips, charged with ferocious energy, grazed the ground, carving small trenches into the racetrack surface. My God, this is simply meant for me. Justin Hammer could not help but rise from his seat in excitement. The arc reactor. This could undoubtedly resolve the majority of energy issues in the world. It was rumored that Elon Musk had offered a substantial share of his company to Tony Stark in exchange for the rights to this technology, promising its exclusive use in his own automobiles, only to be rebuffed by Tony Stark. In truth, Justin Hammer and the military's project had stagnated at this very stage. Even if they were to remove all weapon systems from the armor and fill its internal space with the most advanced batteries, it would still not suffice. Such energy could not elevate the armored suit even a meter into the air, let alone sustain it in continuous combat. Regrettably, Tony Stark, despite the immense pressure from the Senate, steadfastly refused to relinquish this technology. At that moment, another seemingly advanced miniature arc reactor emerged, radiating a ferocious energy from the whip. If such a device were to be integrated into his company's armor, Justin Hammer gazed at the arc reactor, particularly noting the rudimentary equipment on Ivan Vanko and his rugged visage that bore the marks of hardship, and he couldn't help but smile with pride. In stark contrast to Justin Hammer, Qin Xiao, atop the hotel rooftop, was seething with indignation, striding boldly along the racetrack. Not even the multitude of roaring race cars approaching him caused a hint of panic or disorder in his steps. He even had a matchstick dangling from his mouth. What a brazen display. Qin Xiao spat contemptuously towards the rooftop. His right hand involuntarily brushed his nose and eyes, recalling the last time in Mexico when he had attempted to impress, only to be met with a rocket launcher to the face. The pain in his eyes was still vivid in his memory. Why must a villain flaunt such arrogance? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and his gaze began to scour the rooftop. Ivan Vanko's entrance elicited gasps of astonishment from the elite and affluent in the bar of the Parisian hotel. The chaos erupted when he cleaved a speeding F1 car in two with his whip. At that moment, Happy, accompanied by Tony Stark's newly developed Mark V suitcase armor, swiftly ushered Pepper into a vehicle, racing towards the track. The reactor in his chest bore a striking resemblance to Tony's, suggesting he was likely targeting Stark. Upon witnessing this, Thor immediately rose to his feet. "What are you doing, Thor?" Jane exclaimed loudly. "Didn't you just say this person was after Qin Xiao's friend?" "I have no idea where Qin Xiao is. I must go and assist in rescuing his friend." Without heeding Jane's protests, he dashed towards the exit like a gust of wind. Meanwhile, on the racetrack, Tony's car came into Ivan Vanko's line of sight. With a slight shift to the side, Ivan swung his whip down fiercely towards Tony's vehicle. The violent energy sliced through like a lightsaber, severing the front of the car. Tony, seated in the half-destroyed vehicle, was launched into the air, spinning several times before crashing heavily to the ground. He then beheld Ivan Vanko, brandishing both whips with lethal intent as he approached. The surrounding cars, witnessing the unfolding calamity, swerved in panic, colliding with one another, resulting in explosions and overturned vehicles, debris raining from the sky. Yet, they all narrowly missed Ivan Vanko, who remained unscathed amidst the chaos. He remained oblivious to the explosions and chaos behind him, purposefully advancing towards Tony Stark, who had just emerged from his racing vehicle. Just moments away from entering the striking distance, Ivan Vanko deliberately cracked his whip against the ground twice, aiming to instill greater psychological pressure upon Stark. As Ivan Vanko prepared to unleash his whip in a fierce attack, a sharp, whistling sound sliced through the air. He abruptly turned his head, only to be met by a rushing shadow. Bang! In an instant, he could barely comprehend what had transpired. A high-velocity object shattered against his face, plunging him into darkness. The tremendous impact sent him soaring into the air, crashing against the barbed wire beside the racetrack, his head tilted at an unnatural angle as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Oh, yes, not far away, on the hotel rooftop, Qin Xiao triumphantly signaled a gesture of victory. Chapter 74, Tony, unable to strike the unexpected turn of events unfolded so suddenly that the audience was left bewildered, completely unaware of what had transpired, while the spectators remained in the dark. Tony was acutely aware of the situation. At that moment, Qin Xiao stood on the rooftop, brandishing a segment of PVC pipe, which he had torn from an unknown ventilation shaft, greeting Tony with a wave. It was ironic that after exerting so much effort to create a portable suit of armor, he found himself saved by this very individual. However, it was evident that without his armor, he possessed little combat prowess. Tony sat beside the wreckage of the racing car, panting with exasperation. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the ground beside him shattered as Qin Xiao leaped down from the rooftop and landed next to him. The crowd on either side of the racetrack erupted in excitement. Many attendees were fans of both Qin Xiao and Tony, and upon witnessing the two together once more, they could not contain their exhilaration. Get up quickly. There are plenty of people up there calling your name. You're not scared enough to wet yourself, are you? By the way, I might not be able to throw it accurately. I dismantled quite a few PVC pipes on the rooftop, and I want to be compensating for that. Qin Xiao extended his right hand towards Tony. Just as he helped Tony to his feet, a harsh screech of brakes pierced the air. Happy, driving alongside Pepper, arrived at Tony's side. The two exchanged glances, observing Qin Xiao standing there, and then looking back at Tony, who seemed to be faring relatively well. They both sighed in relief. You'd better take that with you next time you shower, boss. Happy tossed the Mark V suit beside Tony. I'll seriously consider it. I can't let this guy steal the spotlight every time, can I? What a pity for my first racing career. Tony remarked as he picked up the briefcase and glanced towards the direction where Ivan Vanko had collapsed. The emergence of another miniature arc reactor instilled a sense of urgency within Tony, filling him with incredulity. He was confident that his technology could not be deciphered by anyone, at least not for the foreseeable future. Thus, he was eager to discern the differences between that reactor and his own. However, he was startled to see Ivan Vanko wobbling upright from the ground, seemingly recovering. With a swift crack of his whip, he sliced Happy's vehicle in half, perfectly separating Pepper in the backseat from Happy in the front. Ah! Pepper's scream resonated through the air. Yet, Tony's expression transformed into one of exhilaration. Finally, it's my turn to take the stage. You keep them safe. I'll handle him. Next time, you should find a sturdier pipe to break, Qin Xiao remarked. Slightly exasperated. He had been in a rush earlier, struggling to find a suitable object. Given the distance, it was quite an achievement to recognize the PVC pipe. Who knew that the man would recover so quickly? What a resilient physique he possessed. After giving his instructions, Tony promptly placed the Mark V on the ground, positioned himself, and stepped onto it, gripping the handlebars firmly. The battle armor had already enveloped Tony's body, with other components swiftly extending to cover him entirely. The transformation was executed with flair, while Happy and Pepper had exited the vehicle, sheltered behind Qin Xiao. A flash of white light illuminated within Tony's visor as the armor fully activated. He extended a foot, effortlessly sending half a car flying. At this moment, Ivan Vanko posed little threat. His previous movement had been purely instinctive. In reality, he was currently plagued by dizziness, struggling to focus his gaze. Swaying unsteadily in an attempt to maintain balance, Tony was poised to unleash a devastating blast from his laser cannon when, unexpectedly, an individual vaulted over the barbed wire fence behind Ivan. In hand, he wielded a brick, seemingly procured from nowhere. With a single leap, he grasped the barbed wire, propelling himself forward with considerable force. He cleared the 2-meter-high barrier and, as he descended, swung his right arm. The brick struck Ivan Vanko squarely on the head, shattering upon impact. The already unsteady Ivan collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. I had no knowledge of your arrival, the newcomer mused, after a lengthy pursuit. It seems my efforts were not in vain. To vanquish an opponent, one must ensure they are utterly incapacitated. Otherwise, one risks suffering defeat. Greetings, Iron Man. I am Qin Xiao's friend, Thor. No need for thanks. It was none other than Thor, who had rushed down to assist. Following Ivan's defeat, he offered a brief lecture along with an introduction. Tony's raised hand dimmed the laser cannon within his palm. I don't intend to thank you. I am merely pondering the purpose of donning this armor, Tony remarked, gazing skyward with a contemplative expression. When the police arrived, Ivan Vanko remained unconscious, his arc reactor crushed in Tony's grip. The competition had come to a complete halt, and a throng of journalists flooded the scene, their cameras trained on Qin Xiao and Tony. It is a pleasure to see both of you together again, having triumphed over a criminal wielding advanced technology. Might I request a classic pose for a photograph, perhaps a peace sign, for tomorrow's magazine cover? The fastest journalist, almost reaching them before she arrived, eagerly made her request. This female reporter was a devoted fan of the duo. The previous headline photo had been a composite of their solo shots. Capturing a moment of them together would not only excite her, but also potentially boost the magazine's sales. Oblivious to the expressions of the two subjects, the exuberant reporter pulled out a small camera, intent on taking a personal keepsake in addition to the official shots. Without seeking consent from Qin Xiao and Tony, she began the countdown. Peace sign. Thank you. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Cheese. In response to her, the camera captured two fingers defiantly raised towards the sky, accompanied by the synchronized exclamations of bitch uttered by both individuals. Chapter 75, Palladium Poisoning? Ivan Vanko lay in the hospital, likely to remain unconscious for several days to come. The competition had ended without incident, and the two individuals, besieged by reporters, were unconcerned with the shocking spectacle they were about to create. One soared into the sky, while the other leapt directly from the ground to the rooftop of a nearby building. After several grand jumps, they vanished from the public's sight, heedless of the number of rooftops they had shattered beneath their feet. That evening, aboard a yacht off the coast of Monaco, Pepper Potts had taken the reins of Stark Industries. The chaotic aftermath left by Tony Stark had rendered her a whirlwind of activity, spinning around in every direction. As soon as the day concluded, she whisked away Happy, who had morphed into her personal bodyguard and chauffeur. This left Tony, with a furrowed brow, feeling quite despondent, primarily due to the presence of two couples seated before him. Though Jane and Thor were indeed engaged in a genuine romantic relationship, Tony could not help but mentally label them as a couple of fools. Jean, you should have informed me earlier that you would be bringing a companion today. Had I known, I would have invited some charming young ladies to join us. Tony lamented, casting a forlorn glance at Daisy, who sat beside Qin Xiao. Initially, the evening had been pleasant, as Qin introduced several acquaintances, leading discussions from Asgard to Jane's research in astrophysics, and the conversation flowed smoothly. However, as the discussions grew familiar and relaxed, the occasional affectionate gestures between the two couples began to gnaw at Tony's spirit. It's your own fault. In the past, you never cared whether the girls brought dates. Speaking of which, it seems you haven't had any female company lately. Qin Xiao pondered seriously, recalling that it had been since the Ironmonger incident. You can't possibly be developing feelings for me, can you? God. Strike down this lecherous scoundrel with a bolt of lightning. I'm still a recent graduate, and this rogue is nearing 40. Qin Xiao regarded Tony with visible disdain. Damn it. My sexual orientation has always been perfectly normal. I've just been exceptionally busy with the reactor modifications, my suit, and joining the peculiar club of misfits alongside you. A rare hint of panic crossed Tony's face. Of course, Qin Xiao understood that Tony was not genuinely infatuated with him. Yet Tony's demeanor piqued his curiosity. You seem off, Tony. Qin Xiao lifted his glass, taking a deep sip, savoring the taste. Come on, tell me, what is troubling you? Is there something you cannot voice? Insane. My health is impeccable. It's just, regarding Pepper, Tony hesitated, finally broaching his feelings for Pepper. Though we haven't formally established a relationship, it's always been somewhat. I certainly wish we could be together directly, but lately, we've both been swamped with our own affairs. Tony expressed his frustration, tinged with fear. The women outside were plentiful, often approaching him without invitation. However, when one truly encounters someone they admire, they often find themselves at a loss for words. Even if it is evident that the object of their affection shares an interest, the hesitation to express it remains. Qin Xiao tilted his head in contemplation, recalling similar scenarios depicted in films. In Iron Man, there was a moment when Tony almost shared a kiss with Pepper, but their moment was interrupted, leading to Tony being questioned by a female reporter about his dealings in arms with terrorists, prompting him to confront Obadiah. Later, despite his efforts to confess before a press conference, he remained silent. Ultimately, it was only during a crisis in Iron Man 2, after Tony saved Pepper, that they found themselves embracing on a rooftop, finally solidifying their relationship. One, outwardly nonchalant but internally insecure, hesitated to express his true feelings, while the other, witnessing the numerous women who frequented Tony's life, felt a sense of insecurity, leaving both reluctant to take the initiative. In such matters, outsiders could offer no assistance. Thus, Tony was destined to spend the evening in solitary melancholy. Meanwhile, Ivan Vanko lay in a coma in Monaco for 3 days. Upon awakening, Qin Xiao and Tony visited him in the hospital. I saw the earliest design schematics, which bore the name Anton Vanko. Is he your father? Ivan remained silent, prompting Tony to speak first. You are unworthy to mention that name. Your family are thieves. Everything you possess rightfully belongs to the Vanko family. Ivan replied with a calm demeanor, as if he bore no bitterness for his failure to attack Tony and his current predicament as a captive. Your father sought to exploit this for profit, intending to weaponize it, but my father thwarted him. Anton Vanko made his own mistakes, Tony retorted, and after that, a heavy silence enveloped them as they exchanged knowing glances. Both understood that this was not a matter of right or wrong, rendering the discussion pointless. After a lengthy pause, Ivan suddenly exclaimed, You have lost, Stark. You have been defeated from the very beginning. His laughter erupted, causing him to gasp for breath, while the handcuffs clanged against the bed frame. Qin Xiao and Tony exchanged glances, with Qin Xiao awkwardly scratching his head. Has he lost his mind? I used PVC pipes. They aren't that powerful. Could Thor have made him daft? Hey, what are you laughing about? Ivan, still chuckling, directed his attention to Qin Xiao. You ought to ask Stark just how excruciating palladium poisoning can be. Ha ha ha. Palladium poisoning? Qin Xiao feigned surprise as he looked at Tony. His face etched with concern. Ivan's laughter grew even louder. Huh. It seems your friend is unaware of this. You ought to inform him of the dire consequences of harboring a reactor within your body. Oh damn. Tony, is this truly the case? Why did you not inform me sooner? Let us ponder a solution together. What shall we do now? We should consult a physician. Surely, there must be a remedy, correct? Oh, my God. Qin Xiao is indeed quite cooperative with Ivan Vanko, though regrettably, his performance is excessively theatrical. Tony initially intended to collaborate, but he could no longer restrain himself and promptly pushed Qin Xiao aside. Your performance is far too exaggerated. The style of the Broadway opera from a century ago is far more natural than yours. It is utterly repulsive. Oh, is that so? Surely not. I have read the book on an actor's self-cultivation, you know. I believe I performed rather well just now. What do you think, Ivan? Qin Xiao inquired with a mischievous grin directed at Ivan Vanko. Chapter 76. The Illuminati as Qin Xiao and Tony stepped out of the hospital room. The air was thick with the dual tirade of Ivan Vanko, laced with both Russian and English. The police outside, believing that Qin Xiao and Tony had done something to provoke the prisoner, wore expressions of palpable tension. However, what truly gnawed at Ivan Vanko was not merely that Tony had narrowly escaped palladium poisoning, but rather that when Tony unveiled his new arc reactor and recounted its origins, Ivan felt the crushing weight of his father's defeat by Howard Stark, a reality he found exceedingly hard to accept. In truth, regardless of the extent of one's contributions to a matter, those who are cast aside often perceive the situation as their own achievement, painting their ousters as utterly inept. From a young age, Ivan had deemed Howard Stark a mere charlatan, a merchant of fame rather than a genuine scientist. He believed that all of Stark's accomplishments stemmed from the legacy of his father and other scientists. Thus, when he learned that Tony Stark's father had invented a new element decades prior, significantly enhancing the arc reactor's power but unable to manifest it due to the technological limitations of the time, Ivan found this revelation difficult to reconcile. Tony, that fellow is now a living arc reactor, with countless eyes fixated upon him. The very stick you hold may soon be seized by others. Qin Xiao remarked quietly to Tony as they exited the hospital. This sentiment was one Qin Xiao had wrestled with internally before voicing. From the outset, he had considered his greatest asset to be his omniscience. Although he had glimpsed trailers of Loki and was aware of the existence of the Time Variance Authority, he had always believed that possessing a system would shield him from detection. Yet, the words of Ancient One had shifted his perspective. He no longer sought to alter the narrative, nor would he merely tread the path laid out before him. He resolved to follow his heart. Since the butterfly's wings had already begun to flutter, he would allow them to do so with grace and freedom. Thus, with Ivan Vanko remaining at the hospital, Qin Xiao understood that if the original storyline were to unfold, Ivan would still be rescued by Justin Hammer. While Qin Xiao was indifferent to the prospect of another confrontation, he chose to adopt the stance of a friend, offering a subtle warning to Tony, for Ivan Vanko's ire was primarily directed at Tony Stark. Should we notify Nick Fury to intervene? Tony inquired tentatively as they stood by the seaside at the hospital's entrance. To be candid, I have absolute faith in Nick Fury when it comes to safeguarding the world. However, let us not forget, Tony, that he is backed by the World Security Council, filled with politicians from various governments, and you know how desperately the U.S. government covets your armor. This matter had been broached during their initial trip to the Middle East, where they had contemplated the formation of a clandestine organization, one that would operate independently of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers. Its purpose would be to address issues obstructed in certain regions, ultimately serving to provide a more unrestrained protection of the world. The previous operation in the Middle East, where two individuals eliminated the Ten Commandments gang, and Qin Xiao's solitary endeavor to uproot a drug lord in Mexico, are both noteworthy. Of course, Qin Xiao's primary motivation during that mission was largely financial. In fact, I had even devised a name and developed a mobile application. Tony unveiled the interface of his phone, revealing an app intriguingly named Illuminati. This Easter egg from Iron Man 2 leaves one to ponder when Marvel might address it. Especially considering Iron Man's demise, perhaps I shall fill that gap myself, though the members will undoubtedly differ from those in the comics, given this is the cinematic universe. Oh? Qin Xiao gazed with keen interest at Tony's phone. It's not fully developed yet. It functions akin to a chat and task-sharing software, enabling the discovery of crises and the uploading of missions for nearby resolutions, primarily designed for confidential communication. Prior to his journey to the Middle East, Qin Xiao was essentially planting the seeds for the future independence of the Avengers. However, after witnessing the massacre in the Middle East, his perspective shifted. He genuinely believed that certain organizations and individuals warranted extreme measures. His encounter with the Ancient One further expanded his contemplations. Nevertheless, such thoughts are of little consequence now. What truly matters is that Tony and he had reached a consensus. I can now input the name Ivan Vanko into the app. Tony remarked as he accessed it on his phone. You could simply strike through his name. He likely has no future. Qin Xiao remarked, glancing toward the hospital. Boom. As soon as he spoke, a tremendous explosion erupted from the hospital across the street. The blast not only severed the multi-story hospital in half, but also unleashed a shockwave that swept across the entire street. Qin Xiao, quick on his feet, turned to shield Tony, protecting him from the debris of steel and concrete, along with other hazardous materials that posed a lethal threat to the average person. While the fragments of the explosion were successfully blocked, the shockwave unexpectedly propelled both individuals into the ocean. Splash! Qin Xiao grasped Tony's hand, and both surfaced, expelling seawater from their mouths. The entire hospital had been obliterated, collapsing sideways onto an adjacent building amidst a haze of dust, car alarms, and cries for help from the ruins. First, we must rescue the survivors. Tony, with a complex expression as he glanced at the hospital, felt the weight of responsibility pressing upon him, attributing the calamity to himself. Qin Xiao regarded him silently, then swam toward the vehicle they had arrived in, now slowly sinking beneath the waves. With a powerful punch, he smashed open the trunk and extracted Tony's Mark V suit, utilizing the suit's built-in scanning capabilities. Combined with Qin Xiao's extraordinary strength, the two collaborated with the arriving government personnel to rescue those trapped beneath the debris. There were 52 individuals with serious injuries, and 37 fatalities, including one pregnant woman and 5 children, with one person still unaccounted for. Tony's countenance was ominously dark as he relayed a series of numbers to Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao's expression mirrored his disquiet for such matters, when viewed through the lens of the news, merely appeared as stark figures. Yet, upon contemplating the lost lives, particularly those of children among them, one could not help but feel a surge of fervor and indignation. Ivan Vanko. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Xiao uttered the name, for if only one person had vanished, it could only be him. Chapter 77. The Puppet Master. There was no sign of unusual activity on the part of Justin Hammer, whether in terms of personnel communication or the inflow and outflow of his funds. Qin, your conjecture was indeed correct. This matter is unrelated to Hammer. Very well, I understand. It appears there is no need to monitor Justin Hammer any further. The agents in France have all been deployed, and should they attempt to leave with anyone, we will be promptly informed. This adversary is exceptionally professional, ruthless, and strikes with unyielding force. Exercise caution. You two, complete your mission and return swiftly. We shall meet in New York. In New York, Qin Xiao concluded his call with the Black Widow. Given the magnitude of the disturbance, both he and Tony suspected that Justin Hammer was not behind it. Nevertheless, Qin had requested the Black Widow to investigate, and indeed, everything appeared normal on Hammer's end. Who could it be? Qin Xiao furrowed his brow in contemplation. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed through the room, prompting Qin Xiao to rise and open the door. Tony entered without a word, pouring himself a large glass of water and consuming it in one gulp. Finally, he exhaled and spoke. One of the officers has regained consciousness. He claims there were 5 intruders, 3 Caucasians, one of whom is a woman, and 1 African American. They moved with remarkable speed and possessed incredible strength. He fired 4 shots without hitting a single target. From his description, the individuals he encountered resemble you. 5 super soldiers. Qin, do you recall the incident in Mexico? The one with the metallic arm? I suspect they are part of a formidable hidden organization, one that includes drug traffickers, super soldiers, and possibly an impressive team of scientists. When Tony mentioned that the officer reported 5 individuals, a sense of familiarity washed over Qin Xiao, and upon the mention of Bucky, the pieces began to fall into place. 5 super soldiers, Hydra, and the facility in Siberia. They have activated the 5 super soldiers in Siberia without sending Bucky to the forefront. Could it be that Alexander Pierce is behind this? Just as the name Hydra suggests, this organization has numerous branches. Alexander Pierce, the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., is merely one of its leaders. Qin Xiao recalled the creation of the Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver using the Mind Stone, and how Baron Strucker had long operated in Europe. Could he be involved? Qin Xiao felt a cloud of confusion envelop him, even with his current prowess. He found himself powerless in the face of such circumstances. Though he was aware of many plot lines from films, the hidden locations of Hydra's bases remained a mystery, let alone the challenge of locating them. Washington, World Security Council. Alexander Pierce's office. That treacherous Francis. How dare he activate the Siberian base without authorization? That is one of our trump cards, the damn fool. Now the entirety of Europe is teeming with S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. He is going to ruin us. You best tread carefully, Strucker. Alexander Pierce was unusually furious, devoid of the composed and steady demeanor he typically exhibited. Do not be concerned. My old friend, you are indeed the head of the World Security Council, and most of the agents within S.H.I.E.L.D. are your people. What I have to fear? Baron Strucker's voice exuded a remarkable calmness. It is understandable, for the greatest threat to S.H.I.E.L.D. is that most of their personnel are aligned with them, and at present, there are no organizations akin to the Avengers keeping a watchful eye on their activities. At this moment, Hydra has yet to encounter any formidable adversaries. Do you believe Nick Fury is a fool? I know him well. He is not so easily deceived. I wonder what other cards he holds. The last time we convened, we agreed upon the Insight Project, which is of utmost significance. Should we expose ourselves now, we would incite the wrath of the entire world. If that were to happen, I could only resign myself to my role as chairman, patiently awaiting the arrival of future opportunities. Do you comprehend? We have waited for so many years, finally grasping a chance to realize our ambitions. We cannot afford to reveal ourselves at this juncture. Perhaps Alexander Pierce's fervent discourse, accompanied by his emphatic gestures, somewhat swayed Baron Strucker. His tone shifted to a more earnest demeanor, shedding the earlier apathy. I recognize the gravity of the situation. The ARC project is indeed alluring. I too have been tempted in the past. However, this is not the right moment. I shall instruct my subordinates to remain concealed and refrain from provoking S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel, while exerting every effort to locate that Francis fellow and resolve this matter, ensuring our safety. Strucker's assurance significantly calmed Alexander Pierce's emotions. He inhaled deeply and stated, if he is exposed, I shall eliminate him without hesitation, for the safety of all, for the glory of Hydra, long live Hydra. Long live Hydra. Meanwhile, in New York, at a certain golf course, Justin Hammer stood on the green, his frustration palpable as he swung with fury. The elusive Ivan Vanko had slipped through his fingers, leaving him in a state of utter discontent. Particularly vexing was the fact that he had preemptively arranged for assistance from the police and prison officials, expending considerable favors and finances to extricate Vanko at the moment of his incarceration. In the end, it was all for naught. Take it easy, Justin. Golf is a refined sport. You cannot treat it as you would Tony Stark's head. Sometimes, excessive force will only hinder your aim. A middle-aged man approached Justin Hammer with measured steps. Senator Stern, I recall just a week ago you were urging me to hasten the development of the armor. Why do you appear so unfazed now? Justin Hammer, in a foul mood, had little patience for the senator, with whom he had collaborated extensively. Having spent many years in the Senate, I have learned a valuable lesson. This world is one of collaboration and mutual benefit, much like our alliance regarding the armor project. Anger resolves nothing. Allow me to introduce you to a friend, Mr. Francis Aubrey. Senator Stern took a step aside, revealing the man behind him. This was a well-preserved middle-aged gentleman, appearing to be in his 50s with impeccably groomed hair. Francis was one of the most aristocratic figures of pure European lineage, possessing an unimaginable potential influence across Europe, encompassing stocks, political elections, and large-scale energy projects. Whatever one might require, he had the means to provide it, including rescuing a genius from Siberia and Monaco. Senator Stern grinned, revealing a set of small, yellowed teeth. Chapter 78, Collaboration. Europeans, particularly those of the upper echelons of society, place great emphasis on the purity of their lineage. Justin Hammer is acutely aware that many of the old aristocracy in Europe prefer to seclude themselves within their ancient castles, adhering to the most venerable traditions. They hold in disdain the new money aristocrats who lack pure bloodlines, and even the Queen of England finds herself subjected to their scorn. Numerous contemporary literary works and films depicting vampires often draw inspiration from these antiquated figures, who wield considerable control over a vast array of resources in Europe. However, Justin Hammer remains indifferent to such concerns. As an American, he values pragmatism and reality. The concept of lineage can be cast aside. Yet Ivan Vanko is someone whom Justin Hammer cannot afford to relinquish. The miniature arc reactor represents his singular opportunity to ascend above Tony Stark. Setting aside his golf club, he slightly bows and greets this relic of European aristocracy with impeccable etiquette. As you are aware, our project has been underway for quite some time. We possess the finest weaponry and sensor systems in the world. The only component we lack is that small luminescent device embedded in Stark's chest. Senator Stern raised a finger and tapped his chest, attempting what he believed to be a humorous quip. He then turned to Justin Hammer, stating, Francis is exceedingly interested in the armored suits. Of course, he harbors no ambitions regarding the Department of Defense's contracts. He merely seeks some finished suits to equip his bodyguards. However, there are numerous opportunities for collaboration ahead, particularly in the realm of new energy. If you're interested, you know how these nobles prefer to remain in the background, as stepping into the limelight would compromise their elegance. Justin Hammer, indeed, found the prospects of the miniature arc reactor to be immensely promising. Limiting its application solely to military endeavors would be a disservice to such a groundbreaking invention. Prompted by Senator Stern, the two engaged in an enthusiastic dialogue. Future collaborations would unfold gradually, with Francis's associates escorting Ivan Vanko into Hammer Industries that very day. Naturally, the arc reactor's technology would not be shared. Francis's team would remain vigilant on-site to prevent Justin Hammer from acquiring the reactor's secrets from Ivan Vanko. Following this incident, Francis would invest in a new energy company in the United States, with Justin Hammer at the helm, establishing the largest new energy enterprise in the world. These terms were simply unacceptable for Hammer to refuse. After their conversation concluded, he departed hastily to prepare for Ivan Vanko's arrival. Observing Justin Hammer's swift exit, Francis remarked to Senator Stern, "You have secured a commendable pawn, ambitious yet not particularly astute. Allowing him to take center stage is a wise choice. Henceforth, I shall rely on your guidance here." Senator Stern laughed heartily. "Pierce is scouring the globe for you. If he were to discover that you are hiding right beneath his nose, he would likely be incensed enough to leap from his office." Francis laughed heartily. He could not afford to falter now, for the Insight project depended on his momentum. The notion of placing a gun over the heads of all humanity was truly a stroke of genius from Dr. Zola. Such a plan, capable of controlling the very essence of life across the globe, should be in the hands of individuals like us, rather than the conservative Pierce. Wouldn't you agree? Francis's words elicited a broad grin from Stern, who, enticed by the prospect of global dominion, unhesitatingly chose to ally with Francis, betraying Alexander Pierce in the process. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that behind him, Francis, still chuckling, regarded him with the same disdain one might reserve for a fool. Meanwhile, the Hydra operatives had successfully delivered Ivan Vanko to Justin Hammer's company. Qin Xiao and Tony were still entangled in their search in Monaco. Since the emergence of Ivan Vanko, or rather, since the revelation of the second individual capable of manufacturing a miniature arc reactor, the pressure from the U.S. government on Tony had intensified significantly. Initially, Tony had opted against relinquishing his technology, boldly declaring that no one would be able to produce an arc reactor for at least several years. This stance slightly alleviated the government and military's pressure, as it meant that the technology remained in American hands, and though the government had not obtained it, Iron Man was, after all, an American asset. However, with the appearance of a second contender, especially one who had been rescued by less scrupulous individuals, the government was no longer easily placated. Should such technology fall into Russian hands, it would signify that America would be under the looming threat of the combatants for many years to come. This is devoid of any political implications. Within the cinematic realm, the combatants are invariably portrayed as malevolent. Tony Stark found himself inundated with calls from Pepper and Rhodey, relaying pressures from various quarters. "Tony, this cannot continue. What do you intend to do?" Qin Xiao inquired, sprawled on the hotel sofa. Having spent recent days diligently pursuing leads to locate Ivan Vanko, he had already sent Jane, Thor, and Daisy back, leaving only himself and Tony in Monaco. "I was unaware before, but now I have conceived a new strategy." Tony had just ended his call with Rhodey. "Rhodey is military personnel. I trust him. If I were to provide him with a suit of armor, it could momentarily deter the government's pursuit and ensure that the armor does not fall into the wrong hands. Most crucially, the Illuminati requires new members, and the two of us are woefully insufficient. Currently, we can only rely on SHIELD for intelligence. That plan is quite astute. Since we are merely floundering here, it would be more beneficial for us to return together, thereby increasing our available resources." Qin Xiao exclaimed, rising abruptly from the sofa. "Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Those individuals have taken Ivan Vanko, and it is inconceivable that they could keep him concealed indefinitely. The battle armor is their true objective. I have instructed Jarvis to monitor the whereabouts of various precious metals in the market, including the raw materials required for the arc reactor and the metals necessary for the armor. Unless they possess access to diverse metal mines and have established extraction and refining technologies, the moment they commence the production of the armor, I will undoubtedly track them down," Tony Stark declared with unwavering confidence. Chapter 79. Target Lock. Given the nature of mass production, it is evident that Hammer's battle armor cannot solely rely on the precious titanium alloy, as Tony Stark does. The warehouses of Hammer Industries are replete with various ordinary alloys. However, the creation of a miniature arc reactor necessitates a substantial quantity of palladium. Each missile requires a mere 0.2 grams of this precious metal, and he does not possess a significant stockpile. Furthermore, although Ivan Vanko is unable to synthesize new elements, he has nonetheless adjusted the rotational speed of the reactor in an effort to match Tony Stark's standards. This upgrade of the arc reactor demands even more palladium. Unfortunately, the inventory at Hammer Industries is merely sufficient to fulfill the current year's weapons orders from the Department of Defense. Consequently, Hammer resorted to purchasing palladium in large quantities through a small company registered under his name. Despite his meticulous efforts to acquire the metal in batches through various companies, he was quickly discovered by JARVIS, who vigilantly monitors the market. Soon, the identities of the owners of these small enterprises were uncovered. The data regarding Hammer Industries' palladium purchases over the past 5 years, the weapons orders they received, And even the palladium requirements for contracts signed this year and potential orders for the next year were all presented in front of Tony. Justin Hammer. Could it truly be you? Tony murmured, reopening the data sent to his phone by J.A.R.V.I.S. the previous day, pondering how Justin Hammer could possess such audacity. Hey, fish finder, what do you think? Qin Xiao stood by the floor-to-ceiling glass, observing the fish swimming beneath. Originally, the base in New York was intended to be located on a farm in the suburbs, but after donating $1 billion to the Avengers Initiative, Qin Xiao insisted on securing this secret base beneath the river, believing that it befitted an organization of such financial stature. Indeed, it was all about the ambience. To cultivate this sense of style, he often mimicked Nick Fury, standing motionless by the window with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the fish below. As a result, Tony affectionately dubbed him Fish Finder. What do I think? I'm not Yuan Fong. We can discuss it when Natasha returns. She went for an interview at Hammer Industries today, Qin Xiao replied, rubbing his eyes before taking a seat at the table. Who is Yuan Fong? Tony inquired, pulling out a bag of chips from somewhere, munching as he spoke. He's the Chinese counterpart to Watson, having assisted the Chinese Sherlock Holmes in solving many significant cases. Speaking of Sherlock Holmes, Tony, I recall watching a film where the lead character, Holmes, bore a striking resemblance to you. Do you have any relatives in Hollywood? Qin Xiao remarked with a sudden playful glint in his eye. None, Tony said, contemplating seriously for a moment. You truly need to refine your taste in cinema. A film I have never heard of must undoubtedly be a complete disaster. Indeed, especially the leading male actor, who appears utterly foolish. I have never encountered such a lackluster performer, Qin Xiao remarked with a peculiar smile. Tony instinctively sensed something amiss, yet he could not articulate what it was. Eventually, he could only retort to Qin Xiao, you ought to consult a doctor. Spending all day surrounded by people might have affected your mind. Just as Qin Xiao was about to retort, the entrance to the base swung open. Natasha, clad in a stunning red dress, strode confidently inside. Qin Xiao promptly stepped forward, pulling out a chair for the Black Widow to sit down, and thoughtfully poured her a glass of water. Ever since his few days of frivolity with Daisy and Monaco, he felt an inexplicable sense of guilt upon seeing the Black Widow. Look at her. Oh my God, how can there be such a beautiful woman? I wager $1 that scoundrel Justin Hammer must want to keep her as his personal secretary. The Black Widow, being an agent, was particularly aware of the significant events that had transpired in Monaco. While she was oblivious to Qin Xiao's rapid journey on the plane, she certainly knew he had been accompanied by a woman in Monaco. However, the Black Widow did not delve deeper into the matter. She merely shot a glance at Qin Xiao, took a sip of water, and commented, in fact, I did not encounter Hammer, but after spending the morning at his company, I uncovered quite a bit. Tony, does your computer have the blueprints for Hammer Tower? Tony hastily tapped a few keys, turning the screen around. Here. The Black Widow pointed to several locations on the blueprint. These underground sections were originally designated as a research base for the military's armor development project. Hammer Industries invested a substantial number of scientists and resources here. However, just a few days ago, he abruptly evacuated all personnel, including security staff, turning this place into a no-go zone for Hammer Industries. I managed to sneak 2 cups of fine coffee into the building's surveillance room and discovered that all footage from that afternoon concerning the entrances and exits of the underground research facility, elevators, and even the parking lot had been erased. Coupled with the list of companies purchasing palladium that Jarvis uncovered, I am certain he is constructing an arc reactor. Or rather, Ivan Vanko is indeed inside Hammer Tower. Unfortunately, access now requires a special pass, and aside from Justin Hammer, no one knows who possesses that authority. The Black Widow recounted her findings in one breath, nearly confirming that Ivan Vanko was indeed within Hammer Tower. So what are we waiting for? You are the most formidable intelligence agency in the world. Contact agents, strike teams, special forces, and conduct an immediate raid on the location. Catch them red-handed. Tony spread his hands in exasperation. The Black Widow rolled her eyes in resignation. That is a military collaboration project's experimental base. You should understand better than anyone what that entails. Unless you persuade more than 2/3 of the Senate, what then? Shall I don my battle armor and storm in? After all, the target has been locked. There is no need for excessive formality. As long as we ascertain that Ivan Vanko is present, matters will become considerably easier. It is not an impossibility. The Black Widow is not one to adhere rigidly to convention, yet she ultimately rejected this proposal. However, we do possess some more astute alternatives that can achieve the same effect. What alternatives? Qin Xiao and Tony inquired in unison. That would require our 2 superheroes to endure a bit of indignity and perform a grand action scene. The Black Widow remarked with a smile. Chapter 80, an awkward performance scene, a rooftop of a building 30 meters east of Hammer Industries in Manhattan. Starring Qin Xiao, Tony Stark director, Natasha Romanoff writers, Natasha Romanoff. Qin Xiao, Tony Stark. Qin Xiao and Tony Stark had just received a call from Rhodey, who was currently at the Air Force Base overseeing the installation of weapons on Rhodey's new armor. Once they detected Ivan Vanko, Rhodey was prepared to apprehend him immediately. Upon their return, Tony had a lengthy discussion with Rhodey, resulting in the military acquiring a suit of armor, and the list of the Illuminati now included War Machine. Everything is set. How about you two? Are you ready, heroes? Black Widow's voice drifted through the earpiece. Absolutely. Tony responded with unwavering confidence. Qin Xiao turned to glance behind him, nodding as he said, "Let us go." Action. Black Widow lightly tapped the table, signaling the start. Boom. No sooner had Black Widow finished her sentence than the thrusters on Tony's suit ignited at full throttle, propelling him forcefully into Qin Xiao's abdomen, shattering the rooftop railing and launching them into the air. "Tony, you jerk. I wasn't ready." Qin Xiao shouted, suspended midair. "The director has called start. You must learn what professionalism entails, my friend. We are adversaries now," Tony replied, grasping one of Qin Xiao's arms and executing a swift pivot, utilizing kinetic energy to execute a powerful throw that sent Qin Xiao crashing toward the ground. Boom. The impact at the entrance of Hammer Industries visibly fractured the pavement. Huh. Didn't he hit the ground? Tony's suit appeared above Qin Xiao, trailing flames. The thrusters emitted a blinding white light as two laser cannons aimed directly at Qin Xiao. "Damn it, Tony. That wasn't in the script." Qin Xiao murmured under his breath, narrowly evading the lasers and sprinting toward the interior of Hammer Industries. Without hesitation, Tony maneuvered his suit through the shattered glass of the door, bursting inside. Just as he entered, a coffee table soared towards him, propelled by Qin Xiao's grip. Crash. Glass shattered everywhere, but Tony was slammed hard against the sidewall. "Improvising, are we? You're a quick learner." Tony's voice grumbled through the earpiece. He quickly regained his footing, pointing his right hand at Qin Xiao. The screen within the suit's visor displayed a line of dialogue, and Tony glanced at it before reading it aloud with a crumpled expression. "Qin, I considered you my most trusted friend. Yet you dare to negotiate business with that clown Justin Hammer. Do you realize that he's the very type of pretentious scoundrel I loathe?" The dialogue conveys a sense of betrayal by a friend, accompanied by feelings of sorrow and indignation, tinged with a hint of anger and a sense of helplessness. However, the lengthy annotations resulted in Tony delivering his lines with a lackluster tone, akin to tepid water. A sigh from Black Widow echoed in the headphones. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao observed as Tony stood frozen, pointing at him, and with a resounding crash, he discarded a coffee table that had been reduced to merely its frame. This was merely a business collaboration, devoid of any personal sentiments, and we have yet to formally sign a contract. Is this truly your justification for casting me down from such heights? I yearned to strike back fiercely. Suddenly, a girl, presumably from the front desk, screamed while clutching her head and dashed between them, stepping on shards of glass. "I want to kick your behind, Tony." As the girl ran past, Qin Xiao resumed his dialogue. Within the base, Black Widow infiltrated Hammer Industry surveillance, covering her face in exasperation upon witnessing the scene. "Kick my behind. I am Iron Man. Do you presume my armor is as easily vanquished as the trash produced by Hammer Industries?" Tony monotonously concluded his lines once more. Then, tick-tock. The sound of the wall clock as seconds echoed between the two. A gust of wind stirred a few documents, fluttering them between them. "Is it your turn now?" Tony's voice resonated in the headphones. "You altered the lines, Tony. I am unsure how to respond. The latter part of what you just said was your own addition." Qin Xiao whispered into the headset. "Gentlemen, our dialogue is meant to render the illusion of a genuine altercation for the audience. Yet now everyone on the first floor has fled. Cease the act and proceed with force." Black Widow seethed, wishing to deliver herself a resounding slap, lamenting that allowing these two to perform was the most regrettable decision of her espionage career. The embarrassment was unbearable. In the underground research facility, the tremors from above compelled the personnel below to assume a defensive posture. 5 super soldiers remained, with only one female overseeing Ivan Vanko's work. The remaining 4 joined forces with a contingent of guards procured by Hammer, vigilantly watching the elevator entrance. What they failed to notice was that just as they departed, Ivan Vanko cast a knowing glance at the female super soldier, swiftly switching the computer interface. His fingers danced across the keyboard with remarkable speed. At the elevator entrance, a tremendous crash reverberated as the elevator descended at an abnormal velocity. Dust billowed forth from the opened elevator doors. In unison, the guards raised their weapons, aiming at the elevator entrance. With a thunderous boom, the elevator doors were violently breached, and a figure clad in crimson and gold surged forth into the throng. Rat-a-tat-tat. A group of guards instinctively squeezed the triggers of their weapons, but alas, before they could fire more than a few shots, they were sent hurtling away by the force of Tony's suit, compounded by the impact of the elevator doors. Before they had time to react, a thunderous crash resonated from above. Qin Xiao descended from the ceiling, and like wolves among sheep, the two of them charged, colliding with the guards and scattering them like leaves in a tempest, leaving them sprawled on the ground, unable to rise for a considerable time. Surrounding the research facility were hundreds of assembled suits of armor. Tony recognized these as the products of a collaboration between Justin Hammer and the military. and he possessed detailed information on these suits. As individual combat suits, they were commendable in various aspects, yet they lacked energy sources, relying solely on charging for basic movements. However, some of the suits glimmered with a faint blue light emanating from their chests, an arc reactor. Tony and Qin Xiao exchanged a knowing glance. They had indeed found the right place. Just as they were about to venture further in search of Ivan Vanko, a blur of movement caught their attention. For imposing figures, expressionless with vacant gazes, clad in combat boots and camouflage pants, their upper bodies dressed only in tank tops, appeared before them. Super soldiers. Chapter 81: The counterattack of Ivan Vanko for super soldiers, each with an expressionless visage, their eyes as frigid as those of cold-blooded creatures, fixated their gaze upon him. Tony felt as though he were ensnared by four serpents, slick scales glistening, the hiss of their flickering tongues echoing in his mind. The thought sent a shiver coursing through his armored suit. Do not regard me with such eyes. I hold no interest in your girlfriends or perhaps mothers. Bang. Bang. The response was the dull thud of two powerful punches. The four super soldiers, paired off, lunged towards Tony and Qin Xiao. Eager to gauge the disparity between himself and these formidable foes, Qin Xiao unleashed less than half of his strength, engaging two super soldiers in a fierce bout. Tony, having spoken out of turn, was swiftly met with a blow from each of the two super soldiers, forcing him to stagger back several steps. At that moment, the thrusters roared to life as he prepared to confront the two super soldiers head-on. Focus on capturing them. Leave the rest to me, Qin Xiao shouted from the sidelines. Hearing his words, Tony's armored arms swung, propelling him upward in a diagonal ascent, charging straight ahead. As the two super soldiers attempted to pursue, Qin Xiao, enduring two strikes upon his back, seized the waistbands of the two super soldiers in front of him. Come back here, he commanded, yanking them downwards with tremendous force, before turning to engage in a fierce struggle with the remaining super soldiers. Meanwhile, Tony soared past Qin Xiao and the others, darting into a corridor. Upon reaching the entrance of the innermost room, the last remaining female super soldier emerged nonchalantly, closing the door behind her and beckoning Tony with a contemptuous gesture. At that moment, Tony had no inclination for chivalry. He raised his palm and unleashed a laser blast. The female super soldier sidestepped. Yet the blast obliterated a large hole in the door behind her. Ivan Vanko, Tony exclaimed, his tone revealing a sense of recognition. Ivan Vanko lifted his gaze, displaying a cryptic smile towards Tony, then resumed typing on the keyboard before him. In the outer hall, the eyes of the armored suits flickered to life with a bright glow. Tony, uninterested in battling the woman, intended to accelerate past her in pursuit of Ivan Vanko. However, the corridor's low height and narrow width permitted only 2 or 3 individuals to pass side by side. As Tony initiated his acceleration, the female super soldier leapt, using the wall as leverage to grasp his armored legs. With Tony's propulsion still insufficient, she landed heavily, shouting as she forcefully slammed Tony's entire suit to the ground. The suit crashed down with a resounding thud, and the female super soldier, seizing her opportunity, advanced and delivered a fierce stomp onto the fallen Tony. In response, Tony activated the thrusters on his hands and feet, propelling himself backwards several meters before taking flight once more. Suspended in midair, he declared, "Well, you have provoked my ire. In light of your femininity, I shall spare your face from my wrath." No sooner had the words left his lips than a cacophony of whistling air pierced the silence from behind. Tony instinctively turned to look, witnessing no fewer than a dozen towering armored suits rushing toward him with great fervor. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao, having engaged in combat for a brief while, discerned that the strength and speed of these super soldiers were not as formidable as he had anticipated. In fact, they seemed slightly weaker than his initial self. Whether this was due to their serum absorption rate or the prolonged entrapment in Siberian ice, it appeared they had yet to fully regain their former prowess. After enduring numerous blows, Qin Xiao had nearly gauged the capabilities of his opponents. Just as he was about to unleash his full power to conclude the battle, he suddenly heard the unmistakable whirring of Gatling gun barrels. Familiar with the sound from his time in Mexico, Qin Xiao recalled the brief moment of noise that accompanied both the firing and cessation of these weapons. His mind barely processed the realization before his body could turn to assess the situation. Rat-a-tat-tat. A hail of bullets erupted forth, saturating the air with a deluge of gunfire. In an instant, Qin Xiao felt the sting of bullets piercing every unprotected inch of his back. The sheer number of firearms firing simultaneously was unfathomable. Beside him, one super soldier fell victim to the barrage, his skin and muscles gradually torn apart by the relentless onslaught, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, drenched in blood. 3 other super soldiers, positioned ahead of Qin Xiao and his comrade, managed to evade the initial wave of bullets by swiftly darting to the sides. Though their bodies bore wounds, they successfully navigated through the bullet-ridden zone. With determined strides, Qin Xiao advanced several paces forward, experiencing sharp pangs of pain in the areas not shielded by his combat suit. The most intense discomfort radiated from the back of his head, as if countless iron fingers had struck him repeatedly. He felt disoriented, wondering how many rounds had been unleashed upon his back, just as if to punctuate his thoughts. The Gatling gun on an armored suit's right arm sputtered twice, expelling its last 2 rounds directly into the back of Qin Xiao's head, causing it to jolt forward like a chick pecking at grain. Fortunately, the weaponry of these armored suits was equipped with small magazines, preventing the insertion of a vast number of bullets. Otherwise, this onslaught would have left Qin Xiao on the verge of demise for at least 2 uninterrupted minutes. Is it finished? Now it is my turn, Qin Xiao exclaimed, listening to the sound of the Gatling gun spinning empty. He abruptly turned around, only to find that a multitude of armored suits, at least a dozen, had stepped forward from their previous positions against the wall, forming a line. It was unmistakable that they were the ones who had just targeted him. As Qin Xiao turned around, more than a dozen armored suits retreated a step in unison, while another group of armored suits advanced, their Gatling gun barrels beginning to rotate slowly. Come on, let us see who is faster. With a powerful push of his left leg, the ground shattered beneath him as he propelled himself forward like a cannonball towards the cluster of armored suits. Meanwhile, Tony was besieged by a swarm of armored suits hurtling through the narrow corridor. Not only Tony, but the female super soldier was caught completely off guard. The two were thrown into disarray by the onslaught of armored suits. In the chaos, Tony witnessed one armored suit enter the room and soar skyward, breaking through the ceiling to escape outside. Another armored suit followed closely, cradling Ivan Vanko, who was fused with a laptop, as it ascended through the newly created opening. No, Tony shouted, preparing to devise a way to shake off the armored suit beside him. However, to his astonishment, all the armored suits surrounding him suddenly illuminated their chest with a pulsating red light, emitting a piercing alarm sound. Arriving too late. There will be another chapter shortly. Chapter 82. The death of Hammer not only on Tony's side, but also on Qin Xiao's. A glimpse revealed that over a dozen armored suits ascended into the sky, cradling mysterious metallic components. All the suits surrounding Qin Xiao, whether expended of ammunition or currently firing upon him, flashed a frantic red light from their chests. Tony, we must flee, Qin Xiao shouted desperately through his headset. Tony, too, yearned for escape, yet at least 7 or 8 armored suits encircled him, and he was frantically accelerating with his thrusters, striving to extricate himself from the entanglement of several suits. I wish to leave as well, but it appears I have garnered quite the fanfare among these suits. Perhaps you should depart first? Trust me, I am likely in a far more troublesome predicament, Qin Xiao remarked, observing that at least 20 armored suits had surrounded him. When Tony encountered Ivan Vanko, he instructed Jarvis to relay the information directly to Rhodes. The honest Rhodes displayed uncharacteristic cunning, waiting for Justin Hammer to complete the modifications to the armored suits and their weaponry before launching a direct assault to apprehend him. Alongside the information, Jarvis sent Rhodes a video capturing Tony's descent from the elevator in Hammer Industries' lobby, culminating in his confrontation with Ivan Vanko. The evidence was irrefutable. Even if Justin Hammer were to implicate Senator Stern and Francis in collusion with terrorists, his guilt was already established. The explosion at the Monaco hospital, regardless of the perpetrator's intentions, had been unequivocally labeled an act of terrorism by the international community. Unfortunately, Justin Hammer had only just been escorted from the base when a sniper's bullet ended his life. The shooter, clad in the uniform of the base's soldiers, fired a shot and brazenly boarded a fighter jet, vanishing from the base's radar within a minute. In the office of Alexander Pierce at the World Security Council, Senator Stern, who had once spoken pompously before Justin Hammer, now stood trembling before Pierce's desk. Buzzing, the phone on the desk began to vibrate. Stern abruptly raised his gaze. Fixated on the phone, Alexander Pierce swiftly answered, responding with a nonchalant him. He then looked up at Stern and declared, Hammer is dead. I've cleaned up your mess. Were it not for the slight utility of your Senate position to us, your head would be next. Faced with Alexander Pierce's menacing tone, Stern exhaled deeply, nearly collapsing in relief. I truly cannot fathom the folly of your foolish mind, collaborating with Francis. Do you genuinely believe that the two of you could manipulate the Insight program? Do you really think that upon my demise, you could ascend to the leadership of North America? Foolishness. Alexander Pierce seized a folder from the table and forcefully struck it against Stern's forehead. Stern dared not move an inch. Let us go. Remember to expedite the advancement of the Insight program in the Senate, or else. Alexander Pierce left his words hanging in the air. Stern quickly nodded in agreement and hurriedly exited the room. At a certain estate on the outskirts of New York, 3 super soldiers, who had narrowly escaped death due to Qin Xiao, sat numbly in chairs. They allowed those around them to use small knives to slice open their wounds and extract bullets from their muscle and bone with tweezers, their faces devoid of any expression, as if the knives were not cutting into their flesh at all. Francis reclined on an antique sofa, observing the 3 expressionless super soldiers, his mind replaying the encounter with Qin Xiao and Tony Stark. It appeared that Qin Xiao was even more intriguing than the armor itself. Such formidable combat prowess and defenses. Was this truly the result of the super soldier serum? My interest in you is piqued. At the very moment before the explosion at Hammer Industries, Tony had still been holding on to Qin Xiao as they flew out of the building. Tony's new weapon, a high-intensity laser beam, sliced through all enemy armors in the corridor at the last moment. They burst out just in time to encounter Qin Xiao, who was wielding an armor as a weapon while fighting his way through the chaos. The two managed to escape the building just before the explosion. Unfortunately, their primary target, Ivan Vanko, managed to flee, taking with him a considerable amount of armors from Justin Hammer's stock. From the metallic components Qin Xiao had seen in the hands of certain armors upon their departure, Tony quickly deduced that it must be a suit of armor specially crafted by Ivan Vanko for himself. He had done something similar in the caves of Afghanistan, creating a heap of seemingly unrelated items, which he eventually assembled into armor. Considering those super soldiers, it appeared that Ivan Vanko had been placed under house arrest to manufacture reactors and armors. Yet, Qin Xiao and Tony's intrusion inadvertently provided him with an opportunity to escape. Regrettably, Hammer had been assassinated. Otherwise, they might have extracted crucial information from him regarding who was truly orchestrating these events. 5 super soldiers. Justin Hammer did not possess such power. Black Widow had directly reported this matter to Nick Fury. Only Qin Xiao understood that it was the handiwork of Hydra, though not necessarily that of Alexander Pierce. One must bear in mind that in the film, Alexander Pierce consistently maintained a state of profound restraint. With Dr. Zola's insight program in play, he would not risk revealing himself at such a critical juncture. Ironically, the assassination of Hammer bore the hallmark of Pierce's methods. Only he had the capability to eliminate someone within the United States, even within a military base, and depart unscathed. Were it not for the fact that Ivan Vanko remains in hiding, clandestinely crafting his battle armor, and that Loki persistently observes every move of Thor from above, Qin Xiao might well have sought an audience with the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. It appears that once these two matters are resolved, it shall be time for Captain America to emerge ahead of schedule to confront his nemesis, Hydra. There is little to lament. Ivan Vanko's target is I, and he cannot stealthily abscond with so many suits of armor without my demise. He will not pursue other endeavors until he eliminates me. As soon as I make my presence known, he will undoubtedly reveal himself. I shall reach out to Rhodes. Stark Expo could serve as a platform to showcase military prowess. The final chapter is somewhat delayed. I shall retire early tonight, and tomorrow morning, that chapter will be slightly postponed, yet the total shall remain 4 chapters unchanged. Chapter 83. The Fierce Combat Exhibition at the Stark Expo. Despite the turmoil caused by Hammer Industries, which led to the complete demise of the military's armored project, it was merely a shortage of arc reactors that had hindered their efforts. There were still some suits available to maintain appearances. However, following Ivan Vanko's disruption, even those suits vanished without a trace. Nonetheless, the government invested heavily, utilizing the armor Tony had provided to Rhodes in a bid to redeem their reputation. Aside from Rhodes' heavily modified suit, the government had also taken this opportunity to create dozens of superficially impressive armors. In essence, they were merely plastic shells reinforced with metal, with LED lights masquerading as arc reactors on their chests. While they were certainly unfit for combat, standing still and saluting alongside Rhodes instilled a false sense of security in the uninformed public who were watching the live broadcast from their homes. Due to Tony's strategy to draw out his adversaries, most of the audience consisted of military personnel, aside from the few staff members responsible for filming the broadcast. The rest were either soldiers or government agents. I truly could not fathom what the government officials were thinking. Fully aware of the impending danger, yet still allowing so many media representatives to cover the event, Qin Xiao shrugged backstage, expressing his bewilderment. This is precisely why you shall never be a politician. He recalled his father's words. To be a competent politician, one must learn to speak without uttering a single truth. Yet, it was precisely because of this broadcast that Ivan Vanko would be deceived into believing everything was genuine. Tony, clad in his armor, stood beside Qin Xiao, having previously announced his attendance at the government's armored exhibition. All right, it's nearly my time to take the stage, he declared. Tony, Qin Xiao called out, sensing he had forgotten something. It's nothing, you go ahead. After pondering briefly, Qin Xiao felt no sense of misalignment. Tony cast a curious glance at Qin Xiao, then, with his visor closing, soared into the sky, gracefully circling before descending beside Rhodes. Oh, it is Tony Stark, our Iron Man. Is he here today to challenge our war machine and determine who possesses the mightiest armor? The host provocatively offered, handing the microphone to Tony's suit. In fact, I am here to assess my imitators and see how many can truly match my caliber. Indeed, Tony's words were as incisive as ever. In response, before the host could pass the microphone, War Machine's right arm extended, revealing several gun barrels aimed directly at Tony. Look at Colonel Rhodes, who has risen in rank with his armor, initially a lieutenant colonel. Truly embodying the soldier's spirit, he responds to provocation with gunfire. The host quickly thrust the microphone forward again. Stand back. Rhodes' urgent voice rang out. What? The host believed he had misheard. I shouted, get back. It is not my armor that I control. I am being manipulated. Tony. I am locking onto you. Damn it, my armor is out of control. Rhodey exclaimed in urgency. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao smacked his forehead, finally recalling what he had forgotten. Rhodey's armor had also been modified by Hammer's team, not just the weapon system but the entire control system, identical to those armors controlled by Ivan Vanko. Without concern for the shocking revelation, Qin Xiao shouted at Black Widow and a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, evacuate. Everyone evacuate. Rhodey's armor is under Ivan Vanko's control. Tony, Rhodey's armor has been compromised. Get him out of here. As Qin Xiao's voice echoed in Tony's earpiece, the sound of gunfire erupted outside. You should have thought of this sooner. Now everyone is aware. The sound of clang, clang, clang resonated as Tony's armor deflected numerous bullets. Although the soldiers and agents below were well trained, they were no different from ordinary people in the face of the armor. However, during the evacuation, everyone maintained an orderly and swift pace. Even so, most of those present had not yet exited the venue. Attracting a barrage of fire, Tony realized this could not continue, and he ascended rapidly, braving the bullets. Qin, I won't directly attack Rhodey. Think of a way to destroy that damned reactor in his chest. As Qin Xiao emerged, he saw Tony taking to the skies while Rhodey's armor raised its arm, relentlessly firing at Tony. Just as Qin Xiao contemplated rushing over, Rhodey's armor activated its thrusters, rapidly pursuing Tony. The weapon system locked onto Tony's armor with several barrels appearing behind it, multiple mini-missiles aimed at him. If you want me to disable his reactor, you better circle back or find a way to turn me into Hawkeye, Qin Xiao remarked, observing the two fiery trails soaring through the air. Meanwhile, in the distant sky, a host of armors with trailing flames burst forth. A swarm of armors followed closely behind Tony and Rhodey, racing towards them. Damn it! How many armors did he take last time? Think of something, Qin. A group of armors followed closely, recklessly opening fire on Tony. He dodged, trying to ensure he did not lead them to populated areas. The pressure mounted immensely. What the hell can I come up with? First, attach a rocket booster to my backside. Otherwise, a hot air balloon would suffice. Qin Xiao exclaimed in frustration. I should have given you something that could fly. Damn it. Why didn't you remind me sooner? Tony's voice was accompanied by the sounds of violent explosions and gunfire. Such matters should have been broached by you. As a descendant of the Huaxia people, I am rather reserved. Let us dispense with trivialities. Most of the individuals have departed. Bring them back to me. I shall devise a means to incapacitate Rhodes. Do you not possess a disposable laser cutting line? Qin Xiao called out loudly, surveying the desolate surroundings. Here they come. Suddenly, Tony ascended sharply into the sky, ensuring all the armored suits followed closely beneath him. With a swift maneuver, he darted towards the exhibition area. Are we ready? I am on my way. Here we go. Wait a moment, fellows. Shouldn't you consult my opinion? Rhodes' voice emanated through the headset. Silence. Traitor. Qin Xiao and Tony exclaimed in unison. Chapter 84. The emergence of the enhanced whip lock. Upon arriving at the exposition, Tony executed a sudden descent, plummeting from the air to a height of over 2 meters above the ground. He flew towards Qin Xiao, accompanied by a multitude of armored suits. The dense barrage of bullets compelled Qin Xiao to instinctively shield his head with his hands. The intensity of the assault rendered it nearly impossible for him to open his eyes. As Tony soared overhead, Qin Xiao could only rely on his instincts to grasp a suit of armor and forcefully hurl it to the ground. Damn it, wrong target, Qin Xiao exclaimed, observing the armor on the ground that continued to fire at him with outstretched arms. With a flick of his wrist, he drove a tang knife directly into the reactor core of the armor, which promptly powered down. Could you aim a little better? I don't have a defensive visor. Let us do it again. As they traded barbs in a frenzy, Tony quickly adjusted his trajectory, turning around to charge at Qin Xiao once more. This time, Qin Xiao did not disappoint Tony. Just as the armor soared overhead, he executed a grand leap and tackled Rhodey's suit. To prevent Rhodey's armor from becoming unruly, Qin Xiao plunged a tang knife into its reactor. With a resounding crack, the ordinary metallic alloy of the exterior was effortlessly pierced. However, the internal titanium alloy firmly resisted the blade. It appears I need to earn some points to upgrade my weaponry, Qin Xiao muttered, focusing all his strength to strike the hilt of the knife. With a thrust, the blade sank in over 10 centimeters, nearly penetrating Rhodey's shirt and almost resulting in a grievous injury. Fortunately, the reactor's location was protected by only a thin layer of titanium alloy. Had it been elsewhere, Qin Xiao might not have been able to force the blade through so easily. Qin, Rhodey, how are you faring? Have you resolved the issue? Tony inquired. All is well, except I nearly got stabbed to death by Qin Xiao, Rhodey replied, eyeing the blade at his chest with trepidation, taking cautious breaths to avoid inadvertently injuring himself. You two had better lie down and gaze at the stars for a while. Do not attempt to stand. As Tony's voice faded, He executed a series of aerial maneuvers before landing not far from the two. Once the armored suits descended around him, Tony extended his arms and spun around. Two beams of red laser swiftly rotated twice, slicing the surrounding suits into 3 neat segments. Qin Xiao surveyed the aftermath of the laser's path, astonished to see even trees 100 meters away cleaved into 3 parts. This technique is truly remarkable. Couldn't it last just a bit longer? He mused. Alas, such ultimate techniques are fleeting. If they could be used freely, they would not be deemed ultimate. Tony shrugged. I must ask, could you please remove this knife? The main antagonist has yet to make an appearance, Rhodey lamented from his prone position. Very well. Qin Xiao approached and firmly placed his foot on Rhodey's chest, extracting the Tang Dao from him amidst the jarring sound of metal slicing. Is it over? Tony, are you all right? What about Rhodey? Suddenly, Pepper Potts appeared in her crisp white business attire, accompanied by Black Widow. Pepper, what brings you here? I specifically asked you to stay at the office. Tony questioned, bewildered. You didn't mention you were using yourself as bait today. I thought it was a regular expo. With the chaos and the armors flying everywhere, I had to come and see. Wait, are you blaming me? Did you tell her? Tony directed his gaze at Black Widow. Could someone help me out of this armor? Rhodey interjected, but his plea went unnoticed. In this situation, what could I possibly conceal? Besides, she is already here. Black Widow raised her hands and feigned innocence. Tony, stop deflecting blame. For heaven's sake, could you inform me in advance of your decisions? I don't want to be stuck in the office, watching the news unfold like a fool. Pepper asserted forcefully. I was trying to prevent you from worrying, Pepper. You know how perilous this is. Rhodey's voice echoed once more, still ignored. While Tony and Pepper were embroiled in their argument, Qin Xiao and Black Widow observed the commotion, leaving Rhodey momentarily unattended. Oh, that's a splendid excuse. To prevent my worry, I ended up worrying so much that I left the office and rushed here. What is that sound? A piercing noise sliced through the air. Ivan Vanko is coming. You two, before Tony could finish his sentence. The armors in midair opened fire upon the ground. Qin Xiao swiftly moved to shield the two. You both need to leave, without waiting for their consent. He hoisted them under his arms and leaped a great distance, finally setting them down. Ensure your safety, and the further you can get, the better. Exchanging cautious glances with Black Widow, Qin Xiao returned to the battlefield. As expected, Tony, having exhausted his trump card, was no match for Ivan Vanko. Vanko's armor here was far more formidable than depicted in the films. 3 arc reactors were simultaneously employed in his chest and shoulders, one to provide power, while the other 2 supplied energy for the whips in his arsenal. After all, his moniker was Whiplash, and wielding whips was his specialty. Upon Qin Xiao's return, he found Tony ensnared, with his neck and legs tightly bound by 2 whips. The chaotic energy crackled along the whips, causing Tony's armor to splinter under the relentless assault. In order to confront you, I deliberately sacrificed the mobility of the armor. If you had chosen to flee directly just now, I would have had no particularly effective means to counter it. What a pity. It is essential to note that the energy output of the arc reactor is exceptionally remarkable. Carrying 3 arc reactors presents a considerable challenge to the output circuitry of the armor. It resembles a Gatling gun, where the absurdly high firing rate results in 6 distinct barrels rotating and firing. Consequently, after several minutes of continuous firing, it necessitates a pause to allow the barrels to cool. The design of the armor becomes even more complicated. The addition of 2 reactors directly complicates the output circuitry more than twofold. Regarding these matters, Qin Xiao certainly lacks Tony's profound understanding, as he observes Tony gradually being pushed towards Ivan Vanko. Without hesitation, Qin Xiao leaps forward, thrusting his Tang Dao viciously towards the nape of Ivan Vanko's neck. Chapter 85. The saber cuts through wires. Ivan Vanko had his back turned to Qin Xiao, his attention wholly fixated on Tony before him. With a swift maneuver, Qin Xiao drove the saber directly into the armor. Just like with Ironmonger, the strength of ordinary alloys could not withstand the formidable saber produced by the system. Moreover, Ivan Vanko could now be aptly referred to as Whiplash. The thickness of Whiplash's armor was far inferior to that of Ironmonger. Die. Qin Xiao, fueled by a fierce determination, thrust inward with great force. The blade struck an unyielding object, met with a jarring recoil. What could it be? A special alloy? Before Qin Xiao could react, a series of crackling sounds emanated from the back of Whiplash's armor. A metallic whip, charged with freshly accumulated energy, struck Qin Xiao squarely in the chest, catching him completely off guard and sending him flying. Fortunately, in that moment of impact, Qin Xiao instinctively gripped the saber. Otherwise, he would have left his weapon lodged in Whiplash's frame. He was propelled over 10 meters, rolling several more on the ground before finally coming to a stop. It was then that he discerned the true nature of Whiplash's armor. The spine-like exoskeleton on its back was articulated, unfurling from the neck like a whip-like tail. It was this very appendage that had unexpectedly lashed out at him. Did you truly think I could forget that you were beside Stark? Besides this tail, I owe a debt of gratitude to that fool hammer. Eager to surpass Stark, he hastily ordered some gold titanium alloy after I created the arc reactor, intending to craft a suit akin to Stark's. How fortuitous for me. The inner lining of this armor is entirely composed of gold titanium alloy. Your weapon cannot penetrate it. Can it? Haha. Whiplash's tail struck the ground with tremendous force, creating fine fissures in the surface. Indeed, this exceeded my expectations. However, do you truly believe that your tortoise shell and a tail can thwart me? Your weapon cannot harm me. I can gradually wear away at your defenses layer by layer. Qin Xiao twirled his saber confidently and declared, even if your entire body is encased in gold titanium alloy, once your energy is depleted, you will still be no match for me. Setting aside raw power, with a portion of the Hulk's defensive and regenerative abilities inherited, Qin Xiao was already in an unbeatable position from the outset. You are indeed formidable, and facing you leaves little recourse but to flee. But what of Stark? Can you rescue him before I take his life? As Whiplash spoke, he exerted more force, causing Tony's armor to carve deep furrows into the ground. Damn it! Qin Xiao could not afford to gamble any longer. With a furious curse, he charged at Whiplash. Yet, Whiplash's tail was extraordinarily agile. The folded appendage unfurled into a whip over 3 meters long, creating an impenetrable barrier around him. With the Tang Dao in Qin Xiao's hand, he struck fiercely several times, only to discover that the tail was also constructed from titanium alloy. Unless he aimed precisely at a specific spot and delivered dozens of blows, he would be unable to breach the defense. Tony, you may need to hold out a bit longer. After exchanging blows a few more times, Qin Xiao retreated from the Whiplock's attack range, speaking anxiously. His mind raced, searching for alternative methods. He considered targeting its joints, the thick battle armor. Coupled with 3 arc reactors, meant it was unlikely all the circuits and sensors were hidden within its lining. It would be simply impractical. Tony's voice was slightly distorted, indicating that the whip had begun to deform his armor. Upon hearing Tony's words, Qin Xiao's eyes lit up. He dashed towards the right side of the whip lock, timing his move as the tail swung past, pushing off the ground with his right foot. He swiftly maneuvered to the left side of the whip lock, but little did he know the tail reacted with astonishing speed, slicing through the air towards him with a sharp whistle. Damn it! Qin Xiao cursed, bracing himself as he took a heavy lash on his back, his left hand gripping the whip lock's left leg tightly. With his right hand, he plunged the Tang Dao into the knee, feeling a surge of power from his back. Embracing the left leg of the whip lock with his left arm, he horizontally positioned the Tang Dao, leveraging the force of the whip to spin around the left leg. The blade of his Tang Dao circled half a turn around the leg. Just as Tony had surmised, the rotation of the sword damaged the internal circuitry and sensory systems, sparks flying in all directions. If it's effective, then it's manageable. Qin Xiao's gaze shifted to the right leg. The whip lock, having fallen victim to Qin Xiao's maneuver, grew increasingly anxious. Yet, it refused to relinquish its hold on Tony Stark. One whip remained tightly coiled around Tony's neck, and a wheel on its arm slid rapidly, tightening its grip on Tony's armor. The other whip transformed into a shadow, striking towards Qin Xiao in unison with the tail. Qin Xiao chuckled, pushing off the ground with his legs. He flipped upside down, sliding up the whiplock's right arm. This tactic was learned from Black Widow, who executed a similar move by twisting her thigh around her opponent's neck. Having devised a strategy, everything fell into place, especially since Qin Xiao was unafraid of the whiplock's attacks. He dodged when possible, and when not, he grit his teeth and absorbed the blow, utilizing the kinetic energy to dart around the whiplock. Sparks erupted from the whiplock's body incessantly, giving Qin Xiao the sensation of wielding a kitchen knife against live wires. Impressive and electrifying. A flurry of dazzling maneuvers, along with the extensive damage inflicted on the circuits and sensors, finally triggered a chain reaction. Even areas untouched by Qin Xiao's blade erupted with sparks. The 3 whips, including the tail, extinguished their flames, drooping lifelessly to the ground. Only then did Qin Xiao leap down from the whiplock, standing still as he took a deep breath. He had lost count of how many lashes he had endured. At that moment, he felt a fiery sting coursing through his body. However, under his remarkable regenerative abilities, the sensations of numbness and itchiness soon transformed, gradually returning to a semblance of normalcy. Tony also rose from the ground, his neck armor severely deformed. If it were to constrict him any further, it would likely lead to dire consequences. Indeed, spending money is the true path to success. Had Justin Hammer commissioned an entire set of armor crafted from gold titanium alloy, it seems that today Qin Xiao would have had no choice but to avenge Tony. The armor you designed is not a battle vehicle. It does not require an abundance of reactors, as that would severely compromise agility. Nevertheless, it appears you have accelerated the rotation speed, significantly enhancing the power output. A splendid idea. Chapter 86. The battlefield of the comatose Rodney stood before Whiplash, speaking in a calm tone. His entire armor had been rendered immobile, and the incapacitated Whiplash removed his helmet. I do not require your lectures, Stark. Conceal your hypocrisy. Had it not been for your friend's timely intervention, you would be in hell right now, apologizing to my father. In truth, it was I who advised him on how to deal with you. I discerned the flaws in your armor, and thus it is my knowledge that has triumphed over you. Just as my father triumphed over yours. You are unworthy to mention my father. Ivan Vanko spat contemptuously at the ground, expressing his disdain for Tony Stark. Qin Xiao twirled his dao, preparing to end Whiplash's life, disinterested in their meaningless verbal sparring. However, he was interrupted once more by Rodney's cries for help. I say, now that everything has concluded, could someone please extract me? Poor Rodney, encased in armor based on the Mark II model, was incapable of extricating himself. His chest's energy source and the connecting circuitry had been severed by Qin Xiao's blade, leaving him unable to move even a finger. It's over. How do you plan to handle him? I believe you should be handed over to me. Black Widow and Pepper Potts reappeared just in time. As Rodney rolled his eyes within the armor, Black Widow's suggestion came from the perspective of S.H.I.E.L.D. Qin Xiao and Tony were resolute in preventing S.H.I.E.L.D. from acquiring the technology of the arc reactor, especially since Qin Xiao was well aware that the current S.H.I.E.L.D. was more aptly named Hydra. Natasha, do you truly believe Qin Xiao began? Only to be interrupted by Whiplash's boisterous laughter. Haha, none shall determine my fate. You will all accompany me to hell. With Whiplash's maniacal laughter. All the arc reactors in the armored suits scattered around began to pulsate with ominous red light, including the 3 on Whiplash himself. Though I had also described it this way, the necessity for the lights to flash red before an explosion is indeed somewhat excessive. Damn it. Qin Xiao and Tony cursed in unison, rushing towards the 2 women standing nearby. Tony embraced Pepper Potts and soared into the sky, while Qin Xiao scooped up Black Widow and leaped toward the distant woods. The scene was left echoing with Whiplash's frenzied curses and the alarms preceding the impending explosions. Naturally, a faint voice emerged from one of the armored suits on the ground. What is happening? Is an explosion imminent? Someone pull me up. Qin? Tony? Boom. The sounds of explosions erupted continuously, reminiscent of a cliched film ending, with the 2 male protagonists holding their beloved women, standing afar, watching the triumphant conflagration. Thud. A suit of armor was hurled to the ground not far from the 4, and a robust groan emanated from within. Tony, cradling Pepper Potts, gazed at her with intense affection. It is truly regrettable to have missed the last opportunity. I believe I ought to make amends today. The 2 individuals gradually leaned in for a kiss. Beside them, Qin Xiao remained motionless, cradling Black Widow in his arms. She gently pinched his waist and inquired, "What were you about to tell me before the explosion occurred?" Qin Xiao glanced at the beauty in his embrace, then turned to observe Tony and Pepper passionately locked in their kiss. With a grin, he replied, "It's no longer important," and lowered his lips to meet Black Widow's. "Hey, why is it so silent? The explosion seems to have ceased. I feel as though I'm about to be crushed. Please let me out, Qin. Tony? I know you're nearby. What are you doing? Hello. Hello. Be quiet." Qin Xiao kicked a stone toward Rhodey's head, causing a buzzing sensation within his armored helmet. After Rhodey transformed into War Machine, the system automatically recognized his superhero, or rather, Avenger, identity, granting Qin Xiao a task reward of 500 points. Defeating Whiplash yielded a reward of 1,000 points. Thus, Qin Xiao found himself with 2,000 points once more. With 2,000 points in hand, aside from the already redeemed Asgardian physique, Qin Xiao could purchase only 2 items. After much deliberation, he opted to upgrade his Dao sword. For if it were sufficiently sharp, Whiplash would be akin to a living target. Initially, Qin Xiao had anticipated that a direct purchase would yield a new sword. However, the system presented an upgrade interface instead, allowing him to elevate his E-grade Dao sword to a D-grade. The upgraded sword bore little change in appearance, but as he wielded it, he sensed that its material was more resilient than before. Regrettably, it seemed that the folding feature had been removed, which caused Qin Xiao considerable inconvenience. After all, he could not carry a sword around at all times. He was not Deadpool. Reluctantly, he spent 1,000 points to acquire a spatial item, rather than transforming it into conventional jewelry. He consulted the system and opted to make it a button on his waistband. Naturally, since his combat suit could change, the button was not a permanent fixture. If Qin Xiao donned athletic wear, it might take the form of a small accessory or logo on an elastic band. This would depend on his preference. In Qin Xiao's view, such an item was better kept in an unexpected location, allowing outsiders to assume it was merely a magical effect, akin to Doctor Strange or Loki. Furthermore, during battles, the mere act of drawing a Dao sword from his trousers would surely appear more menacing than others could imagine. After redeeming the 2 items, his points dwindled to a mere 300. After storing some daily necessities within the spatial item, Qin Xiao boarded a plane bound for New Mexico. Initially, he wished for Thor to accompany him to New York, but the latter expressed reluctance to part with his hammer, preferring to remain close to it. Thus, Qin Xiao allowed him to stay. During this period, it remains uncertain whether it is due to the loss of strength or the influence of Jin, the Thunder God. This large and foolish figure not only appears to have genuinely relinquished his inner obsessions, but has also taken the commendable step of planning his life. He has rented a house in the small town and surprisingly secured a position as a chef in a restaurant. The $100,000 Qin Xiao provided him, aside from a small initial expenditure and a few gifts for Jian, has remained untouched. He has been entirely reliant on the earnings from his labor to sustain himself during this time. This revelation has profoundly surprised Qin Xiao. Observing the large man bustling about in the open kitchen of the restaurant, one can clearly sense a reduction in his previously erratic demeanor. Moreover, glancing at Jian, who is fixated on the thunder god, Qin Xiao is suddenly struck by a feeling reminiscent of a parent witnessing their children grow independent. Alas, for Odin, it seems that his children are rather beyond his control. Chapter 87. The strong survival instinct of Coulson and the foolish giant Thor in his brief sojourn on Earth. Thor has gleaned from Jane what constitutes a proper value system. He toils for a living, spends time with his girlfriend, and whenever he finds leisure, he joins Jane in perusing books to absorb the knowledge of Earth. He epitomizes the quintessential model youth, embodying the principles of integrity and beauty. In the film, his ability to adapt to earthly life stems from being deceived by Loki. He believes he has caused the death of his father, and his mother has forbidden him from returning to Asgard, leaving him in a state of desolation. However, now enlightened by Qin Xiao, he has genuinely settled into a state of calm, shedding his previous impulsiveness. This represents a profound transformation. In stark contrast, his 1,500 years in Asgard seem like a life wasted. Odin's parenting methods are truly, one can only assume even he found them unbearable, opting for the so-called Odin's sleep to retreat from the chaos, allowing his children to flounder at their own pace. While he may have found solitude, Loki ascended to the position of regent king, prompting Thor's childhood companions, Fandral, Volstagg, and Hogun, to take action. Accompanied by Thor's betrothed, the goddess of the earth and harvest, Sif, they ventured to the Rainbow Bridge Temple to seek out Heimdall. After weaving an elaborate web of self-deception, Heimdall left the sword of guardianship at the control of the Rainbow Bridge and drifted off. After releasing a few to search for Thor on Earth, Heimdall sighed, pondering that, for him, this was akin to indulging children in their play. The affairs within Odin's royal household are, to put it mildly, disheartening. Soon, he would have to indulge Loki in yet another farce. The saying goes that even the most righteous of judges cannot arbitrate family matters, and this holds true for Odin. Even Frigga, the queen of the gods and reputedly the wisest in all of Asgard, turned a blind eye to domestic turmoil, hiding away under the guise of attending to Odin. Loki was left to wreak havoc from the throne, and Heimdall, even when Loki conspired with the frost giants, chose to overlook it. Fortunate that Loki's intentions were to lure them into a trap, thus proving himself the best candidate for the throne. Nonetheless, one wonders, had Loki not wielded the eternal spear to vanquish the frost giant leader, would the father of the gods, feigning his slumber, have been so easily dispatched? In a previous life, Qin Xiao would shudder at such thoughts. Amidst the chaos wrought by the two children across the 9 realms, they ultimately achieved a heartfelt understanding and collaboration. Confronting the inevitable twilight of the gods, they sacrificed all of Asgard to accompany Hela into oblivion, thus securing their escape from the curse of Ragnarok. Thus, after the destruction of Asgard, before their encounter with Thanos, every action of Thor and Loki subconsciously bore the imprint of Odin and Frigga's influence. Throughout the realm of Asgard, aside from these two cunning foxes, and the perceptive Heimdall who sees but does not speak, the rest appear utterly foolish. As Qin Xiao pondered this, a radiant arc of colors descended from the swirling clouds in the sky, landing upon the ground outside the quaint town. Within the temporary base of S.H.I.E.L.D., all reconnaissance devices erupted into a cacophony of alarms. Thanks to the invaluable research data and scientific instruments provided by Jane and her team, a spatial detector assembled from their contributions detected the formation of a passage between two realms. What on earth is occurring? Coulson burst into the room, his expression one of consternation. It is the fabled Rainbow Bridge, and several deities, or rather, a few imbeciles, have arrived from Asgard. Let us venture forth to behold this spectacle. Qin Xiao had appeared behind Coulson, alongside the most Navi of his guardians, Thor, the god of thunder. Aware that Loki was about to manipulate the destroyer, Qin Xiao opted to bring no one else along, just the 3 of them in a single vehicle, heading towards the outskirts of the town. It seems your friend wishes for your return. What are your thoughts, Thor? Qin Xiao inquired as they traveled. To be honest, I may not be suited to be a king. My perspective is rather simplistic. Perhaps Loki would make a far better ruler than I, Thor mumbled, gazing downwards. In truth, neither of you is fit for kingship. One is utterly clueless about the responsibilities of a monarch, while the other is merely eager to ascend the throne. Qin Xiao offered a candid assessment of the two brothers. Jane has expressed similar sentiments. Truth be told, I quite admire the electoral process on Earth. A king is chosen by the people, which is far preferable to the fratricidal conflicts we endure. Congratulations, Thor, you have found yourself a rather splendid girlfriend. As for the societal structure, Qin Xiao refrained from commenting, yet it was undeniable that Jane had provided Thor with numerous invaluable and sage insights during this time. Not long after leaving the town, they encountered 4 figures clad in medieval attire. "Stop the car, Coulson, those are my friends," Thor exclaimed, visibly elated upon spotting the trio from Valhalla along with Sif. Before the vehicle had even come to a complete halt, he leaped out to embrace them warmly. "Are you certain these are the deities from Asgard? They appear more akin to warrior princesses like Xena, Robin Hood, and even Jackie Chan. That rotund fellow resembles a champion from League of Legends, albeit wielding an axe instead. Do not inquire if League of Legends exists within the Marvel Universe. If Jackie Chan is present, League of Legends certainly can be as well." Coulson pointed towards the peculiar group outside, his expression one of bewilderment. "While I vehemently disagree with your comparison of Jackie Chan to that buffoon outside, one cannot deny that if anyone were to assert that deities resemble this, I would deliver a resounding slap. By the way, when will you do something about your hair? I know of a rather effective depilatory cream." As Qin Xiao spoke, he suddenly recalled the wager he had made with Coulson. "I sincerely apologize, Qin. I should not have compared our illustrious stars to that fool outside. I merely spoke without thinking. What I meant to convey was that the individual outside resembles a lewd Japanese ninja, indeed, a so-called ronin or warrior. But he is certainly not of our heritage. Coulson possesses a profound will to survive. In his life, the most cherished possession is his antique sports car, which he regards as his girlfriend, followed closely by his own hair, with Captain America's card occupying a distant 3rd place." Qin Xiao let out a cold laugh, casting a glance at Coulson's receding hairline without uttering a word. "Very well," Coulson sighed. "I possess 2 tickets to a cello performance, which I procured at a significant price from a scalper. On the 15th of next month, Agent Romanoff has no assignments, and she has a keen interest in such events. It's a deal." Qin Xiao extended his right hand. "Let us proceed. Let us disembark and see what these fools can conjure in conversation." Chapter 88. Deities? Who bestowed upon you such audacity? The great father of the gods has succumbed to slumber, while the malevolent Loki has usurped the throne. The denizens of Asgard find themselves engulfed in turmoil. They must return to vanquish the wicked Loki and restore a luminous future to Asgard. Such were the words spoken by 4 individuals hailing from Asgard, which Qin Xiao and Coulson overheard upon their disembarkation. A cliché tale of justice and conflict. Qin Xiao stifled a yawn. "Are you truly listening so intently, Coulson?" Qin Xiao could not help but remark to the rapt Coulson beside him. "What a splendid narrative. The evil brother who has seized the throne awaits his prince brother's return to defeat him. Didn't you hear such fairy tales in your youth? My mother often recounted such stories. I still remember the first illustrated children's book I read, the tale of Simba from the Lion King, quite similar, except it involves a brother and a son." Qin Xiao rolled his eyes, realizing that all this time, Coulson had been treating it as a fairy tale. "Gentlemen, I comprehend your sentiments. Yet my father once stated that I cannot return until I have learned to be a true king. Furthermore, if Asgard has truly descended into such dire straits, my mother would intervene. It appears, however, that perhaps it is not as grave as you suggest, is it?" The Thunder God uttered what could be deemed the most rational remark in over 15 centuries. Indeed, if their assertions hold any truth, it seems rather dismissive to regard Frigga as a mere ornament. Without delving into further details, she could directly command Heimdall to retrieve the Thunder God from Earth. There would be no need for their clandestine descent. The Queen was preoccupied with tending to the slumbering Odin, and you must return at once. Lest the 9 realms face war and calamity, we must embark on a mission to salvage all. Wartag, the most tempestuous of the 3 valiant warriors from the Celestial Palace, proclaimed with fervor, his mouth frothing with righteous indignation. In a fit of excitement, he brandished his axe and swung it through the air. Qin Xiao could not suppress a chuckle. With a collective gaze, several pairs of eyes turned towards Qin Xiao and Coulson. Coulson silently took a step back. The scrutiny of their eyes intensified upon Qin Xiao. "My apologies, everyone. I did not intend to intrude upon your conversation. It was merely your words. To defeat the wicked Loki and save the 9 realms, we represent justice." Qin Xiao squeaked, standing on tiptoe, mimicking their impassioned demeanor. "Yes, what you articulate is utterly hilarious. As if without you, the 9 realms are on the brink of annihilation." Although the Asgardians could not fathom what was amusing about Qin Xiao's statement, they could certainly discern the disdainful expression and mocking glint in his eyes. Warag took a bold step forward, towering nearly 2 meters above Qin Xiao, his braided beard quivering with each word he spoke. "Are you mocking us? Mortal, mock us, the deities of Asgard, and do you believe I shall wield my axe? Ah, Vostag, cease at once. This is my friend, my mentor, who has imparted much wisdom to me during my time on Earth." The god of thunder swiftly interposed himself between the two. He was acutely aware of how his companions regarded the realm of mortals, a barren land, perceived through the lofty lens of Asgardian superiority, just as he had observed upon his arrival. "You would do well to silence your tongue, foolish mortal. Should you dare to deride the gods of Asgard again, I shall educate you with my axe." Vostag regarded Thor with disdain, casting a contemptuous glance at Qin Xiao while brandishing his axe in a mock-threatening manner. The moment those words left his lips, Thor sensed impending trouble. Having spent time with Qin Xiao, he had never witnessed him falter in verbal duels. Indeed, just as Vostag turned to depart, Qin Xiao spoke up. Ha, ha, ha. It appears I have mocked him once more, Coulson. I have ridiculed a deity. What should I do? Bow an apology. Thor, what manner of god is your friend? The god of wild boars? Or perhaps the god of gluttony? What did you say? Vostag, incensed, stepped forward, yet was firmly restrained by Thor. He continued to signal to Qin Xiao with frantic blinks, urging him to remain silent. However, Qin Xiao paid no heed to Thor, pointing an accusatory finger at Vostag's nose. What do you all claim about rescuing the 9 realms? Which realm requires your salvation? Who among you could best whom? The frost giant Laufey? The lord of flames Surtur? Or perhaps the slumbering dark elves? No, no, no. You could not vanquish any of them. Qin Xiao waggled a finger dismissively, his gaze sweeping over Vostag with scorn. You can only bully a few malnourished children. I truly wonder from whence you derive the audacity to speak of saving the 9 realms. Perhaps it is your scruffy beard or your rotund posterior that grants you such courage. Ah, I shall slay you. Enraged, Vostag thrust Thor aside and charged at Qin Xiao like a wild boar, axe raised high. You see. I told you he is the god of wild boars. What do you think, Coulson? Coulson? Calling out to Coulson, Qin Xiao noticed no response. Turning, he discovered that the fellow had retreated to the car, maintaining a considerable distance. Damn it, Coulson, you have gone astray. With a complaint directed at Coulson, Qin Xiao swiftly sidestepped Vostag's axe. Seizing the opportunity as Vostag's blade struck the ground with force, Qin Xiao stepped onto the axe's back, grasped Vostag's bushy beard, and yanked it with all his might. Using this leverage, he leapt upward, driving his knee with tremendous force into Vostag's chin. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Vostag was sent flying. His massive form soared backward, landing several dozen meters away, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust and sand. Oh, pitiful deity of the wild boar, I have yet to exert myself. Yet you have already soared away. Pray, how fares your alluring dairy? Qin Xiao extended his right hand, forming a shade over his forehead, and called out loudly towards the horizon. Clang, clang, clang. Upon witnessing their companion under duress, Schiff and the other 2 valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace drew their weapons in unison, casting fierce glares at Qin Xiao. Huh? Are the great deities preparing to mount a concerted assault against me, a mere mortal? Qin Xiao mischievously curled his left index finger towards the trio. Come, let us engage. But I must state beforehand, should you be defeated, no tears shall be shed as you return home to seek your mothers. Chapter 89, Qin Xiao's Intervention. Shocking the deities, your prowess is commendable. Indeed, you could be considered a true warrior in Asgard. However, do you truly believe this grants you the strength to challenge the gods? In response to Qin Xiao's provocation, one of the 3 valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace, Vandal, lightly waved his sword and stepped forward to speak. In his view, Vostag had merely been careless moments ago. It was unlikely for a blow of such magnitude to be evaded. A single strike that sent a foe flying several dozen meters, with several tons of explosive force behind it, is certainly feasible. While such explosive force may seem formidable to mere mortals, to the warriors of Asgard, it is merely a fundamental aspect of combat. In deference to your friendship with Thor, we shall overlook your blasphemy against the gods and extend an apology to Vostag. Huh? Qin Xiao chuckled. He was bemused by whether this group from Asgard was simply short-sighted or if Odin had coddled them too well. Their innate sense of superiority was truly irksome. With a cold snort and a disdainful curl of his lips, Qin Xiao prepared to impart some much-needed lessons to these so-called deities of Asgard. Unfortunately, Loki, in his haste to prevent Thor from returning to Asgard, deprived him of that opportunity. The sky darkened once more, swirling ominously into a vortex, and then a radiant beam of multicolored light descended. Upon striking the ground, it etched a circular array filled with various enigmatic symbols, and from this, a colossal black metal giant emerged. This was the Destroyer, the guardian of the treasury. Who had released it? The arrival of the Destroyer caused the Asgardians' expressions to shift dramatically. Behind them lay a small town, home to at least thousands of people. They had to stop it. Thor cast a quick glance back at the town, knowing well that Jane was still there. At that moment, they could no longer afford to dwell on their conflict with Qin Xiao. Hearing Thor's words, the group armed themselves and charged towards the Destroyer. Their camaraderie became evident as they engaged in battle. Vostag, who had just been sent flying by Qin Xiao, sprinted from a distance to take the lead among them. Flames erupted from within the Destroyer, and its flattened face revealed metallic slats, unleashing a concentrated burst of fire towards the approaching quartet. The force swiftly evaded to either side, while Vostag executed a roll and swung his axe towards the Destroyer's ankle. Vandal and Hogun, wielding a sword and a small hammer-like weapon respectively, positioned themselves to block the Destroyer's descending arm. With its arm restrained, the destroyer flared with flames once more, its metallic slats opening again. As the swirling fire began to coalesce, Sif! Vostag shouted. Sif, who had stealthily maneuvered behind the destroyer, leapt to a height of over 3 meters. Transforming her short staff into a double-headed spear, which she expertly thrust through the widened metallic gap created by the destroyer's bend. The spear impaled the destroyer firmly to the ground, extinguishing the flames within its body. Vandal elegantly twirled his sword, casting a provocative glance towards Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao rolled his eyes and pointed at the destroyer. Vandal turned quickly, witnessing the metal strips adorning the destroyer's body beginning to rotate slowly. The entire form flipped over, transitioning from a hunched position to one leaning backward. Flames erupted fiercely once more from within its core. Sif! Thor's urgent shout prompted Sif to leap away from the destroyer just in time. As the destroyer righted itself, flames surged forth once again, its body thrusting forward. As it stood tall, the spear embedded in the ground gradually withdrew from its body. With a swift turn, a beam of fire shot forth from its visage. Unlike before, this time the assault did not cease with a single strike. Instead, it maintained a continuous barrage, pursuing the 4 individuals as it rotated its body and head to launch its attack. Fortunately, the enormous destroyer was not particularly agile, or else that single strike could have sent the 4 proud deities to their doom. The quartet could not remain passive, taking advantage of the fiery pursuit to evade the onslaught. Vostag, the mightiest among them, leaped high and aimed his axe at the destroyer's chest. Regrettably, the destroyer had sharpened its combat awareness since their last encounter. Before Vostag could fully swing his axe, the destroyer's massive arm swept across like a pillar. Vostag's considerable strength proved futile against the destroyer, as he was sent flying several dozen meters away upon impact. The destroyer was composed entirely of URU metal and other precious metals collected by Odin, far beyond the strength of Qin Xiao's current form. After that strike, Vostag collapsed, spitting a mouthful of blood, a grievous wound. The remaining 3 fared no better. They managed to evade the flames, but could not escape the ensuing onslaught of arms and feet. Each was swept away, sustaining varying degrees of injury. The destroyer, relentless, targeted the nearest Sif, advancing with a heavy footfall. Though Sif had previously been propelled by a kick from the destroyer and had partially shielded herself with her weapon, her physical resilience paled in comparison to her companions. The force of that blow had severely impaired her mobility, leaving her with no chance of escape. The others were similarly compromised, barely able to rise, let alone rush to her aid. Qin! Thor cried out. Desperation etched upon his face as he gazed at Qin Xiao. With a sigh, Qin Xiao stomped powerfully on the ground and charged toward the destroyer. Truthfully, Sif had already surrendered her hope. The destroyer had raised its fist high. As she watched the fist draw nearer, she closed her eyes in despair. Bang! A dull thud resonated. Sif opened her eyes in confusion, only to exclaim in astonishment. It's you. The scene before Sif was almost beyond belief. The earthling stood with his back to her, arms crossed and raised, steadfastly blocking the fist of the destroyer. Not only Sif, but even the 3 valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace, sprawled awkwardly on the ground, widened their eyes in astonishment. How could this be? This earthling, a mere mortal, was successfully thwarting the blow of the destroyer? What are you dawdling for? Hey, I'm talking to you. Can you get up and move quickly? The might of the destroyer was indeed formidable, and Qin Xiao felt the pressure on his hands intensifying. Without a hint of tenderness, he shouted at Sif, hurry. Oh. Sif nodded, and after regaining her senses, she struggled to rise and swiftly vacated the combat zone between the destroyer and Qin Xiao. Chapter 90. The indestructible turtle shell. As Sif exited the combat zone, Qin Xiao exerted a forceful tug, shifting aside. The enormous arm of the destroyer slid sideways, crashing thunderously to the ground. Seizing the opportunity as its balance faltered, Qin Xiao fell to the ground and aimed a sweeping strike at the destroyer's ankle. Boom! The colossal figure of the destroyer wobbled precariously before collapsing with a resounding crash. Qin Xiao could not let such a prime opportunity slip away. Before it could turn, he swiftly raised his fist and struck the back of the destroyer's head. Bang! The impact reverberated like thunder, yet the destroyer remained unfazed. While Qin Xiao felt a jarring pain surge through his fingers, realizing that he could not harm this armored behemoth with mere fists, Qin Xiao swiftly drew a Tang Dao from the void, his right hand gliding over his waistband. To an outsider, it appeared as if he was slowly extracting a long blade from his trousers. Vandal stared in shock at the long sword in his hand, then glanced down at his own waistband. Asgard possessed many enchantments capable of conjuring weapons, yet Qin Xiao exhibited no magical aura whatsoever, leaving Vandal perplexed as to where he had procured such a weapon. Unaware of Vandal's thoughts and adhering to the principle of striking while the iron was hot, Qin Xiao thrust the Tang Dao towards the prone destroyer. The blade penetrated the gaps between the metal strips adorning its body. However, such physical damage was utterly ineffectual against the hollow interior of the destroyer. With gritted teeth, Qin Xiao aimed at one of the metal strips and swung the blade down. The edge scraped along the metallic surface, producing a jarring screech as sparks flew from the contact. After laboriously making a cut, he discovered that the spot he had slashed bore not even a mark. With a pained glance at his newly upgraded Tang Dao, he felt a pang of reluctance. Even though the blade had emerged unscathed from the encounter, he reluctantly sheathed the weapon, focusing on the destroyer, which was attempting to rotate its neck once more. As it turned its head halfway, Qin Xiao delivered another punch squarely to its face. The flickering flames that had ignited within the destroyer's head extinguished upon impact. Crack, crack. Whether due to the destroyer's innate combat instincts or Loki's command, it defiantly attempted to turn its head again, preparing to unleash a fiery energy beam at Qin Xiao. Although his punch had sent a shock through his own bones, he saw no viable means to combat this armored turtle, seeing it dare to turn its head again. He struck down once more. Back you go. Crack, crack, boom, crack, boom. It was as if the two were engaged in a fierce struggle, one desperately trying to turn its head, while the other resolutely prevented it from doing so. The three valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace and Sif looked on in utter disbelief. Was this truly the destroyer guarding the treasure vault, endowed with magical powers by Odin? As Qin Xiao engaged in a fierce duel with the destroyer, his companions gradually rose to their feet, supporting one another as they approached Thor. At that moment, Vandal gazed at Qin Xiao, who was relentlessly pounding the destroyer into the ground, with an expression that seemed to suggest he had seen a ghost. The others, too, stared wide-eyed. Isn't this the destroyer? Haven't we already tested this? Thor, is this truly Midgard, the world we are meant to protect? Hogun, with a dazed look, tugged at Thor's side and inquired. Earth is not as feeble as we imagined. There are beings here that rival my father in strength. Thor recalled Qin Xiao mentioning his father's old friend, the Supreme Sorcerer. As powerful as Odin? Very well. I retract my previous underestimations of them. Hogun gulped audibly. In contrast to their acknowledgement of Qin Xiao's prowess, he internally lamented his predicament. This foe was akin to a tortoise shell. No matter how he struck, it seemed futile. If this continued, he would risk injuring his own fists, regardless of his formidable regenerative abilities. Moreover, why was it that Thor could not sense his hammer? He had been quite humble and considerate, had he not? While Qin Xiao was secretly grumbling, the destroyer seemed to have reached its limit. No longer attempting to turn its head but instead facing the ground. Suddenly, a fierce flame erupted, propelling its upper body backward with great force. As Qin Xiao mechanically delivered punches, lost in thought, he was caught off guard when the destroyer's head shot up as if equipped with a booster. He was flung far away. Spitting out a mouthful of sand, Qin Xiao was about to regroup and leverage his agility for another round, only to find the destroyer turning away from him, striding directly towards Thor and the others. Is it ignoring me now? Qin Xiao rubbed his aching wrist. Thor, do you possess any artifacts akin to your hammer, perhaps the eternal spear? Otherwise, I cannot contend with this tortoise shell. Thor's expression darkened. The eternal spear was Odin's weapon. What a jest. If we don't have it, I am at a loss. You must reclaim your powers and wield that hammer, or we shall face dire consequences. Qin Xiao quickly rejoined his companions before the destroyer could reach them. If he could sense it, he would have grasped the hammer long ago. Why endure this struggle? Thor glanced at his companions, steeling himself, and, disregarding Sif's protests, rushed to confront the destroyer. Loki, I know you can hear me. Your target is me, is it not? Spare them. Brother, I acknowledge my past arrogance. If I have caused you any sorrow, I sincerely apologize, but they are innocent. The god of thunder displayed a visage of genuine emotion. His words were undoubtedly not mere platitudes, for he had indeed reflected upon his past actions during this period. Otherwise, he would not have initially expressed his decision to refrain from returning to them. Thor. A tense cry resounded from behind. It was Jane, who, upon witnessing the colossal destroyer from within the town, had hastily driven out in concern. I am fine. Thor raised his hand, signaling Jane not to approach. Just as he was about to turn back and converse further with Loki, the destroyer pivoted abruptly, swinging its arm and sending Thor hurtling away with tremendous force. Thor. Several voices cried out in unison from behind. According to the narrative, it was expected that upon uttering such words, Thor would sense the weight of Mjolnir after another blow. However, this time was evidently different. The battered Thor staggered to his feet. A flicker of flame ignited within the destroyer's form as it strode menacingly toward Thor. Jane and a few Asgardians rushed anxiously toward him. Qin Xiao also intended to intervene, but unexpectedly, a resplendent portal materialized and a slender arm emerged, directly obstructing Qin Xiao's path. Chapter 91. Do you believe Odin's deceptive words, Ancient One? Without needing to see the entire scene, Qin Xiao immediately recognized the visitor. The slender figure of the Ancient One stepped through the portal. Qin, is this 177A, Break Street? Coulson inquired, having appeared from nowhere. Indeed, it is. The Ancient One is, in truth, the true guardian of Earth. Unlike you, Qin Xiao introduced her to Coulson. The Ancient One glanced at Coulson, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. Coulson swallowed hard. his mind racing with thoughts on how to engage with this supreme sorceress in the future. Exchanging pleasantries, the Ancient One gently placed her hand on Qin Xiao's shoulder. You need not intervene. Let Asgard handle its own affairs. Odin has already made arrangements. Qin Xiao was not surprised by Odin's preparations. However, according to Odin's assertions, Thor's current performance was significantly better than in the original storyline, suggesting he should have reclaimed his powers by now. Qin Xiao subtly shared his thoughts with the Ancient One. If this is merely for training purposes, Thor has improved remarkably compared to before. Why is he yet to regain his powers? According to Thor's descriptions of Odin, he should now qualify for the power of the Thunder God. Nonsense. The Ancient One scoffed. Do you truly believe Odin's childish tales? What qualifications? While it is true that Odin sought to temper Thor, the key to reclaiming his hammer and power is not a transformation of character, but whether Thor's life is in peril. Really? This was indeed a revelation for Qin Xiao. Do you think so? Even when Thor first fell to earth, if you had rushed in and pummeled him, would that hammer not have flown to you automatically? Damn that cunning old fox. Qin Xiao muttered under his breath. The Ancient One shot him a sidelong glance. Do you think Odin conquered the cosmos solely through brute strength? Do you truly believe the ancient beings of the universe are as foolish as these novices before us? Nevertheless, having arrived, as an elder, one must uphold appearances. Follow me. The Ancient One beckoned to Qin Xiao, sweeping her hand through the air, stepping forth to stand before Thor and the others. At that moment, the destroyer had approached, flames erupting from its head as a fiery beam shot towards the group. The Ancient One extended her hand, rapidly inscribing circles in the air. Streams of golden light burst forth, coalescing into a massive magical shield, approximately 2 meters in diameter. She then gently pushed the intricately inscribed shield toward the oncoming beam. The formidable fiery blast collided with the shield, akin to a small child colliding with the rapidly charging Hulk. The shield showed no signs of slowing down. Instead, it surged against the fiery beam, crashing directly into the imposing form of the destroyer. Then, accompanied by the destroyer, he retreated several hundred meters before gradually dissipating into the air. Hiss. Everyone present, except for Qin Xiao, gasped in astonishment. Vandal, with a grim expression, turned to the equally dumbfounded Hogan and remarked, "Who is this? I feel as though we require protection from Earth." Only Qin Xiao muttered to himself. Having lived for thousands of years, I wonder how he maintains such youthful hands, like a young maiden. Thud. Ancient One reached out and tapped Qin Xiao on the head. Then, with hands clasped behind her back, approached Thor. I have known Odin for thousands of years. I am aware of your exile to Earth. If you wish to reclaim your power as the god of thunder, you must understand what you are fighting for. The people gathered here today are those who need your protection. We will no longer intervene with the destroyer. Contemplate how you will safeguard those around you. Without waiting for their reactions, she took Qin Xiao back to their original spot. Yet, that was not all. She also created a portal for the destroyer, allowing it to arrive within 100 meters of Thor and the others. Now that seems a bit unfair, doesn't it? If you merely wish to observe, why not lend a hand, utter a few sarcastic remarks, and then return the creature? Is that not rather idle? Qin Xiao pouted and murmured. Once again, Ancient One's delicate hand reached out and struck Qin Xiao's head with a thud. It was astonishing how much strength she possessed, despite Qin Xiao's physical prowess. He jumped up in pain, clutching his head and exclaiming, "Why do you keep hitting me while you speak? Is it necessary? You deserve it." Ancient One retorted, producing a court fan from seemingly nowhere, lightly fanning herself as she continued. My intervention is to let Odin know that I have not abandoned his son during his time on Earth. After all, you have been a caretaker for his son for so long. As the next supreme sorcerer, I ought to request some benefits for taking care of his inept offspring. Qin Xiao, still holding his head, wore an expression of grievance. I have no interest in becoming the supreme sorcerer. Not only must I endure guarding the sanctum, but I also have to suffer countless torment from Dormammu. Am I insane? This remark slipped out casually. Qin Xiao had always harbored suspicions about Ancient One's proposal for him to inherit the Time Stone. Realizing he had spoken out of turn, he glanced at Ancient One, who was smiling at him, wordlessly wearing an expression of knowing. Ahem, look over there. Thor is getting hit again. Quick, look. Qin Xiao attempted to divert the conversation. Ancient One did not press further and turned her gaze toward Thor and the others. Indeed, after Ancient One's words, Thor disregarded the attempts of his companions to restrain him and rushed directly to the destroyer. This time, he uttered no superfluous words and simply opened his arms. Loki, if you must kill me, then do it now. Let this all end. Do not involve them. Loki was likely startled by the sudden intervention of the Ancient One, instinctively directing the destroyer to cast a glance towards her and Qin Xiao. Observing their apparent reluctance to engage, he steeled himself and unleashed a formidable torrent of flames towards the god of thunder. No, Thor. A cacophony of gasps erupted as the searing blaze mercilessly struck Thor, propelling him several meters away before dissipating. Upon inspection, Thor appeared charred, his attire reduced to tatters, and his face obscured by soot to the point of being unrecognizable. Wisps of smoke still emanated from his form, leaving one to ponder that even a deity might struggle to render assistance in such a dire state. Chapter 92. Who are you, Father? Thor. Sif's heart ached as she cried out, only to see the mortal girl beside her dart away like an arrow, tears glistening in her eyes. Thor. No. Do not succumb to slumber. You promised to take me to Asgard to witness the endless sea. The sorrow in her voice rendered even Sif, who had shared countless years with the god of thunder, momentarily speechless. Reluctantly, she halted her steps. Loki, in his villainous essence, was rather unambiguous. Despite leaving Thor in a near-death state, he could not allow himself to rest easy. He maneuvered the destroyer towards the fallen god. The massive metallic footfalls crushed the sand beneath, producing an eerie shuffling sound, reminiscent of a death knell's countdown. Jane, hearing the ominous sound of the destroyer's steps, shot a vengeful glance at the mechanical behemoth. Then, with a sudden burst of determination, she sprang up, arms outstretched, positioning herself between Thor and the destroyer, embodying a defiant stance as if to say, "You shall cross over my lifeless body first." To Qin Xiao, this moment was even more poignant than the Titanic's "You jump, I jump." Ah, the foolish are often blessed. Qin Xiao sighed wistfully. Do not envy. Your foolish fortune surpasses his. Ancient One chimed in with a smile. Are you scolding me or praising me? Qin Xiao inquired, scratching the back of his head. Ancient One merely smiled faintly, choosing to disregard Qin Xiao's question. Meanwhile, Sif and the others exchanged glances, hastening to stand before Thor and mirroring Jane's gesture of protection, arms wide open. What a bunch of foolish simpletons. Loki scoffed, observing the scene from afar through the destroyer's perspective. Exercising caution, he directed the destroyer to glance back at Ancient One and Qin Xiao, noting their seemingly indifferent demeanor. Satisfied with their lack of concern, he commanded the destroyer to gather the flames within its form, intent on annihilating the five before him along with the god of thunder. The roiling flames coalesced within the destroyer's body. Jane turned to glance at the unconscious Thor, who lay unresponsive on the ground, and closed her eyes in resignation before the impending threat. At that moment, Thor's finger twitched ever so slightly. This minuscule movement stirred the very fabric of the world. Dark clouds amassed in the sky, and bolts of lightning erupted, each strike threatening to rend the heavens asunder. Observing Thor's right hand, a small whirlwind manifested, as if beckoning something from the ether. At the temporary camp of S-H-I-E-L-D, Thor's hammer, which had remained motionless since its descent, began to tremble violently. Countless minute arcs of lightning flickered around the hammer, and in the next instant, it soared into the air, drawing a tremendous surge of lightning energy. Racing towards the god of thunder. They were situated over 10 kilometers outside the town, not far from Mjolnir. In an instant, the mighty hammer appeared in the hands of the thunder god with a deafening roar. Even before his eyes opened, he gripped the hammer's handle tightly, as if the lightning in the sky had found its target, cascading down in torrents towards the hammer on the ground. Through the transformation of the hammer, the power of the thunder god surged into his almost charred body. What does it mean to be resurrected in place? Qin Xiao finally witnessed it. He beheld the thunder god, a towering figure, suddenly opening his eyes as if resurrected from the dead. He then levitated into the air, hammer pointing skyward, with countless bolts of lightning striking down furiously upon it. Shortly thereafter, he successfully transcended his tribulation and became a deity. A suit of scaled armor materialized from thin air, enveloping his limbs, followed by a simple breastplate encasing his torso, and finally, a crimson cloak gracefully emerged from his shoulders, cascading down, majestic and awe-inspiring. The true thunder god had descended. Oh my goodness! Jean exclaimed, covering her mouth in disbelief, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the transformed thunder god. Damn! Qin Xiao spat in frustration, feeling a pang of envy. He had never succeeded in showing off even once, yet look at that towering figure. Not only had all his injuries healed automatically, but even the soot on his face had vanished. His previously singed hair had grown back, neatly styled, as if he had applied gel to set it perfectly. Isn't that infuriating? Once transformed, the thunder god hurled his hammer, sending the fire-breathing destroyer staggering. Again. With a resounding crash, he knocked it to the ground. Then, wielding Mjolnir, he soared into the sky, spinning the hammer in midair. A colossal tornado formed, sweeping up clouds of yellow sand, and gradually lifting the massive form of the destroyer toward the heavens. This was utterly unscientific. It was a hammer, not a fan, defying the laws of aerodynamics. Qin Xiao grumbled in annoyance. As the destroyer ascended to a certain height, the thunder god executed a swift maneuver, positioning himself upside down. Hammer raised high, and brought it crashing down upon the destroyer. At this moment, Loki could no longer remain passive. He ignited the flames within the destroyer, unleashing a fiery blast upwards. Unfortunately, this flame met Mjolnir, a divine artifact, which could not be hindered even for a moment. The hammer pressed relentlessly against the flames, driving them back toward the destroyer. Boom. A violent explosion reverberated through the air, accompanied by a swirling cloud of yellow sand expanding outward in a circular wave. It resembled a colossal smoke ring, gradually dissipating into nothingness. Witnessing the spectacle for the first time, Qin Xiao exclaimed, "No way, could he be that powerful?" Ancient One reiterated to Qin Xiao the significance of having a formidable father. Within that enclosure lies a force sealed by Odin. Theoretically, even a swine could wield the hammer and effortlessly topple that great metallic shell. Otherwise, with Thor's current might, even the mighty Mjolnir would be insufficient to shatter the magical puppet forged from URU metal. Well then, reincarnation is indeed more significant than mere effort. Qin Xiao spread his hands and remarked. For the first time, he felt that being chosen by the Ancient One as the next supreme sorcerer might not be such a disadvantage. Of course, this assumption hinges upon discerning the true intentions of this ancient fox. Rest assured, host, in this world, no one can outdo your lineage. For you possess the system as your father. A voice devoid of vitality echoed in his mind. Qin Xiao slapped his forehead in realization. Indeed, I have the system. Whom should I fear? Wait, is something amiss? System, why have you suddenly appeared? Furthermore, who is your father? Come forth and clarify. System. Chapter 93. The spectacle begins. The narrative of Thor on Earth has reached its conclusion, with the destroyer vanquished. In recognition of the host's participation in the battle, a reward of 1,000 points has been granted. Should the host resort to shouting or cursing at the system, however, the reward shall be revoked. Oh, how splendid you are, dear system. Qin Xiao suppressed the urge to utter a string of expletives. There was little recourse in the face of points. The system's word was absolute. In light of the host's sincere intent to amend his ways, a gentle reminder was offered. The segment concerning Thor's exile to Earth has been completed, and the host's reward, Odin's friendship, requires the host to journey to Asgard to claim it personally. Very well, Qin Xiao replied quietly, though inwardly he mused that such a reminder was unnecessary, especially with the Ancient One personally involved. Raising his gaze once more to Thor, he observed the goddess' impassioned embrace with Jane, entirely disregarding the presence of his fiancée. What a scoundrel! Qin, I am grateful for your assistance during this time, as well as to the Ancient One. In my youth, I heard tales of the ancient supreme sorcerer, and I once believed them to be mere legends. Thank you for your guidance. Thor offered a slight bow to both the Ancient One and Qin Xiao, setting aside all else. He had indeed learned humility during his time on Earth. I represent Asgard. We shall forge an alliance with Earth to confront the perils of the cosmos and safeguard the 9 realms. This declaration was largely directed at Qin Xiao, for an alliance with the supreme sorcerer was a privilege he had yet to earn. Qin Xiao nodded subtly, a silent understanding passing between them. I must return to Asgard now. There are matters that require my attention. Jane, I assure you, I will return to you. After conversing with Qin Xiao and the Ancient One, Thor turned to Jane, expressing his sentiments once more. As soon as he finished speaking, the two were locked in another fervent kiss. Qin Xiao cast a discreet glance at Sif, who wore an unmistakably awkward expression. Vandal, adept at reading emotions, noted Sif's demeanor and spoke to Thor. Thor, we must return immediately. The destroyer needs to be transported back to Earth. This is not a normal situation. Heimdall must be encountering some issues. This reminder struck a chord with Thor. While it served partly to alleviate Sif's discomfort, it was also a reflection of the urgent reality. After assuring Jane that he would resolve the matters swiftly in return, Thor led the Asgardians to the site where Sif and the others had descended. Standing upon the mark left by the Rainbow Bridge, Thor raised his hammer and called to the heavens. Heimdall, take us back. Heimdall. He lifted the hammer again, calling out twice, yet the Rainbow Bridge remained unresponsive. Hey, Thor, is raising your hammer meant to enhance Heimdall's ability to receive your signal? Qin Xiao could no longer contain his curiosity. Heimdall, the gatekeeper of Asgard, was an immensely powerful deity capable of perceiving every corner of the universe and hearing any voice calling out to him from anywhere. With a serious countenance, Thor explained to Qin Xiao, indeed. Oh, Qin Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, quite impressive. Since he can hear, you must call out and raise the hammer. Go on. Lift the hammer. My apologies, it has become a habit. Thor awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Once more, he glanced up at the sky, intending to raise his hammer, but, recalling Qin Xiao's words, lowered it halfway. Heimdall, perhaps influenced by Qin Xiao's remarks, dark clouds began to roll across the sky, and a radiant rainbow light descended upon the markings below. Thor nodded to the crowd and cast a deep glance at Jian before stepping onto the Rainbow Bridge with several others. Jian stared blankly as their figures slowly faded into the bridge. She murmured to herself, contemplating the ability to breach the barriers of 2 realms and traverse vast distances, directly transporting individuals or objects to the other side. This is the true power of a deity. Qin Xiao gently patted Jian's shoulder. Hey, my dear, I know your heart is filled with admiration for that tall and mighty Thor, believing him to be the greatest and Asgard a sacred place. However, I must tell you that such so-called divine power, which pulls individuals through spatial passages, can lead to unforeseen accidents, dragging one into a vortex of space. A true god should embody something more profound. Snap. Qin Xiao snapped his fingers. Gu Yi cast a resigned glance at Qin Xiao and waved her hand, instantly opening a golden portal. Jian peered inside, recognizing the very rainbow bridge Thor had described to her. On the bridge, Thor was soaring towards a magnificent golden palace. Hammer in hand. Do you see? This is what divine power truly entails. Farewell. Qin Xiao waved at Jian, stepping into the portal with Gu Yi, vanishing from sight. It was only then that Jian snapped back to reality. Hey, damn it. I want to go too. The only reply was the last flicker of golden sparks as the portal closed in the void. Next time I see Daisy, I want to let her talk to you again. She grumbled, turning to walk towards her car. Eric Selvig had joined SHIELD for a new research project, and Daisy returned to school to continue her laboratory work. Jian too should find a place to settle down, awaiting her Asgardian prince. Gu Yi had opened the portal by the shores of the endless sea, positioned diagonally to the Rainbow Bridge. Standing there, one could see the Rainbow Bridge and its temple on the right, while the Golden Palace loomed in the distance on the left. The destroyer had failed to kill Thor, and Loki swiftly froze Heimdall with the casket of ancient winners, opening Asgard to the frost giants who were led to the Golden Palace. Thor's failed summons to Heimdall was due to Heimdall still being trapped in ice. Under the guise of collaborating to kill Odin, Loki deceived the frost giant leader Laufey into the palace. Just as Laufey prepared to slay Odin, Loki ambushed him with the eternal spear, ending Laufey's life. Firstly, it was to demonstrate his prowess before Odin. Secondly, upon learning of his lineage, he felt a profound sense of shame at being a descendant of the frost giants. After all, he was destined to be the future king of Asgard. How could he possibly be of frost giant blood? To this end, he was willing to slay Laufey and was prepared to utilize the Rainbow Bridge to utterly annihilate the realm of the frost giants. Ancient One extended her hand, weaving a magical ripple in the air, which displayed a scene akin to a screen, revealing the interior of Odin's chamber. It was precisely at the moment when Loki had just slain Laufey, and Thor had arrived, confronting his brother. The deed was only half accomplished, and Loki would not allow Thor to thwart him. With a strike from the eternal spear, Thor was sent flying from the Golden Palace, while Loki soared toward the Rainbow Bridge. Qin Xiao's gaze followed Loki as he approached the Rainbow Bridge, poised to witness the tumultuous clash between the two brothers. Yet, Ancient One softly remarked beside him, "Look here, the spectacle unfolds." Chapter 94. Your writing is quite impressive. In Odin's chamber, once the brothers had departed, Frigga's frantic expression swiftly transformed into tranquility. Odin, who had been lying feebly on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. He sat up and let out a soft sigh. Frigga approached and gently patted Odin's shoulder. Thor, upon his return from Earth, appeared considerably more mature. Loki, burdened by his identity as a frost giant, felt a certain discomfort, compounded by his perception that Odin favored Thor over him. Having lived in Thor's shadow throughout his life, his rebelliousness seemed quite natural. He would gradually come to understand in due time. Their heartfelt conversation resembled that of two ordinary parents deeply concerned for their children. Qin Xiao watched in silence, gazing skyward, then turned to see Loki manipulating the Rainbow Bridge, preparing to annihilate the frost giants. Was this merely a form of rebellion? They were facing the extinction of an entire race, especially one to which Loki originally belonged. A famous internet meme from his previous life echoed in his mind. He is still just a child. Indeed, what malice could a mere child of over 1,000 years possess? He merely sought to murder his brother by stealing the family weapons and wipe out a race. Ancient One glanced at Qin Xiao's expression, discerning his thoughts. With disdain, she cast a look at the reflection of Odin and Frigga, remarking on their narrow-mindedness. Loki's lineage was that of the frost giant royalty, with Odin's remaining years dwindling. How could Thor's claim to the throne ever be secure if the frost giants remained? Faced with Ancient One's scrutinizing gaze, Qin Xiao felt a sudden clarity. Previously, he had assumed Odin was aware of everything and merely tolerated the children's antics. It now appeared that Odin was orchestrating a grand scheme. By deliberately neglecting Loki, he incited Loki's fury, compelling him to eliminate Laufey and subsequently orchestrate the downfall of the frost giants. Even if Thor intervened, the frost giants would only continue to exist in a state of despair. Most crucially, the frost giants would harbor a deep-seated hatred for Loki, effectively severing Loki's access to a reliable ally and transforming that ally into a bitter enemy. This enmity was of a life-and-death nature. Thor was sent to Earth to forge alliances. Qin Xiao recalled how Thor, at the beginning of Thor, the Dark World, led an army to quell rebellions across the 9 realms. Conquer, ally, destroy, Loki played the villain while Thor assumed the role of the hero, effortlessly winning the loyalty of the majority of the 9 realms. In comparison to Odin's machinations, Loki's so-called cunning seemed utterly feeble. Indeed, Those who ascend to the throne are rarely benevolent. One need not overthink it. As the king of Asgard, Odin undoubtedly embodied the qualities of a ruler. Yet his role as a father appeared to pale in comparison to his kingly duties. Allow me to escort you to visit this triumphant king, yet a failed father. The Ancient One gently tapped the mirrored surface, causing it to shatter instantaneously, revealing a portal. Before Thor's return, you could have entered Asgard. Why did you not come to see your old friend immediately? As soon as the portal opened, Odin's voice resonated from within. The title of All-Father was indeed earned. For upon entering Asgard, he was already aware of her presence. It was a rare opportunity to witness a splendid spectacle, and one must observe it thoroughly. The Ancient One was not at all surprised that Odin knew of her whereabouts. Should any formidable entity enter Earth, she would undoubtedly sense it at once. Greetings, Supreme One. Frigga seemed to be familiar with the Ancient One, smiling as she greeted her, then nodding towards Qin Xiao before exiting Odin's chamber. It's merely two children sparring. What is there to behold? You did not come to Asgard solely to witness my amusement, did you? Odin waved his hand dismissively. No sooner had he spoken than an earth-shattering explosion erupted outside. Odin's demeanor transformed dramatically, radiating golden light. In that instant, Qin Xiao felt as if the elder before him had become akin to the sun, embodying not just light and warmth, but an endless aura of power. It was a sensation as if a mere flick of the elder's wrist could render him to nothingness. Damn it! The Rainbow Bridge! Odin exclaimed, vanishing from the room nearly instantaneously. The Ancient One brandished a fan, playfully tapping Qin Xiao on the head while laughing heartily. Did you see that? This is what one calls a flaw in meticulous plans. After all that scheming, Thor, in his righteousness, shattered the Rainbow Bridge in his effort to prevent Loki from annihilating the Frost Giants. This is surely something Odin never anticipated. Ha ha ha. The Ancient One showed no concern for being on Odin's territory, unabashedly mocking him. Recovering from the overwhelming aura of Odin, Qin Xiao pushed aside the Ancient One's fan. Stop that. Are you here to perform a soliloquy? After expressing his annoyance at the Ancient One, he finally grasped what had transpired. Are you saying that the destruction of the Rainbow Bridge was not part of Odin's plan? Qin Xiao inquired with curiosity. Of course. He is merely an old fox. Do you think he is omniscient? As the guardian of the Time Stone, I dare not claim to see every future in its entirety. This old trickster merely plays with the hearts of men. How could he possibly control all details? Alas, what use is foreknowledge when some things are simply destined? Qin Xiao sighed wistfully. Oh? The Ancient One's bald head loomed before Qin Xiao. Then tell me, is our presence here predestined? Qin Xiao glanced at the Ancient One's gleaming forehead, stepping back slightly, feeling a twinge of guilt. How should I know? Just as the Ancient One was about to respond further, a figure flashed, and Odin re-entered the room. However, this time, Odin wore a countenance devoid of the earlier confidence, replaced instead by concern and worry. Without hesitation, he directly inquired of Gui, Loki. Perhaps this was what Gui referred to as Odin's paternal side. After nurturing for over a millennium, Odin surely harbored feelings for his proud third princess, Jime. Rest assured, he is unharmed. He will return after experiencing a bit of hardship. Gui did not conceal anything and promptly informed Odin. Only then did Odin exhale deeply. It seemed he suddenly noticed Qin Xiao, turning to him and uttering a phrase in Huaxiao language. Throwing hammers indiscriminately brings doom upon the family. My wife experiences her monthly cycle daily. Your writing is quite impressive. Lat. Qin Xiao. Chapter 95. I actually have a twin brother named Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao vividly recalls the time when he first entered junior high school, attending a boarding institution whose principal was short, stout, and balding. The students often referred to him behind his back as Short Wintermelon. Once, during a study session, as the principal passed by the window, Qin Xiao, in a moment of youthful indiscretion, called out Short Wintermelon. To his dismay, he turned to find the principal glaring at him with a face full of fury. The embarrassment and fear he felt were palpable, and he was subsequently summoned to the principal's office for a 40-minute lecture. This incident remained etched in Qin Xiao's memory. Now, the situation bore an uncanny resemblance to that past experience. Instead of the short, stout principal, he now faced Odin, the all-father of the gods. Actually, Qin Xiao began, his demeanor betraying a hint of guilt. This might be a misunderstanding. I have a twin brother named Qin Xiao, but alas, a falling star struck him dead last night. Is that so? Odin raised his eternal spear. All right, I confess. It was indeed me. However, I don't believe it's such a big deal. Look at you. Your hair and beard are completely white, and you're of considerable age. Your wife deals with her monthly cycle. What's the fuss about? Qin Xiao stammered, his anxiety rendering his speech somewhat incoherent. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qin Xiao desperately signaled to Ancient One, who finally stood up to intervene. With an air of nonchalance, Ancient One advised, Relax, Odin. I believe Qin has a point. Consider your children. How many of them are a source of peace? If you were to have another, I fear that Hela might drive you to your grave before her birth. Exactly. Qin Xiao chimed in from behind Ancient One. Silence. You wretch. Not only have you insulted my goddess, but you have also cursed my entire family. Odin's eternal spear began to emanate a radiant glow. Ancient One, unable to stand idly by, firmly grasped Odin's arm and stated seriously, Odin, regarding the matter of your family's demise, it is not merely a curse. The truth of their demise is indeed a reality. What? In reality, Qin Xiao's earlier remarks were merely intended to intimidate him. But Ancient One's words struck a chord deep within Odin. My old friend, I assure you, this time I speak no jest. I have come to discuss this matter seriously about our future, about Earth and Asgard. Ancient One's expression was more solemn than ever. Before the two powerful figures could engage in their discussion, Ancient One opened a portal, and Odin, wielding his eternal spear, thrust Qin Xiao through it. The portal was situated atop the Rainbow Bridge, which moments ago had been a magnificent arc of colors, but now bore a gaping rift. Even the temple of the Rainbow Bridge had collapsed. At the fissure of the Rainbow Bridge sat a solitary, sorrowful figure. The cloak billowed in the relentless winds of the endless sea, fluttering with a haunting sound. Oh my, it's the Asgardian version of Bu Jingyun. Upon hearing someone speak, Thor turned around, a hint of surprise crossing his face upon seeing Qin Xiao. Qin, what brings you here? No, wait, the Bifrost has been shattered by Loki and me. How did you manage to arrive? If you can come, does that mean I could still travel to Earth and reunite with Jane? The towering figure, seemingly dim-witted, was anything but. He instantly conjured a plethora of thoughts upon seeing Qin Xiao, who said love makes one foolish. It seems this varies from person to person. Encountering a giant might yield unexpected benefits. Thor's sudden elation startled Qin Xiao. Aren't you here to mourn Loki? Did you strike that dramatic pose merely because the Bifrost is broken and you cannot see Jane? What purpose did smashing it serve? I came with the Sorcerer Supreme. She is currently engaged in discussions with your father. By the way, I have good news. Loki is not dead, as the Sorcerer Supreme informed your father. I knew it. Thor stood frozen for a good 10 seconds before leaping up and forcefully clapping Qin Xiao on the shoulder. I knew he would be fine. He is the god of mischief, the most cunning being in Asgard. It is hardly likely he would perish so easily. Clearly, Thor harbored genuine affection for Loki, as his face bore numerous wrinkles of joy. However, regarding Loki's reputation as Asgard's most cunning individual, Qin Xiao could only muster a derisive smirk within. Odin and Frigga aside. Even Heimdall, who appeared to be somewhat antiquated and rigid, outclassed Loki in this regard. Disinterested in debating this topic with Thor, Qin Xiao seized the rare opportunity to explore Asgard, urging Thor to guide him around. Upon learning that his companion had not perished and that he had a chance to seek out Jane on Earth, Thor's spirit soared, and he began to serve as a dutiful tour guide around the Golden Palace. After wandering for over an hour with Thor in Asgard, they had scarcely finished exploring the vicinity of the Golden Palace when they were summoned back by the Ancient One and Odin. This time, they found themselves in a resplendent reception room, where Odin and the Ancient One sat, one on each side, regarding Qin Xiao with the affectionate gaze of an elderly couple observing their son-in-law, reminiscent of parents who believe their daughter to be a foolish and heavy-set individual. Qin Xiao felt a shiver run down his spine, his instincts screaming that these two cunning old foxes, with their smiles as bright as blooming chrysanthemums, could not harbor any benevolent intentions. Taking a cautious step back, he inquired warily, "What do you intend to do?" Odin, with a benevolent expression, beckoned to Qin Xiao. "Come here, my child. Please, if you have something to say, say it now. And do not call me child. Very few who have been addressed as such by you have met a favorable fate. You may call me anything else, but not child." Qin Xiao firmly rejected the notion, recalling how Odin had previously wielded the eternal spear against him. Such a rapid change in demeanor could only portend misfortune. Odin, visibly perturbed, remained silent as the Ancient One took over the conversation. "You must trust me if you cannot trust Odin. Come here, it is surely good news." The Ancient One smiled with a face full of sincerity. Unfortunately, in Qin Xiao's eyes, these two were figures of nuclear caliber, and he was unwilling to yield easily. "Do not go. The two of you are laughing like the unscrupulous patrons of a brothel, trafficking innocent women. I shall not be deceived." Qin Xiao shook his head vigorously, akin to a clapper on a drum. In the next moment, Odin raised the Spear of Eternity, while Gui held a radiant orb of golden light. "Here they come. Here they come. Why the hostility? Let us converse amicably." Qin Xiao scampered over with enthusiasm. Gui and Odin, too, instantly sheathed their magic and weapons, transitioning into cheerful expressions. Gui smiled at Qin Xiao and said, "You have taken good care of Thor on Earth. Odin wishes to express his gratitude by allowing you to select any item from his treasury." Chapter 96, The Uncontrolled Flame Upon Entering Odin's Treasury. Qin Xiao realized that not all cinematic portrayals can be taken at face value. In his youth, Odin had traversed the cosmos, conquering countless planets. It seemed improbable that only a handful of artifacts remained, as depicted in films. In truth, the treasures within Odin's vault were remarkably diverse, rivaling even the collections of the most esteemed curators in the galaxy. There were even many coveted items that collectors could only dream of possessing. For instance, before him stood a 3-meter-high glass enclosure, within which lay a perfectly preserved Groot. "What is this?" Qin Xiao inquired, pointing at the tree-like being. "This is a Groot." The Thor, who had escorted Qin Xiao into the treasury, explained. "Their kind is exceedingly rare. During my childhood, one of our tutors was a Groot, and Groot language was one of our elective courses. When he passed away, my father chose to preserve his body. It is worth noting that Groots are now almost extinct. How impressive that they brought in a tutor for you, only to have him mounted here as a specimen," Qin Xiao remarked, glancing at the unfortunate Groot's remains before shifting his gaze elsewhere. An array of peculiar weapons and armors adorned the treasury, and Qin Xiao even spotted 3 Dragon Fang swords. "Those are Dragon Fang swords used by the Valkyries. I yearned for one in my youth. They were once among the mightiest weapons in Asgard's army, but alas, they have mysteriously vanished over time." There seemed akin to a museum guide, offering brief insights as Qin Xiao examined each artifact. After a thorough exploration, Qin Xiao was left in awe, yet he noticed the absence of the notable items featured in the films. Is this all there is? This is the treasury of the All-Father, after all. Surely there must be more formidable items, like the hammer you wield? Qin Xiao queried, his curiosity piqued. Indeed, there are not many divine artifacts. There are more, but their usage is heavily restricted. I fear you might not be able to wield them. If you find nothing of interest here, allow me to show you the inner sanctum, Thor replied, leading Qin Xiao deeper into the treasury. With a powerful push against the wall, he revealed the true treasure trove, an inner vault where the most valuable items were kept. There lay the box of cold, the eternal flame, and that infamous gauntlet claimed to be a replica, among others. This gauntlet? Its dimensions are not suited for an ordinary person. And what are the gems upon it? Qin Xiao asked, feigning ignorance as he picked up the Infinity Gauntlet. This gauntlet is designed to help one harness the power of the Infinity Stones. It was crafted by the previous dwarven king of Nidavellir, tailored to his own hand, with the intent of creating a perfect vessel for all 6 Infinity Stones, thereby achieving the pinnacle of his forging prowess. The moment the Infinity Gauntlet was forged, countless ambitious beings throughout the universe coveted its power to command the Infinity Stones. In a state of desperation, the Dwarf King surrendered it to my father, hoping that my father's formidable reputation would deter those who coveted the gauntlet. With Thor's introduction, Qin Xiao then realized that the gauntlet was indeed genuine. Thus, Hellas' reference to a counterfeit in Thor Ragnarok must pertain to the stones rather than the gauntlet itself. The Dwarf King, in a bid to validate his craftsmanship, ultimately offered it to Odin to avoid further complications. This reasoning appears quite sound, though it remains uncertain whether this is a subtle narrative device by the Marvel writers or a correction in this tangible reality. Nodding in tacit acknowledgement, Qin Xiao turned his attention to the Frost Box, the sacred artifact of the Frost Giants. Thor remained patient, dutifully providing explanations. Upon examining the Frost Box, Qin Xiao realized that, lacking Frost Giant blood, he was incapable of activating such an object. Setting aside the size of the Infinity Gauntlet, it was nearly useless without the Infinity Stones. Frankly, it seemed there was little of practical use within Odin's treasury for him. As he contemplated this, he approached the Eternal Flame. In the next moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. Upon nearing the Eternal Flame, which had been quietly burning in its vessel, it suddenly surged as if doused with a torrent of fuel. The flames leapt dramatically, reaching heights of over 2 meters, and expanded beyond the vessel's confines by nearly a meter. In a swift change, a massive inferno lunged toward Qin Xiao, resembling a flock of swallows returning to their nest, racing toward his mouth, nose, and every pore of his body. The suddenness of the event left both Qin Xiao and Thor utterly unprepared. My hair. Qin Xiao's thoughts flickered with concern, and before he could react, the flames invaded through his mouth and nostrils, moving with an almost sentient grace between his pores and orifices. Thor, initially taken aback, recognized the immediate danger of the flames. However, throughout his countless visits to the treasury, he had never witnessed the flames behaving in such a volatile manner. By the time he regained his composure, the flames had already penetrated Qin Xiao's body through his 7 orifices. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he instinctively considered intervening. At that moment, an overwhelming radiance enveloped Qin Xiao, transforming him into a being of flames. Strangely, his clothing, skin, and even hair remained unscathed, untouched by the inferno. However, Qin Xiao's experience was far from pleasant. As the flames entered his body, a torrent of searing energy surged within him. Compared to the serum from the Hulk he had consumed previously, this felt like the distinction between a firecracker and a grenade. The energy rampaged through his muscles, veins, and bones, leaving no corner of his body unscathed. A mouth opened, accompanied by a resounding shout, and a torrent of flames erupted forth, melting a substantial hole in the wall. Simultaneously, deep beneath the Golden Palace, a rune, symbolizing the fiery power of Asgard, began to stir violently, piercing through the earth and ascending straight towards the palace. Curse it! Odin, who was engaged in casual conversation with Ancient One, bellowed and immediately surged forth towards the treasury. Ancient One followed closely behind. Upon entering the treasury, they beheld Qin Xiao transformed entirely into flames, his eyes closed, quietly floating in midair. Beside him stood a thunderstruck Thor. Just then, a cacophony of shattering sounds erupted as a dark red rune burst through the wall. Breaching the 2 layers of defense and making its way into the inner sanctum, it flew directly towards Qin Xiao. No! Odin shouted. Halt! With his body radiating golden light. Odin extended his hand towards the rune in an attempt to grasp it.